In a realm of formidable martial prowess, where both of his parents are sovereigns, he possesses a staggering fortune, yet finds himself utterly ineffectual. Fortunately, after 2.5 years of traversing this new world, Subai has bound himself to a monetization system, allowing him to gain strength through expenditure. A beginner's gift package worth 1 million? I shall invest. You possess an SSS level talent? Regrettably, I am of celestial caliber. Is your mental cultivation method subpar? Would an Imperial-grade technique suffice? Lacking extraordinary gifts? Simply invest. Celestial-grade Beastmaster talent? Hand it over. Celestial-grade Alchemist talent? Hand it over. Celestial-grade Smith talent? Hand it over. When this world could possibly elude me, Subai? If it exists, I shall invest. As long as I spend, there is nothing beyond my grasp. Many ponder. Given your exceptional talent, enabling you to lead all of Huaxia forward, why do you not strive diligently in your cultivation? In the battleground of another realm, having just vanquished countless alien beasts with a single strike, Subai turns back in bewilderment. I've already invested billions. You expect me to exert myself? Chapter 1. Binding the Monetization System. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the binding requirements. The monetization system is now successfully bound. Are you still despairing over being a mere waste, possessing vast wealth yet lacking in talent? This system shall alleviate all your concerns. With mere investment, an SSS level talent is no longer a dream, and the Martial Emperor is no longer an unreachable goal. Opportunities are fleeting. Now, with a mere recharge of 1 million, you shall receive a beginner's gift package. A voice brimming with temptation resonates within Subai's mind. At that moment, seated in a senior class of a high school, Subai is momentarily taken aback by the voice, followed by an overwhelming joy. The system he has long awaited for 2.5 years has finally arrived. Indeed, Subai is a time traveler who has dwelled in this world for 2.5 years. This is a high martial world that venerates strength above all. Thousands of years ago, the gate of another realm suddenly appeared, unleashing an unending tide of alien beasts. Danger intertwined with opportunity. The opening of the gate of another realm brought monumental changes to the planet known as Blue Star, awakening spiritual energy. As alien beasts invaded, they mercilessly slaughtered humanity, while nuclear weapons proved ineffective against the advanced creatures. Under immense pressure, humanity finally discerned spiritual energy and subsequently derived the world's first cultivation technique, the 5 Elements art. After devising the technique, humanity continued to languish under the onslaught of alien beasts, yet at least they possessed the strength to resist. Ultimately, a great hope for the human race emerged, the Sword Saint. After 3 years of arduous training in the technique, he single-handedly eradicated the alien beasts, establishing the current era of prosperity. However, since that time, he has not reappeared, and the alien beasts have not mounted another large-scale invasion. Even after a millennium, the name of the Sword Saint remains etched in the hearts of all. Over the centuries, despite successive generations of top-tier geniuses rising to fend off the invasion of alien beasts and races, the battlefield remains a harrowing sight. Moreover, in the past century, it seems that martial talent has become scarce, with not a single genius emerging to shine. The top-tier combat power has severely dwindled. Yet, all this appears to have no bearing on Subai. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had anticipated binding the system and embarking on a path of unrestrained slaughter. Instead, these 2.5 years have yielded neither the awaited system nor any semblance of martial talent. The sole consolation he finds is in the boundless fortune bequeathed by his affluent parents. Indeed, Subai is a genuine second-generation rich kid, with a family business sprawling across the entirety of Jiang province. Valued at an astounding billion, his parents are no ordinary figures. His father is a senior martial king, and his mother is a senior martial master. The hierarchy is divided into apprentice martial artist, martial master, martial king, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial emperor, martial sovereign. Among these, the levels from martial artist to great grandmaster are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Martial sovereigns and martial emperors are further divided from 1st to 9th tier. Yet, as the offspring of 2 esteemed martial warriors, he remains a veritable waste. Throughout his life, he has consumed countless rare herbs, immersed himself in medicinal baths, and indulged in numerous romantic escapades. In summary, with nearly 1 billion resources expended, even a pig would have transformed into a martial artist by now. Yet what Subai? After consuming and utilizing so much, he finds his vitality at a mere 2.5. With such immense investment, the result is merely a quasi-martial artist? He cannot even meet the basic threshold of 7 vitality required for a certified martial practitioner, leaving him with the prospect of merely entering a vocational martial academy, which only demands a meager 0.7 vitality for admission. His parents have sought out numerous esteemed alchemists to resolve this predicament, yet to no avail. With the global martial examination looming, he had even resigned himself to returning home to inherit the family fortune. Yet, the system he had awaited for 2.5 years has finally arrived, igniting a surge of excitement within him. A pay-to-win system? Damn it. I, Tsubai, am currently not lacking in funds. Recharge, I must recharge. Charge it vigorously. Tsubai exclaimed with fervor. 1 million deducted. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. In the midst of his astonishment, he remained oblivious to his surroundings, where his homeroom teacher was glaring at him with a scowl. Tsubai, what are you doing acting so startled? Do you not realize the time? It's class time. Not only are you inattentive, but you are also disturbing your classmates. With only a few months left until the martial examination, how many worries have your parents endured to ensure you diligently hone your martial skills? And this is how you choose to repay them? You could easily return to take over your family's billion-dollar empire. But have you considered how you shall preserve those assets once your parents are no longer with you? You must understand that this world has always revered strength. Do you wish to see the fruits of your family's generations of labor squandered in your hands? The martial examination is imminent. If you exert yourself diligently, you might still gain admission to a reputable martial academy, which would at least afford you some prospects. But look at your current state. Does it befit you? Teacher Lee spoke earnestly from the podium, having longed to express such criticism towards him. With ample resources at his disposal, even a poor talent could rise through sheer effort. Yet, ever since he discovered that his aptitude was inferior even to a dog's, this child has succumbed to despair, idling away each day, indulging in revelry after school without committing any grave misdeeds. It is essential to note that he was not always this way. Otherwise, the principal would not have permitted such a well-connected student into my class. In my class, the average vitality hovers around 10, with most students having surpassed the undergraduate threshold, and several prodigies boasting vitality scores exceeding 60, thus attaining the status of intermediate martial practitioners. And now, Tsubai, after 3 years of squandered resources, has managed a mere 2.5 vitality. This undoubtedly correlates with his apathetic mindset. As the fate-determining martial examination approaches, Old Lee feels compelled to offer one final piece of advice to Tsubai. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. As the homeroom teacher of a top-tier class, he has ascended to the rank of a junior martial king, thus speaking these words without fear of offending the young master of the Su family. After all, he and Tsubai share a teacher-student bond. He will extend one last helping hand, and the rest shall be left to fate. After receiving the reprimand, Tsubai finally came to his senses, rising to apologize to Teacher Lee. I apologize, Teacher Lee. I was lost in thought. However, I have now resolved my ambitions. My goal is to attend the top universities in China. Chapter 2. Provocation, System Panel. A hushed silence enveloped the classroom, with a few individuals visibly trembling, seemingly stifling laughter, yet hesitant to express it given Tsubai's esteemed status. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from the front row. Is this really you, young Master Su? Have you slept so soundly that you've lost your senses? Are you now boasting without even a draft? Tsubai turned his gaze toward the speaker, a well-dressed yet morally bankrupt individual named Su Fei. His family's business often clashed with their own interests, leading to frequent disputes, but they always fell short against Tsubai's parents, which fueled his eagerness to mock Tsubai. A dog cannot spit out ivory, Tsubai replied calmly. Su Fei momentarily faltered, perplexed by the remark, when one of his lackeys interjected, Brother Fei. He is calling you a dog. A few bystanders couldn't contain their laughter. Su Fei's fury ignited instantly. What did you just say? Yet Tsubai? With an airy retort, added, whoever fits the description should take it to heart. You. Su Fei attempted to retaliate, but suddenly recalled Tsubai's sharp tongue and the losses he'd endured over the years, especially with Teacher Lee present. After a moment's contemplation, Su Fei devised a plan to teach Tsubai a lesson. Tsubai, didn't you claim your goal is to attend the most prestigious school? Surely, your abilities must be extraordinary, right? Conveniently, the talent awakening ceremony is in 2 days. How about we spar then? He punctuated his challenge with a mocking tone. After all, our young Master Su is destined for the top universities, so I assume you wouldn't mind me seeking some guidance? The sycophants surrounding Su Fei immediately chimed in. Yeah? Tsubai, you wouldn't turn that down, would you? Are you afraid? Such a primitive provocation might have been ignored by the old Tsubai, as it was clearly self-deprecating. However, circumstances had changed. He had now bound himself to a premium system, where spending would lead to strength. With ample funds at his disposal, defeating Su Fei was a mere trifle. In that case, I certainly want to decline your invitation, Su. However, merely sparring lacks excitement. Let us raise the stakes. He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If I recall correctly, your family recently acquired a breaking mirror pill of the Martial grade, right? It must hold some value. I propose a wager, this washing marrow pill against it. I wonder if young Master Su dares to accept? In his hand, Tsubai suddenly produced a washing marrow pill, known for purging impurities from the user and unblocking meridians, capable of transforming an average individual into a genius. valued at several hundred million Martial Dao coins. Such a pill was exceedingly rare, classified as a 5th-tier elixir, requiring at least a 5th-tier alchemist to concoct. Alchemists were already a rarity, making the price of their pills exorbitant, with costs multiplying with each tier increase. The Breaking Mirror pill, while assisting martial artists in breaking through to the Martial King realm, was merely a 3rd-tier elixir. However, given its significance concerning realms, it was still quite costly, with even the lowest quality yielding an 80 success rate for breakthroughs, and its value soaring into the hundreds of millions. Su Fei, initially incredulous, exclaimed, "What? You dare to wager with me? The washing marrow pill? Ha! Since you're offering me a pill, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it, and I must thank you, young Master Su." He quickly sought Teacher Li to witness the wager, fearing Su Bai might reconsider. "Teacher Li, please serve as a witness to prevent any potential disputes later." Teacher Li, after assessing Su Fei's strength, cautioned, "Su Bai, are you certain you wish to place this bet?" Su Fei is a junior martial artist with a vitality value of 23. The entire class was aware of Su Bai's capabilities, and defeating Su Fei in 2 days while aiming for the top universities seemed implausible, akin to a pig climbing a tree, utterly impossible. Teacher Li's mention of Su Fei's strength was intended to dissuade Su Bai, for this was no trifling matter. Even a minor injury during their sparring could bear serious consequences. "No worries, teacher, the wager is set. Since you'll be witnessing, I'll entrust this washing marrow pill to you for safekeeping." With that, Su Bai tossed the pill towards Teacher Li, hoping to avoid any future disputes. As a competent transmigrator, he had faith that his system would empower him to surpass a mere junior martial artist. Soon, as the school bell rang, Su Bai rushed home with impatience. Within a luxurious mansion worth over 100 million, he declined the sumptuous dinner prepared by the stunning maid and locked himself in his room. Before him appeared a projection-like system interface. Krypton Gold System. Name, Su Bai. Talent, F. Your level of ineptitude is truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Talent is categorized as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Realm, Junior Martial Artist, 25 Vitality Value. Cultivation Method, Eternal Spring Technique. Balance, 0, Store, not opened. Backpack, 1 Beginner's Gift Pack. Glancing over the interface, Su Bai chose to overlook the disparaging assessment of his talent, his body trembling with anticipation. After 2.5 years of waiting, was he finally on the brink of turning his fortunes? System, do you truly comprehend the hardships I have endured in your absence? Indeed, it has been quite arduous, as facing numerous battles every night would have led you to a state of ecstasy if you had waited a few more days. The sudden voice startled Su Bai, followed by an awkward silence. Don't get the wrong idea, I merely meant the late-night gaming sessions. Do you believe this misunderstanding? Su Bai, recognizing the conversation had reached a deadlock, decided to check the contents of the beginner's gift pack he had purchased with 1 million. Initially captivated by the system's sudden appearance, he now eyed the 1 million deduction on his phone with skepticism regarding the system's legitimacy. After all, which system's beginner's gift pack required 1 million? 1 million was no trivial sum. It could easily sustain a modest family of 3 for a lifetime, provided they avoided extravagant spending. However, considering the system's name, Su Bai felt somewhat reassured. Krypton Gold System. To gain strength, one must invest, right? He hoped this million wouldn't lead to disappointment. As the system was now his sole hope, his finger hovered over the beginner's gift pack, yet he hesitated to confirm the action. This decision would determine his future. Damn it. Having already been deemed useless once, what harm could come from trying again? Open now. Chapter 3. Beginner's Gift Pack. Junior Martial Artist. Congratulations, host. You have opened the beginner's gift pack and received the following rewards. Rewards. Talent upgraded to a grade. Enlightenment Method, Top-Tier Fire Element Special Talent. Realm elevated to Junior Martial Artist. Technique, Yuan Yang / Special talent levels are classified as Low, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Tier, and the Legendary Celestial Grade. All rewards obtained, apart from the heart techniques and martial arts, are automatically utilized. Before Su Bai could fully appreciate the changes within his body, the data on the system panel was updated. Name, Su Bai. Talent, a grade. Talents are categorized as F, E, D, A, S, SS, SSS. Realm, Beginner Warrior, 10 Vitality Points. Martial Arts, Changchun Ju Wu Dao Ju. Yuan Yang / Balance, 0. Shop, not open. Backpack, empty. Upon seeing the glaring A-grade talent in the talent section, Su Bai realized that this time, he had truly risen to prominence. However, the talent level of his previous incarnation was remarkably a rare F grade, which could be considered extraordinarily fortunate. No wonder his previous attempts to enhance himself had been as sluggish as a snail despite investing so many resources. Such a physique equated to absorbing only 1 vitality point, meaning that while he could take in 1, only a meager 0.01 could genuinely contribute to strengthening his abilities. The remainder of his body was utterly incapable of absorption, dissipating slowly into the air with the passage of time. It seems this million was indeed well spent. Subai was now exceedingly jubilant. It truly exemplified the perks of being a transmigrator, as this premium system was exceptional. Had he bound to this premium system sooner, merely a million would yield such returns. Had he invested the tens of billions he previously squandered, how formidable would he have become? After years of being deemed a waste, the first thing to do upon suddenly acquiring talent is, of course, to hastily begin cultivating, to relish the feeling of being a genius. Still unfamiliar with the heart technique just acquired, Subai seated himself on the bed and commenced practicing Changchunju. Over the course of a millennium of martial arts development, various heart techniques and martial arts have emerged, and Changchunju is one among them. The 5 elements technique, after all, was merely introduced a millennium ago. Through continuous refinement over the centuries, many more potent heart techniques have evolved. Nevertheless, these heart techniques and martial arts share a common trait. They are precious. Exceptionally so. For instance, a rather mundane heart technique or martial art might yield less than a 10% improvement. Yet this meager enhancement is priced at over $1 million in the external market. And this is just a low-level yellow-grade technique, the most inferior of its kind. Martial arts are classified as yellow-grade, Xian-grade, earth-grade, heaven-grade, and the highest Emperor-grade. Each grade from yellow to heaven is subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Emperor-grade has no subdivisions. Given this, one can imagine the rarity of heart techniques and martial arts. This Changchunju originated from a master's hand. It was this very heart technique that his father procured through considerable expense and numerous favors. It is a low-tier earth-grade heart technique, with a market price starting at over 100 million, and it is perpetually in high demand with limited availability. Resources are always controlled by a select few. Thus, ordinary individuals are fundamentally deprived of access to advanced heart techniques, although advanced martial arts can be purchased. However, the sole avenue for ordinary individuals to obtain advanced heart techniques is through martial arts examinations. Indeed, the martial arts examination. As long as one gains admission to an undergraduate institution or higher, new students can generally select a decent heart technique upon enrollment. Should they wish to exchange for a higher grade technique or other cultivation materials afterward, they must demonstrate their worth or bravely fight on the front lines. Trading military merit for such privileges, money alone will not suffice. As Subai operated the Changchunju, a warm flow of spiritual energy began to circulate throughout his body, nearly eliciting a moan of comfort from him. This was a sensation he had never experienced during his previous cultivation. Otherwise, why would he have abandoned martial arts to content himself with being a wealthy second-generation heir? Who wouldn't he relish such a feeling? Is it not more gratifying than rewarding oneself? With this, who needs rewards? The benefits of an A-grade talent extend beyond mere comfort. Subai discovered that he could complete a full cycle of energy circulation in merely half a breath. It is worth noting that the Subai with the most abysmal talent previously required several breaths to circulate a single cycle, and the vitality gained was negligible, practically non-existent. But now, it was different. After one complete cycle, Subai distinctly sensed a 1-point enhancement in his strength, though he was unaware of the specifics. Contemplating this, Subai quickly opened the system panel. Realm, Beginner Warrior, 1001. Indeed, he was not mistaken. His vitality had genuinely increased by 0.01. The system's method of elevating his realm seemed to merge seamlessly with Subai, as if it was a result of his own cultivation, devoid of any discomfort. Thus, Subai could promptly perceive his strength's enhancement, albeit by just 0.01. Yet, this could translate to an increase of several pounds of punching power. Upon reaching the threshold of 1 vitality point as a warrior, the basic punching power typically hovers around 100 kilograms. For every additional vitality point, one gains 10 kilograms, culminating in a foundational punching power of 200 kilograms for a beginner warrior. The standard for a beginner warrior is 10 vitality points and a foundational punching power of 200 kilograms. A mid-level warrior's standard is 50 vitality points and a foundational punching power of 500 kilograms. An advanced warrior's standard is 100 vitality points and a foundational punching power of 1,000 kilograms. The changes before becoming a martial artist are generally minimal, with each increment of vitality point equating to 10 kilograms of punching power. However, this is merely a standard of strength. Specific power can be influenced by various external factors. For it seems that even in this world, the concept of a genius surpassing their level in combat holds true. Martial arts, special talents, and such elements can augment one's strength, most often in percentage increments. For example, a beginner warrior with a standard martial art can often contend evenly with a mid-level warrior. In contrast, a beginner warrior equipped with martial arts and special talents can easily dominate mid-level warriors and engage competitively with advanced warriors. This highlights the significance of talent in martial arts, which explains why Su Fei feels emboldened to provoke Subai. He too appears to be a talented martial artist, albeit with the most inferior low-level talent. Yet, even the most mediocre low-level talent surpasses those devoid of any talent. The awakening of a special talent is a rarity, with a probability of several thousand to 1. a school might boast 10 special talent bearers, which is already quite impressive. Moreover, at least half of these 10 are likely low-level talents. Yet, with Subai's mere enhancement of 0.01 vitality points, he could feel the benefits, thanks to the system's elevation and his top-tier special talent. Even without operating martial arts, Subai sensed that his strength was gradually improving at a very slow pace. Then, an inadvertent glance at the system panel revealed a shocking secret. Talent, a grade. Recognizing this symbol, Subai was momentarily dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Chapter 4. The Return of the Great Gift Package, Celestial Talent. What the heck? A quintessential exclamation slipped from his lips. The fact that this novice gift package had elevated his talent to a grade was already astonishing enough, yet it seemed this talent might be capable of further advancement. Had he underestimated this system? Following the initial shock came an overwhelming sense of elation. The effects of merely ascending to a grade talent were already so pronounced. What might happen if he were to advance to S grade, or even SS grade? How powerful would he become? It is essential to acknowledge that this world has evolved over a millennium. However, the emergence of individuals with S-level talents and above is exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, the global tally of SSS level talent holders in martial arts examinations each year amounts to merely a few dozen. One must not be misled into believing that this figure is significant. When juxtaposed against the vast population of martial arts candidates worldwide, those few dozen individuals appear utterly insignificant. For instance, in the Jiang province, where Subai resides, last year's martial arts examination yielded hundreds of S-level talents, one SS-level talent, and a glaring absence of SSS-level talents. In Subai's city alone, only 2 individuals attained S-level status, with no one surpassing that threshold. With a population in Jiang province numbering in the hundreds of millions, the astonishingly low ratio of merely 2 S-level martial artists awakened in a year is indeed suffocating. As for special talents, they are an enigma, arising under conditions unknown to anyone, potentially manifesting in an individual deemed worthless, yet equally capable of appearing in the most exceptional prodigies. Although the probability of awakening such a talent is akin to that of achieving S-level or higher talents, the fortunate few still dominate the landscape. Should a top-tier genius awaken a special talent, their prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of 2 ordinary talents. Even a seemingly inept individual could possess the capability to combat above their level. Special talents encompass not only combat abilities, but also various auxiliary skills, such as alchemy, weapon crafting, and beast taming. The world is vast and filled with wonders, and numerous special talents remain shrouded in mystery, with millennia of exploration yielding scant information about them, underscoring the enigmatic nature of these abilities. Throughout the past 1,000 years, countless individuals have endeavored to enhance their talents, but have found themselves unable to make any progress, as if their abilities were eternally fixed. Even in the rare instances of exceptions, those methods cannot be replicated. Otherwise, given the doting nature of parents, one would expect them to exhaust their fortunes to alter their child's talents. Suppressing his excitement, Subai's finger hovered over the icon. My dearest host, your balance is insufficient to upgrade your talent. Currently, a recharge of 100 million is required to elevate your talent to S level. Would you like to proceed with the recharge? Subai's finger froze in place, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Truly, this novice gift package demands $1 million for the initial investment, and an upgrade costs a staggering 100 million. Fortunately, his benevolent father possesses assets in the hundreds of billions. Otherwise, sustaining this system would be untenable. As Subai lamented internally, the system, perceiving his silence as hesitation, chimed in again. Dear host, it has been 3 hours since your last recharge. We are pleased to offer a return gift package. Simply recharge 100 million, and your talent will be upgraded to S level, with your rank elevated to intermediate martial artist. Once more rendered speechless, Subai thought, is this system perhaps learning from a certain trickster? Yet, despite his inner grievances, he dutifully accepted this 3-hour return gift package. The deduction notification arrived on his phone, and Subai's strength ascended to that of an intermediate martial artist. The system panel refreshed, revealing his talent now classified as S level, with his rank as an intermediate martial artist, 50 vitality points. However, Subai noticed that the indicator following his talent had not vanished. It remained glaringly visible. 300 million for SS level, 500 million for SSS level, and it continued, 1 billion for celestial level talent. Talent, celestial, the only top-tier talent in existence, surpassing SSS level talents. Upon completing the upgrade, Subai realized that his modest savings had been entirely depleted by the system, leaving him with only a few million to sustain himself. This cash-hungry system was truly insatiable. Fortunately, his substantial investment of nearly 2 billion had elevated his talent to the pinnacle. Subai mused. However, what of this celestial level talent? It was his first encounter with a talent exceeding SSS level, a singular top-tier talent. Could he truly be the only one in the world to possess it? He pondered how the cultivation of this celestial talent would unfold. As dawn broke, Subai emerged from his meditative state with a sense of surprise. Rank, Advanced Martial Artist. Indeed, after merely one night of cultivation, Su-bai had ascended from intermediate to advanced martial artist status, boasting over 200 vitality points, even with a celestial level talent. Such rapid advancement seemed improbable. However, prior to employing the Changchun method, he had glanced at the martial arts technique bestowed by the novice gift package, the Enlightenment technique. Yet, this revelation was utterly astonishing. It turned out to be an Imperial-grade martial arts technique. This novice gift package was indeed substantial. With the combination of celestial level talent and the enhancement from the Imperial-grade Enlightenment technique, Su-bai transformed from a martial artist with 50 vitality points to one with over 200 vitality points in a single night. If Su-bai were to confront Su Fei now, he could easily subdue him with just a finger. However, yesterday he had boldly proclaimed his intentions to gain admission to the most prestigious universities in Huaxia, a notion that had seemed fanciful at the time. Yet now, it appeared that those universities were within his reach. Within Huaxia, 3 universities are deemed elite, the first being Beijing University, a prestigious institution renowned for its exceptional faculty and resources, situated in the capital. The second is the National Defense University, established by the Huaxia military, where graduates are primarily destined for the battlefield, integrated into military ranks. The third is Shanhua University. Describing Shanhua University, one can only resort to the term peculiar. Its third-place ranking does not stem from a lack of capability. Rather, its comprehensive strength is unequivocally the highest in all of Huaxia. The reason for its third-place position lies in its unconventional admissions and management practices. Shanhua University does not evaluate any candidate based on their talent or strength. As long as applicants meet their criteria, they can apply directly to the university. Conversely, even if one possesses the rarest SSS level talent or exceptional special abilities, entry remains impossible if they do not fulfill the university's stipulations. Yet, despite this seemingly arbitrary admissions process, Shanhua University consistently ranks first in comprehensive strength. Every martial artist emerging from its halls is renowned globally, and even the lowest-ranked faculty members are masters of their craft. It is common for them to admit no new students in a given year, adding to the mystique that captivates aspiring martial artists, all yearning for the chance to be recognized by this enigmatic institution, which promises to propel them to new heights. However, Su-bai's immediate concern should be the talent awakening event occurring in 2 days. If memory serves, this awakening ceremony is also linked to a significant competition. Chapter 5. The Secret Realm Competition, Heavenly Level Techniques. Indeed, the talent awakening ceremony in 2 days will also pertain to a qualifying competition within a secret realm. The Secret Realm Competition is a contest concerning resource allocation among several provinces. All cities from the participating provinces will engage in this grand competition. Each city will dispatch its top 10 candidates from the Talent Awakening event to a secret realm to combat extraordinary beasts, utilizing a points system to determine rankings. Initially, none of this would have concerned Su-bai, a mere martial artist with 25 vitality points. However, the situation has drastically changed. His talent has now been elevated to celestial level, and following one night of cultivation, he has achieved the rank of advanced martial artist. Moreover, given the system's insatiable appetite for funds, while he remains unaware of the full extent of its capabilities, the celestial talent and Imperial-grade technique clearly indicate that this system is far from ordinary. Yet, with his finances depleted, the system seems disinclined to aid him any further. However, at present, I remain oblivious to the full extent of this system's capabilities, lacking any form of user manual and reliant solely on my own gradual exploration. The marketplace displayed on the interface remains inaccessible, compelling Su-bai to relent. Now, I find myself a veritable pauper, even though the system may possess additional functionalities. I can only watch helplessly. Nevertheless, as it stands, the combination of celestial-grade talent and a premier fire-based special aptitude has already eclipsed the prowess of 999 individuals on Blue Star. The assessment is scheduled for tomorrow, and merely being a high-level warrior may not suffice to secure the top position. Should an unexpected dark horse emerge, it would spell disaster. No, I must continue my training. Having resolved to participate in the citywide competition, my aim is undoubtedly first place. With a mere phone call, Su-bai took a day off to devote himself entirely to his practice at home. This decision left teacher Li at the school somewhat concerned. Would this child, Su-bai, not be experiencing some sort of crisis? His peculiar remarks yesterday about aspiring to attend top-tier universities, 2 of which have entry requirements starting from high-level warriors, were quite unsettling. With a vitality score of only 25, he might just scrape through to an undergraduate program, but to suggest he could gain admission to any of the 3 prestigious institutions would be sheer folly. Although Shanhua University, the third-ranked, does not consider innate talent as a criterion for admission, it is not uncommon for an entire year to pass without a single candidate. The notion that Su-bai could be chosen is laughable. If he were to gain acceptance to one of those 3 colleges, I would eat this very table on the spot. He is merely a step away from breaking through to become a martial master. By the time Su-bai concluded his training, dawn had arrived. The celestial grade talent coupled with the divine tier mental discipline allowed him to feel his strength augmenting with each passing moment. Finally comprehending how those who frequently seclude themselves manage to endure. Today marks the day of the school assessment. Surely, a vitality score exceeding 400 should suffice. He is merely one step away from surpassing the 500 vitality mark to become a martial master. Achieving this status within 3 days is an extraordinary feat, almost unbelievable by the annals of Blue Star's history. After tidying himself up, Subai prepared to head to school. During yesterday's training, he also took a moment to review his soul technique, the Yuan Yang Slash. As anticipated, this technique is also categorized as a high-level skill of the lower tier within the divine rank. Each technique is divided into 5 stages: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and subtle attainment. As a divine tier sword technique, even the initiation stage can require months of training. However, for the extraordinary Subai, such challenges are trivial. While practicing this technique, Subai unearthed a new feature of the system, the option to invest in cultivating techniques. To elevate a divine tier technique to the subtle attainment stage requires approximately 100 million, while Subai's few million can only carry him to the major achievement stage, rendering him utterly impoverished. Yet, upon acquiring the major achievement in Yuan Yang Slash, Subai felt it was all worthwhile. Merely a few million could elevate his divine tier technique to its zenith, a deal anyone would seize. However, when he opened his phone and noticed several missed calls, a frown briefly crossed his brow. His father and mother had both called multiple times, but engrossed in his training, he had paid them no heed. Should he return their call? After lingering on the dialing interface for a while, Subai put his phone away. Never mind. Today is the assessment. His status as a high-level warrior is bound to astonish everyone. Wouldn't it be better to call them later with good news? Stowing his phone, Subai departed from the villa. Unbeknownst to him, everything that transpired was observed by a maid within the villa. She was no ordinary maid summoned for household duties, but rather a bodyguard hired by Subai's adoptive parents to ensure his safety during commutes. Having made enemies in business, it was plausible that those he couldn't confront might resort to targeting his son, employing ruthless tactics. This maid was a junior martial king, procured at considerable expense by Subai's adoptive father. The presence of a martial king beside someone who is not even a junior warrior is a tale that would elicit disbelief from anyone. After Subai exited, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. She reported all that had transpired over the past 2 days, including events at school and the wager with Su Fei. Upon concluding her report, the maid stealthily followed the directions Subai had taken to school. Brother Bai, why didn't you come to class yesterday? Today is the day of talent awakening. Su Fei was so arrogant. Knowing you missed class yesterday, I really wanted to punch him. At the school gate, a chubby boy animatedly described Su Fei's brash demeanor from yesterday to Subai. In his fervor, one might think he was the one being bullied. This boy, a childhood companion of Subai, had fathers who were lifelong brothers, naturally forging a close bond between them. Alongside him was another childhood friend, the 3 of them having grown up together like peas in a pod. Over the past 3 years, Subai had emerged as the most cunning among them, rightfully claiming the title of leader, while the chubby boy took the role of the youngest. Not only that, but the chubby boy, named Wang Fuguwei, lived up to his name, hailing from a wealthy family. The 3 families often engaged in mutual trade and support. The 3rd member of their trio was a girl. Brother Bai, are you really going to fight Su Fei? He has already become a junior warrior and possesses an earth-tier technique, which he is rumored to have mastered. Even if we awaken a better talent, it might not be enough to contend with him. Perhaps we should just let it go. It's merely a cleansing Dan. No need to stoop to his level. Fuguwei hesitated for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Subai fell silent for a moment. After Fuguwei finished speaking, he inadvertently released a hint of his high-level warrior aura. Brother Bai? Chapter 6. The future is uncertain. We are all dark horses. Brother Bai? Fuguwei was momentarily stunned as he sensed the pressure of Subai's warrior aura, struggling to believe it emanated from him. His own talent was not lacking, otherwise he wouldn't be in class 2 alongside Subai. Though he had not exerted much effort in his training, he had managed to reach the level of a junior warrior, with a vitality score around 17. However, at that moment, upon feeling the overwhelming threat from Subai's mere aura, he was struck by a profound sense of danger. It is important to note that he is a junior warrior, and even the intermediate warriors in their class do not instill such a sense of trepidation in him. Yet, Brother Bai, with just an aura, could make him feel threatened. Brother Bai, are you a high-level warrior? Fuguwei stammered, astonished. How is that possible? Wasn't Brother Bai a prospective warrior with a vitality score of 25? How did he suddenly become a high-level warrior, achieving this in just a few days? Or has Brother Bai always possessed such strength, merely concealing it all these years? Of the 2 possibilities, Fuguwei was far more inclined to believe in the latter. The odds of the former occurring are astronomically low, almost 1 billion to 1. How could such a thing happen right before him? However, if the latter is true, then Brother Bai is genuinely formidable. To endure so many rumors and remain hidden for years, pretending to be a useless rich heir, such fortitude is something only Brother Bai possesses among those he knows. Truly, Brother Bai is remarkable. I always said he was born under a lucky star, a harbinger of fortune. How could he possibly be a mere waste incapable of cultivation? However, upon contemplating this wealth and prosperity, Fuguwe cast a somewhat resentful glance at Tsubai, lamenting, "We agreed to embrace mediocrity together. Yet how have you ascended to the rank of a high-level martial artist?" This was indeed a high-level martial artist, someone who had essentially one foot in the prestigious university, while he himself had merely progressed to the status of a novice martial artist after all this time. Tsubai nodded slightly. After all, today was the day of the test, and his strength would undoubtedly be revealed. This was precisely why he intentionally let out a faint aura, to alleviate some of Fuguwe's worries. Otherwise, until the very last moment, Fuguwe might genuinely believe that his meager vitality score of 25 was merely a ticket to failure. Wow. Just wow. Alas, lacking in education, he could only express his astonishment with those words. After Tsubai's admission, Fuguwe was even more stunned, exclaiming, "Goodness! Have you been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all these years?" Laughing heartily, he added, "Brother Bai, now that you are a high-level martial artist, it seems that Su Fei has truly been outsmarted by you this time. I can't wait to see his reaction when he discovers your true strength." A mischievous grin spread across Fuguwe's face as he envisioned the scene of Su Fei being publicly embarrassed. In the classroom, Teacher Li was elaborating on the rules of the upcoming test. This would be the most prestigious test in history, with personnel from the Provincial Martial Artist Association arriving to assist in awakening talents and special abilities, directly influencing their futures. Originally, the talent assessment was scheduled to commence a month prior to the martial arts examination, but this year was different. The citywide competition was starting early, presenting a golden opportunity for them. The rewards for the top 10 would be 10 times greater than before, and everyone was urged to give their all and approach this test in the best possible state. The universe is still uncertain. We are all dark horses, Teacher Li passionately declared from the podium, ensuring that their momentum would not falter. As expected, the atmosphere in the class was invigorated. Even those with lower cultivation levels were particularly excited upon hearing that the talent awakening would occur earlier than anticipated. The talent awakening has been moved up? Wasn't it supposed to start in the final month before the martial arts exam? What is going on this year? Wow. If I could awaken a good talent before the martial arts exam, that would be amazing. Who can say? Although my current level is significantly lower than those intermediate martial artists, who knows what kind of talent I might awaken? Despite such musings, it was known that the higher one's cultivation before the awakening, the better the potential talent. They feared they might not have much hope. What if? I've heard that some people's talents seem unremarkable before awakening, but turn out to be S-class talents afterward, allowing them to soar to new heights. As the classroom buzzed with excitement, Teacher Li nodded in approval. While their strength might not be sufficient, their enthusiasm would make up for it. Although Class 2 was not the strongest in the entire first high school, they had to maintain a superior spirit. While Teacher Li was pleased to observe the fervor of his students, his peripheral vision caught sight of an individual whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the class's vibrant atmosphere, Tsubai. Having grown weary of the same old motivational platitudes from his previous life, he felt no stirrings of emotion upon hearing them again. This lad, after spouting nonsense 2 days prior, seemed to have transformed, perhaps influenced by some external stimulus, as he had taken a day off yesterday. Today was the talent awakening. One would soon discern whether he was a horse or a mule. I hope the boy awakens at least a D-class talent. Perhaps he could still rely on resources to push himself up. However, as Teacher Li recalled that Tsubai had only managed to attain a vitality score of 25 through extensive resources over the past 2 years, the likelihood of him awakening a high-level talent seemed negligible. Amidst the animated discussions, a student suddenly posed a question. What do you think Tsubai will awaken? I find it rather dubious. I heard his parents recently procured a cleansing pill for him, yet he wagered it against Su Fei, agreeing to a duel today. Indeed, if he had consumed that pill, it would be a different story, but to use it as a wager, what was he thinking? Su Fei, overhearing the chatter, couldn't help but sneer. What talent could he possibly have? After over 2 years, he has only achieved a vitality score of 25. Whether any university would accept him is debatable, yet he dares to boast about those 3 schools. Those institutions are beyond my reach, let alone his. What does he rely on? His silver tongue? Or perhaps his wealthy parents? Even if I were to leap to my death outside, Tsubai would still not awaken a talent above D-class. Chapter 7. The Awakening Ceremony and the School Bell, Chuyoyu. While others were engaged in discussion, Fuguwe stood by with a look of disdain. Upon learning that Brother Bai was a high-level martial artist, Fuguwe could hardly contain his excitement. Were it not for the fear of prematurely revealing Brother Bai's true prowess, he would be strutting about with pride. Listening to Su Fei's clownish remarks, Fuguwe dismissed them entirely. If Su were to discover that Brother Bai was a high-level martial artist, he might very well kneel in apology. How dare you mock my Brother Bai as a novice martial artist? Although he could not confront Su Fei directly at that moment, Fuguwe discreetly activated his phone's recording, capturing every word Su had uttered. After a flurry of motivational speeches, the representatives from the Jiang Province Martial Artist Association arrived at the school. and the announcement over the intercom urged all senior classes to gather on the field promptly to prepare for the talent awakening ceremony. Alright, students. Today we will discover whether you are dragons or mere worms. I hope everyone awakens a talent that satisfies them. Teacherly instructed. Understood, teacher. The students chorused in unison. Before long, the group followed Teacher Lee to the field. Upon arrival, the awakening platform had already been erected. On the platform stood an individual holding a crystal ball, adorned with a medal on his chest. A silver 3-star insignia indicated that the person wielding the crystal ball was a high-level martial artist, presumably a representative from the Provincial Martial Artist Association. Gathered at the awakening platform were the principal, vice principal, Martial Artist Association members, alchemists, and various city officials, all present to witness the talent awakening ceremony. Every year, this event attracted their attention, as they sought to identify promising talents to recruit for their ranks or as disciples, representing a lucrative investment for themselves and the association. Soon, the awakening ceremony commenced, with Class 1 being the first to step up. De Fei Ji, as the inaugural participant. De Fei Ji felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. The talent awakening was starting much earlier than expected. If she were to awaken a commendable talent, her strength would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Perhaps she could even aim for some of the prestigious universities beneath the top 3. Thus, with her heart racing, De Fei Ji approached the awakening platform. Place your hand on this crystal ball, and carefully feel the spiritual energy of the world, attempting to absorb it. The martial artist instructed, his voice perfectly pitched to ensure that everyone present could hear, preventing the need for repetition. Daphne placed her hand upon the crystal orb. Adhering to the instructions provided by the esteemed individual earlier, a faint glimmer of light flitted across the surface of the crystal sphere. Daphne, C-grade talent, no special talent. Next, a C-grade talent, indeed. Evidently, the first class is comprised of individuals with exceptional abilities, and the first to awaken their talents has achieved a C-grade. Typically, such a talent level would suffice for admission into some of the top universities, wouldn't it? How enviable. If only I could awaken a C-grade talent. My family would surely celebrate with fireworks for an entire day and night. But what were her parents thinking when they named her? Feng Jie, D-grade talent, no special talent. Next, E-grade talent, next. C-grade talent, next. B-grade talent, next. Next, Chu Yoyu. Finally, it was the turn of the school's belle. She was already a high-ranking martial artist. Surely her talent must be at least an A-grade, right? My goddess, how could her talent possibly be only A-grade? It must be at least S-grade. Do you not understand? The goddess is now a high-ranking martial artist. And I've heard whispers that she seems to have an engagement with that useless waste from our school. How infuriating. Mind your words, everyone. This is our leader's girlfriend. She is not someone you can tarnish. One of Su Fei's sycophants boasted arrogantly, as Chu Yoyu prepared to awaken her talent. She cast a worried glance towards the second class, searching for the familiar figure she longed to see. However, the crowd was rather dense. And with Su Bai and Fu Gui at the back, she could not catch a glimpse of him. Su Bai? A wave of concern washed over Chu Yoyu. She had just learned today about the bet between Su Bai and Su Fei, and had been puzzled as to why Su Bai had missed school the day prior. Yet, having heard her name called, she suppressed her anxiety, lightly biting her lip as she stepped onto the awakening platform. You know what to do, place your hand upon it. The martial artist did not even glance up, preoccupied with organizing the data from the recent awakenings. Currently, the highest talent was merely a B grade, while his own accomplishments included 1 S grade and 3 A grades. He had hoped to achieve some results at this first station in Class 1, but was surprised that out of over a dozen students, only one had achieved a B grade. This year's batch seemed rather underwhelming. Just as the martial artist continued to fret over his performance, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A violet light and a flickering golden glow began to swirl within the crystal orb, culminating in a brilliant beam of violet tinged with gold shooting skyward, reaching heights of 100 meters. The unexpected spectacle jolted the martial artist back to reality, his eyes wide with astonishment at the towering column of light. Violet with gold. This could only signify an SS grade talent. The principal, upon witnessing this phenomenon, immediately rose from his seat, shielding Chu Yoyu protectively. Meanwhile, the celestial display showed no signs of fading. Moments later, a clear, melodious phoenix cry resonated throughout the skies. Suddenly, a small creature emerged from within Chu Yoyu's body, spiraling upwards alongside the light beam, growing larger with each ascent. By the time it reached the pinnacle, it had swelled to several hundred meters in size. And after another resounding cry of the phoenix, all signs of the phenomenon began to dissipate. The martial artist responsible for the awakening was utterly exhilarated upon seeing the light beam, but as the phoenix cry echoed, he found himself trembling, leaning against the awakening platform to keep from collapsing. The principal and a host of martial kings and higher-level experts swiftly mobilized to encircle and protect Chu Yoyu. If they were not mistaken, that gigantic creature was indeed the legendary phoenix. The fact that this young lady's awakening had incited such a cosmic phenomenon, prompting even the auspicious phoenix to pay homage, indicated just how extraordinary her talent was. After a significant pause, The martial artist finally regained his composure and declared with a quivering voice, Chuyoyu, talent, SS grade, unknown special talent. Indeed, an unknown talent. The appearance of the phoenix had rendered her special talent an enigma, beyond even the grasp of the awakening orb, which could only ascertain that her talent was SS grade. The existence of such a unique talent could only be fully explored upon entering one of the 3 prestigious universities. Otherwise, apart from the possessor, no one would know what the special talent entailed, and the owner would be unable to fully harness their talent's potential. Though it was an unknown talent, everyone present understood that it must be of the highest caliber, possibly even that of the legendary Immortal-grade talent. Even without this special talent, merely possessing an SS-grade talent was sufficient to prompt the influential figures present to attempt to curry favor. Even if they could not win her over, they needed to make a good impression. An SS-grade talent nearly guaranteed admission to the top 3 universities, and the future potential to reach the martial emperor level or even the pinnacle martial deity level. Such a prodigy must be courted and befriended. They could not afford to offend her, especially considering she was the precious daughter of the Chu family. How enviable. If the old patriarch of the Chu family were to learn of this revelation, he would likely emerge from seclusion to boast to us old-timers. After all, who wouldn't take pride in a granddaughter who awakened an SS-grade talent? If only my grandson possessed even half of her abilities, I could brag for a decade. What kind of fortune did the old man of the Chu family accrue in his past life to have a son of exceptional talent and a granddaughter equally remarkable? Why was I not blessed with such luck? I heard that the little girl from the Chu family seems to have a childhood engagement with that boy from the Su family. I wonder if that rumor holds any truth. The Su family boy? It's impossible. Who doesn't he know that he is a rare talentless waste, barely reaching 25 vitality points despite an abundance of resources? How could that possibly be? Even if it were true, what of it? Now that the Chu family granddaughter has awakened an SS-grade talent, she and that Su family boy inhabit entirely different worlds. A childhood engagement is merely a verbal promise between families. Coincidentally, I have a grandson. As the celestial phenomenon faded, Chuyoyu's beautiful eyes relaxed slightly, her mind reeling from the changes within her body. She had anticipated that with her strength as a high-ranking martial artist, awakening a talent above A grade would be commendable. Yet, she had awakened an SS-grade talent, accompanied by an unknown special talent. Upon the awakening of her talent, Chuyoyu found herself able to clearly perceive the spiritual energy surrounding her, feeling an inexplicable affinity for it. It seemed that with just a single thought, she could summon all of it to converge and be absorbed by her. However, before she could fully appreciate the transformations her talent had bestowed upon her, a throng of individuals swiftly encircled her. Hello, classmate Chu. I am from the Martial Artists Association. If you agree to join, feel free to voice any requests. All resources will be directed toward you, and you will receive personal guidance from master instructors. Classmate Chu, ignore them. I am. A cacophony of voices clamored around Chuyoyu, each vying to recruit her into their faction or to present gifts to establish rapport. Yet, witnessing the martial kings arguing over her, some even resorting to coarse language, she found herself bewildered by the scene. It is noteworthy that among the group before him, even the least impressive individuals are of the same caliber as his own father. Fortunately, the principal, observing the scene, promptly intervenes, drawing the crowd apart. Enough, enough. You are all supposed to be elders. The young lady has her own aspirations. If you genuinely wish to win her over, it would be more appropriate to wait until after the awakening ceremony. Moreover, as I am aware, the 3 universities have already received word and will be arriving shortly. Thus, you might as well abandon any hope of having her join your ranks. Following the principal's remarks, the individuals present began to realize the gravity of the situation. With so many students watching, their squabbling would merely serve as a spectacle for amusement. Additionally, it was clear that Chuyoyu had already caught the attention of those 3 universities, rendering any aspirations held by the individuals present moot. Their aim should solely be to leave a favorable impression. Nevertheless, the involvement of the 3 universities, such an esteemed institution had been stirred. It seemed that the unique talents of the Chu family's heiress were indeed extraordinary, and this time, the Chu family was poised to soar to great heights. After regaining her composure from the exhilaration of awakening her SS-level talent, Chuyoyu cast a worried glance towards the direction of Class 2. At that moment, the entire playground was agog with astonishment at the heavenly phenomenon. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The auspicious beast had manifested, prompting universal celebration. Did I truly not missee? The campus belle had actually awakened an SS-level talent, accompanied by the appearance of the legendary phoenix, a creature of myth. How fortunate to witness such a marvel firsthand. Alas, my goddess has awakened an SS-level talent. The chasm between us has widened immeasurably. Oh woe. The campus belle is not only stunningly beautiful and kind-hearted, but also comes from an illustrious family. Now, with such an unparalleled talent, how could fate be so unjust? Why is this perfect partner not mine? The thought of such an impeccable goddess potentially falling into another's arms fills me with anguish, pain, and despair. Su Fei, observing the scene, nodded in silent approval. Indeed, The woman he admired surpassed his expectations with her talent. Yet, the more exceptional she proved to be, the stronger his desire to claim her as his own. Su Bai and Fu Gui, at the back, also witnessed this extraordinary occurrence. Su Bai, having anticipated this moment, was not particularly surprised. After all, his own talent exceeded the SS level threshold, leaving little that could astonish him. Fu Gui, on the other hand, was utterly befuddled. He had thought that his brother Bai, having concealed his prowess for years, was already remarkable as a high-ranking martial artist, yet now, Sister Yu had also awakened an SS-level talent. Two childhood friends, one an elder brother, the other a second sister, had both risen to prominence, leaving him, a mere novice martial artist, trembling in the shadows. This led Fu Gui to reflect with a tinge of melancholy. Having grown up together, why was it that they secretly ascended while he remained a mere bystander, feeling like a failure? After the awakening, the martial artist in charge of the ceremony, brimming with excitement, urged the next participant to step forward. Who would have thought that amidst this crowd, a genius with an SS-level talent would emerge? My achievements have now exceeded expectations. Perhaps I might even secure a promotion upon returning. Thankfully, I oversee the awakenings in this city. Otherwise, such a remarkable achievement would have slipped through my fingers. Next up, Shizhenxiang. Chapter 9. Seeking Su Bai? Su Fei awakens. C-level talent. Next. A-level talent. Next. Soon, all the students in Class 1 had completed their awakenings. Aside from Chu Yoyu's SS-level talent, 1A level and 3B level talents were also awakened. It was now Class 2's turn. Fu Gui clenched his fists, hoping fate would grant him a commendable talent. Otherwise, he would have no face left to show. Returning to her position in Class 1, Chu Yoyu, after a mental struggle, walked shyly yet anxiously towards Class 2. Oh no, the campus belle is coming over here. Could she be seeking me? What are you even thinking? Just look at yourself. Do you possess even half of my charm? A self-proclaimed average-looking boy scoffed. A group of such boys all lamented that the campus belle was now a high-ranking martial artist with an SS-level talent. How could she possibly seek the likes of them? Indeed, if the campus belle were to seek anyone, it must be Su Xiao. Who else would be worthy? Could she be looking for the waist that is Su Bai? Even if Su Bai once had some connection with the campus belle, now that she has awakened an SS-level talent, he is nothing but a complete failure. There is no way she would seek him out. Seeking Su Bai? If that were the case, I would perform a handstand and eat Shizhenxiang. Su Fei gazed at Chu Yoyu with anticipation, hoping she was indeed coming for him, though an ominous feeling lingered in his heart. Fu Gui, with a glint of mischief, nudged Su Bai. Brother Bai, Sister Yu is clearly coming for you. Just imagine how the others in our class would react if they found out. They might just want to devour you alive. Especially Su Fei. Just look at that foolishly eager expression. If he knew Sister Yu was after you, jealousy would surely consume him. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the approach of his childhood friend, who was bound to him by a childhood betrothal. In this scenario, having awakened an SS-level talent, she was coming to seek him out, despite knowing he was considered a failure. His memories revealed that this betrothal originated from their childhood, with Chu Yoyu trailing after him, eager to play together. Eventually, their parents, observing their camaraderie, had arranged the engagement. As one of their childhood friends, Fu Gui was well aware of this arrangement. However, he harbored no jealousy, merely a sense of admiration. Brother Bai has such good taste. It was important to note that during their childhood, Chu Yoyu had been the clingy one, often seen as a nuisance, yet it was Su Bai who had included her in their playtime, leading to their bond. Unexpectedly, Chu Yoyu blossomed into a breathtaking beauty, with her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. After entering high school, they were separated into different classes. Chu Yoyu went to Class 1 while the two boys were placed in Class 2. Her stunning looks earned her the title of campus belle, drawing the attention of many. Thus they had scarcely interacted since. Now, was she approaching to end their engagement? Drawing from the tropes of the novels Su Bai had read in his previous life, upon awakening a golden finger, the antagonist would often mock him, and his fiancée would come to call off their engagement, only for him to receive a plethora of buffs and sordid greatness. Gazing at her enchanting visage, Su Bai secretly wished she were indeed his wife. She was perfect in every regard. Such a woman was a rarity. As Chu Yoyu approached Class 2, she began searching for that figure she had longed for. Chu classmate, who are you looking for? Just give a name, and I will guide you to him immediately. Yes. Chu classmate, are you here to find someone? What is his name? How could someone as esteemed as you come personally to look for him? Truly ungrateful. The students crowded around as Chu Yoyu approached, eager to lead her and leave a good impression. They were all aware that such a paragon of grace would not be seeking them. They merely hoped to make a favorable impression in her eyes. Surrounded suddenly by a throng of people, Chu Yoyu's expression turned flustered, her pearly teeth gently biting her crimson lip, presenting a captivating visage akin to a mesmerizing beauty of the mortal realm. In a soft voice, she inquired, "May I ask if Su Bai is present?" Upon her utterance, the previously clamorous crowd fell into an abrupt silence, the stillness palpable enough to hear a pin drop. The school belle is here to find whom? If I heard correctly, it is Su Bai? Following these two statements, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. What? The school belle is actually looking for Subai? How can that be? What could she possibly want with him? A mere aspiring martial artist. Laughter erupted. Where's that brother who was going to perform a handstand while eating? Hurry up. I have it recorded. Don't try to wriggle out of this. No way. Isn't the school belle here for Fei Go? How could she possibly be seeking Subai? That worthless fool? One of Su Fei's underlings expressed disbelief. Su Fei, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt an immediate surge of blood rush to his head. Especially upon hearing Chu Yoyu's declaration of being there for Subai, his eyes instantly bloodshot with jealousy. Next, Su Fei. The awakening ceremony swiftly turned to Su Fei. Despite the tempest of jealousy and rage within him, he could only channel his fury into strength, hoping to awaken a talent that could rival that of Chu Yoyu. Place your hand on it. Su Fei suppressed his inner tumult and began the process of awakening his talent. The crystal ball, under his coaxing, emitted a faint purple glow. But it was merely a fleeting flicker. Just as disappointment began to seep in, a flame unexpectedly erupted in his hand, dancing to his will. Su Fei, S-grade talent. Advanced special fire talent. The awakening officer announced the results. Having witnessed SS-grade talents and celestial phenomena, he found the S-grade hardly surprising. Who would have thought? This humble institution harbors such brilliance? My promotion and salary increase are undoubtedly secure now. If only another could emerge, that would be splendid. The awakening officer felt as though this school was a treasure trove, with geniuses springing forth unexpectedly, and if one or two more appeared, he might just retire comfortably. As Su Fei reveled in his S-grade awakening and advanced special fire talent, a sinister plot began to brew within him. As a fellow scion of wealth, he was well aware of the engagement between Chu Yoyu and Su Bai, which was precisely why he had targeted Su Bai at every turn. How could a worthless fool like Su Bai capture the affections of Yoyu while he, who had pursued her for so long, had never garnered her attention? What made Su Bai superior to him, aside from being slightly more handsome? Was charm sufficient to replace talent and capability? Sniveling worm, what do you want? Su Bai, recognizing he was the one summoned, stepped forward to greet her. Sniveling worm, a nickname Su Bai had given her in their childhood, often used to call her, though rarely since high school. For reasons unknown, Su Bai uttered that cherished moniker once more. Upon hearing that familiar yet distant name, Chu Yoyu visibly froze. Her gaze drawn to the source of the voice. The figure she had longed for began to merge with the one before her. Brother Su Bai, it is now my turn to protect you. Memories of a certain year in elementary school flooded back. When she was kidnapped by her parents' enemies and left alone in a dark, damp room, her fear magnified. Her parents, along with others, had mobilized every available resource but could not locate the kidnappers in time. Ultimately, it was Su Bai, with his clever ideas and some self-defense tools purchased by his parents, along with the distraction provided by the wealthy boy, who managed to rescue her from the hands of several martial artists. No one knew the terror that gripped Chu Yoyu as she fled, hand in hand with Su Bai. Her youthful heart was laden with fear, knowing that any misstep could leave a permanent scar. Su Bai's sudden appearance was akin to the dawn breaking through her darkness, illuminating her path and banishing her dread. Just as Su Bai and the wealthy boy had freed her, her parents arrived, including Su Bai's and the wealthy boy's parents. The martial artists were swiftly dealt with. After that, the events ceased to concern the three young children. However, from that moment on, Chu Yoyu had harbored a special place in her heart for one individual, a person she would never forget. The parents, wishing to protect their children from trauma, gradually dulled the memory, leading it to become a blur over time. Consequently, Su Bai, having traversed into this world, remained oblivious to the profound connection he shared with the school belle. The memories he received lacked this fragment entirely. Had he known of this bond, he would have had no worries about a potential annulment. Was she not the quintessential pure-hearted school belle? While Su Bai and the wealthy boy could easily forget, for Chu Yoyu, the victim, the despair and helplessness she felt during her darkest moments would forever be etched in her memory. This is also why she never opposed the engagement. She had begun to train diligently after Su Bai was labeled a once-in-a-century failure. You protected me in my time of need. Now, I shall accompany you for a lifetime. Such a melodramatic hero rescues damsel tale led Chu Yoyu to resolve to entrust her life to him, even now that she had awakened an SS-grade talent. She believed that the better her talent, the more effectively she could protect Su Bai. Lost in myriad thoughts, upon hearing that familiar name once more, her heart stirred, tears welling in her eyes, as if they might spill forth any moment. Just a glance from her could ignite a protective urge within countless hearts. However, this reaction left Su Bai utterly bewildered. Had he not merely called her by a childhood nickname? Why such an intense response? Oh no, don't do this. Following Chu Yoyu's expression, Su Bai distinctly sensed the surrounding crowd brimming with hostility, fists clenched as if they were ready to pounce. If he did not provide a reasonable explanation today, he feared he might become the enemy of every male student in the school. Throughout history, beautiful women have been the source of calamity. How true this adage rings. Brother Bai, this situation is off. Something is definitely amiss. What have you done to Sister Yu? Why has she suddenly changed like this? The wealthy boy, sensing the atmosphere, leaned in close to Su Bai, speaking in a hushed tone. Su Bai, equally perplexed, Thought to himself, I merely called her sniveling worm. How did it escalate to this point? How would I know what is happening? Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to comfort her promptly. Hey, Chuyoyu, please don't cry. I won't call you snotty worm anymore, alright? Subai hurriedly consoled her. However, the sight of Subai's flustered demeanor, caught in a moment of uncertainty, did not escape Chuyoyu's notice. She couldn't help but chuckle at his perplexed expression. Seeing that Subai was unscathed brought her a sense of relief. Ever since learning that Subai had challenged Su Fei, coupled with his absence from school yesterday, Chuyoyu had been anxious, fearing he might be contemplating something drastic. But now, it seemed as though he was completely unfazed, leaving her to fret for no reason. What a rascal he was. Chuyoyu did not respond to Subai's words. Instead, she flashed him a sweet smile and said, Brother Subai, you can do it. I believe you will awaken an extraordinary talent. This sudden shift in mood left Subai momentarily stunned, but he merely smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. At that moment, his heart was in disarray. She hadn't been angry earlier, so why did she appear as if she was on the verge of tears? Had Chuyoyu approached him in front of everyone merely to offer encouragement, rather than to break off their engagement? Moreover, Subai sensed a subtle shift in her attitude towards him. Was she genuinely concerned for him? Had she just called him Brother Subai? It had been ages since he had heard that title. Upon his arrival in this world, Subai had long recognized, through the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes, that the naive Chuyoyu harbored feelings for him. Yet, at that time, he was merely a cultivation failure, while she was a paragon of excellence. To avoid hindering her progress, he had intentionally distanced himself, allowing her to flourish in her cultivation. It seemed that his well-meaning intentions had not been in vain, for she had awakened an SS-level talent. Had he remained the same useless Subai as before, perhaps they would have truly missed their chance. Yet now, it appeared that it was not too late to start anew. Chapter 11. Detection of Special Talent. Would you like to spend money to duplicate? After Chuyoyu had spoken, she returned to her own class. At that moment, the onlookers finally began to process what had just transpired. Brothers, what just happened? Can anyone explain why the school beauty came to cheer for Subai, and what with that address? Am I still dreaming? There's no way the goddess could have any connection with Subai. This must be a fabrication, right? Could the rumors be true? Are the school beauty and Subai truly in that kind of relationship? No, I can't accept this. Why must it be Subai? This hurts more than being bitten by a shark. Whereas that scoundrel who used to mooch off us. Come out and perform, don't hide. I have it all recorded. One smile, one utterance of brother, shattered the hearts of the 99 boys present. However, they dared not ridicule Subai directly. Much like Su Fei did, for after all, Subai was a wealthy heir with a fortune in the billions, definitely not someone to provoke. Yet, the envy was palpable. Not only the students below, but the group of martial kings seated above wore expressions of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, unable to discern the situation. So, this little girl from the Chu family truly has a betrothal with Subai? One of the martial kings who had previously mentioned the engagement finally spoke up. It seemed that this was indeed the case, and it appeared that neither party was opposed to the arrangement. Oh dear. How did such a flower end up with a scoundrel from the Su family? What a travesty. How come I never had a fiancé like that back in my day? Hey, you old coot. At your age, still thinking about such things? We all heard that, and without a hush money. I fear it might accidentally reach your wife's ears. You really are shameless. Yet, amidst this, a dissenting voice emerged. That's Subai? Chuyoyu is a proud daughter of heaven who has awakened an SS-level talent, while he, a mere waste to isnt, even a novice martial artist. Just a hindrance to her cultivation. The others found themselves unable to refute his statement. It was not biased toward anyone. After all, it was Subai's own shortcomings that had placed them in this discrepancy. From the moment Chuyoyu awakened her SS-level talent, they had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Next, Wang Fuguwei. Soon, it was time for Fuguwei to awaken, and Su Fei had already descended. However, he no longer felt the need to mock Subai foolishly, for in his eyes, Subai was as good as dead. Now that he had awakened an S-level talent, Su Fei's perspective had elevated. Subai, who couldn't even hope for a D-level talent, was simply not worth his time. After the awakening, Subai would merely serve as a stepping stone on Su Fei's path to becoming a powerful figure. Brother Bai, please bless me with the awakening of a great talent. With you and sister you so strong, if I flounder, won't you both laugh at me for 2.5 years? Fuguwei said nervously. Now that sister you had awakened an SS-level talent, and Brother Bai was at least guaranteed an A-level talent, he feared falling behind. Go on, believe in yourself. Subai encouraged. However, he already knew what talent Fuguwei was destined to awaken, for when Su Fei manifested his special talent, the system in his mind stirred once more. Ding. Detected a special talent in the vicinity, high-level fire talent. Would you like to spend 10 million to duplicate it? Indeed, the system could replicate others' special talents. When he looked at Fuguwei again, he received the same prompt. However, it was not a high-level special talent. Fuguwei nervously approached the awakening platform. His expression one of resignation as he faced the awakening orb. Life and death are fated. Today, I, Wang Fuguwei, am willing to exchange Su Fei's 100-year lifespan for the awakening of a top-tier talent. A faint purple light flickered within the awakening orb, and upon noticing it, Fugue's heart surged with joy. It seemed Su Fei's lifespan was indeed quite valuable, allowing him to awaken an S-level talent, sufficient for his needs. Yet, it was not over. Suddenly, that faint purple light reappeared, accompanied by a flash of golden radiance. At this moment, all ordinary animals within a 1-kilometer radius of the school halted their movements, gazing intently towards the direction of the first high school. The reaction among the animals on campus was even more pronounced, with some untamed creatures emitting strange sounds in unison, seemingly welcoming the arrival of someone. This animal resonance? This was the mark of a Beastmaster. Beastmaster talent. Such a level could only be possessed by someone with at least a high-level Beastmaster talent. Who was this person? All the martial kings at the awakening platform stood up in astonishment at this miraculous scene, more surprised than if someone had awakened an SS-level talent. Holy smokes, it's really happening. Ha ha ha, I'm so glad I was assigned here this year, a top-tier Beastmaster talent. This is comparable to an SS-level talent, and the awakening rate is even lower. The last person to awaken this talent is now one of the pillars of humanity, if I remember correctly, and is affiliated with North University. It seems I can retire comfortably now. Goodbye to the grind of working. The awakening officer felt rejuvenated. After this awakening, he would retire with numerous rewards, finally free from the frustrations of his incompetent superiors. Wang Fugue, possessing an S-grade talent, is a master beast tamer with a unique and exceptional gift. Boom. This news detonated around everyone like a missile, leaving all in utter astonishment. Su Fei stood up, his face painted with disbelief, as his tightly clenched fists dug deep into his flesh without eliciting any reaction. Blood dripped onto the ground as Su Fei murmured, "Impossible. This cannot be. Wang, the chubby one, is merely a beginner warrior. How could he awaken an S-grade talent? Why has he awakened such an exceptional gift? Why?" At this moment, Su Fei's mind was flooded with countless questions seeking answers. Unfortunately, there was no one to unravel the mysteries plaguing his thoughts. If one were to offer a reason, it would simply be because he is named Wang Fugue. Chapter 12. No one understands beast tamers better than I do. Haha. Who would have thought that I, Wang Fugue, could awaken such a remarkable and unique talent? A beast tamer, you say? I understand. No one comprehends beast taming better than I do. Isn't it just about lurking in the shadows as a supporting player? This is my forte. Wang Fugue joyfully spoke to himself. A group of onlookers wished to drag him down and give him a good thrashing. Who told you that being a beast tamer means hiding in the background as a mere supporter? Is that how you wield a top-tier special talent? No one understands beast taming better than you? Fine, you have talent. You're impressive, you decide. Even the previously excited martial kings turned to watch Wang Fugue's fervent remarks with a sense of bewilderment. Goodness, if that esteemed figure were to hear your words. Claiming no one understands beast tamers better than you while hiding in the background as a supporter? If that individual knew you intended to utilize your top-tier beast taming talent for such trivial pursuits, they might genuinely want to knock some sense into your head to see what nonsense resides within. However, amidst the ridicule, there was an undercurrent of endless envy. An S-grade talent, coupled with a top-tier special gift, signified yet another destined martial sovereign. Of course, all of this hinges on the ability to survive. A genius is still a genius, but can a deceased genius truly be considered as such? Principal Chun, who is this student? Please introduce him. A martial artist from the Martial Association inquired. Yet, the few present showed no inclination to engage further. The representatives from the 3 universities were soon to arrive. And a genius with an S-grade talent and a top-tier special gift was far too grand for their humble institution to accommodate. The one who awakened the S-grade talent, Su Fei, could still be considered for recruitment, along with those who awakened A and B-grade talents. Every warrior with a C-grade talent or higher would serve as a vital force in the future battles against otherworldly beasts. Recruiting even one would bolster their strength. Principal Chun, too, was evidently astonished by the number of prodigies awakened within his school. In previous years, the entirety of the city's 3 high schools combined could scarcely muster 1 or 2 S-grade talents. Last year, only the 2nd high school managed to awaken a single S-grade talent, and even then, Oldly had boasted about it for half a year. The wheel of fate turns. And who can escape the judgment of heaven? Oldly, this year, prepare to be left in the dust. Principal Chin scrutinized Wang Fugue, pondering how this lad had emerged. With Su Bai around, how could Principal Chun be unaware of Wang Fugue? After all, Su Bai's reputation as a failure was well known in the martial circles of Tianhai City. The son of a billionaire being a cultivation wastrel was undoubtedly newsworthy. Additionally, friends of Su Bai's parents advised them to hastily create a secondary account while there was still time, for with Su Bai's languid demeanor, one could only suspect that without protection, he would resemble a lamb awaiting slaughter amidst a pack of wolves. That student is Wang Fugue, the son of the Wang family. Currently a beginner warrior, Principal Chun introduced. Wang Fugue, the son of that individual? It seems he has inherited his father's talent. Quite impressive indeed. The Wang family has truly raised a fine son. It appears their rise to prominence is inevitable, someone remarked. After awakening, Fugaway hopped back to Subai's side, proudly lifting his head, finally stunning the entire assembly. Brother Bai, did I embarrass you and sister you? With an S-grade talent and a top-tier special gift. Who would have thought Wang Fugaway could achieve this today? Subai covered his face, shaking his head in exasperation, wondering how he could possibly be acquainted with such an ostentatious individual. All eyes were on them, and the embarrassment was palpable. Subai raised his hand and lightly tapped Fugaway's head, saying, all right, I know you're impressive. Now quiet down. Fugaway, grinning foolishly from the tap, quickly subdued his exuberance. His joy stemmed from awakening an S-grade talent, alleviating his fears of being left behind in cultivation. He would forever remain Brother Bai's #1 sidekick. One might wonder why, despite possessing such formidable talent, Fugaway willingly heeded Subai. The answer lies in a childhood incident. In truth, Fugaway was captivated by Subai's charisma during their early interactions. Moreover, Subai was full of clever ideas, orchestrating their every endeavor. Over time, Fugaway had naturally assumed the role of the subordinate. After meeting Chu Yoyu, they formed a trio, giving rise to titles such as Sister Yu and Snail. Now, even though he had awakened a commendable talent, Fugaway firmly believed that Brother Bai was undoubtedly superior to him. Even if Subai possessed a weaker talent, he could undoubtedly maximize its potential. Despite knowing that Subai was a high-level warrior, Fugaway could not fathom that Subai's awakened talent could be inferior to his own. That was simply inconceivable. However, the truth was that had Subai not awakened a system, he would indeed have been an utter failure, a mere little trash. E-grade talent. Next. C-grade talent. Next. E-grade. Next Subai? After such a long wait, it was finally Subai's turn. And curiosity piqued, as everyone wanted to see what talent he would awaken, that even the school beauty would approach him. At last, it was Subai's moment. Rumor had it that for 3 years in high school, he had been a complete failure, with a mere vitality score of 25 during the last test, not even qualifying as a beginner warrior. One could only wonder what his vitality score was now. Even if he had become a beginner warrior, he would still be unimpressive. The resources he had consumed over the years could have allowed us to cultivate to the level of martial masters. Alas, reincarnation is indeed an art form. In an instant, when it was Subai's turn to awaken, the atmosphere of the awakening ceremony grew even more fervent, as everyone anticipated what talent Subai would unveil. Old Chun, is this the infamous cultivation failure, Subai? The vice president of the Martial Association inquired curiously, observing Subai's calm demeanor. He felt a stark contrast to the lazy, lackadaisical Subai he had often heard about. Yes, that boy is indeed Subai. Principal Chin nodded in affirmation. What a surprise. The rumors seem to be exaggerated. Just look at him. He hardly resembles a wasteful second-generation heir. Such composure suggests he is far from ordinary. One individual jested. In response, Principal Chun could only shake his head somberly. Being the one most familiar with Subai, how could he remain oblivious to the truth? The last test revealed a vitality score of nearly 25, not even qualifying him as a beginner warrior. Even that vitality score was artificially inflated. What talent could such a Subai possibly awaken? Even with the finest treasures at his disposal, he would likely only achieve a D-grade talent at best. Place your hand on the device. The awakening officer, lost in a daze, now yearned solely for a swift conclusion to his duties, eager to retire with his prize. Chapter 13. Awakening. Celestial phenomena emerged, and all beasts bowed in reverence. Subai, too, cast a curious glance at the awakening sphere. In the annals of human history, only the Sword Saint had ever awakened a celestial grade talent. It was a singular occurrence, a unique moment in time. Now, he stood as the second individual in the chronicles of humanity to achieve such a feat. Would this awakening sphere be capable of discerning his celestial grade talent? Contemplating this, Subai placed his hand upon it. At that moment, en route from Kyoto to Jiang Province's Tianhai City, 3 figures soared through the air with remarkable speed. Their auras of grandmasters unmasked, among them a notably more formidable warrior. The air was punctuated by sonic booms as their velocity clearly surpassed the speed of sound. Well, I never expected you old stalwarts from Shanhua to take an interest in an SS-grade talent. Director Zhu, you have personally intervened. It seems your intentions are resolute. Boomed a boisterous man, initiating conversation. Humph, my presence has no bearing on your esteemed Peking University. I advise you to retreat post-haste. That individual is of great interest to me. The woman known as Director Zhu replied coldly. Ahem, Director Zhu, while you possess a Phoenix-grade talent, it does not necessarily mean that entry into your Shanhua University is imperative. Our national university is quite commendable as well. Interjected a dashing young man who had remained silent until now. These 3 were indeed the representatives from the top 3 academies, institutions so prestigious that they transcended mere schools, being referred to as academies, each divided into various departments. I have set my sights on that individual, Director Zhu declared, her tone unyieldingly frosty, making her stance unequivocally clear. With a sidelong glance at her companions, she scoffed. Even if your Vice Dean were here, I would still claim that person, let alone you two Grandmasters. Faced with her resolute declaration, the two men felt powerless, for if she truly wished to recruit the student with the Phoenix-grade talent, they possessed no means to contest her. In terms of realm, she was a martial emperor. In terms of status, she was a Vice Dean. They were outmatched. How could they possibly compete? Though they internally lamented their predicament, their pace remained unwavering. Even a glimmer of hope warranted their pursuit. After all, one could never predict the outcome. As the trio found themselves in an awkward silence, the burly man representing Peking University suddenly gasped, "What? Another top-tier talent has awakened in Tianhai City." Swish, swish. Two pairs of eyes were instantly drawn to him. The man, feeling the weight of their gazes, regretted having let that slip. Otherwise, he might have kept the top-tier talent for himself. However, it was too late for concealment. For withholding the information would only lead to inquiries from the two. Steeling himself, he continued, "I was just informed that in the same location in Tianhai City, another individual has awakened an S-grade talent, a top-tier genius. What on earth? How could two exceptional talents suddenly emerge from the same place? This is utterly absurd." The handsome young man expressed his confusion. It does seem improbable. The simultaneous appearance of two extraordinary geniuses in one location raises questions about the veracity of this information. "I must investigate further," Director Zhu remarked icily. Their astonishment was warranted. Typically, there were only dozens of top-tier special talents emerging nationwide each year, yet this year, two had awakened in the same place and time. Such talents were exceedingly rare globally, often numbering only in the dozens, if not fewer. "This information was relayed to us from within. It should be credible," the burly man stated, albeit with a tinge of uncertainty. After all, even he found the news shocking, let alone those hearing it for the first time. Were it not for the internal directive mandating the acquisition of a genius, he would have readily dismissed it as a false rumor. "By the way, what is this special talent?" the handsome youth inquired. The previous one was an unknown Phoenix talent. "What about this one?" The burly man hesitated momentarily before responding. "This time, the special talent is a Beastmaster, a top-tier Beastmaster." The two exchanged incredulous glances, confirming the authenticity of this revelation. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed through the air. A Beastmaster? If someone had indeed awakened such a talent this year, it would herald tremendous news for the entire Xia nation. Realizing this, Director Zhu and the handsome youth hastily contacted the Academy's information department to verify the authenticity of the claim. Following this, the trio exchanged determined glances and accelerated their pace. A Beastmaster was a boon for all humanity. Regardless of which academy the individual ultimately chose, their legacy would benefit mankind as a whole. Meanwhile, Subai anxiously prepared to commence the awakening of his talent, entirely oblivious to the fact that the three academies were hastily dispatching representatives to recruit Chuyu and Fu Gui. Moreover, they had no inkling of the awe-inspiring spectacle that awaited them upon their arrival. With his hand resting upon the awakening sphere, he followed the previous officer's guidance to attune himself to the ethereal energies permeating the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the world appeared to pause. Birds in mid-flight froze in place, the cacophony of nature fell silent, and the air itself ceased to flow. Within a radius of several dozen miles, every creature bowed their heads in unison, as if paying homage to the arrival of a new deity. Boom! A vibrant seven-colored radiance erupted from the awakening sphere, the beam of light shooting skyward. The tremendous commotion drew the collective gaze of half of Jiang province towards the resplendent column of light in Tianhai City. In an instant, countless mouths gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. But this was merely the beginning. Accompanying the golden beam, an array of ethereal animal silhouettes converged from various locales. Legendary creatures, the azure dragon, the phoenix, the qilin, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, beings once thought to exist solely in myth, manifested one after another, encircling the prismatic column as they ascended towards the heavens. "Is this real?" someone murmured on the playground, dazedly gazing at the scene above, reminiscent of a divine realm. Even the commonly revered creatures, such as tigers, the kings of beasts, could only hover in mid-air, bowing in veneration. Before long, the sky brimmed with innumerable beings, many of which had never been seen or heard of before, all joining in reverence. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed clearly. Turning towards the source, they beheld the awakening sphere succumbing to pressure, shattering into fragments. Chapter 14. The contest between the two academies. Following the shattering of the awakening sphere, the celestial phenomena did not dissipate. Instead, they intensified, until the myriad divine beasts broke through the clouds, becoming nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The roars of dragons and the cries of phoenixes harmonized in a magnificent symphony above, reverberating throughout the skies. Simultaneously, the light beam erupted again, dazzling all present, compelling them to instinctively close their eyes. As a gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, the air resumed its flow. The extraordinary sights faded, and the sky returned to calm. Were it not for the fragments of the shattered awakening sphere, many would have believed it was merely an illusion. Celestial phenomena, a multitude of beasts in worship. A resplendent light beam. Could it be that yet another hope for our human race has been born? At this moment, in a secluded part of Jiang province, an elderly man murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he ceased his meditation and dialed a number. There seems to be a prodigious talent emerging in Tianhai City. Investigate which warrior it is. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone and shattered a massive rock before him with a single punch, thus concluding his retreat. The reappearance of such prodigious talent indicates that the world is becoming increasingly tumultuous. Preparations must be made for the storms to come. The worship of myriad beasts. The emergence of divine creatures. Now even the legendary prodigious talent has manifested. It seems that great changes are indeed upon us. In the small city of Tianhai, several extraordinary occurrences have transpired in quick succession, suggesting that this place is blessed. Contemplating this, the old man dialed another number. Who am I? I am your father. Father, have you finished your seclusion? Have you successfully broken through that boundary? The person on the other end of the line exclaimed with joy upon recognizing the voice. Nonsense. Do I need to report to you whether I am in seclusion or not, head of the family? I beg your pardon. What do you need from me, father? Quickly send your precious son to Tianhai City. Transfer him directly to the school and ensure he establishes a good relationship with that individual, the elder commanded. But, father, there are only a few months until the martial arts examination. Isn't it a bit hasty to transfer Xiaoqin now? The voice on the other end hesitated. Am I your father, or are you mine? Bring Xiaoqin back immediately. I will come personally shortly. No more discussion. That's final. After the call ended with a busy signal, Gu Jianhai let out a helpless sigh. His father had just concluded his seclusion and was already causing such a stir. What could this possibly mean? Wait, Tianhai City. Gu Jianhai's eyes sharpened as he suddenly gazed in the direction where the anomalies had occurred. At this moment in Tianhai City, the school was enveloped in an eerie silence. The phenomena had dissipated, yet a large hole in the clouds remained, bearing witness to the awakening that had taken place. After a considerable pause, whispers of discussion began to emerge. What was that colorful beam of light? What kind of talent is this? Why does it seem even more terrifying than the SSS level talent awakenings shown in online videos? I've only ever heard of golden light representing SSS level talent, and some can even form light columns. I recall a video from last year depicting an SSS level talent awakening. The light column produced was merely a few meters high. So, what exactly was the talent that Subai awakened? Why was it so extraordinarily exaggerated? The worship of myriad beasts. The emergence of divine creatures. Everything was happening to the same individual, truly an unnatural occurrence. How is this possible? Wasn't Subai said to be a waste with a mere blood value of 25? Why could he trigger such a monumental phenomenon? And to think he was regarded as a waste. It turns out he was someone beyond your reach all along. Subai, what a remarkable individual. In an inconspicuous corner, Su Fei clenched his fists even more tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, flashing with a hint of murderous intent and madness. The few subordinates beside him appeared startled by his demeanor, scattering like frightened mice. With Subai now possessing such an impressive talent, it was evident that his standing had surpassed Su Fei by leaps and bounds. If they didn't flee now, what were they waiting for? They had often mocked and ridiculed Subai alongside Su Fei, believing that with Su Fei's protection, they were untouchable, especially since Subai was supposedly a cultivation failure. Yet, the reality was far from what they had anticipated. Is it too late for us to apologize now? One of them spoke, glancing at the others, who seemed incredulous at how events had unfolded. As everyone remained in shock, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed from above. 3 figures gracefully descended from the sky, surveying the astonished students and teachers before fixing their gaze firmly on Subai, who stood on the awakening platform. The expressions of the 3 were markedly different. Was that immense commotion earlier indeed caused by the awakening? Just then, they also noticed the awakening orb beside Subai had shattered into fragments, deepening their intrigue. Noting the silence, Dean Zhu stepped forward, breaking the stillness with a chilling inquiry. What just transpired? The icy tone carried a hint of the pressure of a martial emperor, causing some students nearby to struggle for breath. The martial kings on the awakening platform hurriedly rose to greet the 3 visitors, knowing that to soar through the air, one must at least be a master-level existence. Those who met such criteria must surely be representatives from the 3 prestigious academies. The leading woman exuded a mere whisper of her aura that instilled a profound sense of threat, indicating she was likely at least a grandmaster level. Once they regained their composure, the gathered individuals rushed to explain the situation to the arriving trio, detailing how Subai's awakening had caused extraordinary phenomena, with divine beasts appearing, myriad beasts worshipping, and colorful beams soaring into the sky. The 3 listened intently, their surprise growing as the description began to resemble legendary accounts of awakenings, divine beasts emerging, colorful beams ascending high into the heavens. Yet, this instance seemed even more powerful, piercing through the clouds. They had observed the awakening from hundreds of kilometers away, merely catching sight of the soaring colorful beam. This reminded them of a legend. When the beams appeared and divine beasts manifested. This student. I represent the National University. We have decided to offer you a special admission. Would you be interested? A handsome young man approached Su Bai, inquiring. When Su Bai remained silent, the young man continued, rest assured, once you join our national university, you will receive the best treatment. Moreover, a martial emperor will personally guide your training. What do you say? Just then, a burly man realized what was happening and quickly interjected. Don't think you can just lure him to your national university so easily. Everyone knows the strict rules, limited resources, and high mortality rates at your institution. Who would want to go there? Student, how about considering our northern university? If you agree, I can immediately grant you a scholarship of 100 million yuan, and all subsequent resources will be directed toward you. Plus, a beautiful martial emperor will guide you personally. If you agree now, I will issue you an acceptance letter right away. Chapter 15, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The handsome young man visibly bristled at being undermined and quickly retorted, Xiongdiu, what do you mean by that? Are you speaking ill of us in front of me? Student, as long as you are willing to attend the national university, I assure you that you will enter as a second lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Xiongdiu grew agitated. How could one use military ranks to poach students? Li Weizhao, what do you mean by claiming entry as a second lieutenant? How could you possibly have that authority? Li Weizhao smirked. I already consulted with the vice president. He stated that under any conditions, we must recruit him into the national university. You Northern University should just give up on this one. Xiongdiu was taken aback. Why was everyone so cunning? Student, wait. Don't agree to him just yet. I will consult the dean. I believe that with your talent, any request you make will be granted. While the two vied for the exceptional talent, that was Su Bai, Dean Zhu approached Chu Yuyu directly. The aura emanating from this child was strikingly similar to his own, confirming Zhu Tsai's belief that she had found her target. As for the SSS level talent, it was of no concern to her. If the old man wouldn't come himself, he couldn't expect her to assist him in recruiting students. Not a chance. All she needed to do was to accept the girl before her as her disciple. Classmate, I am the vice dean of Shanhua University, a martial emperor in terms of cultivation. I perceive a unique talent in you that bears resemblance to my own. Perhaps this is fate. Would you consider taking me as your master? Upon facing her future disciple, Zhu Tsai's expression softened slightly, shedding the aloof demeanor she held with others. The classmates around her were astonished to learn that this woman was indeed the vice dean of Shanhua University, a formidable martial emperor. They gasped in disbelief. Had they truly encountered a martial emperor? As for Chu Yuyu, the one being addressed, she was rendered speechless by the revelation that the vice dean, a martial emperor-level powerhouse, wished to take her as a disciple. It was worth noting that the highest cultivation level in the entirety of Tianhai City was held by the mayor, who was merely a grandmaster. Meeting a grandmaster might occur once in a lifetime, but to have such close proximity to a martial emperor was likely a first and last experience for most present. Warriors of grandmaster rank and above were typically elusive, spending most of their time on the otherworldly battlefields resisting foreign invasions. They represented the elite forces of humanity. The absence of even one could spell catastrophic consequences. In the external world, only a few rogue grandmasters existed, primarily appearing at the front lines when the situation became dire. Yet here stood a woman who was not only the vice dean of the academy, but also a martial emperor, actively seeking to recruit disciples. The opportunity to become a disciple of a martial emperor, a dream cherished by many, was laid before Chu Yuyu, merely requiring her nod of approval to seize it. However, despite the desire of those around her for the martial emperor to accept them as disciples, Chu Yuyu found herself in a state of profound hesitation. She longed to be apprenticed to a martial emperor, especially one as enchanting as the woman before her, whose aura felt remarkably familiar. Yet, would agreeing to her master's proposal mean parting ways with her brother Su Bai? With concern, Chu Yuyu glanced towards Su Bai, who was caught between Beida and Guada, unwilling to separate from him even for a martial emperor. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. However, before she could finish, Zhu Tsai anticipated her next words and interjected, Are you worried about not being able to attend the same university as him? Chu Yuyu did not deny it. Silently affirming the question, Zhu Tsai, exasperated, lightly smacked her forehead. Why had she ended up with such a sentimental disciple? Nevertheless, Chu Yuyu's talent had met the academy's recruitment standards. She might as well secure another disciple for her old mentor. Wait here, I shall return shortly. With that, Zhu Tsai made her way over to Su Bai. Upon her arrival, she overheard the two still bickering, hoping to persuade Su Bai to join their academy. Without wasting a moment, Zhu Tsai interjected coolly, Classmate, you meet the admission criteria for Shanhua University. Would you like to enroll? Her words were direct, devoid of any superfluous pleasantries, and bore the tone of a command rather than an invitation. Indeed, a command. Chu Yuyu remained rooted in place, sensing that something was amiss. As if a significant event were about to unfold, she glanced in the direction Zhu Tsai had departed, wondering, surely, Vice Dean Zhu wouldn't make things difficult for Su Bai, would she? Despite Zhu Tsai's kind demeanor towards her, there lingered an underlying chill, a vague yet palpable essence. Perhaps a reflection of her character? Su Bai had been quietly listening to their promises of various benefits without interjecting, still contemplating the allure of the mysterious Manhwa University. After all, he had no desire to be constrained by rules at a university. Freedom was his paramount choice. Thus, he chose to remain silent, awaiting the admissions representative from Manhwa University to approach him. However, the anticipated warmth was replaced by the arrival of this haughty woman, causing Su-bai to frown. Was this how everyone at Manhwa University behaved? In that instant, his impression of the university plummeted, leading him to reconsider the offers from Beta and Gueda. Since you choose to disregard me, I see no reason to pursue your favor. Zhu Cai, noticing Su-bai's prolonged silence, felt a surge of irritation. What was wrong with this guy? I've made an effort to recruit him, yet he remains mute? Classmate, do you wish to enroll or not? I have matters to attend to, she said again, her tone now tinged with impatience. If it weren't for my disciples' interest in you, I wouldn't be here trying to engage with you. Hearing her insincere words, Su-bai's expression hardened. Do you perhaps overestimate your own importance? Zhu Cai paused, taken aback. Her mood was already frayed, and his words ignited her anger. What do you mean by that? Su-bai's countenance hardened as he disregarded her status, retorting. What do I mean? Perhaps you should reflect on your own words. Remember, it is you who seeks my enrollment, not I who begs for it. Do you think I owe you anything? Has no one ever taught you the basic respect owed between individuals? Do you believe that without Manhwa University, the world would cease to function? Though you may hold a prestigious position and possess superior cultivation, remember that fortunes can change. One day, you may find yourself beneath my heel. Manhwa University? Today, I find no value in it. Chapter 16, 7th Rank Martial Emperor, Apologies. In truth, Su-bai understood that not everyone at Manhwa University possessed such a disposition. This woman was merely an exception, or he would not have been inclined to attend. Yet, her arrogance was astonishing, as if the world revolved solely around her. In that moment, Su-bai's regard for Manhwa University evaporated, prompting him to consider the generous offers from Beta and Gueda. After receiving a scathing lecture from Su-bai, Zhu Cai stared at him in disbelief. How dared he, a mere aspiring warrior, speak to her, a martial emperor, in such a manner? Did he not fear her wrath? As Zhu Cai was still processing his words, Su-bai had already resolved to discuss his options with the two universities. Brother Xiong, are the conditions Beta offered still valid? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su-bai ultimately chose Beta. Compared to the alternatives, he favored freedom above all else. Attending Guadao would undoubtedly subject him to numerous restrictions, stifling his autonomy. Thus, Beta seemed the preferable choice, offering abundant resources without limitations, allowing him the freedom he cherished. Of course, this decision had nothing to do with Beta's scholarship. In truth, Su-bai understood that he would need to invest significantly in his future. His father's vast fortune was primarily tied up in fixed assets, and liquidating those would take time. Presently, he was in urgent need of funds, but where would they come from? It seemed that the quickest route to wealth lay within the secret realms, teeming with treasures and opportunities to slay beasts for profit. Beyond that, the remaining methods for swift monetary gain were clearly delineated in the penal code. Risking life for riches was an option, but a perilous one. Xiong Diu initially believed that upon seeing Zhu Cai approaching, his chances were utterly extinguished. To his astonishment, however, Su-bai's tenacity was remarkably unwavering. And this woman exhibited the same indomitable spirit. Impressive. With such a disposition, she simply must be on board. It's a done deal, as long as you consent. These terms are valid at any time. Xiong Diu exclaimed joyously, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a tremendous windfall. This formidable woman, seemingly volatile as if she had consumed gunpowder, was finally met with someone capable of tempering her arrogance, and a genius at that. None among them dismissed Su-bai's final remark as mere jest. The legendary celestial-level talent indeed warranted such assertions. Furthermore, it seemed he possessed more than just celestial-level prowess. Li Weizhao, observing the scene, resigned himself to the situation. He had not harbored high expectations, given the stringent regulations and other constraints within the National University. These prodigies loathed the very sensation of confinement. As Su-bai was on the verge of joining Beta, Zhu Cai grew increasingly anxious. If Su-bai were to enroll at Beta, her prized disciple would inevitably accompany him there. This was unacceptable. She had only just encountered an individual whose talents resonated with her own, potentially offering her insights into breaking through her current limitations. No, this cannot stand. Zhu Cai exclaimed in a commanding tone, her words resonating with an unsettling authority. Director Zhu, what do you mean by that? Xiong Diu inquired with a furrowed brow. We at Shanda seek this student. What conditions has Beta offered? We extend the same to him. Zhu Cai was incredulous. Having already put aside past grievances and assured the student of due benefits, how could he possibly decline her invitation? Just as Zhu Cai brimmed with confidence, Su-bai interjected. I must ask, are you perhaps a bit mentally unhinged? I've made it abundantly clear that I have no interest in your invitation. Even if you were to plead, I still wouldn't go. Do yourself a favor and depart. My decision stands. Brother Xiong, Su-bai concluded, preparing to accept Beta's invitation. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sudden whoosh echoed through the air. The gathered individuals glanced upward to witness a benevolent elder hovering above them. He casually surveyed his surroundings before his eyes brightened at the sight of a familiar face. Director Zhu, you are here as well. Do you know who was responsible for the recent commotion? The elder descended gracefully beside Su Bai and the others, his expression one of curiosity. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the three were taken aback and respectfully bowed. Old director. Indeed, the elder was none other than the former head of Shanda University. A figure of immense authority, second only to the current president. Having retreated from administrative duties, he seldom engaged with the inner workings of the academy, preferring a solitary existence of travel. His cultivation had reached the 7th tier of Martial Emperor, while Zhu Tsai, the vice president, had scarcely attained the 2nd tier. Old director. As we understand it, the recent events stemmed from Xiong Diyu's profound respect for individuals like yourself, who have dedicated their lives selflessly, he began to explain, encompassing the earlier incident along with the friction between Zhu Tsai and Su Bai. Upon hearing how the vice president of his academy had treated a beacon of hope for humanity, the old director's dissatisfaction was palpable, his brow furrowing into a deep line. This was celestial-level talent, a rarity that had not graced the world since the legendary figure of millennia past, whose existence had carved out a space for humanity's survival. Now, this extraordinary genius wished to join his academy, only to be affronted by his own vice president. What manner of folly was this? This child, so prideful in demeanor, is one thing, but to behave thus in public is unacceptable. How has such a person been allowed to attain the position of vice president? It seems a return to set matters right is imperative. My sincerest apologies, Su Bai, the elder said, devoid of pretense as he bowed his head in apology. I genuinely did not anticipate such an incident occurring at Shanda University, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Why are you still standing there? Quickly apologize to Su Bai. The elder reprimanded Zhu Tsai, who remained rooted in shock, failing to take action. As the vice president, her every word and deed reflected upon the academy's reputation. Had he not witnessed this, what might have transpired in the future? Feeling a sense of injustice, Zhu Tsai thought, is it merely a prospective martial artist? What of celestial-level talent? Is he not still just a prospective martial artist? Even if he surpasses me in the future, that is a matter for later. I am a martial emperor now. Must I, a martial emperor, apologize to a mere prospective martial artist? After a tumultuous internal struggle, under the old director's unwavering gaze, she finally murmured, yes, I apologize. Upon Zhu Tsai's apology, the elder exhaled with relief. This was not the time for obstinacy. So, Su Bai, I hear you wish to join our Shanda University? I truly regret the previous incident, and I assure you, such occurrences will not happen again. We are prepared to offer you the same conditions as before. Why not reconsider our academy? Rest assured, regardless of your decision, the resources I promised will be provided as a token of our apology. What do you say? The elder spoke with palpable earnestness, aware that the recent events would complicate his efforts to invite Su Bai to Shanda. Xiong Diyu was flabbergasted. What? The prodigy I was about to recruit has now been poached? He thought. Old director, this is hardly fair. However, though he was internally distressed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, the presence of the old director overshadowed his role as merely an admissions officer. Still, Xiong Diyu and Li Weizhao covertly sent a message through their communicator to their own dean. Su Bai, too, was taken aback by the sudden reversal. Two martial emperors were apologizing to him. Yet through their brief exchange, he gleaned the elder's identity as the former head of Shanda University. Observing the elder's demeanor, it was clear that this was indeed Shanda University. The woman was merely an aberration. Old director, you need not apologize to me. I hold you in the highest regard. Your valor on the front lines ensures our safety here at home, for which I am immensely grateful. Su Bai replied, laughter lacing his words. Ah, well said. You are indeed a charming young man. So, have you made your decision? I eagerly anticipate your entrance into Shanda, the elder said with a beaming smile. At this moment, Su Bai found himself hesitating. Although the old director extended a warm invitation, he had just proclaimed his intentions with a metaphorical flourish. Accepting now would feel awkward. Moreover, with the presence of that insufferable little fairy, after much contemplation, Su Bai resolved to decline. I apologize, old director, but I had long wished to join Shanda University. However, someone has expressed dissent, and I have already made arrangements to enroll at Beta. I appreciate your kindness. Su Bai's words illuminated Xiong Diyu's eyes with unexpected hope. To his astonishment, Su Bai, under the old director's invitation, had similarly chosen to decline. Each syllable dripped with sarcasm towards Zhu Tsai's earlier actions. Indeed, this young lad grows increasingly pleasing to the eye. The old dean, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Having made up his mind, he decided not to press further. What a pity it is for such a promising talent, who should rightly belong to Shanhua University, to be turned away by a mere vice dean. Nevertheless, I shall not intrude upon student Su Bai any longer. Should he require assistance in the future, he may reach out to this old man, and I shall lend a hand within my capabilities. Despite the rejection, the old dean maintained a warm smile, unfazed by the loss of face. At his age, most matters have become trivial, save for the survival of humanity, which can still evoke great alarm. After uttering these words, he turned to Zhu Tsai, his amiable demeanor dissipating as he calmly instructed her, Vice Dean Zhu, upon your return to the academy, please visit the dean's office. He will be awaiting your arrival. With that, the old dean once again smiled and waved goodbye to Su Bai before turning to leave. Zhu Tsai, already feeling a sense of trepidation, was taken aback by the turn of events. In the old dean's mind, her fate seemed nearly sealed, and upon returning to the academy, she could expect no favorable outcome. Now, it appeared that her position as vice dean was in jeopardy, and her plans to take on a disciple were likely dashed. All this turmoil stemmed from a mere aspiring warrior whom she could have easily dismissed. Meanwhile, Chu Yu had long sensed something amiss. But seeing her classmates and teachers anxiously focused on the unfolding scene kept her rooted in place. It wasn't until the old dean departed that the tension dissipated. Everyone had witnessed the extraordinary occurrence where a martial emperor bowed to Su by an apology. What madness was this? Had I lost my senses? Or had the world gone mad? Did I truly see a figure of such stature humbling himself before Su Bai? Am I still dreaming? No, you're not dreaming. I saw it too. One classmate exclaimed. That old man, I recognize him. I've seen him on television. He is the former dean of Shanhua University. A formidable 7th-rank martial emperor. A 7th-rank martial emperor? I can't believe I witnessed such a powerful figure apologizing. My life is now complete. Listening to her classmates' animated discussions, Chu Yu began to grasp the gravity of what had transpired. However, what exactly had occurred to necessitate an apology from a being of martial emperor caliber to her brother? Su Bai? Principal Chun had been closely attuned to the events and initially assumed Su Bai would face repercussions for confronting a martial emperor, as it is universally acknowledged that one should not insult a master. Moreover, these martial emperors are vital pillars of our nation. Yet, to his astonishment, it ended with the martial emperor himself apologizing, and Su Bai being preemptively admitted to Beida Academy. The fact that a student from his institution had drawn the attention of the 3 top-tier academies was remarkable enough, but that a martial emperor would personally apologize was beyond comprehension. One could only imagine the extent of Su Bai's extraordinary talent. What else more? This prodigy was from his own school, and beyond Su Bai, there were several others who had awakened S-rank talents. Who could rival them now? I ask. Who could possibly compare? If those old geezers were aware, they would surely have nothing to say. Let us congratulate student Su Bai on his early admission to Beida Academy. Please, a round of applause. The principal proclaimed exuberantly. In a corner of Beida Academy, Su Fei was consumed by a frenzy of jealousy. Despite having awakened his own S-rank talent, he should have been the center of attention. Yet, why was it that Su Bai had awakened that legendary talent? And why had the chubby fellow beside him also awakened an S-rank talent, along with a top-tier special talent? Why, oh why? Shouldn't the spotlight be on him? The individuals in charge of admissions hadn't even spared him a glance, disregarding his S-rank talent entirely. It was all because of you, all because of your emergence. How could you awaken a talent superior to mine? Watching Chu Yu, who was worried for Su Bai, only intensified Su Fei's fury. If he didn't act now, Su Bai would undoubtedly surpass him in no time, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. A glint of malice flickered in Su Fei's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, concealing his murderous intent, making it difficult for others to discern his tumultuous feelings. Now that Su Bai was basking in the limelight, he needed to strike decisively, for there would only be one chance to seize. Fueled by unending hatred, Su Fei approached Su Bai with a facade of innocence. Su Bai, now that you've awakened, shall we commence our wager? He said, standing before Su Bai without a hint of hesitation. Su Bai glanced at the newcomer, recognizing him as the fool with whom he had made the bet. Having awakened his celestial-level talent, was Su Fei not the least bit hesitant? How could he be so certain that he remained merely an aspiring warrior? Nonetheless, a mere broken mirror pill was worth the effort to silence this ruckus. Without a second thought, Su Bai acquiesced. With his prowess as a high-ranking warrior, defeating this novice Su Fei would be a trivial matter. All right. Since you are so eager to deliver the pill, let us have our contest now. Chapter 18. The villain falls to his own tongue. Su Fei refrained from countering Su Bai, for further argument was futile. In his eyes, Su Bai was already a doomed man. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? When did Su Fei and Su Bai enter into a wager? They exchanged no further pleasantries and proceeded directly to the arena. The principal and others exchanged puzzled glances. When had this wager occurred? How had they not been informed? However, since it had come to this, they would allow the young ones to engage. Yet, would Su Bai, an aspiring warrior, truly be able to triumph over Su Fei, a novice? On the arena, Su Fei delayed his attack, instead lamenting, Su Bai, I once thought you to be a complete waste, yet here you stand, having awakened that legendary talent. Truly, fate is a capricious mistress. But even so, your current rank is merely that of an aspiring warrior, humph. As Su Fei vocalized his reflections, his eyes keenly scrutinized Su Bai for any openings. From the moment they ascended the arena, the duel commenced. Su Fei's words served only to distract Su Bai, providing him with a chance to strike a fatal blow. However, to Su Bai, Su Fei's ramblings were mere drivel, inducing yawns rather than concern. Are you going to fight or not? I came here to brawl, not to listen to your nonsense. If you wish to fight, then hasten. Su Bai interjected, interrupting Su Fei's tirade. Su Fei's blood boiled at Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor, igniting his fury. Very well, since you are so impatient, allow me to send you to the netherworld. Seizing the moment, Su Fei let out a furious roar and lunged at Su Bai, aiming for a lethal strike. A sharp blade now in hand. Su Fei, what are you doing, Su Fei? Stop right now. Be careful, Su Bai. At the moment Su Fei brandished his weapon, the crowd was taken aback. Only a few individuals with slightly higher cultivation levels quickly reacted, preparing to intervene and urgently calling for a halt. Chu Yoyu and several grandmasters were also astonished. They had initially thought it was merely an ordinary wager, unaware that such a situation would unfold. The grandmasters, who were poised to intervene, suddenly sensed something and halted, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of their mouths. Indeed, it was common knowledge that Su Bai was a waste of potential, a mere martial artist. Yet, who decreed that a martial artist could not conceal their true level? How infuriating. This brat had managed to deceive everyone. Upon realizing Su Bai's actual prowess, Zhu Tsai ceased her movements, silently observing the unfolding drama. The student named Su Fei was truly unfortunate, having caught the attention of this young man. Even a martial emperor like herself found herself at a disadvantage in his presence. And the fate awaiting a novice martial artist was all too predictable. The other two grandmasters also sensed the anomaly, promptly pausing their actions to witness the spectacle. Facing the swiftly approaching Su Fei, Su Bai calmly spoke. Have you ever heard the saying? Villains perish from excessive verbosity. In that case, allow me to escort you on your final journey. With his hand poised as a sword, Su Bai began to channel the Yuan Yang slash. In an instant, the aura of a high-level martial artist erupted, causing Su Fei to halt in his tracks. No, this is impossible. How can you be a high-level martial artist? It cannot be true. This is all a ruse. Before Su Fei could finish his protests, Su Bai's sword had already been unleashed. A torrent of sword energy swiftly engulfed Su Fei, rendering him powerless in an instant, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. The relentless sword energy surged into Su Fei's body, wreaking havoc within him. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the school. In that moment, Su Fei was hurled from the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. As he fell, the two grandmasters rushed over to tend to his injuries. After all, it was under their watch, and they could not allow a life to be lost before their very eyes, regardless of Su Fei's talent and background. Ultimately, whether he lived or died was of little consequence to Su Bai, as it was Su Fei who had initiated the deadly intent. This was, after all, a case of justifiable self-defense. Soon, under the care of the two grandmasters, Su Fei's bleeding was temporarily staunched, though the extent of his injuries was truly ghastly. Externally, he appeared to have sustained only a few superficial cuts, yet internally, the damage was severe. He needed to be rushed to the hospital. Su Bai, observing Su Fei's tragic state, was somewhat taken aback. How could his newly acquired Yuan Yang slash possess such formidable power? Truly worthy of being a celestial-grade technique. Wielding one's hand as a sword could yield such might. Su Bai, are you alright? Chu Yoyu's melodious voice reached his ears. Turning, he saw her face filled with concern, gazing at him in a daze. Noticing her adorable, bewildered expression, Su Bai decided to tease her. What's the matter? Are you worried about me? Who's worried about you? I'm ignoring you, humph. Chu Yoyu, as if exposed, blushed and hurriedly turned away. A high-level martial artist. My brother Su Bai is actually a high-level martial artist. It seems I must continue to strive harder. I must protect my brother Su Bai. Su Bai, are you alright? Principal Chun rushed over with concern. Su Bai was now a source of pride for him, and it was unacceptable that such an incident nearly transpired. In that moment, the principal himself had felt the urge to eliminate Su Fei. With your S-grade talent, why target someone with celestial-grade talent? Seeking death, are we? Su Bai recognized the man before him and politely replied, It's nothing, principal. There's no need to worry about today's incident. Being an adept in human affairs. The principal instantly comprehended Su Bai's words and reassured him, Rest assured, Su Bai. This incident arose because Su Fei actively provoked and attempted to harm you. Your actions were entirely justified as self-defense. You need not concern yourself too much. I will clarify everything. Thank you, principal. It seems you are indeed a person of discernment. Flattery, mere flattery, the principal replied. Su Bai, the grand competition is just around the corner. I believe, apart from you, no one from Tianhai City will be able to participate. Have you considered it? After all, Su Bai was now a student at Peking University. Participation in such matches was of little consequence, and he was even exempt from martial exams. Su Bai pondered whether he should participate in these competitions. After all, he had already secured a guaranteed spot, and his talent was sufficient. His next step was merely to cultivate diligently until he reached the martial emperor realm. Noticing Su Bai's prolonged silence, the principal grew concerned that he might find the matter bothersome and decide against participating. However, he had no means to entice Su Bai to join. What could he do? Suddenly, the principal recalled something and, with a mysterious smile, said, Su Bai, This citywide competition will be held in Jiang Province, and I've heard that this year's first prize will be significantly enhanced, approximately tenfold compared to previous years. Perhaps you are indifferent to money, but the first prize includes an item that you would surely find intriguing, something even I desire. What item? Subai could not suppress his curiosity. If it was something that even a martial king coveted, it must be extraordinary. However, who said I was uninterested in wealth? I'm currently so poor that I barely have a few million to my name. I can't even afford to replicate a talent. Seeing that he had piqued Subai's interest, Principal Chun seized the opportunity. This year's first prize will include an additional 10 spirit stones. I believe you know what spirit stones are. Even I have only acquired a handful throughout my long life. In addition to the spirit stones, there will be other rewards. But this year's prizes will be tenfold compared to previous years. The specifics, however, will need to be discovered when you attend. Spirit stones? Subai recalled the descriptions of spirit stones from his memory. They were items produced within secret realms, formed under arduous conditions, and requiring a rich accumulation of spiritual energy, along with the presence of a spiritual vein, to yield even a single stone. The function of a spirit stone was to assist individuals in absorbing spiritual energy. One stone could elevate a cultivator below the Grandmaster level by a minor realm, or help break through to a major realm. For those above the Grandmaster level, the number of required spirit stones increased exponentially. Of course, spirit stones had other uses, but those were not pertinent to his current needs. However, given the extreme difficulty in obtaining spirit stones, typically only martial kings and those of higher ranks would utilize them to enhance their strength. Others either preserved them for future use or sold them outright. To acquire spirit stones, one had to venture into perilous secret realms and seek their fortune. Thus, their market price easily reached 10 billion per stone, with many being available only at exorbitant prices. Ah, I see. It appears I should consider attending this competition. Subai was not overly concerned about the minor realm increase the spirit stones could provide. What truly captivated him was the staggering value of 10 billion for a single stone. This is not merely a spirit stone. Each of these represents a pinnacle of extraordinary talent. Principal, for the glory of our school, it is our unassailable duty. So you can rest assured and leave it to me, Subai declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, it is commendable, Subai. It is heartening to see such determination, Principal Chen praised. However, your concealment has been quite profound, my dear student. For 3 years, you have already ascended to the ranks of a senior warrior, and yet you have remained so discreet until now. Truly, the youth of today are remarkable. As a reward for your early admission to Baida University, as well as for the resources you have been deprived of due to the school's oversight over the years, I shall compensate you now. With that, Principal Chen gestured to a ring on his finger, retrieving a stone-like object and tossing it to Subai. This is a spirit stone, which I procured through considerable connections. Consider it a generous gift from me. Subai swiftly caught the thrown spirit stone, scrutinizing the small artifact that held the value of a top-tier talent. He had not anticipated such generosity from the principal, who had presented him with a spirit stone. Yet, he understood that this was an investment on the principal's part. Accepting it would mean he was obliged to reciprocate the kindness in the future. However, as a man, why be hesitant? The principal had treated him with such favor. To refuse would be to show a lack of gratitude. Yet, if the principal were to discover that he had, in just 2 days, progressed from a preliminary warrior to a senior warrior, merely a step away from becoming a martial master, would he not be astonished? 2 days of effort equating to the arduous training of others over 2 to 3 years. Such an imbalance hardly seems just. Yet, the world is, by nature, unjust. With a chuckle, Subai replied, "Thank you, Principal. Rest assured, I shall bring back a first-place victory." Ah, hearing you say that fills me with confidence. Best of luck. Principal Chun responded, his joy evident as he witnessed Subai accept the spirit stone. Establishing a rapport with such a prodigy, even for the price of a spirit stone, was a worthwhile endeavor. With a flicker of thought, Subai stored the spirit stone into his spatial ring. As a scion of immense wealth, how could he possibly be without a spatial ring? Haha, it appears that Subai truly possesses extraordinary talents. I had my doubts about him being merely a preliminary warrior. And even I was deceived. Xiongdiu approached Subai once he was alone, astonished by the transformation of someone once deemed a waste into a senior warrior. This revelation was nothing short of sensational within the martial community. This seems to set things right. Otherwise, how could a possessor of celestial-grade talent be labeled a waste incapable of passing even the undergraduate examinations? The only possibility is that he concealed his prowess, displaying remarkable patience for 2.5 years. What fortitude! Li Weijiao joined the conversation with a wry smile. Subai, your concealment runs deep. Both of us grandmasters were taken in by you, nearly leading us to despair. Thankfully, it is all well now. Thank you, Brother Xiong and Brother Li, for your concern. I assure you, I did not deceive you. Do you believe me? Subai chuckled. Believe you? Not a chance. They replied in unison, fully aware of Subai's true nature and the dangers that lurked beneath his seemingly harmless exterior. As Subai conversed with the grandmasters and martial kings, those privy to the unfolding events were left in shock. What? Su Bai is not a preliminary warrior, nor the waste with a mere energy value of 25. He is, in fact, a genius of the highest order. How can this be? I have personally witnessed Su Bai's journey over the past 2.5 years. How could he possibly be a senior warrior? This must be a falsehood. Falsehood. Did you not see Su Fei bleeding from 7 orifices? I could sense the power of that strike. Su Fei's life hangs by a thread. I once witnessed a martial master in action, and I can say that Su Bai's recent moves surpassed even that. In Chapter 20, Zhu Cai found herself regretting her previous underestimation of Su Bai, realizing he was indeed a senior warrior and possessed celestial-grade talent. As for his special abilities, the awakening orb was broken, and she would have to wait for the next opportunity to learn more. This young man, capable of unleashing martial master-level power as a senior warrior. What kind of swordsmanship could yield such strength? Regret filled Zhu Cai's heart as she pondered her earlier treatment of Su Bai. Had she approached him with a more favorable attitude, the outcome might have been vastly different. If only she had extended a proper invitation for Su Bai to join the Shanhua Academy, perhaps the conclusion would have been more favorable. Now, the situation had spiraled to such an extent that she might not even secure her desired apprentice. After waiting for so many years for an opportunity, could it truly be slipping away? Zhu Cai felt a pang of dissatisfaction, having anticipated a chance to advance for so long, only to have closed the door on it herself, incurring the principal's displeasure in the process. Perhaps I was indeed mistaken, she mused, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. After all these years, Su Bai was the first to evoke genuine remorse and acknowledgement of her errors. Yet, lamenting now was futile. Congratulations, Su Bai. I never imagined you could keep this from even your teachers for so long, and I had hoped you would awaken a somewhat better talent. What a delightful surprise you have given me. Teacher Li approached, beaming with joy. As a teacher, nothing brings greater satisfaction than witnessing a student excel. A source of immense pride. Not to mention, in this instance, 2 students in his class had awakened S-grade talents, with Su Bai awakening the legendary celestial-grade talent. This accomplishment would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for Teacher Li's future teaching career. Su Bai, both amused and exasperated, thought to himself, I truly did not hide my strength. I merely bided my time for 3 years before the Dragon King returned. Who would be so patient? I am not being pursued by enemies, after all. I come from a wealthy family. This isn't a novel. No, it is all thanks to you, teacher. Without your guidance, I would not be standing here today. Flattery flowed effortlessly from Su Bai, and those present were unlikely to match his adeptness at charm, honed by years of experience. As expected, upon hearing this, Teacher Li beamed with delight, suddenly realizing how sweet-tongued Su Bai could be. Ah, here are the pills from your wager, now that the victor has been determined. They are yours. As he spoke, Teacher Li handed over 2 pills. One was the cleansing pill belonging to Su Bai himself, and the other was naturally the broken mirror pill that belonged to Su Fei, holding it in his hand. Su Bai immediately used the system to inspect the quality of the pill. To his astonishment, it was a superior-grade Martial King broken mirror pill. Where on earth did Su Fei acquire such a treasure? The quality of pills is categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The superior broken mirror pill boasted a staggering 90% probability of enabling a breakthrough to Martial King upon consumption. TSK. It seems Su Fei must have gone to great lengths to obtain this pill. Now it has fortuitously fallen into my hands, truly a windfall. This pill could indeed be considered for my mother, as she is also a high-ranking martial artist. The timing of this broken mirror pill couldn't be more perfect. The System S inspection feature was a recent discovery for Su Bai, allowing him to effortlessly identify various rare treasures. Presently, he resembled an experienced appraiser, and it was entirely possible that he could stumble upon incredible finds at any interdimensional vendor. No treasure could escape the piercing gaze of Su Bai. After discerning the quality of the pill, he promptly stored it within his spatial ring. As for the cleansing pill, it was purchased by his parents, and he knew without a doubt that it was of superior quality. Regarding Su Fei's actions, I will address the matter with the school and his parents. You need not concern yourself with this issue, Su Bai, Teacher Li stated solemnly. He had not anticipated that Su Fei would dare to commit such an act in front of so many witnesses. Had it not been for Su Bai's status as a high-ranking martial artist, the consequences could have been dire. As for Su Fei's current predicament, though he was still one of his students, Teacher Li couldn't help but think he deserved it. All right, thank you, Teacher Li. Su Bai expressed his gratitude. He understood that his homeroom teacher genuinely cared for him. Otherwise, he would not have spoken out under such immense pressure. However, this incident bore little significance for him. It was merely Su Fei. What was there to fear about his demise? Moreover, the principal had already assured him that he would handle the situation. And even if the Su family sought revenge later, they would need to weigh their options carefully. Classmate, have you considered joining the National University? After graduating, you could be on the front lines, battling fiercely, earning the admiration of countless individuals. Wouldn't you find that exhilarating? Plus, upon enrollment, you would receive a young beast with divine bloodline to contract with. Why wait? Come join us at the National University. What National University? If you're going to join, why not come to Peking University instead? Classmate, have you heard of Peking University? It is one of the nation's top institutions, boasting a plethora of esteemed professors and beautiful senior sisters. Here, you will enjoy free meals and accommodation, alongside numerous scholarships to be won annually. The admission criteria are flexible. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and join us at Peking University. At this moment, Xiongdiyu and Li Weizhao began to vie for the last top-tier Beastmaster with exceptional talent. Su Bai had already been secured by Peking University, while Chu Yoyu was under the watchful eye of Dean Zhu, leaving Li Weizhao to compete for this final prodigy. Xiongdiyu had directly recruited Su Bai. Even if he failed to secure the top-tier Beastmaster, it was of no consequence, as Su Bai alone could bring many benefits to the academy. Fuguwei felt somewhat anxious under the fervent attention directed towards him. Why were they all coming for him? You won't get anywhere looking for me. As a loyal follower of Baigu, he naturally followed Baigu wherever he went. If Baigu directed him east, he would never venture west. Actually, I want to join Baigu too, Fuguwei timidly interjected between the two. Chapter 21. This old six, I am truly impressed. Wow. I am genuinely astonished at how these gifted individuals are all connected to Su Bai. Now that Su Bai has gone to Peking University, it seems that, barring any surprises, these two will also end up there. What a futile trip this has been. I will surely be bombarded with complaints upon returning. It's infuriating. After listening to Fuguwei, Li Weizhao stormed off, cursing under his breath. What a dreadful place. I can't stand to be here any longer. Is our national university truly this insignificant? Meanwhile, Xiongdiyu grinned at Fuguwei, his heart brimming with joy. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that Su Bai had such connections? Doesn't this mean I am the biggest winner of the day? Such unexpected fortune had indeed fallen into my lap. With the competition between the two subsiding, Fuguwei breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the ensuing joy was not solely due to his acceptance into Peking University. Baigu truly is remarkable. With a single move, he showcased celestial-grade talent, simply astounding. Furthermore, he even put a martial emperor expert in their place. My goodness, what a thrilling narrative development. Now, students, today we will take a day off as your talents have just awakened. Use this time to familiarize yourselves with the changes that come with your awakened abilities, and then begin your rigorous training. Due to this early awakening, the vitality lines at various schools and academies will also rise. Therefore, over the next few months, you must train diligently to avoid falling short of the vitality levels required for college admission. Principal Chun returned to the awakening platform, holding a microphone to announce this to everyone. The playground was filled with both joy and sorrow. Those rejoicing had awakened promising talents, heralding a bright future ahead. In contrast, those who awakened below D-grade talents faced a grim reality, indicating that their efforts would likely only allow them to reach the martial master realm. However, with a stroke of fortune or wealth, they might just break through to martial king, but that would be their limit. Those at the level of the principal and the vice president of the Martial Association, most of whom possessed C or B-grade talents, would never stoop to being mere principals. Alas, brothers, I have only awakened an E-grade talent. It seems we must part ways from here on out. I can only hope that those who awaken D-grade talents will guide me in the future. Oh my, I've awakened a C-grade talent. Truly, my ancestors must be smiling down on me. I could boast about this for 10 years. Why is it that even Fatty Wong can awaken an S-grade talent, while I can't even achieve a D-grade? Life is so unfair. Damn it, a mid-level martial artist, have only awakened a C-grade talent. What terrible luck. Ha ha, I am a prospective martial artist with a B-grade talent. Now I can choose freely among all but the top-tier schools. This was a moment that would determine destinies, an opportunity for life's resurgence. Even if one was born into unfavorable circumstances, there was still the chance of talent awakening. However, if one's awakening was utterly dismal, that was another matter entirely. One would simply have to live a mundane life and hope for a fresh start in the next life. Many would find themselves diverging at this crossroads of fate, lovers, brothers, friends, each destined to traverse different paths in life. Zhu Tsai gazed at the scene with a complex expression, feeling as though she had become the subject of ridicule. Realizing that there was no turning back from this situation, she left the school in silence. As a martial emperor, she had never anticipated suffering a setback at the hands of a mere martial artist. Just as Zhu Tsai departed, Xiongdiyu approached Chu Yoyu. Classmate, would you like to join Peking University? The principal's grand announcement informed Chu Yoyu that Su Bai had indeed joined Peking University. Naturally, she had been contemplating the same. And with the invitation now extended, she gladly accepted. Chu Yoyu nodded blankly, and even before Xiongdiyu could present any enticing conditions, she had already acquiesced. However, old Xiong was not surprised. He had gleaned enough intelligence over time to understand the intricate relationships among these individuals. To discover that such a stunning and exceptionally talented beauty was actually Su Bai's fiancée was quite shocking. It made sense now why everyone had reacted so strongly to Su Bai awakening an extraordinary talent. Had the previous version of Su Bai, deemed a waste, been together with the exceptionally gifted Chu Yoyu, it would have been akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh, a delicate flower blooming amidst mud, or fine cabbage being trampled by pigs. But now, with Su Bai having awakened his celestial grade talent, and standing as a formidable martial artist, What would their union signify? A match made in heaven, a perfect couple. At that moment, old Xiong couldn't help but smile widely, cackling with glee. To enlist 3 top-tier geniuses in one fell swoop. It would be challenging not to exceed performance expectations. Perhaps he could even vie for the long-vacant vice dean position at Peking University? Having lingered in the Grand Master realm for so long, he was but a step away from achieving the Martial Emperor level. The rewards from the dean upon his return might just provide the impetus needed to break through to Martial Emperor and secure that vice dean role. Chapter 22. Xiong Diyu's Investment. 3 Spirit Stones. With the recruitment mission flawlessly accomplished, Xiong Diyu knew he needed to report back promptly. He bestowed upon each of the 3 a specially crafted badge, which would grant them direct entry into the academy upon arrival. As he prepared to depart, Xiong Diyu felt compelled to express his gratitude to Su Bai. Had it not been for Su Bai's pivotal decision at the last moment, he might not have been able to gather all 3 geniuses. However, considering the immense wealth of Su Bai's family, he surmised that a mere token gift would hold little significance for him. In light of this, Xiong Diyu, with some reluctance, gifted Su Bai the last 3 spirit stones remaining in his spatial ring, hoping to foster camaraderie. Su Bai, I have high hopes for you. This year's martial examination is rather unique. With a month or so left, I believe you will cultivate to an unforeseen level. The upcoming martial examination will truly depend on talented individuals like you to bring glory to our nation. An extraordinary talent, provided you do not falter, could very well become a future martial emperor. An investment of 3 spirit stones is certainly worthwhile. Su Bai accepted with enthusiasm. After all, having a Grand Master actively seeking his friendship with no expectation of return was a rare opportunity. Coupled with the spirit stone the principal had given him, for stones would suffice for him to delve into their mysteries. Rest assured, Brother Xiong, I will take part in the martial examination. After all, it is the culmination of years of effort, and I must witness the results. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. I shall take my leave now. Our next meeting will be at the martial examination, and I eagerly anticipate your transformation. With that, Xiong Diyu bid farewell. Upon the principal announcing the holiday, those who had awakened their talents promptly returned home. However, those who had yet to awaken were left waiting on the playground for an emergency delivery of an awakening orb from the Martial Association. As Su Bai had inadvertently damaged the previous one, Su Bai intended to return home to study the newly acquired spirit stones, and after a hasty farewell, he departed from the school. On the way home, Su Bai walked alongside Fu Gui. Brother Bai, I just got accepted into Peking University. Brother Xiong told me to look for a teacher named Wang when I arrive. I hear he is a martial emperor with beast-taming talent. Now that I've awakened my S-grade talent, my father will surely be overjoyed, and I can finally live freely. And you, Brother Bai? Fu Gui shared his plans to enjoy life after awakening his talent, now that he had been pre-admitted to the university, leaving him worry-free. As for me, I must focus on cultivating diligently to break through to Martial Master in the upcoming tournament in 2 days. By the way, you're planning to participate in the tournament, right? With your newfound talent, you can't just slack off. Upon hearing this, Fu Gui's expression fell, and he wailed, Brother Bai. You are no longer the Brother Bai I once knew. Give me back the old Brother Bai. Why are you suddenly so driven? Su Bai lightly tapped Fu Gui's head and replied nonchalantly, you are still a novice martial artist. With your current level, wouldn't you embarrass yourself in the tournament? Besides, all the participants will be talented individuals from various cities, and there may even be a few stunning beauties among them. If you are a novice while others are intermediate or advanced martial artists, it would be quite a sight. As Su Bai spoke, he observed the changes in the chubby one's expression. Sure enough, when he mentioned beautiful women, Fu Gui's eyes brightened, only to dim again upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Indeed, I am only a novice martial artist. What a disgrace it would be to compete in 2 days. No way. For the sake of honor, beauty, and our school's reputation, I must train rigorously. Fu Gui raised his right hand to motivate himself, determined to make a remarkable impression in the tournament. Seeing Fu Gui brimming with determination, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Very good, that's the spirit. It's a pity my system isn't an anti-competition system. Otherwise, with the inspirational quotes from my previous life, I could easily bind several geniuses and coast my way to advancement. Once more, Su Bai offered encouragement, patting Fu Gui's shoulder. That's the attitude. Keep it up. Those talented school beauties will surely take notice of you. Upon hearing this, Fu Gui visibly brightened with excitement, eager to return home and train intensively for a day and night. Brother Bai, I've made up my mind. By the time of the tournament in 2 days, I will elevate my level to intermediate martial artist and astonish those who look down upon me. Isn't this effect a bit too pronounced? Has this foolish child started to indulge in wild fantasies? Awakening an S-grade talent coupled with a top-tier special talent guarantees a bright future. Who would dare to belittle you now? For a moment, Su Bai felt a bit of sweat on his brow, realizing he may have overindulged this child with encouragement, nearly leading him astray. Chapter 23. How did you know I awakened an S-grade talent? Brother Bai, Fatty, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be awakening your talents today? By the way, did you see those beams of light earlier? I heard that phenomenon only occurs when one awakens a talent of A grade or higher. Do you know who it was? On their way home, the two encountered a friend they had previously enjoyed time with, and upon spotting Subai, they exchanged greetings. What? How did you know I awakened that rare S-grade talent? Fu Guei hurriedly leaned forward, a mischievous grin on his face. What are you talking about? The friend asked, puzzled by Fu Guei's sudden and nonsensical exclamations about awakening an S-grade talent. However, just as he was bewildered, Fu Guei's expression shifted to one of shock. He stumbled back, pointing at Luo Qi in astonishment. How did you know I awakened that even rarer, unparalleled top-tier Beastmaster special talent comparable to SSS grade talent? Observing Fu Guei's theatrics, Subai could only facepalm, seemingly conveying that he did not recognize this fool. As the illustrious Fu Guei continued to jest, Subai interjected, we have completed our awakening. One of the extraordinary phenomena you mentioned is attributed to this young man. He has awakened an S-level talent alongside a top-tier special talent. Following a brief silence, an exclamation of astonishment erupted. What the hell? This chubby brat was able to awaken an S-level talent? And a special talent at that? Incredible. Huh, chubby brat. Fu Guei seized upon the key phrase, casting a mischievous glance at Luo Qi. Realizing he had misspoken under the scrutiny of the chubby one, Luo Qi understood that the tables had turned, and he could no longer afford to jest freely. And no, Fu Guei, I meant chubby brat in reference to myself. This moment epitomized the notion that those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Very well, Luo Qi. From now on, your brother Fu Guei will protect you. Should you encounter any trouble, simply invoke my name, and it will surely prove beneficial. Yes, Fu Guei. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Luo Qi hastily made his exit, astonished that the chubby one had awakened an S-level talent. This was truly beyond his imagination. Subai, feeling disinclined to engage further with the foolishness, resolved to return home. In a discreet corner of the street, a maid who had been quietly safeguarding Subai observed the unfolding events. The occurrences of the day felt surreal, almost dreamlike, defying belief. The once ineffectual young master had suddenly awakened, transforming into a high-level martial artist, not to mention acquiring the fabled celestial talent. This upheaval had stirred the three prestigious academies, instigated a confrontation with the martial sovereign, and resulted in the incapacitation of an adversary, all while fostering a closer bond with Miss Chu. The day's experiences felt so fantastical that Luo Yanhan questioned whether she had unwittingly stepped into an illusion. This morning, upon witnessing Su Bai's sudden elevation to high-level martial artist, Luo Yanhan was taken aback, leading her to disregard Su Fei's provocations entirely. Nonetheless, the day's events had left her utterly dumbfounded. After a considerable delay, she finally dialed Su Bai's parents to report the astonishing developments. Xiao Luo, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? On the other end of the line, Su Xingzhou trembled slightly, unable to believe the words he had just heard. Aware of the absurdity of the situation, Luo Yanhan understood that had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have dismissed such tales as mere jokes. Thus, she patiently recounted the day's events once more. Understood. Please ensure his safety. I, along with his mother, will return promptly. Su Xingzhou, suppressing his excitement, ended the call and quickly searched for Su Bai's mother's number to relay the news. Hello, Shiring. Yes? What is the matter, dear? I have a meeting shortly, Su Bai's mother responded, puzzled. Shiring, hurry home. Our wayward son has awakened his talent. It's the legendary celestial talent. Upon reporting the situation, Luo Yanhan hastily followed suit, realizing the gravity of her master's newfound ability, which might complicate her duties. Unlike before, Su Bai remained blissfully unaware of any impending dangers. However, now that he had awakened the celestial talent and ascended to the rank of high-level martial artist, he distinctly sensed the gaze fixated upon him. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of this mysterious scrutiny. Although he could not identify the source, Su Bai trusted his instincts. He and Fu Guei were now regarded as prodigious talents of the human race, with Su Bai being the one who had awakened the fabled celestial talent. It is well known that throughout millennia of conflict, various factions had infiltrated human territories, occasionally emerging to wreak havoc or carry out assassinations. As previously stated, unproven talents are not regarded as true talents, which includes threats from foreign assassins. Over the centuries, countless prodigious individuals had fallen victim to such attacks, and despite various protective measures, these incidents could not be entirely eradicated. The harsh reality remains. Those who lag behind shall endure the consequences. The overall strength of the foreign factions surpasses that of humanity. However, these invaders represent merely the vanguard, not the main forces. Should the entire foreign faction launch a full-scale assault, the so-called defensive lines of humanity would prove as fragile as mere parchment, easily torn apart. In recent years, even SSS-level talents have been assassinated. Su Bai, now a high-level martial artist, could not afford to be complacent. The commotion he had caused would undoubtedly draw the attention of those detestable foreign entities. Contemplating this, Su Bai's desire to enhance his powers intensified. Fortunately, with the 4 spirit stones provided by the principal and brother Xiong, he should be able to significantly bolster his strength. Additionally, the marrow cleansing pill, which he no longer required, could be sold for several top-tier talents. Thus, Subai quickened his pace, eager to return to his training, for that was his priority. Meanwhile, within the finest hospital in Tianhai City, an urgent rescue operation was underway for Su Fei, who had just been admitted to the ICU. Externally, he appeared relatively unscathed. Yet internally, his condition was dire. The medical staff, confronted with the gruesome scene, found themselves at a loss. Despite having administered numerous life-saving pills en route to the hospital, Su Fei's condition remained critical. Upon receiving the news, Su Fei's parents hastily abandoned their work and rushed to the hospital, calling upon the city's most esteemed doctors for assistance, with money being no object. However, upon examining the severely damaged state of Su Fei's body, the assembled specialists ceased their efforts, recognizing that such injuries were tantamount to a death sentence. The leading physicians exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. Their attempts to stabilize his wounds and halt the bleeding proved futile, and after a brief assessment, they exited the operating room. As they did, Su Fei's parents approached, and his mother, filled with anxiety, urgently inquired, Doctor, is my child all right? How is he? The foremost physician, unable to mask his own despair, spoke softly. I'm deeply sorry, we did everything we could. Your son had already. With that, the doctors departed hastily, aware that lingering would only complicate their exit. The news struck Su Fei's mother like a thunderclap, causing her to collapse helplessly to the ground. After a prolonged moment of shock, she erupted in rage, My son. After finally awakening an S-level talent, surpassing even your brothers, how could he leave us? Su Wenhui, your son has died before your eyes, and you can only watch? How can you be so heartless? Is he not your child? He awakened an S-level talent. An S-level talent. Do you have any idea how long it has been since our family produced an S-level talent? Now it's all gone, all gone. Su Wenhui, who killed my son? Which little brat was it? I will ensure their entire family pays for this. In front of the ICU, Su Fei's mother was throwing a tantrum like a shrew, clamoring to annihilate the entire family of the murderer to accompany her son in death. Su Wenhui, long called upon, observed his wife with a cold gaze. On the way there, he had already received a call from higher authorities, stating that this incident was entirely a consequence of his son's own actions, urging him to grieve quietly and not to seek trouble with the perpetrator. Though he had verbally acquiesced, how could he possibly let the murder of his son go unavenged? Moreover, his son had awakened an S-rank talent, which should have propelled their family to new heights, freeing him from the control of his father-in-law. Yet, witnessing his wife's disgraceful display of anguish filled him with frustration. If it weren't for her indulgent ways, their son would not have become so spoiled, leading to this tragic outcome. Now, she even had the audacity to blame him. How unfortunate to be burdened with such a wife. Nevertheless, Su Wenhui knew he must placate her. He could not afford to offend her, or he would have to face his father-in-law's wrath. Enough of this. Pull yourself together. I will handle this matter, but not in this manner. Let us tidy up and return home. After all, he is my flesh and blood. No one else should mete out punishment. Su Bai, from the Su family? Is it once again your legendary talent? Su Wenhui retreated to a corner and dialed a number. Hello, what is up? Has Mr. Su come to a decision? A deep voice resonated from the other end. Cut the chatter. I agree to join you. But I need your assistance with a task. I know, it's about your useless son's demise. We were already preparing to take action. The man on the other side jested. I hope you can deliver. Once this is done, I will cooperate fully. Then let us have a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Su. Meanwhile, in a certain underground chamber in Jiang province, a man reported, Boss, Su Wenhui just called. He has agreed to join us. But only if we help him avenge his foolish son. If anyone were present, they would realize that the entire chamber was filled not with humans, but with bizarre creatures, beings with the bodies of bulls and the heads of men, centaurs, werewolves, and skeletons, all once thought to be mere figments of imagination, now manifesting in reality. Their purpose was to plunder this world revived by spiritual energy, as the flesh of humans could provide them substantial benefits. As for the deeper motives, that remains a mystery. These beings were labeled as alien races by humanity. Unlike the beasts, they possessed intelligence and could think like humans, exhibiting cunning and treachery that even the awakened beasts could not rival. Even the awakened beasts could only discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid, occasionally issuing simple commands to lesser beasts. For instance, the waves of beasts and city sieges encountered by humans were orchestrated by a powerful beast giving commands. Those lower-tier beasts lacked independent thought, obediently following orders regardless of the fatal consequences. Hence, every beast wave brought catastrophic disasters to humanity, and unless the commanding beast was slain, it was unlikely to quell such chaos. Unfortunately, throughout millennia, humanity has failed to uncover any patterns behind these beast waves, resulting in instances where entire cities were slaughtered without warning. Indeed, if Su Wenhui joins us, our future operations will be significantly smoother, and our funding will be more ample. The leader mused thoughtfully. As for his useless son's issue, it's merely convenient. I've already reported on the situation in Tianhai City, and it's astonishing that such a small city could produce 3 martial artists of S-rank talent or higher. Among them is even one rumored to possess legendary talent. The truth remains to be seen. We shall await further orders. This mission's minimum level is S rank, and perhaps even masters will intervene. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Su family. They may prove advantageous. Understood, boss. After this exchange, the dimly lit underground chamber fell silent once more, as if the conversation had never occurred. As the pivotal character behind these chain reactions, Su-bai had just arrived at his doorstep. Opening the door, everything seemed unchanged. The maid was the same, and the villa was still the villa. It was as though today's events had been merely a fleeting dream. Yet the power coursing through him affirmed the reality of it all. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to begin anew. Ding dong. Chapter 25. The Arrival of Parents. The protective husband Su Xingzhou. Ding dong. Just as Su-bai was about to retreat to his room to practice, the doorbell rang, causing a moment of confusion. Who else could possibly be visiting this villa, aside from his maid? Even his usual companions were rarely invited home. Thus, very few knew his address. Wealthy friends were out of the question, as the last time he spoke to that lad, it had spurred him into a fervor of training. After a brief contemplation, an answer came to him, which would be revealed upon opening the door. Su-bai grasped the doorknob and swung it open. Son, his mother rushed forward, enveloping him in an embrace, joy radiating from her face with tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. After all these years, she had hoped only to earn enough to provide her son with a humble life, never anticipating that today's awakening would grant them such an immense surprise. Just one day had passed, and her son had transformed into a high-level martial artist, awakening the legendary talent, and was even pre-admitted to Peking University. What parents would not wish for their child to thrive? Who would not desire their child to attend a prestigious university? Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Su-bai felt somewhat at a loss. Ever since he had crossed over, he had rarely seen his parents. They were always preoccupied with work, merely sending money into his account each month and making the occasional phone call to check in. Yet, this suited Su-bai just fine. Facing two utterly unfamiliar parents was a challenge for anyone to accept, and he found this distant arrangement rather agreeable. Mom, I'm right here, he said awkwardly. While his mother embraced him, he could feel a piercing gaze directed at him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his father, exhibiting an absurdity by displaying jealousy over his own son. What a protective husband he was. Suppressing his urge to scoff, Su-bai extricated himself from his mother's grasp. Facing his parents squarely. You rascal, how did you suddenly become a high-level martial artist? Have you been hiding this from your mother and me? If it weren't for the commotion caused by your awakening today, we would still be in the dark. His father began with a reprimand, asserting his dominance. Su-bai was truly at a loss for words. How had they come to believe he was hiding his strength? Did they think he wanted to conceal it? As if he could hide being a mere aspiring martial artist. Is it truly such a cause for alarm that one can effortlessly ascend to the rank of a high-tier martial artist in merely 2 days? However, Su-bai dared not speak the truth. If word were to spread that he had transformed from a well-known disgrace to a high-tier martial artist in just 2 days, and moreover, awakened the world's sole celestial-grade talent, he could already envision the dire consequences that would ensue. Either he would be subjected to relentless scrutiny and research, or countless martial emperors and even martial sovereigns would covet the secrets inherent to his being. The allure of a celestial-grade talent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Oh, yes indeed. Beneath the bridge, cover oneself with a blanket, and whenever faced with others, merely affirm, yes, yes, yes. You rascal. Su Xingzhou was initially rather pleased, wishing to display a semblance of paternal authority before his son. Yet, what sort of words were those uttered by his offspring? With that, Su Xingzhou felt an urge to brandish his 7 wolves to impart a lesson on the affection he had withheld over the years. Su Xingzhou, what are you doing? Our dear Bai has endured for so long, and only now do we recognize that our son is a genius. Such joyous news should not be marred by your antics. Cannot we simply rejoice in this reunion? I assure you, do not attempt to employ your business tactics on our son, or else I will have words with you when we return home. Upon witnessing the atmosphere she had carefully cultivated being shattered by Su-bai's father, Su's mother immediately issued a warning. As expected, upon hearing her words, Su's father promptly retreated, obediently halting his actions and casting an irate gaze upon his son. His own wife had reprimanded him for their son's sake. He would remember this slight. With a fierce glare directed at his son, Su Xingzhou felt a surge of indignation at his wife's favoritism. Smack! A hand struck Su Xingzhou's back. If you continue to display that expression towards our son, you'd better consider what you shall kneel for when we return home, proclaimed Su's mother with authority. Hearing this, Su Xingzhou quickly composed his expression, transforming into a semblance of a normal father. With Su father's interruptions quelled, mother and son engaged in conversation more freely. Having seldom paid attention to her son's affairs over the years, she seized this opportunity to become better acquainted. My son, how have you fared these past 2 years? I've been so busy with work that I've neglected to check in on you. Mother, I'm fine. What could possibly trouble me? After all, I have the company of the rich and noble to keep me entertained. Very well, my son. What progress have you made with the daughter of Uncle Chu, little you? Do not forget, You are bound by a marriage contract. Do not tell me your relationship has soured. I warn you, should you seek another daughter-in-law outside of her, this mother will certainly not acknowledge her. That is my bottom line. Little you is such a wonderful girl, beautiful, talented, and most importantly, so gentle and considerate. If you fail to cherish such an excellent daughter-in-law, do not blame me for having your father remind you of your cherished childhood. When it comes to matters of marriage, it is a rite of passage that nearly everyone must endure. Faced with the incessant nagging of parents, one is often compelled to hasten the search for a girlfriend. The reason Sue's mother expressed this was that she had long heard from the maid that her son, having a prized cabbage, was neglecting it and had even cast it aside himself. A superb daughter-in-law, admired since childhood, now blossoming into a paragon of perfection, and he was letting her slip away. Had this been her former useless son, she might have simply accepted it, sparing the girl from harm. Yet now, her son secretly a high-tier martial artist. How could he allow her to escape? Thus, upon hearing from the maid that their relationship was beginning to flourish, Sue's mother was overjoyed, realizing her son had finally come to his senses and recognized the value of the cabbage. Oh dear mother, what are you talking about? Although little you and I share a marriage contract, given our ages, we cannot even marry yet, so do not fret. Subai felt a headache coming on. How had the conversation suddenly shifted back to Chuyoyu? Indeed, while they had a contract and had both pursued each other in the past, his prior lack of talent had left her waiting for 2.5 years. Even though he could rely on her lingering affections, now was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Chapter 26. This is truly my son, Su Xingzhou. Besides, discussing marriage at this juncture seems rather premature, does it not? Humph. When the time comes for you to wed, if your partner is not little you, I, as your mother, will absolutely refuse to accept it. With a grand sweep of her hand, Shering firmly established her stance regarding the future daughter-in-law, hoping to spur her son into action. After all, little you had awakened an SS-grade talent. One could only imagine how many scions of noble families had set their sights on her. If he did not act quickly, it would be a disservice to let someone else whisk her away. Very well, let us put this aside for now. Mother, this is a martial king breaking pill. I recall you are currently only a high-tier martial artist, and this pill is perfectly suited to aid your breakthrough to martial king. Recognizing the shifting tide of conversation, Subai hastily redirected the topic. He promptly retrieved the recently acquired breaking pill from his spatial ring and presented it to his mother. Shering, who had been rambling on, immediately ceased her chatter upon seeing the pill in her hand. Indeed, it was of superior quality, exuding a faint fragrance, strikingly similar to the breaking pill she was familiar with. My son, where did you acquire this pill? Shering inquired, puzzled. As her son had only just revealed his talent today, the market price for such a breaking pill typically fluctuated around several hundred million, and those of superior quality were crafted by alchemists of at least the 4th rank. Neither she nor her husband were well acquainted with such esteemed alchemists, let alone commissioning them for pill crafting. Thus, how had her son come into possession of this pill? Subai, hearing her question, casually replied, Oh, this pill? It was part of a wager with Su Fei from the Su family. Since he lost to me, this pill is now mine. Speaking of which, mother, Su Fei attempted to take my life, and I made him incapacitated. I heard he was sent to the hospital, but for me, even if he is rescued, he will either be dead or severely injured. This should not pose any trouble for our family, right? Before Su's mother could express her astonishment, Su Xingzhou could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. You mean to say you incapacitated Su Fei? Did he not awaken an S-grade talent? You managed to render him incapable? While Su Xingzhou had been informed of a conflict between his son and the Su family, he had been unaware that his son had actually incapacitated the boy, an S-grade talent, and his son had managed to do this? Their relationship with the Su family and the Su corporation was already tenuous, and now he had crippled their newly awakened S-grade talent? This is truly remarkable. Indeed. He struck first. What issue is there? No problem at all. My son, you executed it flawlessly. That old dog from the Su family has long held a grudge against him, continuously challenging your father. Now that you have incapacitated his son, he can only brood in secret. You did exceptionally well. Looking at his son before him, Su Xingzhou suddenly found him much more agreeable. Indeed, this is my son. Su Xingzhou, do not lead my son astray. I warn you, should anything happen to him, I will hold you accountable. Upon witnessing her husband's provocative actions, Shi-Ing was instantly engulfed by a surge of anger. Wasn't he effectively crippling their son? The Su family would surely be infuriated, especially Su Fei's mother, who, like a shrew, would erupt into a volcanic rage upon discovering her son's plight. If their son were to be harmed, it would undoubtedly lead to a ruinous quest for vengeance, regardless of the costs involved, especially considering the temperament of Su Fei's mother. Rest assured, my son, your father will take charge of this matter. The Su family will undoubtedly seek revenge, so you must exercise caution in the coming days. According to the official Genius Protection Act of Huaxia, the Su family will not overtly attack you, but underhanded tactics are certainly to be expected. Therefore, in a couple of days, your mother and I will move in with you. As for the company affairs, nothing is more important than my son's safety. Su Xingzhou assessed the current situation. Retribution was inevitable, but the manner and identity of those involved warranted vigilance. All right, Subai replied. Indeed. The situation was as his father had analyzed. They needed to be wary of potential nocturnal intruders. Having his parents move in was a prudent choice, although it left Subai feeling somewhat awkward. After all, his parents, who were almost like strangers now, were suddenly going to reside with him. Recollections from his childhood revealed that his parents had always treated him well, fulfilling his every request. However, unlike Su Fei's indulgent upbringing, his parents upheld strong values and expected him to embody integrity. Whenever Subai strayed from these principles, even his usually gentle mother would adopt a stern demeanor. Following a rigorous session of mixed-gender discipline, Subai would obediently admit his faults, and similar issues thereafter would remind him of that night's lessons. As he matured, Subai gradually gained independence, while his parents became increasingly preoccupied with their work, especially during his high school years. Once they realized their son's lackadaisical attitude, they became even less inclined to intervene, as no amount of effort seemed to yield results in his training. Recognizing that the path of martial arts was not meant for him, he resolved to inherit the family fortune instead. His parents had occasionally contemplated starting anew, but company matters had indefinitely postponed those ambitions. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. You're set to attend the grand competition in Jiang province in 2 days, right? Focus on your training these days, and make sure to bring honor to your father. With that, Su Xingzhou cast a glance at the maid within the villa, his intentions unmistakable. After all, the maid was a martial king, and in such an industry, keen perception was paramount. After receiving a subtle nod, Su Xingzhou felt assured enough to take his leave. Son, I shall accept this pill. I would be even more delighted if you could bring your future daughter-in-law to meet me. Shirring added as she departed, not forgetting to impart a few more words. The matter of a daughter-in-law could not be delayed. It seemed she would need to visit the Chu family soon. As the two children were approaching the age to obtain their marriage certificate, Shirring graciously accepted the pill, a token of affection from her son, and felt a twinge of reluctance to consume it. After his parents left, Subai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that even in this world, he could not escape the relentless pressure to marry. What a terrifying force. Now, at last, he could focus on enhancing his own strength without distractions. Chapter 27, System Update. System Mall activated. Upon returning to his room, Subai laid out the 4 spirit stones he had acquired that day. The instant the spirit stones appeared, the previously dormant system re-emerged before him. New currency detected. System updating. Update complete. Update details as follows. 1. New currency added. Spirit stones. 2. Mall functionality activated, allowing transactions using spirit stones. 3. New microtransaction features enabled. Further details are for you to explore. That concludes this update. I wish my dearest host a pleasurable experience. Only through investment can you become more powerful. System, is that you? Subai questioned upon seeing the update notification. Dear esteemed host, the system has always been operational, it replied. Then why didn't you respond earlier? You didn't inquire. Reflecting on this, Subai realized it was indeed true. He had thought the system had been silent for far too long, only to reappear after 20 chapters. Couldn't you be a bit more proactive without me asking? Without the esteemed host's permission, I feared I might disturb you. Could you change your voice to address me as master? Subai lamented, finding the mechanical tone rather tiresome. Certainly. Master, the system complied, immediately switching to a cute, youthful voice. The sudden transition to a childlike voice left Subai momentarily flustered. What on earth? Is this system testing me? He mused. How many hosts could withstand such a trial? Thus, he could unequivocally declare, this host is not resilient enough for such challenges. Listening to the system's youthful voice addressing him as master, Subai felt as though his very soul were ascending to the heavens. Master, the system suggests you deposit these 4 spirit stones into the system. This will expedite your growth. Ah, so this is the true motive behind your sudden reappearance. Subai realized, recognizing it as a ploy to coax him into spending. He understood now that this was merely a ruse to entice him into making a purchase. Disregarding the systems entreaties, Subai turned his attention to the newly unveiled system mall. Microtransaction system. Name, Subai. Talent, Celestial-grade talent. Top-tier fire element special talent. The only first-tier talent. You are the hope humanity has awaited for millennia. May your talents flourish. Talent grades. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. SS, SSS. Realm, Advanced Martial Artist. Mental Techniques. Everlasting Spring Decision, Enlightenment Decision. Martial Arts, Yuan Yang / Balance, 114, 514 yuan. Store, now open. The system panel had undergone an epic transformation following a substantial investment. It was no longer the obsolete interface it once was. Subai observed the changes in the data and noted that aside from that, he had yet to discover the other updates. Particularly the third point, what new tricks were in store for microtransactions. The invitation to explore further seemed rather uninteresting. Ultimately, Subai's gaze settled on the now active store. With a thought, the store opened, and the system panel was replaced by a vibrant new projection. The swift refresh revealed an array of dazzling items that nearly blinded him. Soon, the store completed its refresh, displaying a plethora of tantalizing goods. Xianyuan Sword. Product description. This sword is the national sword of Huaxia, lost over a millennium ago. Possessing this sword allows one to vanquish all heretics and ensures prosperity and harmony for humanity, with fortunes akin to that of a dragon. The user will also be blessed with the fortune of the Huaxia, rendering them invincible in the world. Price. Unknown Spirit Stones. Repairing Stone. Product description. This is a repairing stone left behind by the goddess Nuwa during the ancient times when she mended the heavens. This item contains boundless vitality. Possessing it will enhance the user's physique, making their constitution and talent unparalleled across all realms, impossible to surpass. Price. 999 Spirit Stones. Xianyuan Sword. Product description. After perusing the second item, Subai could no longer continue. It was utterly unnecessary. Damn it. At least the repairing stone had a price to strive for. But what does this Xianyuan Sword mean? Price unknown. You're clearly just flaunting it before me. How infuriating. If I were to obtain even one of the items listed on this page, it would be akin to soaring to new heights immediately. Why bother with cultivation? I could effortlessly annihilate countless alien races with a mere wave of my hand. How utterly magnificent would that be? However, this is merely a fantasy. Based on my experience from reading novels in my previous life, this wretched system will undoubtedly prevent me from becoming invincible outright. Otherwise, what purpose would my transmigration serve? Resigned. I diligently opened the price range above and entered 4. Soon, a plethora of items priced at 4 spirit stones or below appeared before Subai's eyes. Upon seeing a pristine new page, Subai nodded. This was far more reasonable. Imperial-grade Sword. Product description. A low-grade iron sword forged by an anonymous top-tier 4th-grade craftsman. Crafted entirely from pure yang iron. This sword, forged over 3 days and nights, slices through iron like mud, boasting unparalleled sharpness and offering additional bonuses when paired with sword techniques. Price. 1 Spirit Stone. 3rd-grade pill. Martial King Breaking Mirror Pill. Product description. A 3rd-grade top-tier Martial King Breaking Mirror Pill. The user's chance of breaking through to Martial King is 100. With absolutely no possibility of failure. Rest assured and purchase with confidence. Price. 1 Spirit Stone. 5th-grade pill. Bone Cleansing Pill. Product description. A 5th-grade top-tier bone cleansing pill. Upon consumption, it will eliminate impurities within the body, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. Using it before the awakening of one's talents may yield unknown occurrences. Price. 2 Spirit Stones. A glance revealed that most of the items now displayed were either already owned or previously encountered by Subai. Yet, unlike what he possessed, these pills were all exceptionally rare top-tier varieties. These were indeed top-tier pills. Even the lowest grade 1st-tier top-tier pills were highly sought after. This is because those capable of refining top-tier pills are invariably 6th-grade alchemists or above. Only beings of such caliber can concoct top-tier pills. The reason these pills are deemed top-tier is that they leave no impurities behind upon use. Even the currently available high-grade pills leave residues in the body, which are difficult to expel. Low-grade pills contain even more impurities, which explains the need for appraisers and the price disparities between low and high-grade pills. It is crucial to understand that if the impurities within these pills are not eliminated, they will harm one's foundation, preventing any further progress. Top-tier pills, however, come without such concerns. They leave no residues, achieving true effortless gains. Moreover, these kinds of pills are hardly ever seen for sale in the market, as they are typically kept for critical moments. Those who are also alchemists yearn for such pills, hoping to glean some secrets from them. Regrettably, the number of individuals capable of refining top-tier pills is dwindling, and no one knows the secrets behind their creation, not even those who have succeeded in crafting them. Chapter 28. 3rd-grade Gathering Spirit Pill, Low-grade Pure Yang Sword of the Profound Tier. Thus, it is easy to imagine Subai's astonishment upon seeing that every pill in this store was a top-tier variety. Indeed, the system is extraordinary. The items within the store are far beyond the realm of mundane goods. Yet, why must everything be priced solely in spirit stones? After scanning the offerings, Subai found nothing that piqued his interest, leaving him utterly disheartened. No experience pills? Disappointing. However, Subai did discover a pill that could accelerate his cultivation. 3rd-grade Gathering Spirit Pill. Product description. A 3rd-grade top-tier Gathering Spirit Pill. Consuming it will significantly enhance the user's cultivation speed, with the specific increase determined by the user's realm and talent. It is ineffective for realms of Martial King and above. Price. 1 Spirit Stone. Excellent. A fine item indeed. I shall purchase it. After another thorough inspection, Subai realized that the items in the store were either useless to him or not currently needed, especially as he only had 4 spirit stones. Alas, it seems he must gather more spirit stones in the future, otherwise, he could only gaze longingly at so many splendid items. Subai bought 1 Gathering Spirit Pill and subsequently acquired the previously mentioned Pure Yang Sword. A low-grade weapon of the profound tier, this was something even some masters found difficult to possess. He never expected to acquire it for just 1 spirit stone within the system. Weapons are classified as heaven and earth, with heaven being the highest tier and yellow the lowest, each tier further divided into upper, middle, lower grades, and also including top-tier items. Weapons are generally more expensive than pills. Possessing a good weapon provides a more tangible enhancement than pills, while pills do enhance one's strength. Their effects require refinement and cultivation to manifest. In contrast, a weapon can immediately augment one's power upon being wielded. Coupled with the appropriate techniques, the weapon's might will elevate even further. Typically, a most ordinary low-grade yellow weapon offers around a 30 boost to strength, middle grade about 50, upper grade around 70, while the top tier provides a full 100 increase. Furthermore, this is not merely a simple addition, a novice warrior wielding a low-grade yellow weapon, with the weapon and technique S enhancement, could easily contend against 3 foes of the same realm, or even stand toe-to-toe with intermediate warriors. This underscores the significance of weapons. Of course, the choice of weapon must also be suitable for the user. If a weapon does not align with one's abilities, it will only yield adverse effects, potentially diminishing one's strength. Fortunately, with his celestial grade talent, Subai could seamlessly adapt to any weapon without encountering issues. This sword, in particular, would perfectly complement his Yuan Yang slash. Even the strength of an advanced warrior could now rival that of a martial master. With the various trump cards at his disposal, Subai even felt he could grapple with intermediate martial masters, or perhaps even advanced ones. However, all of this remains merely a feeling. Without truly engaging in combat with martial masters, how could one ascertain the disparities between such significant realms? Backpack, Space Ring 1, 3rd grade Gathering Spirit Pill 1, low grade Pure Yang Sword 1. Ultimately, Subai could not resist the allure of the system's store. His 4 spirit stones dwindled to 2. Simultaneously, a sword materialized in Subai's hand. The orange gold blade, forged from pure yang iron, was exceptionally sharp and boasted a hardness incomparable to those common yellow swords. Subai grasped it. Surprisingly, the sword was not as heavy as he had imagined, but rather astonishingly light. As spiritual energy surged forth, Subai gently wielded the sword a few times. In an instant, a fierce sword aura erupted from the hilt, raging violently as if it sought to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Fortunately, sensing something amiss, Subai promptly ceased his swordplay, thereby sparing his room from devastation. The power seemed to have increased more than twofold compared to before, and this was without employing any techniques. Subai murmured to himself that this strength exceeded his expectations. It appeared that the championship in the upcoming grand competition was well within his grasp. With 2 spirit stones remaining, useless for breeding, he decided to use them both at once to observe their cultivation effects. Without further ado, Subai retrieved the 2 remaining spirit stones along with the spirit gathering pill he had purchased earlier. The moment the pill was extracted, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the room. Intoxicatingly delightful. This made Subai gulp. How could something be so aromatic? Suppressing his overwhelming desire, he swallowed the pill whole and then sat cross-legged on his bed, initiating the Tao Enlightenment technique while drawing energy from one of the spirit stones. As his cultivation method unfolded, Subai distinctly felt the spiritual energy around him beginning to stir, and the spirit gathering pill began to take effect. In an instant, the previously stagnant spiritual energy surged towards him as if it had encountered a rare treasure. With his celestial grade talent, Subai welcomed it all, absorbing every bit without hesitation. No matter how much energy flowed in, it seemed as though his body was an endless abyss, devouring the influx without a ripple. As a breath passed, bolstered by the immense spiritual energy, the pill, and his cultivation method, Subai's celestial grade talent operated at full throttle. Suddenly, feeling a shift within his body, he intensified his absorption of the spirit stone's energy. A crisp cracking sound resonated from within, resembling the breaking of shackles, and he felt an incredible lightness wash over him. This was the manifestation of his breakthrough to the martial master level. Upon achieving this rank, Subai could distinctly sense the tumultuous flow of his blood and chi, gradually condensing into purer forms. The tingling sensation brought him immense comfort. The transition from martial artist to martial master essentially involved the gradual transformation of one's internal blood and chi into spiritual energy, culminating in the martial king rank, where the conversion would be complete. At that point, a martial king could project spiritual energy outward, enabling brief flights or gliding through the air. Only upon surpassing the martial master could one attain pure spiritual energy, leading to genuine flight. If one wished, they could remain airborne for an entire lifetime. However, from the martial master stage onward, each minor advancement would become increasingly arduous. This explains why most individuals remain stuck at the martial master level, never managing to ascend to the martial king rank. The divide between a high martial master and a martial king resembles an imposing great wall, confining the majority of humanity beyond its reach, with only a select few managing to scale this barrier through talent and relentless effort. Throughout millennia, historical records indicate that the fastest human genius, classified as an SSS grade talent, ascended from martial artist to martial master in just a week, yet took a full month to transition from martial master to martial king. One can only imagine how many times longer it would take an average person. Chapter 29, Advanced Martial Master Achieved. The maid is surprisingly a junior martial king. Thus, upon graduating from university, reaching the martial king level is considered genius level. While attaining the master rank is even more formidable, only a handful have ever achieved the grandmaster tier. This highlights the arduousness of elevating one's rank. Fortunately, thousands of years of development have led to the emergence of various pills and techniques, augmenting humanity's elite combat power and maintaining a stalemate with foreign races. Before long, an hour had passed. Subai's rate of absorbing spiritual energy accelerated, and the spirit stone in his hand visibly darkened. Thankfully, with the support of the spirit stones, the thin air would have been insufficient for Subai's absorption, rendering the full potential of the spirit-gathering pill difficult to realize. During this hour, Subai felt his junior martial master realm solidifying, dispelling the initial instability he experienced upon his breakthrough. Such a solid foundation would typically require several weeks for an ordinary person to establish, gradually progressing toward the intermediate martial master rank. Yet Subai was evidently different. Within a mere hour, he had fortified his realm, feeling as though he had trained in this stage for several months. Remarkably, only an hour had passed since his breakthrough to martial master. 3 hours later, intermediate martial master achieved. The blood and chi within him compressed once more, becoming increasingly akin to the spiritual energy possessed by a martial king. Subai did not pause, continuing his cultivation. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced him, that delightful tingling sensation returned. Advanced martial master achieved. Upon opening his eyes, the rapid surge of power erupted forth, threatening to annihilate everything around him, instantly alarming Luo Yanhua downstairs. Subai gazed at the now dim spirit stone in his hand, placing it into his spatial ring. It had been completely drained. He was left with but one spirit stone. He could hardly believe that a single spirit stone and a spirit-gathering pill had propelled him from a martial artist to an advanced martial master overnight. This monumental elevation in rank, if disclosed, would be met with disbelief even from the mightiest martial emperor in existence. The moment Luo Yanhua sensed the aura of a martial master, she unreservedly revealed her own martial king presence, swiftly arriving at Subai's door. With a forceful kick, she shattered the obstructive door, silently channeling her technique, intending to eliminate any intruder. Bang! Just as Luo Yanhua kicked open the door and scanned the room for foes, Subai instinctively turned his attention toward the entrance, alert and ready. "Young master, are you all right?" she inquired, her concern evident even as she remained vigilant. As Subai reveled in his elevation to advanced martial master, he was taken aback when the door to his room was suddenly kicked open, followed by Luo Yanhua's worried voice. Then, he sensed an aura that posed a threat to him. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to discover that this aura emanated from none other than Luo Yanhua, who had taken care of him for so long. "What? A junior martial king?" Subai exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that his maid would be a martial king expert. How could that be possible? After all, the principal of his school was merely a martial king. Yet here was one of his maids, a martial king? Moreover, this martial king had been attending to his every need for over 2 years, acting as a professional maid. Luo Yanhua surveyed the room, finding no signs of intrusion. Just then, she heard Subai's exclamation. "Oh no, I've been exposed." This was Luo Yanhua's immediate thought. The sudden surge of martial master aura had made her act hastily, neglecting the implications, rushing in without a second thought. Now, it seemed that there were no issues. Yet her martial king prowess had been revealed. But from where did that martial master aura originate? It was impossible for her to have misperceived. Luo Yanhua cast a puzzled glance at Subai, just a fleeting look. "Young master, you are an advanced martial master?" Both individuals were utterly astonished. One was a martial king, and the other a martial master. How could this be? Wasn't the young master a senior martial artist just yesterday? How could he have transformed into a senior martial master overnight? Could it be that the hidden prowess he cultivated could deceive even a martial king? In fact, was it possible that even senior martial artists were still concealing their true strength? Countless speculations flooded Luo Yanhan's mind. In her understanding, it was absolutely inconceivable for someone to leap from a senior martial artist to a senior martial master in a single night, such a monumental shift in realms. It had taken her nearly a year to ascend from a senior martial artist to a senior martial master herself. Yet the young master accomplished this feat overnight? How could it be possible? Even those with legendary innate talents could not achieve such a thing. Therefore, the ultimate conclusion was that the young master was still hiding his true capabilities. A senior martial master, no less. One who had yet to undergo the martial examination. If this news were to spread, Luo Yanhans was certain that the other races would stop at nothing to eradicate the young master. This talent was far too terrifying. Having already birthed one sword saint, the other races would never allow humanity to produce another. The fear instilled by the sword saint thousands of years ago was etched deeply in the minds of all other races. They could not permit another sword saint to emerge. No, this information had to be conveyed to the boss without delay. Otherwise, her fate would not merely be losing her job. After ensuring that Subai was unharmed, Luo Yanhan's hastily left a message before departing the room. Young master, your breakfast is prepared. Remember to come down and eat. Upon exiting the room, Luo Yanhan's arrived in the living room, where a phone call from Su Xingzhou rang in. What is it, Xiao Luo? What? At that moment, Su Xingzhou was in his office, engrossed in a collaboration proposal worth billions. Hearing the news from Luo Yanhan's, he immediately sprang to his feet, casting aside the proposal. My son Su Bai possesses the bearing of an emperor. Su Xingzhou exclaimed joyfully, initially astonished by his son's status as a senior martial artist, only to discover something even more astounding. As he collected his thoughts, Su Xingzhou realized that with such exceptional talent, his son would undoubtedly attract the attention of the other race's spies. He had to act swiftly and relocate. Hello, Shiring, we need to move. All right, let us pack up and move tomorrow. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? As if the sudden explosion of his door was not enough, his beautiful maid was, in fact, a concealed martial king expert? This revelation meant that she was not merely a maid, but rather a bodyguard dispatched by his parents to protect him in secret? Goodness. Did this imply that everything he had done over the past few years had been under her watchful gaze? Just the thought sent chills down Su Bai's spine. Chapter 30. The Treasure Pavilion. After Luo Yanhan's left, it took Su Bai a considerable amount of time to come to terms with this reality. Well, he decided to go with the flow. Although he had indeed advanced from a senior martial artist to a senior martial master overnight, it was with the aid of spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills, not to mention his celestial-grade talent and imperial-level insights. If he were to cultivate this slowly despite these advantages, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Nevertheless, the idea of achieving such a monumental breakthrough in a single night would likely be met with skepticism if he were to share it. However, the process had cost him 2 spirit stones, equating to a staggering 20 billion for each cultivation session. The expenses for martial cultivation were indeed exorbitant, although progress was rapid. No amount of wealth could sustain such consumption. It seemed he needed to devise a way to earn money. His parents' resources were not his own, and the company required funding to operate, which could not support his training for long. What was currently the most lucrative? Alchemists? Artificers? Both professions seemed quite profitable. Furthermore, with the exquisite pills and weapons available in the system, if it weren't for the rarity of spirit stones, he would have started trading long ago. Alchemists and artificers. Both roles required corresponding talents, but fortunately, the system could replicate others' talents. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to proceed. Having sorted everything, Su Bai descended the stairs, where breakfast awaited him on the table. Luo Yanhan's was nowhere to be seen in the living room, perhaps due to her secret being discovered. As he ate, Su Bai contemplated his plans for the day. First, he had the cleansing pill in hand, a 5th-tier elixir that could yield tens of billions upon sale. With that fortune, he could replicate talents, engage in alchemy, and crafting, thus generating profit, an ideal virtuous cycle. However, the system's marketplace was infuriatingly limited to spirit stones as currency. Currently, the only way to obtain spirit stones was through the grand competition tomorrow, where the first prize was 10 stones. The 4 spirit stones he possessed were gifted. To acquire more, he would need to venture into the secret realms or slay enough other races or exotic beasts, which might yield a few. It appeared that if he wished to swiftly enhance his strength, a trip to the secret realm was imperative. However, the immediate priority was to sell the cleansing pill. Soon after finishing breakfast, Su Bai left the villa and, standing at the entrance, activated his phone to navigate to the nearest trading association. The Treasure Pavilion. Just 300 meters away. After glancing at the proximity, he promptly decided to head to this trading association. The Treasure Pavilion, as he recalled, was a globally renowned trading association, founded by a martial emperor, with its vice president holding a similar status. The exact number of martial emperors within the organization remained a mystery, but at least 2 were publicly acknowledged, the president and the vice president. The Treasure Pavilion operated branches worldwide, boasting an unparalleled reputation and credibility. In smaller cities like Tianhai, the branch president was at least a martial king, while a provincial capital's president would be no less than a grand master. Each provincial capital housed a branch, and with dozens of provincial capitals across China, it implied that the Treasure Pavilion had at least several dozen grand masters and above within its ranks. What an incredible force! For China, the power of the Treasure Pavilion was already comparable to that of the military. China comprised 3 major factions: the military, the Treasure Pavilion, and another shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, the Treasure Pavilion's mission was simply to conduct business, devoid of any aspirations for supremacy. Otherwise, China would never tolerate such a formidable force thriving within its borders. Moreover, during beast tides or ambushes by other races, the Treasure Pavilion would lend its aid to the military in repelling the threats. Such a free and well-compensated trading association was ideal for those solitary cultivators who wished to avoid the restrictions of military life, making the Treasure Pavilion the natural choice for many wandering practitioners. Who would have thought that a trading association could achieve such a status? Su Bai mused, reflecting that such a phenomenon would have been inconceivable in his previous life. Business was business, and power was power, it was impossible to intertwine the two. For a businessman to strive for power would be tantamount to overstepping one's bounds, resulting in censorship, fines, and mandates for rectification. However, the circumstances have changed. The current world speaks the language of strength. As long as your fist is formidable enough, even if you declare yourself king, no one will dare to intervene. Yet, given the formality of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, there is no need for concern, lest one be treated as a gullible fool. Proceed straight for 100 meters to reach the destination. The untrustworthy map sent yet another reminder. Only 100 meters remain, and from a distance, Subai could already discern the sign of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This was not due to coincidence. Rather, the pavilion stood out conspicuously amidst the surrounding architecture. The towering structure seemed out of place among the modern edifices. It resembled an ancient tea house, but compared to a tea house, this pavilion was grander and taller, and the materials used for its construction were indiscernible. The plaque of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion hung prominently in the center of the structure, clearly visible even from afar. Having arrived near the destination, the navigation ceased. As Subai approached the entrance of the pavilion, the untrustworthy map also halted its guidance. At the entrance, several cheerful young attendants were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Subai's arrival instantly captured their attention. Such a dashing young man could easily rival the readers, and his demeanor suggested he was a scion of a wealthy family, as his attire was evidently extravagant. Hey Lily, look at that young man. He obviously must be here to purchase elixirs to bolster his strength before the martial exam. We've encountered several like him today. Should you go over? Indeed. Just look at his attire. He clearly comes from affluence. If you manage to secure a commission, it could be quite substantial. Quickly, Lily, go on. If you earn a commission, you must treat us to a meal. The group chattered, encouraging Lily, who had recently graduated, to attend to this customer. Everyone was aware of Lily's family situation. Her mother was gravely ill at home, and as a recent university graduate without savings, she worked at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to keep her mother alive. However, if she did not seek treatment soon, hope would dwindle. Here, there were no underhanded intrigues. In the face of significant matters, everyone offered care and assistance, for who could predict when such a fate might befall themselves? This is the unique romanticism possessed by the people of Huaxia. Chapter 31. The pungent aroma of elixirs stirs the president of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The girl referred to as Lily hesitated, for clients of this nature were typically attended to by seasoned employees, as they possessed far more experience in dealing with customers than a freshly graduated university student. A more seasoned staff member might sweeten their words and persuade the client to make additional purchases, thereby increasing the commission. Thank you, everyone, Lily murmured softly to her colleagues, swiftly adjusting her demeanor to present her best self to the customer. Soon, with a radiant smile, Lily approached Subai. Dear student, are you in need of any elixirs? Allow me to guide you. All right, Subai nodded, eager to peruse the elixirs available at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and discern their rankings and values for market comprehension. This elixir is a first-tier mid-grade recovery pill, which can swiftly restore vitality and heal injuries, effective solely for martial artists. The price for this elixir is 100,000 yuan. What you see here is a first-tier upper-grade spirit gathering pill, which aids in the rapid absorption of spiritual energy, enhancing vitality, and is beneficial for individuals below the martial master level, though the specific effect is contingent on talent and environment. This elixir is priced at 1 million yuan. This elixir is a first-tier mid-grade mirror-breaking pill, which assists the user in breaking through from the peak of the quasi-martial artist level to the martial artist level. Priced at 1 million yuan. These are zero-tier elixirs, primarily crafted by alchemists for practice, suitable only for quasi-martial artists, each clearly priced at 100,000. After the introduction, Subai observed that most elixirs in the counter were first-tier, with a few second-tier mid-grade elixirs, and their prices easily surpassed 10 million. Goodness, these elixirs seem tailored for the affluent, don't they? Aside from the so-called practice zero-tier elixirs, the starting price for first-tier elixirs is at least several hundred thousand, and the effects are hardly remarkable. The first-tier elixirs correspond to the quasi-martial artist and martial artist realms, while second-tier elixirs cater to martial masters, and third-tier elixirs to martial kings, continuing up to seventh-tier elixirs for martial emperors. As for the 8th and 9th tier elixirs, no alchemist on Blue Star has yet managed to concoct them. Those two tiers of elixirs have been unearthed from secret realms and ancient ruins on Blue Star. Indeed, with the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, numerous anomalies have manifested, and many opportunities and hidden caves have emerged over the past few millennia. This includes the legacy of the Martial Emperor's Cave from countless years ago, which left behind innumerable opportunities capable of altering one's fate. Records from ancient times reveal that humanity had already experienced a revival of spiritual energy, possessing martial emperors among their ranks. Moreover, according to these records, the cultivation era of the ancient times far surpassed the present in glory. It could be said that masters were abundant, and martial emperors were as common as dogs. In fact, during the ancient era, a few individuals even touched realms beyond that of martial emperors, only to vanish without a trace. Such a flourishing age for humanity in antiquity met with a catastrophic extinction crisis. Blue Star suffered devastating blows, exhausting all its spiritual energy and barely gaining a respite to slowly recover. Yet this plunged humanity into an era of magic's decline, with spiritual energy depleting and the martial way falling into obscurity, leading to the technological society we know today after millennia of evolution. Following this was the resurgence of spiritual energy, the invasion of exotic beasts, and the martial way entering a renewed era of splendor. In the ancient times, the martial way was so prosperous, yet it could not escape annihilation. What, then, could have led humanity into the era of magic's decline? There are no records to elucidate this, leaving everyone in the dark. May I inquire, dear student, what are your needs? I can recommend a few elixirs currently best suited to you. Lily, believing that the elixir she had introduced might not serve Su-Bai's purposes, directly inquired about his requirements. I am not here to purchase elixirs. Rather, I am here to sell them. Would you be able to assist me in examining this elixir? After a prolonged moment, Su-Bai finally spoke, retrieving a 5th-tier upper-grade cleansing marrow pill from his spatial ring. 5th-tier upper-grade. If we were to apply the previous assessment method, this elixir could potentially have effects even on grandmasters. However, the optimal consumption period for this 5th-tier elixir is prior to the awakening of one's innate talent. Yet, before awakening one's innate talent, even if you are a rare genius, your realm would merely reach that of a martial master at best. Thus, the limitations of this elixir are significant. Otherwise, it would not be valued at merely 10 to 20 billion yuan. Furthermore, the supreme cleansing marrow pill within the system is worth only a mere 2 spirit stones, amounting to just over 20 billion. In an instant, a rich aroma of elixirs enveloped the entire gathering treasure pavilion, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Lily was no exception. The moment the elixir was revealed, she found herself entranced. It was Su-Bai's call that roused her from her reverie. Student, I cannot make this decision. Please wait a moment while I fetch the president. Lily stammered in astonishment. Dan Fragrance. This is the unique scent of high-grade elixirs. She had been fortunate enough to witness a 3rd-tier elixir during her internship before starting her job, and the aroma of that elixir was incomparable to the one before her now. Who was this young and handsome man? It was simply unimaginable that he would part with such a high-level elixir. Just this one elixir, if the transaction were successful, could yield commissions amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions. At that moment, she would have enough money to save her mother. With her heart racing with excitement, Lily made her way to the president's office on the top floor. Before she could enter, she saw the president himself stepping out, while a door in an adjacent room opened simultaneously. Master Zhang. Lily was somewhat shocked. Had Master Zhang also been alerted? It was well known that Master Zhang was a 2nd-tier alchemist at the treasure pavilion, cultivated through immense resources by the president, and was usually very busy, rarely seen. It was due to this 2nd-tier alchemist that the treasure pavilion branch had several 2nd-tier elixirs for sale, all yielding substantial profits. President. Lily was about to report her findings, but was promptly interrupted by the president. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation. Take me to meet this person directly. After speaking, the president turned to old Zhang, who had been diligently researching alchemy in his room for years. Old Zhang, have you sensed it? It seems we have a new friend in Tianhai City. Let us hurry and welcome him. The rich aroma of elixirs. Could a high-tier alchemist have appeared? Was it related to yesterday's phenomenon? Old Zhang muttered to himself. Although the news of yesterday's phenomenon had been suppressed by the authorities, the people of Tianhai City were not blind. How could they possibly remain unaware of such a significant event? Nonetheless, if he could acquire this elixir, perhaps he could finally progress beyond his long-stagnated status as a 2nd-tier alchemist. After Lily departed, Su-Bai, holding the elixir, stood out prominently in the hall. The girls who had been discussing earlier now gazed at him in astonishment. Sisters, I must not be mistaken, right? That young man actually produced a high-tier elixir, and the fragrance is so potent. Indeed, I've only ever caught a whiff of such fragrance during our internship training. I never expected to encounter it again. And this one is far stronger. If this transaction went through, could it mean that Lily would finally have the means to save her mother? May I inquire your esteemed surname, young friend? The president, arriving fashionably late, asked with a smile. Old Zhang, standing nearby, also regarded Su-Bai with curiosity, surprised that someone so young would possess such a high-tier elixir. Lily led both men to the back and obediently stood aside, knowing it was not her place to interject. Upon seeing the newcomers and recalling the earlier reaction of the waitress, Su-Bai deduced that the person before him must indeed be the president she had mentioned. My surname is Su-Bai, he replied. Hearing this, the president's mind raced as he pondered which Su family from Jiang province he was dealing with. Soon, he recalled a highly relevant figure, the Su family, Su-Bai. The name sounded so familiar. There was only one Su family in Jiang province that fit. And if memory served correctly, their son was also named Su-Bai. But the rumors suggested that this Su-Bai was a waste with a mere vitality of 25, while the young man before him clearly exuded the aura of a martial artist. Wait a moment, a martial artist? The president looked at Su-Bai in astonishment, sensing the unmistakable presence of a martial artist's realm. How could this be? This young friend appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, yet had already attained the status of a martial artist. When had such a figure emerged in Tianhai City, and how had he remained unaware? The president harbored a bold conjecture, yet it required verification. May I ask what your relationship is with Su Xingzhou? Subai was taken aback. Did the president of the Treasure Pavilion know his father? But then he recalled that his father was indeed a person of considerable wealth, a martial king, and well known in martial circles. Realizing this, Subai confidently replied, "That is my father. Is there a problem?" The president was even more astonished upon hearing Subai's admission. What is going on? Su Xingzhou's son is famously known as a cultivation waste. He barely passed the martial exam, and now this martial artist stands before me? No, wait. Yesterday I heard that during the awakening ceremony at Yizhong, 3 prodigies emerged, 2 with S-level talents, and 1 with SS level, and even 1 with an Immortal-grade talent. Moreover, one of the S-level talents was immediately rendered useless, Su Fei from the Su family. The only one capable of defeating Su Fei without fearing retribution seems to be this young man before me. After all, the Su and Su families have always been at odds in the market, with countless clandestine maneuvers between them. If this young man is indeed the rumored Su Bai, it would make sense that Su Fei was defeated, considering Su Bai is now a martial artist. Not to worry, not to worry. I have some business dealings with your father. My name is Feng Yuqing. You can call me Uncle Feng. Had I known it was you, little Su, I certainly would have come out to greet you. Next time, do let me know in advance, and I'll personally host you. The president laughed, instantly bridging the gap between them. All right, Uncle Feng, Su Bai reciprocated politely. This Uncle Feng was at least a martial king and the president of the Treasure Pavilion. Cultivating a relationship with a president could only be beneficial for him. I hear you've come to sell elixirs. Is it this one in your hand? Feng Yuqing inquired curiously, for the rich aroma had emanated from the elixir Su Bai held. As the two conversed, Master Zhang, the second-tier alchemist, stared intently at the elixir in Su Bai's hand, his eyes filled with a longing desire. Su Bai nodded and displayed the elixir, stating, "Indeed, this is a top-grade 5th-tier cleansing elixir, originally intended to enhance one's aptitude. However, given my current realm, this elixir holds little value for me, so I plan to sell it. Uncle Feng, would you be interested?" "Absolutely. I will buy it at any price." Feng Yuqing exclaimed. "Young Su, if you sell me this elixir, rest assured, should you ever need assistance in the future, just let me know. I, Zhang Dihai, am a man of my word." Without waiting for the president's response, Master Zhang hastily interjected upon hearing that the elixir was for sale. "This is actually a 5th-tier elixir. Throughout my years of alchemy, I have only encountered a handful of 4th-tier elixirs, and those alone helped me break through from a 1st-tier to a 2nd-tier alchemist. Now, I have stumbled upon a 5th-tier elixir. If I could acquire this elixir for research, perhaps I could finally advance from my long-stagnated status as a 2nd-tier alchemist." Su Bai looked curiously at the speaker. Zhang Dihai had been standing next to Feng Yuqing, and Su Bai initially assumed he was merely a bodyguard. However, it now seemed he was much more significant than that. Sensing Su Bai's confusion, Feng Yuqing quickly remembered that he had a prominent alchemist by his side. The allure of such a high-tier elixir was far greater to him than anything else. "Forgive me for not introducing him sooner. This is Master Zhang Dihai, a 2nd-tier alchemist. So he may have a heightened sensitivity to high-tier elixirs," Feng Yuqing explained. Just as Su Bai turned to look at Zhang Dihai, the system once again issued a prompt. "Detected intermediate alchemist talent. Would you like to spend money to duplicate it?" Upon seeing this prompt, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Can the talent of an alchemist truly be replicated? However, since the opportunity had presented itself, there was no reason to let it slip away. After selling this pill later, he would proceed with the duplication. "Master Zhang, since I have come to the Treasure Pavilion, it is only natural that I sell this pill to you," Su Bai stated confidently. "Indeed, my apologies for being presumptuous, young Su. Shall we discuss the price of this pill?" Master Zhang clearly did not wish to miss out on this opportunity, his every word revealing immense interest in the pill. Yet, this eagerness left Feng Qingyu feeling quite exasperated. "Old Zhang, could you not exhibit such eagerness? It is well known that displaying excessive interest in a transaction will only lead to being taken advantage of. Especially in this situation, where it is clear you are in dire need of this item, the price offered will undoubtedly exceed expectations. In any transaction, the greatest taboo is to show interest in a particular item. Nonetheless, in the current circumstances, it was imperative to secure this pill." Chapter 33, The President's Favor. Duplicating alchemist talent. "Very well, please state your price. If it is agreeable, we shall proceed with the transaction." Su Bai nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Feng Yuqing pondered for a moment. Although he was unaware of Su Bai's anticipated price, the general market price for a 5th-tier pill typically starts at 1 billion, while a high-quality pill could fetch 30 to 40 billion. However, Feng Yuqing had heard of the Shisui pill, which had a significant drawback. It was only effective for those who had not yet awakened, rendering it nearly useless for the already awakened. This meant that the value of this pill would not equate to that of a normal 5th-tier pill. But what price would satisfy young Su? If this truly is the renowned Su Bai, cultivating a relationship with him could prove beneficial. At his age, achieving the rank of a martial artist is commendable, and the connection to yesterday's extraordinary event could be significant. A flat price of 3 billion. What do you think, young Su? Feng Qingyu hesitated before finally stating a figure. This was the highest price he could manage. According to market analysis, this pill could only be sold for a maximum of 2 billion. And offering 3 billion was an attempt to forge a friendship. Anyone capable of producing fifth-tier pills surely had more than one in their possession, making the connection advantageous for him. 3 billion. Hearing this price, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a price of merely 20 billion at most. Suddenly receiving several billion more was indeed favorable. However, upon further reflection, Su Bai comprehended the underlying truth. It was not merely the pill that held the value of 3 billion, but rather the combination of the pill and himself that warranted such a price. Understanding this principle, Su Bai accepted the offer with alacrity. After all, his system functioned like an insatiable abyss. No matter how much he invested, he could not perceive a return. At present, he was in dire need of funds, and having someone willingly provide him with money to foster goodwill was nothing short of splendid. Very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. Su Bai consented without hesitation. Great. What is your bank account number? I will transfer the funds directly. Feng Yuqing sighed in relief upon successfully concluding the transaction, grateful that Su Bai was not overly greedy. Otherwise, he would have preferred to forego the deal. My bank account number is 1314520. All right, I have transferred the funds. Please check. No sooner had Feng Yuqing's words left his mouth than Su Bai felt his phone vibrate. No need to check. The money has undoubtedly arrived. All right, Uncle Feng, here's the pill. Please examine it for any issues. Su Bai offered the pill, but it was not Feng Yuqing who accepted it. Rather, it was Zhang Dihai who stepped forward to take it before hurriedly departing. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly recited the duplication talent in his mind, and soon a notification chimed from his phone, accompanied by a prompt on the system interface. Congratulations, host. You have duplicated intermediate alchemist talent. 1 million points have been deducted. Did it truly require 1 million to duplicate the intermediate talent? It seemed rather inexpensive. Once the duplication was complete, Master Zhang hastily departed, eager to enter seclusion and research the pill. If he could glean even a modicum of insight, it would be immensely beneficial, and advancing to a third-tier alchemist would merely be a matter of time. Do not mind him. Old Zhang has always been this way. He must be too excited, rushing off to study the pill. No worries. The pill has already been sold, so I shall not impose on you any further, Uncle Feng. Su Bai waved dismissively, indicating his indifference before bidding farewell. All right, I shall not see you off. Do remember to send my regards to your father. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Su Bai wandered aimlessly down the street, where everything felt both familiar and foreign. Just days ago, he had been a mere waste with a vitality score of 25. Who could have imagined that on the cusp of the martial examination, he would awaken a system and rapidly ascend to the rank of a martial artist? He had initially intended to lead an ordinary life, but fate had played a grand joke on him. Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Let the storms rage even fiercer. At that moment, a phone call interrupted Su Bai's aimless wandering. Upon checking his phone, he saw it was his father calling. Oh, the familial bonds I failed to appreciate in my previous life, and now I experience them in this new one. Upon answering, Su Xingzhou's voice resonated from the phone. Son, where are you? Your mother and I are at the entrance of your villa. Hurry back and let us in. Son, did we not agree that you would avoid going out for the time being? Who knows what might happen if you venture out? Shi Ying's voice chimed in. Filled with concern, the Su family was undoubtedly preparing for revenge. Every moment spent outside was fraught with danger, which was why they had moved over so promptly. All right. Mom, I am on my way back. Su Bai urgently interrupted, realizing it was best to return home now that his parents had arrived, especially since he had been meandering outside aimlessly. At this moment, at the villa's entrance, Su's parents were engaged in conversation. Honey, do you truly believe that Xiao Bai has reached the rank of a martial artist? How can that be? Just yesterday, he was a high-level martial practitioner, and today he is a high-level martial artist. Shi Ying was filled with skepticism, yet this was her son, and Xiao Luo would never jest about such matters. Once that little rascal arrived, the truth would be revealed. How dare he conceal such matters from his own parents? This little brat surely had audacity. He would need to be dealt with upon his return. Though Su Xingzhou scolded with words, a smile had not left his face since the beginning. His son was a high-level martial artist, It was common knowledge that the last national martial examination's top scorer had only been a beginner martial artist, while his son had already reached high-level martial artist status. What did this signify? It signified that Su Xingzhou's son was the top scorer of this year's national examination. Such a thought was something he had never dared to dream of, and yet it had suddenly come to fruition. How could he not be thrilled? All right, dear. You must reach out to your friends and inform them. Otherwise, the Su family's hidden vendetta could lead to disastrous consequences. We cannot allow them to harm Xiao Bai. Although there is currently no activity from the Su family, Shi Ying harbors a sense of unease within her heart. As a mother, her greatest wish in life is to witness her son grow up healthy and strong. She does not yearn for much beyond that. As long as her son can live well, it suffices. Chapter 34, Rules of the Grand Tournament, The Secret Realm. Indeed, Safety must be prioritized. And once the martial examination concludes, there will be less to worry about. Surely, the Su family lacks the audacity to provoke the northern capital. Upon returning home, Su Xingzhou expressed his intention to move in for the next few days. Su Bai pondered for a moment. With the grand tournament scheduled for tomorrow, he readily agreed. As night fell, Principal Chun called with some reminders regarding the tournament. This year's grand tournament would be jointly hosted by Jiang Province, Danyang Province, and Tao Province, with the venue set in Jiang Province. As for the capital and various other provinces, their distances rendered them unsuitable for participation in a single location. The purpose of the grand tournament has never been to declare a singular victor. Rather, it serves as a competitive platform for cities to vie for educational resources for the following year. Each year, cities engage in endless debates over the inequities of educational resources, prompting the Martial Artists Association of the capital and the Chinese military to jointly issue a declaration centuries ago. Resources are attainable, but one must earn them through merit. Thus, the Grand Tournament was born. The tournament is organized by one or several provinces, and the rankings determine the allocation of educational resources for the following year, favoring certain provinces or even cities. This meritocratic approach has garnered significant support. However, it has also resulted in a vicious cycle where stronger cities become increasingly powerful, while weaker cities languish. Yet, this is a necessary compromise. The world has transformed, the notion of equality has dissipated, and strength reigns supreme. Even though the Chinese government continues to espouse the ideal of equality, the moment the aura of spiritual energy began to revive, the fate of humanity started to shift. Cities that consistently lag behind are still allocated some resources to prevent the predicament of failing to nurture talents due to a lack of means. This can be seen as the last vestige of greenery amidst an endless desert. Tianhai City has always been a rather inconspicuous presence in the annual Grand Tournament. Among the several hundred cities across the three provinces, Tianhai City remains nestled in the middle tier, typically hovering around the top 100. Every few years, with a stroke of luck, it might even awaken an SS-level talent to break into the top 50. As for rankings beyond that, very few dare to contest. The top 10 rankings have remained relatively unchanged over the years, with the level of talent awakening largely determined by parental lineage. The top 10 cities are predominantly those most esteemed across the three provinces, where educational resources and talent converge, resulting in a student quality that ordinary cities cannot rival. Each year, at least one SS-level martial artist emerges from these premier cities to carry the banner, and with the tilt in resources, those of comparable talent from other regions stand little chance. Your SS-level talent may be a mid-tier martial artist, while theirs is a high-tier martial artist. In previous tournaments, the format typically involved standard one-on-one duels to establish rankings. However, this year heralds a significant change, perhaps due to the perception that prior rules were overly rigid. A nationwide revision has been implemented, transitioning from dueling to a point-based competition. All participating students will be placed into a secret realm. A safe zone has already been established within the realm, primarily populated by extraordinary beasts ranging from quasi-martial artists to beginner martial masters. Extraordinary beasts are categorized from level 1 to level 9, with each level subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Level 1 corresponds to quasi-martial artists, and so forth, with levels 8 and 9 representing martial emperor-level beasts, which will be elaborated upon later. This newly discovered secret realm allows participants to earn points by defeating extraordinary beasts, potentially yielding unexpected rewards. The point values are as follows. Level 1 extraordinary beasts yield 135 points. Level 2 beasts yield points of 10, 30, and 50, while a beginner level 3 beast grants 200 points. The disparity in points between level 2 and level 3 beasts serves to encourage participants to challenge themselves and engage in combat beyond their current tier. This marks China's first attempt at such a format. Only through experiencing true combat can one grasp the current plight of humanity and emerge as a genuine warrior. Of course, this does not entail a death wish. Each participant will have access to a distress button. Upon activation, the nearest instructor will extract them from the secret realm. Once this button is pressed, the participant's points will be immediately locked. The magnitude of this change is profound, compared to previous tournaments that emphasize strength. This iteration integrates an element of chance. A high-tier martial artist might find themselves unlucky and face a level 3 beast, leading to immediate elimination, or they might turn the tables and amass significant points. Conversely, a beginner martial artist could encounter only level 2 beasts that they can handle, ultimately securing a spot within the top 100 through their accrued points. Luck, too, is a facet of strength. Upon learning that this year's tournament will take place within a secret realm, Su Bai felt a thrill of excitement. He had never set foot in a secret realm before. While fraught with danger, each secret realm also harbors immense opportunities. Aside from a few high-tier secret realms opened for external collaboration against threats, those with minimal risk are typically controlled by various factions. Universities also possess their own secret realms, and even the smaller, publicly accessible ones have generally been stripped of resources. Now, the Grand Tournament is set within a still partially unexplored secret realm. This implies that many resources within remain untapped, and he might even discover the spiritual stones he seeks. This notion set Su Bai's heart racing, yearning to rush to the secret realm and gather treasures at once. After Principal Chun concluded his briefing, another call came through. "Brother Bai?" The boisterous voice of Wang Fuguei resonated through the phone. "What do you want?" "Tomorrow is the grand tournament, and you still have the leisure to call me?" "What do you mean?" Fuguei retorted, somewhat indignant. "Is Wang Fuguei the type to waste time?" "I called to tell you that I've reached the intermediate martial artist level," Fuguei proclaimed with a hint of pride. "Surprised, aren't you?" Wang Fuguei can achieve such progress in a single day. "Who else can do that?" "I ask you, who else?" Noticing Fuguei's excitement, Su Bai fell silent. "I haven't even reached the high-tier martial master level, and you're this jubilant." However, seeing Fuguei so elated, he decided against dampening the boy's spirits. He didn't want to make him feel foolish. "That's impressive," Su Bai replied perfunctorily. Fuguei, clearly oblivious to Su Bai's lack of enthusiasm, took it as validation from Brother Bai. "I feel so motivated right now. The thrill of cultivation is exhilarating. See you tomorrow, Brother Bai." "See you tomorrow." Chapter 35, Sword Intent, Sky Shrouding Technique, Disruption Plan. After hanging up, Su Bai did not resume his training. Transitioning from high-tier martial master to martial king is not a trivial leap. It is worth noting that his mother has cultivated for decades. Although her talent is not exceptional, she is still merely a high-tier martial master. With the broken mirror pill I provided myself and her accumulated experience, breaking through to the martial king realm should pose no challenge. However, the dilemma lies in my own lack of experience. After all, it has only been 2 or 3 days since I genuinely commenced my cultivation. I possess neither accumulation nor experience. My singular encounter in combat resulted in my swift defeat at the hands of Su Fei just yesterday. The transition from martial master to martial king represents a formidable barrier, halting countless individuals in their tracks. This metamorphosis demands not only innate talent, but also the invaluable wisdom gleaned from countless battles. The transformation of vital energy into spiritual energy necessitates the baptism of combat. Mere cultivation is insufficient. Perhaps this grand tournament could serve as a pivotal opportunity for me to transcend to the martial king realm. Although I cannot further my cultivation to elevate my rank, I can still delve into the study of techniques. The heavenly tier technique, Yuan Yang Slash, is currently my sole martial art. My proficiency with it merely reaches the level of great accomplishment. Now that I find myself in possession of sufficient resources, I shall invest modestly, 1 billion, to enhance it directly to the subtle realm. A familiar sensation envelopes my mind, and a memory floods in. This time, my consciousness is drawn into the memory, witnessing an individual demonstrating the technique firsthand. I then mimic the swordplay, executing it once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. After countless repetitions, a flicker of determination ignites in Su Bai's eyes. This sword can cleave the heavens and eradicate all existence. As the sword is unleashed, the essence shatters, and the memory fully integrates. In that moment, Su Bai's consciousness returns to his body. With no time to ponder, he closes his eyes, beginning to comprehend the astonishing sword strike he has just executed. Great accomplishment, perfection, subtlety. But this is not the end. Even after attaining the subtlety of the sword technique, Su Bai's insights do not cease. They continue to advance toward the unknown. Suddenly, wisps of sword energy manifest around him. This fierce and tumultuous sword energy appears capable of annihilating all in its path. As the intensity of the sword energy multiplies, filling the room, Su Bai opens his eyes. Boom. The frenzied sword energy instantaneously dissipates, producing a cacophony of sound. The essence of the sword is formed. Su Bai gazes at the re-emergent sword essence beside him. This time, it is devoid of the earlier ferocity and turbulence. Under Su Bai's control, the sword energy feels remarkably gentle, posing no threat whatsoever. Is the culmination of sword techniques the essence itself? Su Bai has heard tales of sword essence, a widely acknowledged concept. The most renowned example is the legendary Sword Saint, whose awe-inspiring strike could evoke terror in both heaven and earth. With that single stroke, countless beasts and races perished, a solitary figure standing against a trillion-strong army. That strike encapsulated boundless sword intent. Wherever the sword intent traversed, not a blade of grass would survive. Since that time, the essence has been etched deeply in the hearts of people. Sword intent, knife intent, spear intent. Upon mastering a technique to its utmost limit, the subtlety leads to the essence. To comprehend the essence is to be among the elite of geniuses. Even the most rudimentary yellow-tier sword intent can empower one to effortlessly surpass foes of higher rank. Over millennia, few have grasped the essence. Those who do, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, inevitably become pillars of humanity. In simpler terms, even a martial emperor who comprehends the essence can easily contend against 3 martial emperors lacking it. Thus, you should grasp just how vital the essence is. Countless talented martial emperors devote their entire lives to pursuing the essence, only for a mere martial master to have already attained it. If the martial emperors were to learn of this, they would surely feel as though their decades of cultivation had been in vain. Subai possesses limited knowledge of this essence, but recognizes its formidable nature. A surge of impulse courses through him, urging him to draw his sword and replicate the movements from his memory. However, doing so may devastate his villa. Suppressing his desire, Subai contemplates acquiring a new technique. After perusing the marketplace, he ultimately discovers the most suitable technique, Heavenly Concealment Technique. Product description: a low-grade heavenly tier technique capable of concealing one's realm aura, undetectable to all below the martial sovereign realm. Upon reaching great accomplishment, it can obscure heavenly secrets, rendering any divination or tracking techniques ineffective, even with potential backlash. Price: 1 spirit stone. Without hesitation, Subai purchases the Heavenly Concealment Technique, despite having only 1 spirit stone remaining. The ability to obscure heavenly secrets is simply too compelling to forego. After acquiring the technique, Subai invests another billion to elevate it directly to subtlety. This time, there are no unusual occurrences. He receives the memory seamlessly. Soon, having mastered the Heavenly Concealment Technique, Subai conceals his realm, presenting as a junior martial master. Though he cannot flaunt his prowess, he must at least maintain an air of sophistication. Otherwise, what use is his advantage? Releasing a hint of aura, Subai nods in satisfaction. Indeed, he has transformed into a junior martial master. Now, with nearly all preparations complete, he awaits the grand tournament tomorrow. The roster for the Tianhai City participants includes 4 from Class 1, Chu Yoyu, Wang Fuguei, and Subai. The 4th is an ordinary individual who has awakened an A-grade talent, also at the intermediate martial master level. In the past 2 days, Classes 2 and 3 have completed their awakenings as well. Class 2 and Class 3 each awakened a combination of 1 S-grade and 2 A-grade talents. Meaning aside from Class 1, the other 2 schools also boast 3 participants each. In total, 10 individuals will compete, representing hundreds of cities, amounting to over 1,000 participants. While the sheer numbers may seem impressive, casting them all into the secret realm would likely yield naught but a ripple. The size of a secret realm is comparable to a province on Blue Star, and a secured area that can accommodate a few thousand individuals is merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, one cannot deny that Tianhai City, which in the past would see only a single S-grade talent emerge, has now witnessed an explosion of genius after 30 years. This time, Tianhai City will not settle for a position in the top 50. With Subai's extraordinary talent, how can they not aspire to break into the top 10, or even strive for the top 5? Subai refrains from further cultivation, opting instead to reward himself with a restful slumber, conserving his energy for the tournament ahead. Meanwhile, in a basement in Jiang Province, news emerges. The provincial tournament tomorrow will activate the fault line plan, classified at SSS level of utmost secrecy. Chapter 36. Have we entered the wrong class? Are the higher-ups finally ready to take action? The SSS level secrecy indicates that this year, Jiang Province is poised for chaos. Yes, boss, this time they will dispatch a martial sovereign to oversee and command the operation, ensuring that not a single foe escapes. We have already gathered all information regarding the tournament, and have infiltrated the secret realm, setting up formations that even martial emperors cannot breach, capable of holding for an hour. At that time, the sole guardian of the Jiang province martial emperor outside would be occupied, allowing us to embark on our hunt within the next hour. The secret realm they have chosen actually possesses another entrance, which we have already secured. We shall enter through there and activate the formation. Very well, I understand. You may go now and make the necessary arrangements. My son, why has your realm reverted to a junior martial master? In the living room, Su Xingzhou felt puzzled by his son's cultivation level. Had he not been a senior martial master just yesterday? How had he suddenly become a junior martial master this year? Oh, that. It's a technique I practiced last night that conceals my own aura, allowing me to retain a bit of my trump card. Subai had no intention of hiding this from his parents, as this realm was merely for the eyes of outsiders. Even if it could deceive an enemy for just a second, it could prove fatal. Moreover, this technique primarily shields one from the heavenly secrets, rendering any divination or tracking ineffective against me. This is precisely what I need. Indeed, you are both courageous and cunning. You are truly the son of Su Xingzhou. Follow me. Su Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. Mom and Dad, I must be off to school now. I will contact you later. All right. Stay safe and do not forget to bring back my daughter-in-law for a meal. Before leaving, Su's mother did not forget to remind him. Upon hearing this, Subai unconsciously quickened his pace. The urgency of marriage truly was formidable. 10 minutes later, at Tianhai City, First High School, Fuguei was circling around Subai, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Why? By go. I feel like you have changed immensely in just a few days. First, you were a senior martial artist. Then you exhibited celestial-level talent and extraordinary phenomena. All of that aside, how is it that your realm has improved again after just 1 day? Junior martial master. The previous global martial exam champion was not even at this level. How infuriating. While I was still relishing my advancement to intermediate martial artist, you have already become a junior martial master. Together, We are like a pair of extraordinary beasts convening. Subai smiled lightly and chose not to elaborate further. Diverting the conversation, let us hurry back to the classroom. Our old teacher might already be waiting for us. Fu Guei pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Let us return to the classroom. Last night, the principal seemed to have called me, but I was too engrossed in my training to answer. He must have had something important to convey. By go, do you know? It's likely about the rules for the grand competition today, which I expect will be reiterated shortly. The two halted at the classroom door, glancing at the plaque labeled Class 2, then peeking inside. By go, did we mistakenly walk into the wrong class? I suspect so. The atmosphere within the classroom was decidedly peculiar. Though Class 2 was not the worst, many students typically slacked off as the college entrance exams approached. Yet now, each student was diligently practicing from the early morning, the classroom so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the usual laggards at the back had begun to train. Had they wandered into the wrong class? Was this Class 1? Such a scenario should only exist among the top achievers in Class 1, not in any other class. What was going on? Just as the two hesitated before the class plaque, Teacher Li approached them with an unfamiliar face. Subai, Wang Fu Guei, what are you two doing dawdling here? Hurry up and enter the classroom. I have something to announce. Teacher Li was somewhat perplexed. Why were they lingering at the door? But as he reached the entrance, another bewildered figure joined the queue of confusion. Was this truly his Class 2? Teacher Li glanced up at the plaque. Indeed, it was his Class 2. But what was going on with the students inside? At that moment, Teacher Li noticed the content on the blackboard and the notes at the back of the classroom. Seemingly grasping the situation, there are only 88 days left until the martial exam. After years of arduous study, devouring countless tomes, striving day and night, all for this moment of recognition. 100 days of effort. I aim to enter Baidu University. The martial exam does not signify everything, but it can be the beginning of everything. 3 years of hard work for a brighter future. Various motivational phrases filled the entire classroom, and for the first time, the atmosphere of cultivation reached its zenith. Even those who had given up on themselves were inspired by the surrounding energy to strive once more. At the very least, not to leave regrets in their youth. At the back of the classroom, the entire blackboard was plastered with small notes. These notes were filled with students' aspirations for the future, including the universities they wished to apply to, each person striving diligently for their future. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and enter the classroom. Teacher Li snapped back to reality, feeling quite pleased. Subai and Fu Guei exchanged glances and quickly returned to their seats. Teacher Li followed closely behind. As Teacher Li reached the podium, he gently tapped it and spoke warmly. Everyone, please pause. I have something to share with you. As Teacher Li began to speak, all activity in the room ceased, and everyone looked at him with curiosity. All right, I am heartened to see you all in this state today. I hope you can maintain this momentum in the days to come. The reason I called you is to announce some news. Starting today, the school will undergo a reclassification. New classes, namely the Rocket class and the Sprint class, will be established. The Rocket class will only accept students with A-level talents or above. Our class has 4 students who meet the criteria. Some may wonder why our class only has 3 students. Let me introduce this new classmate next to me, Guchun, who has transferred from another city. He should have been our new classmate, possessing an S-level talent, yet unfortunately, he will only be with you for a few minutes before heading to the Rocket class. The remaining Sprint class will allow anyone to join at their own discretion. Those who wish to make a final push in these last days can come to my office after class. All right, that is all I have to say. Subai? Wang Fu Guei, you two come to my office. Subai, I just got here. Wang Fu Guei, I just sat down. My seat isn't even warm yet. Chapter 37. Guchun, the one who wants to cling to the strong. Despite this, the two hurriedly followed Teacher Li after he left. Once the few had departed, the rest of the class resumed their discussions about what Teacher Li had just announced. Reclassification? Are we really going to reclassify with only 2 months left? What is the rationale behind this? Isn't the current class just fine? I awakened to C-level talent, but I am still only a quasi-martial artist. I plan to join the Sprint class. I believe I can still push myself. I truly envy Subai and that chubby guy. One is a rich heir, and the other is merely a sidekick, yet both have awakened such excellent talents. Did you know? The chubby guy was sitting next to me earlier, and I could sense that his aura has already broken through to intermediate martial artist. Just 2 days ago, he was an ordinary junior martial artist. What is the big deal? Do you know the aura Subai emitted when he walked past me? Just a hint of it made me feel a threat to my life. Mind you, I am an intermediate martial artist, and I didn't feel that way even when Subai was a senior martial artist just 2 days ago. The discussion about reclassification inevitably led back to Subai and his companion. There was no escaping it. Ever since Subai awakened, the school was abuzz with discussions about him. Not only was it due to the awakening of an extraordinary talent, but also because the campus belle was surprisingly connected to Subai. Ever since Chu Yuyu personally sought out Subai, rumors of their engagement have reverberated throughout the entire school, and neither of the parties involved has made any clarifications. This has, of course, drawn the attention of a large crowd of onlookers, propelling it to the top of the campus hot list. Inside the office, Teacher Lee briefed the two on the class division, followed by the gathering at the city gate for the upcoming grand competition, which would be led by a master to Jiang Province. There had been modifications to the previously established slots. The A-grade talent, a certain passerby, had been replaced by Gu Chun, who transferred to participate in the competition, leaving the first high school with 4 representatives. The matter of the 3 individuals entering the rocket class was next on the agenda. The rocket class operated with a more relaxed approach, primarily aimed at gathering geniuses together. From the moment he encountered the two, Gu Chun had begun to discreetly observe them. Could these be the fabled children of destiny, the ones who awakened celestial talents? Gu Chun pondered, somewhat perplexed. Having recently awakened an S-grade talent himself, he believed he should have been a prime candidate between Peking University and National University. Why would the patriarch send him here to curry favor with a stranger? He had heard tales of the celestial phenomena during the awakening day in Tianhai City, culminating in the appearance of divine beasts and the miraculous sight of all beasts paying homage. But was this truly a valid reason for his sudden transfer? Especially with the grand competition looming? Despite his internal grievances, Gu Chun could only silently lament. Anyone from Kwantong City knew how the Gu family rose to prominence, by latching onto the fortunes of others, soaring to new heights. According to the patriarch's own words, this was a secret passed down through generations, capable of observing a person's fate and predicting the future. To prevent leaks, it was only passed on to the next family head at the twilight of the previous one, ensuring continuity for over a millennium. The Gu family's ability to endure for 1,000 years was intrinsically linked to this secret. While many may whisper that the Gu family were mere sycophants, each successive head dismissed such notions with disdain. How could the common folk comprehend the significance of a child of destiny? Even a single hair from such a being could surpass a lifetime's worth of cultivation, let alone the advantages of being in proximity to one. The future would see them rise as emperors at the pinnacle of the world, a realm to which ordinary individuals could only aspire. Gu Chun recalled the first rule of the law of fate imparted by the patriarch. A child of destiny must have a robust companion, whose talent is certainly remarkable. A glance at the affluent figure beside Su Bai confirmed the first rule. The second tenet stated that the child of destiny's talent must surpass all others, accompanied by a unique gift. Celestial talent, worshipped by all beasts. The second tenet was indeed satisfied. The remaining rules would require further exploration to validate. But it appeared that the individual before him, Su Bai, was indeed the person he sought. However, how was he to forge a connection, as the patriarch suggested? Having concluded the meeting, the 3 were instructed to swiftly gather at the city gate, where Chu Yuyu was likely awaiting them. Upon arrival at the city gate, they found Chu Yuyu already present, having arrived early. With all 4 from the first high school now gathered, they noted that not a single participant from the second or third high schools had yet arrived. Thus, they were left to wait at the gate until the master responsible for their transport eventually arrived. The atmosphere among the 4 was somewhat peculiar. Despite attending the same school, they felt as though they were strangers standing together. They exchanged glances before retreating to their phones. It must be said, the technological development in this world was commendable. Games had been created for entertainment, primarily to help alleviate the collective tension. Su Bai casually selected a couple of minigames to play. One was titled Digging for Survival. What a dreadful game, let us try another. The next was Sheep Game. What on earth are these ridiculous games? Is this what you call relaxation? I might as well be hemorrhaging. How is this supposed to ease tension? He finally understood why his previous incarnation had never developed a gaming habit. These were utterly nonsensical games. Just as Su Bai exited the game, a message notification popped up. Chu Yuyu, Brother Su Bai, congratulations on breaking through to the warrior level. Upon reading the message, Su Bai couldn't help but glance up at Chu Yuyu. Yet she remained with her head bowed, her long, dark hair cascading down, obscuring her stunning features. This fortuitously concealed her expression, leaving Su Bai to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Unsure how to respond, Su Bai felt that any reply would fall short. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, if he still couldn't discern Chu Yuyu's interest in him, he might as well have lived as a dog for decades. Yet, knowing the depth of her feelings only complicated his response. Though they were engaged, he sighed, resigning himself to let things unfold naturally. Beep beep. Chu Yuyu, nervously avoiding the screen, squinted as she read the message. My dearest brother Su Bai, thank you Yuyu. And congratulations to you as well for breaking through to the warrior level. In an instant, Chu Yuyu felt her cheeks flush with warmth, inexplicably delighted. Chapter 38, Spirit Vessel, Team Formation. Observing the 4, Gu Chun naturally noted this detail, reaffirming his judgment. The third rule of the law of fate states that a child of destiny must have an exceptionally talented campus belle as their girlfriend. He had already confirmed that the enchanting Chu Yuyu was to be his future sister-in-law, possessing an SS-grade talent along with a unique phoenix-type affinity, a clear validation of his assessment. This strange ambience persisted until the other 2 high schools arrived belatedly. This time, Tianhai City had truly assembled an impressive team. Among the 10 participants, there were 4 with A-grade talents, 4 with S-grade talents, 1 with SS-grade talent, and 1 with celestial talent. In previous years, Even having just 2 S-grade talents would have warranted widespread celebration. Yet this time, they boasted 4 S-grade talents, not to mention 2 talents above that. The master responsible for Tianhai City gazed incredulously at the assembled 10. What a prodigious city this was. Could he possibly be mistaken about the presence of 2 junior warriors? The master hastily retrieved the reported list from Tianhai City, his astonishment growing. Celestial talent? SS-grade talent? 4 S-grade talents? What on earth was going on? Was it appropriate for a single master to oversee such a team? Ji Onping felt a wave of surprise. Were the individuals on this list merely idle? How could such prodigious talents be managed by just one master? However, faced with the situation, he could only maintain his composure, hoping for a smooth journey ahead without any unforeseen incidents. After confirming that all were present, Ji Onping retrieved a spirit vessel from his spatial ring. This vessel, specifically designed for expedient travel and the unforeseen perils encountered along the way, is a spirit ship of the lower tier of the Xian rank. It possesses the capacity to accommodate hundreds of passengers and can effortlessly achieve speeds that rival that of sound. The sole drawback, however, lies in its reliance on spirit stones as a source of energy. Indeed, you read that correctly. The power source is spirit stones. To attain such rapid advancement, one must insert spirit stones to fuel its propulsion. Otherwise, the ship would languidly absorb the spiritual energy from the air, converting it into kinetic force, which would yield a maximum velocity of nearly 500 or 600 kilometers per hour. For the expansive blue star, rejuvenated by the resurgence of spiritual energy, this speed is hardly impressive. For instance, considering the distance between Jiang province and the capital, the 2 provincial cities are separated by thousands of miles. Even traveling at the speed of sound would necessitate several hours. In this context, the 500 to 600 kilometers per hour seems rather insufficient. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that a single spirit stone can sustain the ship's full operational capacity for approximately a month, which makes the situation somewhat more palatable. Given that Tianhai City is also over 1,000 kilometers from Jiang province, the affluent Martial Artists Association has graciously covered all expenses to preempt any potential mishaps along the journey. Come aboard. We should reach our destination in about an hour or 2. This interval may be rather dull, so I encourage everyone to engage in conversation. Congratulations in advance on your victory. Ji Onping jested while offering a reminder. With the formidable duo of martial artists present, Ji Onping could hardly fathom anyone else capable of outshining them for the championship. Unless, well, there were no unless. The spirit ship ascended gracefully, hovering momentarily before darting forward with a swift whoosh. Inside, the passengers were divided into 2 groups, one consisting of Su Bai and his 3 companions, and the other comprising students from the 2nd and 3rd schools. As the atmosphere remained awkward, no one broke the silence, leading individuals to converse with those they were familiar with. In stark contrast to the quietude surrounding Su Bai's group, the students from the 2nd and 3rd schools were engaged in lively discussions. As a martial artist, Su Bai could distinctly overhear snippets of their conversations. Wow, Su Bai is actually a junior martial artist. Who on earth spread those rumors about him being a waste? One exclaimed. Thank goodness I'm not from his school. I haven't offended him. Another interjected. Just a few days ago, I heard he was merely a senior martial artist. Has he awakened his talent and made a breakthrough? Is this the power of a celestial-grade talent? I, with my S-grade talent, have been grinding for 2 days straight, yet I'm still stuck at the intermediate martial artist level. Do they think breakthroughs are as easy as drinking water? For Su Bai, it seems as effortless as a sip. It was also rumored that Su Bai was betrothed to Chu Yiyu, but the veracity of this information remained uncertain, as neither party had come forth to clarify. Hey, now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Let me share some inside gossip. Although their voices were hushed, the heightened senses of the 2 martial artists rendered their whispers as clear as if they were being spoken directly beside them. Listening intently, as their enthusiasm grew, Chu Yuyu's cheeks flushed once more, prompting her to hastily lower her head and feign ignorance. Su Bai, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed. After all, the discussions were rooted in reality. Yet, he had little interest in eavesdropping. The monotony of the journey prompted him to simply close his eyes and meditate. Guchun, however, was diligently gathering any useful information to lay a solid foundation for future alliances. As their conversation drifted to the upcoming grand competition, they learned that the scoring system would be based on points earned through slaying exotic beasts. This also meant that participants could form teams and collaborate within the secret realm. The efficiency of a group would undoubtedly surpass that of an individual. Moreover, the realm housed 3rd-tier junior exotic beasts. A careless misstep could lead to immediate disqualification, rendering their efforts futile. Su Bai, would you like to join us? One of the S-grade talent holders inquired quietly. The top talents from both the 2nd and 3rd schools were well acquainted, eliminating any potential for dissent. Consequently, the 6 of them quickly decided to band together upon entering the secret realm, forming a team to hunt exotic beasts and accumulate points. The distribution of points would naturally favor those who contributed most, with the team leader responsible for allocation. However, at this moment, a suitable candidate for the leadership role seemed elusive, especially with 2 prominent figures seated nearby. Aligning oneself with a powerhouse would surely ensure a commendable ranking in the competition. Surprised by the inquiry, Subai opened his eyes to regard the group. However, this did not come as a shock, as it was only natural for martial artists from the same city to unite. I think I will refrain from joining you. I plan to venture deeper into the secret realm on my own, Subai replied softly. His objectives extended beyond merely claiming first place. The allure of the 10 spirit stones awarded for first place paled in comparison to the treasures hidden within the realm, where he might discover the spirit stones he so ardently sought. Very well, esteemed one. Should you wish to join us, please do not hesitate to let us know. The role of team leader shall always be reserved for you. They responded, unfazed. Given Subai's status as a junior martial artist, he could navigate the secret realm with relative ease. Moreover, he had an equally formidable fiancé, also a junior martial artist. At this juncture, Fu Guwei began to grasp the rules of the competition, overhearing the discussions and recognizing the viability of forming teams. As a mere intermediate martial artist, he was well aware that acting alone would likely result in a struggle to achieve a top 100 ranking. However, if he were to join forces with Subai, a place in the top 10 would be effortlessly attainable. Excited by the prospect of being a mere appendage to Subai's prowess, Fu Guwei felt a surge of exhilaration. Just as he was about to propose teaming up with Subai, Ji Onping approached, having overheard their conversation. Are you considering forming a team within the secret realm? A commendable idea, yet regrettably, to enhance the competition's difficulty, your entry into the realm will be through random teleportation. This means that upon entering, you will randomly appear in any safe zone, effectively quashing your plans to seek out teams. However, if fortune smiles upon you, you may yet encounter a few familiar faces. The group felt disheartened upon hearing this. Their newly formed team was abruptly dissolved before it had even begun. It seems this strategy won't work after all. As an intermediate martial artist, encountering advanced second-tier exotic beasts would spell disaster for me, one lamented. Indeed, many exotic beasts are known to be social creatures. Should any of us stumble upon a group of them, we would be woefully outmatched, another added, expressing concern. It appears one of the intentions behind this competition's reform is to hone our individual combat skills, yet I have never slain an exotic beast before. Is this truly prudent? Their remarks were laced with irony, as they all faced the prospect of confronting real exotic beasts for the first time, uncertain of their strength. Fortunately, my theoretical knowledge is solid. I am familiar with most exotic beasts below 4th tier. If I cannot defeat them, I shall flee. At this, the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in Fu Guwei's heart was extinguished once more. Alas, it seems I am doomed. I had envisioned myself as a mere accessory to the great Subai, but now this twist of fate has thwarted my plans. He lamented, knowing that Subai and Chu Yuyu were two formidable allies, yet now he found himself unable to ally with either. Nevertheless, the thought of the exotic beasts filled Fu Guwei with a sense of anticipation. After all, his unique talent as a beast tamer included the ability to form contracts with exotic beasts. Apart from the aberrant beasts, there exist certain creatures that have mutated after being nourished by spiritual energy, originally native to Blue Star. These beings are equally capable of forming contracts. In truth, they bear little distinction from the aberrant beasts. The sole difference lies in the fact that the mutated animals of Blue Star do not exhibit aggressive tendencies towards humans. On the contrary, prolonged interaction can even foster friendships between them. Additionally, some lower-tier Beastmasters, endowed with modest talents, may contract these creatures to procure resources for their cultivation. Take, for instance, certain avian species. It has been observed that individuals who nurture young birds find that, regardless of how they are released, the birds invariably return to their owners. Following their mutation through spiritual energy, these avians have significantly increased in size, even becoming capable of carrying humans aloft. Similarly, some equines have transformed, attaining astonishing speeds post-mutation. Even domesticated swine have experienced enhancements, resulting in more delectable meat that, when consumed over time, can bolster one's vitality. Yet, there are also creatures that, for reasons unknown, have joined the ranks of the aberrant beast army. Chapter 39. Even geniuses must yield to the wall. Wealthy beastmasters are ideally suited to contract high-level aberrant beasts, and at times, they can even employ these contracted beasts to control and combat other aberrant creatures. This elucidates why a top-tier beastmaster can be of immense assistance to humanity. Imagine, when the pinnacle of human warriors engages in battle against aberrant beasts. What transpires when a beastmaster successfully contracts one of the enemy's elite? The tides of battle would shift dramatically, for the aberrant beast ranks would effectively be diminished by one, as the contracted beast would heed the beastmaster's commands to assail its own kin. However, the conditions for such contracts are undoubtedly stringent. Nonetheless, possessing a trump card is invaluable. When I enter the secret realm, I could easily gather a legion of subordinates and bask in victory without effort. Fortunately, hope still glimmers. With this thought, Wealthy ceased his lamentations and retrieved his phone to delve into the study of his talents as a beastmaster. Chu Yoyu and Gu Chun were momentarily taken aback. They had initially intended to form a team with Subai, only to discover the existence of such rules. As they journeyed, the atmosphere among the group gradually became harmonious, facilitated by their previous exchanges, allowing for intermittent conversation. Thanks to the spirit ship powered by spirit stones, which could rival the speed of a master, they traversed several hours without encountering any dangers and safely arrived in Jiang province. Wow, are these the participants for the upcoming grand competition? There are so many, exclaimed a girl from second high, marveling at the throngs of people before her. A mere 10 individuals from a city may appear insignificant, yet one must not overlook that there are people from hundreds of cities gathered here. Subai surveyed the surroundings and noticed that most individuals possessed mid-level martial arts skills, with only a handful among the hundreds exhibiting advanced martial prowess. As Subai and his companions made their entrance, they captured the attention of the entire assembly, their affiliation with Tianhai City prominently displayed. Wow, which renowned city is Tianhai City? 2 junior martial artists? What prodigies? One individual mused, astonished. I believed I was the strongest here at the advanced level, yet I never anticipated the presence of such extraordinary talents. With the martial examination still some time away, how can they already be at the junior martial artist stage? The last national champion was barely at the martial artist level. Does this imply that Tianhai City boasts 2 champions? What city is this Tianhai City, harboring so many prodigies without my prior knowledge? Wait a moment. Let me search this up. Indeed, the moment the protagonists appeared, the entire testing ground erupted in excitement. This venue had previously served as the location for grand competitions, where all participating cities were required to register before the event, ensuring centralized management. Although this competition had shifted to a secret realm format, the registration process remained unchanged. To avert unnecessary complications, the registration was conducted at the testing ground. Wherever Subai and his group ventured, countless individuals from other cities swiftly stepped aside. With 2 martial artists in their ranks, victory in the grand competition seemed all but assured. How could others compete? Subai and his companions remained unfazed by the overwhelming attention, focusing solely on their performance while others marveled at their presence. However, this attention rendered those behind them somewhat uncomfortable, as it became glaringly apparent that Subai hailed from Tianhai City, effectively marking him as a target for rivalry. As they progressed, everyone hastily made way, and soon Subai and his companions arrived at the registration area. Jianping, observing the scene, marveled at the allure of these prodigies, a sight he had never witnessed in his lifetime. It was essential to recognize that every individual present hailed from various cities, all deemed geniuses. Yet, when confronted with these extraordinary beings, they had no choice but to yield. Chapter 40. The Black Market, where swindlers abound. After all, no one desires to catch the attention of a prodigy over a trivial Q issue, especially with the imminent entry into the secret realm. Who would want to offend the strongest martial artist present? Yet, how has such an extraordinary talent remained unnoticed online prior to the martial examination? This is simply implausible. Before long, the registration for the group was completed, and Jianping offered a few words of advice. With the registration finalized, they had several hours to prepare. And if they had not yet acquired essential supplies, now was the time to procure them. The duration of the grand competition was tentatively set at 2 days, during which participants were responsible for their own provisions. They could explore a nearby black market adjacent to the testing ground, where they might find items of interest. After delivering this information, Jianping departed, as his role was merely to escort them to this point. Brother Bai, have you prepared any food? I had no idea this competition would last for 2 days. I thought it would be over in a single day. Wealthy complained, feeling disgruntled that such crucial information had eluded him. 2 days, Subai echoed, equally surprised by the extended duration of the competition. While he could understand a lengthy arena match, a secret realm excursion lasting 2 days seemed excessive. Did they not fear that some students might perish due to surprise attacks while resting within the secret realm? I haven't prepared anything either. But Jianping mentioned a black market nearby where we can buy supplies and perhaps discover some intriguing items, Subai replied, shaking his head in acknowledgement that he too was unprepared. It would also provide an opportunity to witness the disparity between the provincial and city markets. I want to go too, Chu Yoyu interjected eagerly, recognizing this as a perfect chance to learn more about Subai's interests. Subai nodded in agreement. He would have invited her along regardless, for in this unfamiliar environment, having familiar faces around would be reassuring, and he felt uneasy about her exploring alone. After a moment's contemplation, Subai extended an invitation to the others. Would you like to join us? It would be safer to go together. The others exchanged glances before ultimately declining. It's all right, big shot. We have other items we need to procure. Let us exchange contact information and meet back here later. Very well, we shall reconvene then, Subai agreed. All right, big shot, we'll take our leave now. With that, the group departed, seemingly heading in the direction of the black market. However, Subai took no further notice, as there was still one person remaining. Just as he turned to Guchun, before Subai could speak, Guchun interjected, I'll accompany you all. All right, Subai replied. Subai did not refuse. After all, they were classmates from the same school, albeit one who had just transferred the day before. Once their destination was settled, The four of them marched into the black market with great enthusiasm. Why march? Because all four were unequivocally wealthy second-generation heirs, and there was essentially nothing they desired that money could not procure. Not for sale, then simply offer more. As they approached the entrance of the black market, it seemed a bit different from what they had envisioned. Contrary to the dark, underground market they had imagined. This bustling and crowded place was a far cry from that. Wasn't this supposed to be a black market? Just as they were curiously about to step inside, two guards stationed at the entrance halted them. Stop. Each person must pay 100 yuan to enter the black market. Su Bai and his companions, having seen this from a distance, were not bewildered. They promptly scanned their phones to pay 400 yuan, and the guards allowed them entry. Outside, they had not been able to fully grasp the vibrancy of the market, but upon entering, they were immediately overwhelmed by the cacophony of shouts and calls. Upon entering the black market, they noticed a row of vendors lining the streets, each displaying an array of bizarre and peculiar items on cloths spread out on the ground. Some vendors showcased weapons, but Subai could easily discern that these were merely ordinary, low-grade arms. However, the vendors' promotional slogan transformed them into something more alluring. Come and see. Crafted by renowned weapon masters, these yellow-grade weapons today are not for 9 million, nor even 900,000, but just 90,000. For 90,000. You won't regret it. For 90,000. You won't be deceived. Take home a yellow-grade weapon today? It was clear that no matter where one went, unscrupulous merchants were omnipresent. Beyond weapons, there were stalls selling elixirs, martial arts techniques, and exotic beast meats. The market offered an astonishing variety of goods, limited only by one's imagination. Fu Guowei and Chu Yuyu curiously surveyed the sights of the black market. It was their first time here, and most of the items were indeed geared towards martial artists. As for Guqian, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to establish a connection with Subai. Having visited such places countless times before and having been swindled on numerous occasions, Guqian understood the depths of the treachery here. Without years of experience, one could hardly navigate this realm. Should he approach through his sister-in-law or the hefty fellow? Money? Guqian had come to understand that none of them were lacking in funds. Discussing money was rather pedestrian. However, apart from financial means, he seemed to lack any other viable approach. My goodness, by Go, I can't believe this black market is like this. They sell everything, Fu Guowei exclaimed. And they even have yellow-grade weapons for just 90,000. Let us buy a couple for fun, Fu Guowei lamented. Realizing that the black market differed significantly from his previous expectations, and the variety of wares was astonishing. I think I understand now why there are so many unscrupulous merchants in this world. Subai glanced at the naive Fu Guowei with a sense of exasperation. The foolish son of a landlord, believing everything he was told, had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Wow, by Go, hurry and look. In the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, elixirs worth over 10 million are being sold here for only a few million. Look, they even have profound-grade martial arts techniques for sale. Is the black market really this full of treasures? Fu Guowei was now akin to a child in a candy store, dazzled by the array of items, which usually seemed so rare and precious, now appeared deceptively inexpensive. Enough, don't get distracted by those items. Everything here is likely counterfeit. Subai could no longer tolerate the sheer foolishness reflected in Fu Guowei's wide-eyed wonder and interrupted his fantasies. As Fu Guowei turned around to see the others regarding him with amused expressions, he realized the situation. With a sheepish grin, he scratched his head. By Go. It's not my first time at the black market, just a bit surprised. Who knew there would be so many unscrupulous merchants here? It seems the management of the black market leaves much to be desired. Chapter 41. Who bargains like that? Upon hearing Fu Guowei's words, Guqian, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold back and interjected to explain, this isn't an issue of black market management. It's a default unwritten rule of the black market. The three turned their curious gazes towards Guqian, who had transferred from another city and was rumored to have S-level talent as a high-ranking martial artist. Why would he transfer? His words suggested he possessed considerable knowledge about the black market. Noticing their attention, Guqian continued, in the black market, whether you set up a stall or a shop, you must pay a certain market management fee before you can sell your goods. Furthermore, there's a rule here. Once a transaction is completed, neither party may back out. Otherwise, they will face punishment from the powers behind the black market, and generally speaking, losing a limb is considered a light consequence. For those who set up stalls, regardless of whether they sell counterfeit or genuine items, as long as both parties consent, once the deal is done, neither can retract. Therefore, those familiar with the black market typically avoid wandering through these stalls, opting instead to venture into the shops deeper within, where some credibility could be found. After hearing this, Fu Guowei experienced a moment of clarity. So that was how it worked. The black market was indeed fraught with complexities. Subai regarded Guqian with curiosity. What was his background? He appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed such knowledge. You don't need to look at me like that. I've just been swindled a few times before, which is how I gathered this experience. Guqian seemed to sense their doubts and offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Subai understood it was merely the result of prior misfortune. This revelation diminished their interest in the stalls. and they headed directly towards the more reputable shops within the black market. As Subai passed by these stalls, he stole a few glances, knowing that with the system in place, perhaps he might indeed stumble upon a hidden treasure worth the visit. Soon, he halted in front of a stall. It was not because he had discovered something valuable, but rather it was simply a vendor selling ordinary jewelry. The stall was laden with necklaces, bracelets, and adorable hairpins. As they walked past, Subai keenly noticed that Chu Yoyu's gaze lingered on this stall for quite some time, yet she hesitated to speak up. Thus, Subai took note of this moment and decided to stop and examine the stall. By God, what are you doing? Aren't all these items just worthless fakes? Why are you looking at them? Fu Guo asked, eyeing the ordinary jewelry displayed. What is so special about these? Gu Chun, standing nearby, also found it perplexing. It was clear these items were what girls desired, and among the four of them, there was only one female. Didn't he realize? Subai ignored Fu Guo's remarks and began to select jewelry from the display. The vendor, noticing the potential sale, eagerly introduced his wares. Ah, you young gentlemen and lady have an eye for quality. Who doesn't know that Wang Matsi sells only the finest in the black market? Feel free to choose. Some of these are even yellow-grade accessories, so if you know your stuff, don't hesitate. Wang Matsi proclaimed, though the truth of his words remained uncertain. Wang Matsi's heart swelled with joy at the sight of these young patrons. At a mere glance at their attire, it is evident that these individuals hail from affluent backgrounds, exuding an aura of wealth ripe for exploitation. A single lucrative transaction could afford one a prolonged respite. Among them, there is a strikingly beautiful young lady. It is likely that the jewelry on display is intended as a gift for her, thus allowing for an even higher price point. Wang Matsi refrained from probing into their cultivation levels, adhering to an unspoken rule within the black market. Upon entering this realm, all must conceal their martial presence, and it is forbidden for others to inquire into one another's abilities. This directive had already been conveyed to them by their escort upon entering the black market. Concealing one's aura is a simple endeavor, requiring merely the regulation of one's energy release. However, such concealment can be effortlessly penetrated by anyone of a superior cultivation level, provided they take the initiative to investigate. Previously, Subai had not considered hiding his cultivation level, and thus, his presence remained unmasked, perceptible to all. Yet, the Shroud of Heaven technique, being a celestial-level martial art, is far beyond the trivial acts of aura control. Unless confronted by a martial emperor or martial sovereign, no one can hope to discern his true level. Should Wang Matsi be aware that among these youths, two are martial apprentices, he would surely wear a most entertaining expression. Noticing Subai still perusing the items, Wang Matsi could not resist recommending, "This young master seems intent on purchasing jewelry for someone special. Allow me to suggest a few exquisite gifts." His insinuation was clear, implying it was for the lovely lady behind him. Subai paused, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. What recommendations do you have, esteemed shopkeeper?" "Certainly. My discerning eye is renowned in the black market. Every customer I've served has left satisfied." Wang Matsi exclaimed, "Behold this necklace. And this hairpin. How splendidly they complement the young lady behind you. I assure you, this complete set, comprising the necklace, bracelet, and hairpin, is a mere 800,000. The jewelry is crafted from the rarest materials, meticulously refined by a skilled artificer. Such a price is absolutely justified." Upon hearing this figure, Subai chuckled softly to himself. Were it not for his understanding that all stalls in the black market are run by unscrupulous merchants, aided by a system of appraisal, he might have been misled into making a purchase. Although 800,000 was a pittance for him, the sensation of being swindled was nonetheless unpleasant. With a wry smile, Subai held up a necklace and remarked, "Dear shopkeeper, we are compatriots here. Just give me a fair price for a set. Otherwise, I might as well seek out another stall with identical wares." Wang Matsi's expression fell. He had thought he had stumbled upon a golden opportunity, only to discover he was dealing with someone of his own ilk. It appeared he would not be able to fleece this particular sheep. Very well, I shall sell it to you for 8,000. You should have mentioned you were one of us earlier. I was foolishly excited for nothing." Wang Matsi's face was etched with disappointment, as his hopes of a prosperous opening day faded. "Shopkeeper, you seem to have misunderstood. I meant 800, Subai clarified, gesturing with his fingers to indicate the number. "What? 800? That is utterly impossible. I purchase at 500. That doesn't even cover my stall fee. How can you expect such a price?" Wang Matsi was taken aback. After years of business, he had never encountered such aggressive bargaining. After uttering those words, he quickly covered his mouth, glancing around to ensure no one had noticed his shock, before breathing a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how this young man managed to negotiate so fiercely. His surprise had inadvertently revealed his cost price. Fortunately, aside from the individuals before him, no one else seemed to be paying attention to his predicament, or he would have to lay low for a while. Selling for 800,000 when the cost was 500, truly a merchant among merchants. Subai, witnessing the revelation of Wang Matsi's cost price, regarded him with a playful smirk. "Goodness, it seems the waters of the black market run exceedingly deep." Wang Matsi, now devoid of any desire to profit, merely wished to rid himself of the audacious negotiator before him. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 800. Just hurry and leave. Do not return. Upon hearing this, Subai's lips curled into a grin as he hastily selected 3 pieces of jewelry to complete his set and handed over 800 coins. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. With the jewelry in hand, he quickly beckoned his companions to depart. The trio of items he had chosen, a necklace, a bracelet, and a hairpin, had cost him a mere 800. Had they been ordinary trinkets, he would not have been in such a hurry. However, 2 of these pieces turned out to be of yellow-tier quality. It appeared that although the shopkeeper was unscrupulous, there were indeed treasures among the wares, far superior to the typical refuse found at other stalls. Thanks to his ability to directly appraise items with the system, he could discern the quality of these pieces. Otherwise, few could notice the distinction without the help of an appraiser. After walking a short distance, the group slowed their pace. Ahead lay the long-established shops of the black market, with the gathering treasure pavilion prominently among them. Brother Bai, why are you in such a rush? It's just haggling. That shopkeeper wouldn't dare confront us, Fu Guo queried. Puzzled, Subai smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate. He retrieved one of the necklaces and bracelet, channeling his vitality into the 2 pieces. Under the infusion of his energy, the jewelry emitted a faint glow. The 3 companions observed this phenomenon and quickly realized that these were indeed tiered items. Chu Yu felt a ripple of excitement within her. Earlier, she had heard the shopkeeper mention that these adornments were meant as gifts for a girl. Could it be that Brother Subai was buying them for her? How should she graciously receive such a gift, especially since it was her first ever? Moreover, these were tiered pieces. Would he truly gift them to her? A mix of joy and anxiety swirled within her, fearing that perhaps the presents were not intended for her after all. Gu Chun, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Clearly, Subai and his companions were novices to the black market. Had it not been for his guidance, they might have been easily exploited by the unscrupulous merchants. However, this experience diverged from his expectations. Negotiating a price of 800 from an initial 800,000 was a remarkable feat, one Gu Chun had never witnessed before. It revealed another layer of the black market's cunning. Selling for 800,000 when the cost was 500, it was beyond outrageous. Yet Subai, on his first visit to the black market, demonstrated such discernment, effortlessly selecting yellow-tier equipment among mere trinkets. Even the most mundane yellow-tier items typically command a price starting in the hundreds of thousands. In essence, Subai had just turned 800 into a fortune nearing 10 million. Truly astonishing. Was this the terrifying luck of the fated child? To casually stroll into the black market and unearth such treasures? Fu Guo, lacking the same level of insight, could only exclaim, what on earth? These are yellow-tier pieces? His bewilderment was palpable. Aren't these just trinkets bought from a roadside stall for 800? How did they transform into yellow-tier equipment in Brother Bai's hands? What sorcery is this? Now, Fu Guo understood why Subai was in such a hurry to leave. Had the proprietor known that 2 genuine yellow-grade pieces of equipment were sold for a mere 800, he would surely be consumed by regret. Indeed, the realization dawns upon you, does it not? Subai activated these 2 yellow-grade items and discerned their capabilities. First, the necklace, which can absorb a single lethal blow. According to the limitations of yellow-grade equipment, it should be able to withstand a fatal strike from any adversary below the Martial King rank. Next, there is the bracelet. Its function is not one of physical defense. Rather, it serves to maintain the wearer's mental clarity, rendering them impervious to psychological assaults, such as those inflicted by sedative poisons. A robust shield against mental intrusion, indeed. Remarkably, these 2 items provide comprehensive defense, as long as one is not utterly overwhelmed. There remains a glimmer of hope for a reversal of fortunes. However, their utility to Subai himself is rather limited. Having already attained the lofty realm of a senior martial master, complemented by the enhancements of his swordsmanship and sword intent, he finds himself unmatched beneath the master rank. Subai retrieved the remaining hairpins, gathered them together, and presented them directly to Chu Yoyu. Yoyu, I have no use for these trinkets, so I shall bestow them upon you. Ignoring Chu Yoyu's bewilderment, Subai placed the 3 ornaments into her hands, thus offering his first gift. Chu Yoyu stared at the gift, feeling as though she were in a dream. Is this reality? Why does everything seem so surreal? Hadn't Subai always kept his distance from her? Gently pinching her waist, the sensation of pain confirmed that this was no mere figment of her imagination. It was a tangible reality. To her astonishment, Subai had voluntarily gifted her something. Had this oaf finally come to his senses after all these years? For a moment, Chu Yoyu wished time could freeze at that instant. Although Subai's stated reason was that he had no use for them, such reasoning seemed rather flimsy to others. A grown man purchasing items intended for a woman? Surely he must be saving face. After a brief daze, Chu Yoyu realized that Subai had already moved ahead. With a silly smile, she tucked away her 3 treasures and hurriedly followed the group. They ambled along until they arrived at a shopfront, the treasure pavilion. Indeed, it was yet another branch of the treasure pavilion. However, compared to the usual storefronts, this black market location offered a significantly broader array of goods. From weapons and elixirs to essentials for daily living, they had it all. After procuring some basic supplies in the materials section, The group made their way to the weaponry area. Among the four, only Subai possessed a pure yang sword within his spatial ring. The others were unarmed. Chapter 43, the low-grade Azure Spirit Sword. Generally, weapons are prohibited within school grounds. Even when practicing sword techniques, students are limited to wooden or iron swords. Furthermore, given their current vitality, practicing any sword or blade technique is already exhausting, draining their stamina with each session, let alone infusing a yellow-grade longsword with their energy for training. Moreover, each yellow-grade longsword or saber typically costs hundreds of thousands or even millions. Aside from hunting exotic beasts during university, few high school students specialize in weaponry. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary advantages that Subai does. However, as they were soon to enter the secret realm, having a reliable weapon for self-defense would be advantageous. Even without corresponding techniques, the sheer sharpness of a blade could inflict damage upon monstrous beasts. Welcome. How may I assist you today? The shop assistant greeted them warmly upon their arrival. The group exuded an extraordinary aura, each adorned with spatial rings, unmistakably indicating that they were esteemed customers. Subai surveyed the counter. Indeed, a legitimate establishment offers a far superior selection. A glance revealed that the weapons displayed were all low to mid-grade yellow-tier items, incomparable to the ordinary weapons found outside. We're just browsing, Subai replied. Of course, sir. Please feel free to ask for assistance at any time, the assistant responded. If any of you find a weapon to your liking, feel free to choose. I'll cover the expenses. Gu-chun, who had thus far acted as an observer, eagerly interjected. Although the group was not lacking in financial resources, such generosity would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression. Oh, Subai regarded Gu-chun with surprise. This new transfer student, so generous as to allow them to choose any weapon? Was there perhaps an ulterior motive? However, it was undoubtedly a good fortune to have someone willing to foot the bill. As for any hidden agenda, he would face it as it came. Isn't that a bit excessive? Chuyu timidly interjected. She felt it was somewhat inappropriate to accept such generosity from someone they had just met. It's perfectly fine. We are all classmates, and who knows, we may well end up spending more time together in the future. Consider it a gesture of friendship, Subai reassured her. Yes. I'm determined to forge a prosperous friendship with you all. I declare, even Jesus could not deter me. Gu-chun chimed in enthusiastically. Rest easy, sister you. It's clear that Gu-chun is genuinely eager to befriend us, and it poses no detriment to us. Wouldn't you agree, brother Bai? Delighted by the prospect of someone covering the costs, Gu-chun felt elated. His father was notoriously frugal, and acquiring weapons would typically require a phone call for approval. Now, with someone else footing the bill, the process was much simpler. Thank you for your kind gesture, Gu-chun. Since it's a gift among friends, we will graciously accept. Subai concurred. Clearly, Gu-chun was no ordinary individual, and his sudden transfer the day before the competition was telling of his intentions. He was likely sent by some family to gather intelligence or to forge connections with Subai. The commotion on the day of awakening had been monumental. Anyone of significance in Jiang province would have sensed it. Given Gu-chun's overtures of goodwill, it was prudent to graciously accept. After all, having an additional ally could prove advantageous in the future. Upon hearing Subai's words, Chuyu ceased her hesitation and simply nodded. Brother Bai, please accept it. I just hope that if we encounter each other in the secret realm, you might look out for me. Beyond that, I have no further requests. Gu-chun spoke cautiously, attempting to bridge their relationship. His request resembled a plea for financial protection, but given Subai's resources, he might well dismiss such entreaties as bothersome. Upon hearing this, Subai felt reassured. Having a demand was preferable. What truly concerned him were those who offer unsolicited favors without any apparent need, as their intentions remain shrouded in ambiguity, necessitating caution. However, with a clear purpose, matters became straightforward. One does not offer without expectation of return. Assisting a friend was a simple task. Even without Gu-chun's overture, Subai would have acted in kind, as he represented the people of his city. Certainly, Subai replied succinctly. With those two words, the weight on Gu-chun's shoulders lifted. Acceptance meant he had successfully integrated himself into their circle. Subsequently, the group dispersed to select their preferred weapons, examining the various offerings. Subai, however, remained stationary. With a low-grade Xian-tier longsword in his spatial ring, he found little of interest among the yellow-grade options. However, Subai meticulously examined the weapons in this place, curious to discern the distinctions between these yellow-tier weapons and his own mystical-tier longsword. Yellow-tier, low-grade willow leaf sword. Yellow-tier high-grade purple smoke sword. Yellow-tier low-grade fire spike spear. Heaven-tier low-grade by Ling sword. Yellow-tier medium-grade. Wait. Subai seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly looked back. Heaven-tier low-grade by Ling sword. It was a long sword that appeared exceedingly dark. The blade was riddled with imperfections, and it bore what seemed to be rusted marks. This longsword was positioned in a narrow corner, and had Subai not scrutinized the area closely, he might have overlooked it entirely. It was astonishing to find such a weapon of this caliber in the treasure pavilion, which appeared to have been neglected. Otherwise, it would not have been relegated to this corner. It seemed this visit to the black market was indeed fortuitous, as he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a hidden gem. Subai approached the counter where the longsword was displayed and picked it up to inspect it for a moment. "Excuse me, miss, how much is this longsword?" Subai inquired nonchalantly, while firmly gripping the sword in his hand. The attendant, upon noticing the sword in Subai's grasp, momentarily failed to recognize it. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that it had been acquired by a hunting team during a beast hunt outside the city, when they came to replenish their supplies. They had also sold a few items, including this longsword. At that time, it seemed that the team, being regular customers of the treasure pavilion, had sold it for a mere 100,000. Since then, it had languished in the counter without any inquiries, and over time, it had been forgotten in the corner. Had Subai not brought it to light today, it might have been discarded during the next cleanup, given its dilapidated appearance which deterred potential buyers. After recalling this, the attendant smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, this sword is priced at only 100,000. However, it is somewhat tattered and is on the cleaning list. So I would not recommend you purchase it." She added, "We have other weapons available. Perhaps you would like to consider those instead?" Chapter 44, Leaving the Black Market, Conflict. The attendant did not intend to deceive Subai, but rather provided an honest account of the sword's condition. This honesty starkly illustrated why the treasure pavilion had established itself as one of the three major powers in Huaxia. With such exemplary service, one might wonder who could rival them. Despite the attendant's caution, it was a heaven-tier low-grade weapon, and at merely 100,000, how could such an opportunity be overlooked? "No worries. I find this weapon rather intriguing. I shall purchase it as a collectible," Subai asserted, clearly indicating his intent to buy the longsword. Observing this, the attendant ceased her attempts to dissuade him. After all, if a customer wished to buy, it was to their benefit, especially since the sword was slated for disposal. "If you wish to keep it as a collectible, I shall not insist further." Soon, the other three also selected their suitable weapons, and they all gathered at the checkout. "By go, do you think this great sword I chose is handsome?" Fu Guei exclaimed, brandishing a long saber with enthusiasm. "This is a yellow-tier medium-grade weapon. Its appearance and feel are perfect for me." Indeed, the sword looked quite striking, and Fu Guei wielded it with an air of confidence. "Hey, Bai Go, what weapon did you choose?" "Let me see," Fu Guei inquired, curious about Subai's selection. Subai, without much elaboration, revealed the seemingly worn and rusty longsword he had chosen. "Here it is, I tried it out, and it feels quite suitable for me." Subai spoke the truth. If even a heaven-tier low-grade weapon did not suit him, what else could possibly fit? "No way, Bai Go. We're headed to the secret realm to slay beasts, not to hunt chickens or dogs. Can that sword even be used?" Fu Guei exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the battered longsword. "By go, we're going to fight beasts. Why would you choose that obviously decrepit sword? Moreover, the pitted blade made it appear as though it had been salvaged from a rubbish heap." Guchen also found it curious. Amidst the myriad of weapons available in the shop, Subai had chosen the one that no one else would consider buying. What could this mean? He pondered intensely, scrutinizing the longsword, determined to uncover its significance. Surely Subai had his reasons for this choice. "Subai Go, perhaps you should reconsider and select another weapon," Chu Yu suggested, glancing anxiously at the tattered longsword in Subai's hand. "That sword seems scarcely capable of even killing a chicken. How can you rely on it to slay beasts?" "It's perfectly fine. This sword feels comfortable to wield. Perhaps its appearance is merely deceiving," Subai replied with a chuckle. For how could he possibly forsake a heaven-tier low-grade weapon in favor of an inferior yellow-tier one? The others were about to urge him again, but thought better of it. Subai was not one to act recklessly. Although the weapon looked worn, his determination to purchase it spoke volumes. Remembering how he had acquired 2 yellow-tier accessories for 800 earlier, perhaps this longsword was indeed a hidden treasure? With that thought, they ceased their objections. "All right, dear attendant. Could you please tell us the total for these weapons? Thank you for your patronage, and we hope to see you again." After settling the payment, they departed from the black market. Now that their supplies were replenished and weapons acquired, they glanced at the time. The grand competition was about to commence. After a brief tidying up, they made their way to the trial grounds, brimming with excitement for the imminent event. Before long, they arrived near the trial grounds. Just as Su Bai and his companions were preparing to enter, Fu Guei, with keen eyes, spotted several classmates from Tianhai City quarreling with others across the way. Fu Guei tapped Su Bai on the shoulder and gestured towards them, asking, "Bai Gu, should we intervene? Those individuals look rather formidable." Upon looking in the direction Fu Guei pointed, Su Bai recognized that the classmates who had previously parted ways with him were indeed embroiled in a dispute with a group of burly individuals. However, combined, the two classes only had 6 people, including a small girl, and they were clearly at a disadvantage against the 7 or 8 muscular men opposite them. Since they had seen the situation unfold, it was impossible to turn a blind eye. After all, they were from the same city. They might as well see what was happening and offer assistance if possible. After assessing the situation, Su Bai spoke softly. Hearing his words, the others nodded, and together they moved towards the source of the commotion. "Ha ha ha, aren't you lot from Tianhai City? How come you sent just a few misfits to this grand competition? With only one advanced warrior among you, I doubt you'll even make it to the top 100. One of the leading figures jeered at Feng Xinghai and his companions, who were regarded as the only advanced warrior among the six, and were thus considered the de facto leader of their group. Wei Feng, your Jiangdu City team only lost to us in the last friendly match. Must you be so overly arrogant? Feng Xinghai, filled with indignation, remarked that these individuals had begun with their sarcastic banter upon encountering him. The previous friendly match had only been narrowly won due to the presence of two advanced warriors from Tianhai City, namely Chu Yuyu and himself. Among the defeated was the very person standing before him, Wei Feng. How dare you even mention that last friendly match? Had it not been for the absence of one of our advanced warriors due to prior commitments, do you truly believe you would have triumphed over me? By the way, where is that beautiful young lady from last time? Has she not come because she fears entering the secret realm to slay the otherworldly beasts? Wei Feng countered, noticing that Tianhai City seemed to be missing a few participants. Yet, he did not dwell on it. It is not uncommon for some cities to struggle to muster a full team of 10 for the grand competition. Squads of 4 or 5 are quite prevalent. For instance, Tianhai City likely had only that advanced female warrior left, and the rest posed no real threat. This brief exchange clarified the situation for Su Bai and his companions, who approached. It turned out to be a group of disgruntled defeated foes seeking to reclaim their honor. Su Bai initially found the situation amusing and intended to observe it for a while. However, upon hearing Wei Feng's unnecessary jibe at Chu Yuyu, he instantly abandoned the thought of mere amusement. This matter, he decided, required his intervention. Fu Gui, seething with anger, was eager to confront the group, determined to teach them the consequences of their insolence. Chapter 45. My father, Wei Yuanwu. Gu Chun prepared himself in silence, fully intending to be the first to charge in if things escalated. Chu Yuyu, taken aback by the insults hurled at her from behind, found herself momentarily at a loss. What was happening? Su Bai noticed her disquiet and, after a moment's hesitation, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, softly saying, "Do not worry, I am here for you." The instant Su Bai's hand rested on her shoulder, Chu Yuyu felt a wave of calm wash over her, comforted by the presence of someone who would stand by her side, reminiscent of her childhood. Before Chu Yuyu could respond, Su Bai, Fu Gui, and Gu Chun strode directly toward the commotion. In the midst of Feng Xinghai's argument, he caught sight of Su Bai approaching and felt a surge of hope. What perfect timing! He glanced at the incessantly chattering Wei Feng and silently wished him luck. Surely, that remark had reached the ears of the formidable individual, and judging by their close demeanor, Wei Feng was in for a rough time. Feng Xinghai no longer wished to engage in conversation with the soon-to-be vanquished opponent. Why must he utter such foolish words, particularly about that esteemed lady? It was truly a death wish. Why the silence? You Tianhai City folks are such cowards. I cannot fathom how you managed to win that friendly match. It is truly unfortunate. Perhaps you could introduce me to that previous beauty. Who knows? She might assist you in the secret realm. Wei Feng continued to ramble on, but suddenly, a pair of strong hands grasped him firmly, and a shadow lunged toward him. A resounding slap echoed through the air, causing an immediate hush among the onlookers, who stood frozen in disbelief. Fu Gui had reached Wei Feng's side and firmly restrained him, followed closely by Su Bai's swift intervention. The abruptness of the situation left everyone in a state of shock as they observed the unfolding drama. Wei Feng, momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap, quickly regained his senses and sought to retaliate. "You, how dare you?" But before he could act, Gu Chun, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, rushed in to intervene. Another crisp slap resonated, this time delivered by Wei Feng's own hand, as he inadvertently struck himself in a futile attempt to retaliate. After 2 consecutive slaps, the onlookers finally snapped back to reality. The first to react were the burly men from Jiangdu City, who, upon witnessing their leader being struck, rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. However, as they prepared to strike, they caught sight of Su Bai. The faint yet palpable aura of a martial artist emanating from him held them in place, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. Whether to fight or refrain from action, neither option promised a favorable outcome. Ultimately, in a bid to avoid punishment, they chose to simply watch. The remaining individuals from Jiangdu City stood their ground, though wariness crept into their hearts regarding the newcomers. To have their captain struck without provocation left them all bewildered. Realizing that Wei Feng had been dealt another blow, he finally sensed the gravity of the situation. Struggling to distance himself from Su Bai, he found himself pinned down by Fu Gui. "Who are you? How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" Wei Feng exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. "Who is your father? He is standing right in front of you." Fu Gui spat, disdain evident in his tone. "Do you know why I struck you?" Su Bai's voice was eerily calm, as if he were not the one delivering the blows. I do not know," Wei Feng stammered, visibly shaken. "You suddenly appeared and slapped me. How could I know what I did to provoke you?" Another slap resounded, this time on the left side, achieving perfect symmetry. And now, Su Bai's voice remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any discernible emotion. I truly do not know," Wei Feng pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. "This response does not satisfy me." As Su Bai raised his hand once more, Wei Feng, unable to bear it any longer, cried out, "Please, do not strike me again. My father is Wei Yuanwu. My father is Wei Yuanwu. He is my father." Upon hearing this, Subai paused, momentarily believing that the young man had comprehended the reason behind the punishment. Yet, another slap landed. "Today, even if your father were the king of heaven, it would make no difference. Now tell me, why did I strike you?" With his bravado diminished, Wei Feng was consumed by a desire to beg for mercy, wishing only to escape Subai's wrath. I do not know why you struck me. I do not even know you." Another slap echoed, mirroring the previous strikes on both sides of his face. Sobbing quietly, Wei Feng found himself unable to endure the senseless barrage any longer. Who is this person? I am certain I have done nothing to offend him. Realizing he, a high-ranking warrior, could not retaliate in the face of Subai's prowess, Wei Feng soon recognized the undeniable fact that he was up against a martial artist. Why would he ever provoke such a genius? It was inconceivable. Defeated, Wei Feng ceased his struggles, resigning himself to the absurdity of the situation, as Subai continued to demand answers without offering any explanations. This peculiar scene soon captured the attention of the surrounding crowd, many halting their activities to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Feng Xinghai and his group of 6 watched in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the transformation of the once defiant Wei Feng. Indeed, a true powerhouse's intervention was anything but ordinary. Observing Wei Feng in his current dismal state, Feng Xinghai couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. How pitiable. Just as Subai was preparing to deliver a few more slaps to vent his frustration, the already defeated Wei Feng suddenly caught sight of Chu Yu behind Subai. In that instant, a memory from just before the beating struck him, the words he had uttered. A sudden realization dawned upon him, igniting a spark of hope. He finally understood the reason behind his plight. Stop, stop, stop. Brother, I was wrong. Subai halted his raised hand midair. What did you do wrong? He inquired. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. I didn't realize she was your sister-in-law. I truly deserve this punishment. Brother, please spare me. Look at my face after those slaps. I wouldn't want you to hurt your hand any further. Wei Feng pleaded desperately, his already swollen face combined with his current expression rendering him rather comical. Originally intent on delivering a couple more slaps, Subai, upon hearing Wei Feng's first words, decided to show mercy and let the young man off the hook. This experience would surely instill a lesson in him, and henceforth, he would always recall this painful memory whenever he felt the urge to speak recklessly. Chapter 46, The Purple Flame Legion. With the man before him finally ceasing his assault, Wei Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. What terrible luck. Just for a few careless words, he had drawn the ire of the original owner. Never again would he be so foolhardy. Seeing Subai stop, Fu Gui also released Wei Feng. Without Fu Gui's support, Wei Feng immediately collapsed to the ground, the imprints of the slaps on his face starkly visible. It was only at this moment that several of his burly teammates cautiously approached to assist him. Let us go? Hurry, Wei Feng exclaimed, eager to leave this place, not wanting to linger for even a minute. Noticing that Subai and his companions had no intention of obstructing them, they quickly helped Wei Feng depart the scene. With the spectacle concluded, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Once Wei Feng and his entourage had left, Feng Xinghai swiftly approached. Boss, we owe you a great debt today. Had you not intervened, that brat Wei Feng would have truly become insufferably arrogant. After all, he is merely a defeated foe, taking advantage of our smaller numbers. Otherwise, what grounds did he have to act so brazenly? Feng Xinghai spoke the truth. Even without Subai, had it just been Chu Yu with them, Wei Feng would not have dared to misbehave. It was only because Feng Xinghai's group had but a single advanced warrior that Wei Feng felt emboldened to taunt them. It's nothing. I only acted because his words were rather foul. This lesson should temper his behavior considerably, Subai replied calmly, gazing at Wei Feng's retreating figure. Nonetheless, I sincerely thank you, boss, Feng Xinghai said, slightly bowing in gratitude. Had Subai not come to their rescue, Feng Xinghai and his companions would certainly have faced severe humiliation at the hands of Wei Feng before the gathered crowd, and it might have escalated into a physical confrontation. However, with Subai's intervention, the prowess of an intermediate martial artist had quelled any potential unrest, instilling fear in all present. The ensuing scene was indeed a gratifying spectacle. So, you wish to taunt others? Now you are experiencing the consequences, are you not? Suddenly, Feng Xinghai's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing as a thought struck him. By the way, boss, Wei Feng's father, Wei Yuanwu, is the renowned leader of the Purple Flame Legion in Jiangdu, a master-level warrior with profound influence in the city. Given the humiliation you inflicted on his son today, you must exercise utmost caution. His father might seek retribution. After all, a master cannot be disrespected. As a resident of Tianhai City, Feng Xinghai was well aware of Subai's affluent background, his family's assets amounting to over 100 billion. However, the realms of commerce and military were not comparable. Merchants primarily pursued profit, typically possessing limited martial prowess and little time for training. Conversely, legions specialized in hunting exotic beasts for materials, living on the edge daily, constantly battling for survival, thereby enhancing their strength rapidly. Moreover, Most individuals within a legion were unafraid of death, as life had already become unbearable, leaving them with little hope for the future. Thus, many within these legions were known for their volatile tempers, quick to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Should Wei Feng's father learn of his son's mistreatment, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Even though Su Bai was a wealthy heir, in this world, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Thank you for the warning, Su Bai replied, unfazed. A master? I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to contend with one. Su Bai contemplated his abilities at present. With various buffs accumulated, he was confident in defeating a martial king. Yet, when it came to a master, he felt uncertain. After all, he had yet to unleash his full potential, leaving him unaware of his true combat capabilities. Furthermore, he had never witnessed a master in action, making it difficult to gauge whether his full force could rival theirs. Curiously, Su Bai felt no fear. Rather, he anticipated an encounter with a master to test his strength. However, the others were not privy to Su Bai's concealed prowess. And upon hearing about the master, they began to worry. Brother Bai, that fellow has such a strong backing? No wonder he was so arrogant. A master for a father. My dad is merely a martial king, Fu Guei lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. Even if he were given another chance, he would still charge forward without hesitation. Chu Yoyu's face was etched with concern. Brother Su Bai, perhaps I should inform my grandfather? Otherwise, they might truly come looking for trouble. There's no need. Please don't trouble your grandfather. I have my own plans for this matter, so you need not worry, Su Bai declined, knowing that the grandfather she spoke of was a high-level master. Should he intervene, the issue would undoubtedly be resolved effortlessly. Brother Bai, how about I call my dad? Just one phone call could deal with that purple flame legion, Gu Chan suggested earnestly, as if he were not joking. Hey, no, just leave this to me. I have my own methods. Su Bai rejected Gu Chen's proposal, sensing that the young man was serious. Now, Su Bai was even more convinced of Gu Chen's extraordinary background. To casually speak of dismantling a legion was quite a feat. Feng Xinghai glanced at the time on his phone and said, Boss, the tournament is about to commence. Shall we proceed inside? With the topic shifted, Su Bai quickly responded, All right, let us head in then. It's wise to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Gu Chen remained indifferent. To him, a master was merely another challenge, one he believed he could easily overcome with a mere flick of his fingers. Though Fu Guei and Chu Yoyu felt some apprehension, they said nothing, recognizing Su Bai's exceptional talent. He was destined to become a martial emperor. Moreover, the law of protecting geniuses was not merely for show. One must consider the consequences before taking action, as the Martial Artist Association and the state would be the first to object. After resolving this small interlude, the group returned to the trial grounds, where nearly everyone had gathered. From above, one could see a vast crowd densely packed within the arena, creating a truly magnificent sight. Su Bai and his companions stood in a corner, quietly gathering information as they prepared for the events to come. However, the realm of a novice martial artist still created a vacuum around Su Bai, causing those nearby to refrain from approaching. It is not surprising that Su Bai is so ostentatious. If these individuals were to discover that he is actually a high-level martial artist, it would be catastrophic. He might as well forfeit outright. Having concealed his true level down to that of a novice martial artist, any further concealment would be unnecessary. That would not be called playing the pig to eat the tiger, but rather sheer foolishness. Chapter 47. The grand competition officially commences. Ahem. A voice emanated from the sound system within the trial grounds. Upon hearing it, all participating students promptly fell silent, signifying the commencement of the grand competition. Welcome, everyone, to this grand competition. This year, the rules have undergone significant alterations, differing greatly from previous iterations. Thus concludes the latest rules for this competition. Please ensure you commit them to memory. Now, let us discuss the rewards. The prizes for this grand competition will be substantially increased compared to last year. The first place will receive an immediate reward of 10 spirit stones. Additionally, the first place winner will also be awarded a gathering spirit pill, a choice of an earth-grade weapon, and an opportunity to select any item from the treasure vault. The second place will receive. What do you think, everyone? Action speaks louder than words. The inaugural Secret Realm competition now begins. As the voice faded, a swirling vortex materialized at the registration area of the trial grounds. The vortex was engulfed in an unfathomable darkness, seemingly a teleportation array leading to an unknown realm. Su Bai gazed at this spectacle, astonished. He had previously seen such a vortex online. It was constructed by a martial emperor using the power of the void, enabling spatial traversal between two coordinates. So, the entrance to the secret realm is to be traversed through this aperture? Once the entrance manifested, several martial kings began to maintain order, distributing distress beacons as groups of contestants were teleported inside. Stepping into the vortex would directly transport them to the secret realm, officially marking the commencement of the grand competition. Soon, it was Su Bai and his companions' turn. Fu Guei and Feng Xinghai appeared somewhat anxious. Once inside the secret realm, they would have to confront exotic beasts alone, which would make anyone nervous. Even Chu Yuyu felt a twinge of anxiety, with the sole exception of Su Bai. Upon entering the vortex, Subai was momentarily blinded by a brilliant white light. As the light gradually faded, he discovered himself within a dense forest, in a room filled with surveillance screens. Several individuals were engaged in discussion. I wager 100 spirit stones that our Danyang province will claim first place. In that case, I shall bet a heavenly grade weapon from Tao province, recently acquired from a secret realm. I shall also wager 100 spirit stones for Jiang province. The three speakers appeared to be middle-aged men, casually discussing hundreds of spirit stones and heavenly grade weapons as stakes. Should anyone witness these three, they would undoubtedly be astonished to learn that they were the guardians of Jiang province, Tao province, and Danyang province, each representing their respective regions. The aura they occasionally exuded clearly indicated that they were grandmasters. After placing their bets, one muscular middle-aged warrior with scars adorning his face jested. I heard old Zhang from Danyang province has awakened an SS grade talent this year. Unfortunately, my protege here is rather underwhelming, boasting only a few S grade talents. However, one of them has awakened a high-level special talent, which is somewhat commendable. Zhang Honyuan, referred to as old Zhang, cast a sidelong glance at the speaker and, somewhat enviously, remarked, "Come now, old Luo, you are merely being coy. I heard that your S-grade talent student is but a step away from becoming a martial artist. Perhaps this secret realm expedition will aid him in breaking through to martial artist level. You truly are fortunate." Upon hearing this, Luo Hongfei laughed heartily, then turned to address another individual. "Run, do you have any outstanding talents in Jiang province this year? It seems I have received no news whatsoever. Your confidentiality measures appear to be exceptionally effective." Luo's tone contained a hint of schadenfreude. According to his information, it seemed that apart from a promising young man named Gu Chun from the Gu family, Jiang province had little to offer this year. The grand competition was crucial for determining the allocation of resources to the provincial capital he was responsible for, including his share of cultivation resources. While the four maintained amicable relations, when it came to matters of personal interest, they were bound to be somewhat competitive. Ren Mingxian, representing Jiang province, and hearing this, merely smiled. He had received news the previous day that Jiang province had produced several exceptional talents this year, one of whom was unparalleled, a celestial grade talent. It was worth noting that he himself was merely an S-grade talent. Moreover, besides the celestial grade talent, there was also an SS grade talent, along with another individual possessing an unknown special talent. For a single city to produce two prodigies was already astonishing. Little did he expect there to be a top-tier Beastmaster talent as well. When had the Ren family ever been so fortunate? Ren Mingxian smiled and feigned surprise, saying, "Ah, I didn't realize you had caught wind of it. Since you've discovered it, there is no need to conceal it any longer." Immediately, the smile on Luo Hongfei's face froze. Did Ren Mingxian just imply that Jiang province had produced promising talents this year? Luo Hongfei felt a twinge of confusion. The information he received clearly indicated that apart from a few S-grade talents, there were no higher-grade talents to speak of. Yet, Ren's demeanor suggested otherwise. "Oh, what promising talents does Jiang province have this year, to be so confident and secretive?" Luo Hongfei inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, old Ren, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. Why the secrecy regarding your promising talents?" Zhang Honyuan chimed in, equally intrigued by what Ren Mingxian was concealing. "Well, now that everyone has entered the secret realm, you may soon find out," Ren Mingxian teased, withholding the details. "All right, you three should pay close attention to the happenings within the secret realm. This is the first attempt at a secret realm competition. Let us ensure that no mishaps occur. Keep a watchful eye on those within, aiming for 0 casualties." At that moment, an individual who had remained silent in the corner interjected, effectively halting the conversation. "Understood," the three replied, promptly shifting their focus to the surveillance. The only person capable of commanding such attention from the trio was the sole martial emperor overseeing this grand competition. Meanwhile, grand competitions were simultaneously unfolding across the globe, with various official channels commencing live broadcasts. Jiang province had employed certain measures to deploy drones within the secret realm for surveillance, capable of relaying information in real time to the outside world. These drones could automatically lock onto targets for live tracking, allowing onlookers to witness the events unfold. Upon entering the live broadcast room, viewers were greeted with an array of numerous small screens, 100 in total, permitting spectators to select any drone's perspective to observe. "Wow, it's finally live. I've been waiting for several hours just to see this broadcast." "Indeed. I heard this grand competition involves entering the secret realm to combat exotic beasts for points and ranking. Will there be casualties in the battles against the exotic beasts? This decision seems a bit unwise. I preferred the previous arena matches. What is so appealing about arena matches? I find that direct combat with exotic beasts is what truly defines a grand competition." Chapter 48. Entering the secret realm, casualties arise. I heard that Danyang province has a martial artist with an SS grade talent. He should undoubtedly clinch the first place in this grand competition. It is not necessarily the case. I have heard that although Tao province did not awaken an SS level talent this time, there exists an S level talent that has awakened a high level special ability, and is merely a step away from becoming a martial master, potentially even surpassing that SS level talent. How amusing. You may not be aware that on the day Jiang Province awakened, phenomena were abundant, and it is certain that we will secure first place in this grand competition. You up there should cease your boastful claims. The only individual I know from Jiang Province with an S-level talent is Gu Chun of the Gu family, who has only practiced 1 or 2 techniques, so I doubt you are referring to him. The stakes are open. Who will ultimately emerge victorious in this grand competition? Will it be Tao Province, Danyang Province, or Jiang Province? By heavens, an opportunity to profit has arisen. I can already tell that the SS-level talent from Danyang Province will undoubtedly claim first place. This is hardly debatable. Concurrently, many lottery stations and prestigious families from outside have begun to place their bets. The average odds for Tao Province, Danyang Province, and Jiang Province are 111, 115, and 117, respectively. In Danyang Province, the average odds are 113, 112, and 117. However, Jiang Province's odds are astonishingly low, averaging at 12, 119, and 1101. Indeed, Jiang Province has set its own odds at a mere 101 times, utterly preposterous. It cannot be helped. Most individuals near Tianhai City are well aware that the day Jiang Province awakened was marked by extraordinary phenomena, refuting the online claims that Jiang Province's highest talent is merely S-level. As residents of Tianhai City, upon seeing these betting odds, they willingly risked their entire life savings on the out-of-province bets, with a multiplier of 17, while the outside world fervently debated. Nearly 1,000 participants entered the secret realm for the competition. Subai stood still, surveying his surroundings. Just as the previous master had indicated, upon entering the secret realm, everyone is randomly transported to different locations. Within the secret realm lies a dense forest, with towering trees encircling him. Gazing upwards, the fierce sunlight is obscured by the foliage, casting only slender beams upon the ground. Is this truly the secret realm? Apart from the presence of exotic beasts, it seems remarkably similar to the real world. The spiritual energy in the air appears even more potent. As Subai absorbed the spiritual energy, he pondered that if he could cultivate here for a few days, he might directly break through to Martial King. However, he still lacked practical combat experience. It would be ideal to practice on these exotic beasts. Subai's gaze fell upon a wind wolf nearby, its predatory stare fixated on him, its greedy eyes seeming to yearn to tear him apart. Within less than half an hour of entering the secret realm, several hundred participants had already been eliminated, leaving those watching the live broadcast in stunned silence. Each of these eliminated individuals was transported directly to the territory of exotic beasts, caught off guard, and immediately assaulted upon entering the secret realm. Most of these individuals were encountering exotic beasts for the first time. Having never witnessed such a brutal scene, they were rendered speechless, allowing the beasts to attack. Fortunately, after being attacked, they managed to react and counterattack, but ultimately lost their combat capability, having to regretfully exit the competition and activate their distress beacons. Among them were even those who were less fortunate, arriving only to be targeted by a second-tier advanced exotic beast, and before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves engulfed. The instructors could do little in these circumstances. They had already warned everyone prior to the competition about the potential for life-threatening dangers. However, this being the inaugural secret realm competition, how could these so-called geniuses possibly retreat, believing it to be mere intimidation? Of course, there were also those who, upon encountering an exotic beast, became utterly terrified and immediately activated their distress beacons, abandoning the competition. In the live broadcast room, exclamations erupted. What the hell? Did someone really die? Did you see that? A living, breathing intermediate martial artist was devoured whole by that exotic beast. Damn, this isn't a joke, is it? Someone actually died. This competition is far too terrifying. I can't believe it. I thought the officials were exaggerating about the potential for death. But it turns out to be true. What is the big deal? You have no idea how many die daily on the front lines. You think this is outrageous because only one person has died. The barrage of comments reflected the shock of viewers witnessing actual fatalities in this competition. It must be noted that such occurrences had never happened in previous years. The most one could expect was a minor injury during a sparring match, followed by some recovery with medicinal pills. However, witnessing a living person being consumed by an exotic beast instilled fear in many who had never even left their cities. They had not anticipated the ferocity of these exotic beasts, had it not been for the warriors battling them on the front lines. It might have been themselves being devoured in the broadcast. The officials' decision to alter the competition's format aimed to instill a sense of urgency, for war is brutal, and lives are lost on the battlefield every moment. Moreover, this grand competition serves as a preliminary training ground for these gifted individuals, the fresh blood of future Huaxia. If they enter the battlefield with only theoretical knowledge and no experience fighting exotic beasts, what use are their talents? As time progressed, more and more participants encountered exotic beasts and were gradually eliminated. The first casualty had occurred. Damn it. How pathetic that upon encountering these exotic beasts, they resorted to calling for help. Are their realms and talents merely for show? Look at that intermediate martial artist, facing a second-tier low-level exotic beast. He chose to flee and call for help instead of fighting back. What kind of martial artist is that? At this moment, 3 masters observing the situation in the monitoring room expressed their outrage. Just 1 hour into the secret realm, and already half of the martial artists had been eliminated. Among them were several intermediate martial artists, even some with S-level talents. The advanced martial artists fared somewhat better, generally managing to react quickly and engage in combat with the exotic beasts. When encountering beasts of equal rank, they could leverage their weapon advantages to gain the upper hand and eventually wear them down. Fortunately, one participant, Fugua, had a stroke of luck upon entering the secret realm. He was also targeted by a second-tier wind wolf, but instead of battling, he utilized his beast-taming talent to contract the wind wolf as his own. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by a drone and broadcast live to the outside world. This young man possesses beast-taming talent? He can form a contract with an exotic beast of the same level. He must be at least an intermediate beast tamer, right? Which province is he from? How come we were not informed? Luo Hongfei remarked, observing the monitoring footage with surprise. Upon closer inspection of the badge on the young man's chest, he noted it belonged to Jiang Province, Tianhai City. Chapter 49. The Role of the Beast Tamer and the Points Leaderboard. Luo Hongfei turned to Ren Mingxian, noticing a subtle smile on his face. Ah, old Ren, I wondered why you were so confident. This young man is indeed a beast tamer. He seems to be at least an intermediate beast tamer, doesn't he? But he is merely an intermediate martial artist. How can you be so assured? Luo Hongfei glanced at Fugua's profile, the glaring indication of an intermediate martial artist raising doubts in his mind. Old Ren's confidence was puzzling. However, the information only noted his S-level talent, with no registration of his special ability, leaving Luo Hongfei uncertain about the young man's true level of beast-taming talent. Ren Mingxian merely smiled without speaking, gently shaking his head to indicate that this young man was not the one. Luo Hongfei cast a suspicious glance at Ren Mingxian. If this young man was not the promising talent he spoke of, could there be someone with even greater potential? With a sense of perplexity, Luo Hongfei meticulously scrutinized the surveillance footage, striving to uncover the source of Ren Mingxian's unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast were utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. What on earth is happening? Someone give me a slap, am I dreaming? It appears that this individual has tamed a mythical beast and is even riding it. How is it possible for him to tame such a creature? If we all possessed this ability, what would we have to fear from mythical beasts? They would merely be our pets, wouldn't they? Incredible. I can't believe I'm witnessing someone taming a mythical beast. If I close my eyes for a moment, I must still be dreaming. Can we have a bit of common sense here? This guy clearly possesses the awakened special talent of a Beastmaster, which enables him to form contracts with mythical beasts. What are you all thinking? I wholeheartedly agree with the previous comment. This person can contract a mythical beast of the same rank, indicating he is at least an intermediate Beastmaster. I truly envy such talent. Fugaway reflected on the sensation he experienced when he contracted the Wind Wolf, and a realization dawned upon him that he could potentially contract 2 more mythical beasts at most. Beyond that threshold, he would risk unbearable backlash. However, it seemed that the number of contracts he could maintain might increase with the elevation of his rank. A sigh of relief escaped Fugaway. It was fortunate that he wasn't limited to contracting only 3 mythical beasts, or else this talent would feel rather paltry. After forming a contract with the Wind Wolf, Fugaway sensed a faint connection with it. Upon closer introspection, he was astonished to realize that he could comprehend the Wind Wolf's expressions. Is this the effect of talent? Not only that, but he also felt that with a mere thought, he could summon the Wind Wolf to his side. Curious. He attempted this and remembered that Beastmasters possess a special space to house contracted mythical beasts. The underlying principle of this space remained a mystery, perhaps akin to that of spatial rings, though spatial rings cannot contain living beings. This unique space seemed almost like a realm unto itself. Without further contemplation, Fugaway actively sought out mythical beasts, setting a modest goal to contract 3 mythical beasts initially. When Chu Yoyu was transported into the realm, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, filled with intrigue for everything within the secret realm. As a novice martial artist, she was already able to traverse the secret realm with ease. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Subai, Chu Yoyu would have undoubtedly claimed the title of champion in this grand competition. Subai relied on his fortuitous advantages, while she genuinely relied on her own prowess. In previous years, Chu Yoyu's talent would have even positioned her to vie for the national top spot. As she journeyed, Chu Yoyu found herself pondering whether her luck was fortuitous or unfortunate, having not encountered a single mythical beast thus far. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. What was the excitement in mere bloodshed? This secret realm was far more captivating than Blue Star, filled with countless wonders she had never witnessed before. As she continued her exploration, only 200 or 300 individuals remained within the secret realm. These remaining warriors were all exceptionally skilled and had already engaged in combat with mythical beasts. Most of them possessed A-grade talents, hovering around the intermediate martial artist level, capable of holding their own against the majority of mythical beasts they encountered. Many of these warriors had activated their distress signals, prompting the martial king instructors within the secret realm to rush back and forth. What were these individuals thinking, abandoning their fight the moment they entered the secret realm? Some instructors, upon arriving at the pleas for help, found that the distressed individuals were still engaged in a fierce battle with a mythical beast, even gaining the upper hand. Yet, upon seeing the instructors arrive, they immediately surrendered and fled to safety. This left the instructors utterly speechless. How could a mid-level martial artist, armed and battling a second-tier novice mythical beast, claim to be in danger? Truly absurd. Nevertheless, despite their incredulity, the instructors took the distressed students under their wing and subsequently escorted them out of the secret realm. Some students, paralyzed by fear in the presence of mythical beasts, found themselves unable to harness even a fraction of their intermediate martial artist strength. When they activated their distress signals, the mythical beasts charged at them, and they could only offer passive resistance. By the time the instructors arrived, one intermediate martial artist had fallen to a second-tier novice mythical beast. The scene was left strewn with dismembered limbs and blood, a sight that induced a wave of nausea in onlookers. Indeed, these mythical beasts are far more resilient than humans. Able to withstand my blows, Subai remarked, observing the wind wolf he had felled with his fists. Upon discovering this wind wolf, Subai chose not to deliver a swift kill with his sword. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and refrained from using any techniques. With pure brute strength, he delivered a single punch that knocked the wind wolf to the ground. However, after the initial blow, the wind wolf did not perish but rather struggled to rise and flee. Seeing this, Subai delivered another punch, ensuring the wind wolf's demise. After slaying the creature, Subai pondered how the scoring would be calculated, and his distress signal device began to emit notifications. Upon inspecting the device, he noted a score of 30 displayed on the small screen. First-tier mythical beasts were categorized with scores of 135 points, while second-tier mythical beasts were rated at 103,050 points. A third-tier novice mythical beast could yield 200 points. Subai gazed at the distress signal device in astonishment, intrigued by the mechanism behind the scoring system. The 30 points aligned with the score for a second-tier intermediate mythical beast. After the score was displayed, Subai noticed a leaderboard in the corner of the screen. The distress signal device resembled a mobile phone, albeit with an additional button for the distress function. He fiddled with the device before accessing the leaderboard. The interface refreshed, revealing the rankings before his eyes. First place, Ji Tianyu, 130 points. Second place, Si Chen, 100 points. Third place, Gu Chun, 80 points. It wasn't until he scrolled down beyond the 50th place that he finally spotted his own name. 59th place, Subai, 30 points. Subai clicked his tongue in surprise. He hadn't anticipated so many fierce competitors. It had only been a short while. Yet the top rank had already surpassed 100 points. Upon seeing the third-place contender, Subai paused for a moment. However, remembering the individual's formidable background, he soon dismissed it. He perused the leaderboard until he reached the cutoff point of 0 points, ceasing his search. It seems that Yuyu, despite her prowess as a novice martial artist, has yet to slay a single mythical beast? Subai pondered, slightly bewildered by the absence of both Chu Yuyu and Fuguei from the leaderboard. Fuguei's situation was understandable. As an intermediate martial artist, he was likely avoiding encounters with high-tier mythical beasts. However, Chu Yuyu, being a martial artist capable of effortlessly dispatching 90 of the creatures within the secret realm safe zone, had not encountered a single mythical beast in nearly an hour. Subai's curiosity lingered for a moment before he tucked away the distress signal device, collecting the wind wolf's corpse into his spatial ring, and fixed his gaze intently in a particular direction. In the distance, he perceived what seemed to be an invisible barrier enveloping this segment of the secret realm. Beyond the barrier, the environment mirrored that of the safe zone. However, the mythical beasts outside the barrier were no longer under control. This marked the unexplored territories beyond the safe zone of the secret realm. Fuguei knew well the adage, fortune favors the bold, and Subai shared this understanding. Though the unexplored regions of the secret realm were fraught with peril, the potential rewards were commensurate with the risks. Moreover, Subai possessed a certain level of confidence, believing that with the enhancement of his techniques, weapons, and other factors, he should be capable of engaging in combat with fourth-tier beasts, and perhaps even exchanging a few blows with fifth-tier ones. This opportunity would also serve to hone his practical combat skills, for within the safety zone, the highest tier of beast was merely at the initial level of Tier 3, easily dispatched with a single strike, rendering it incapable of truly tempering his abilities. After all, he had a full 2 days at his disposal, and there was no immediate rush to accumulate points. When the time came, he could effortlessly surpass several individuals by simply seeking out a few third-tier beasts. There was no necessity to compete fiercely with others for points. Ji Tianyu and Si Chen. He silently recited the names of these two individuals, the top contenders on the leaderboard, who were surely not nameless characters. Having mapped out his upcoming endeavors, Subai made his way directly towards the barrier, cautiously extending his hand towards the barrier. He encountered no obstruction, successfully stepping beyond the confines of the safety zone. One could surmise that the architect of the barrier had not anticipated a student would voluntarily venture outside its protective limits. Given the prowess of those high-ranking martial artists, To face an unexplored secret realm alone was akin to courting death. My lord, based on fluctuations detected within the barrier of the secret realm, it appears a student has inadvertently crossed out of the safety zone. What should we do? An individual rushed into the monitoring room to report. This person was a formation master tasked with overseeing the operational integrity of the secret realm's barriers. The moment Su Bai departed from the safety zone, he had sensed the disturbance in the formation and hurried to the monitoring room to relay the situation. Ren Mingxian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. How could a student willingly leave the safety zone? It seemed implausible. The martial emperor, seated in a corner, did not lift his gaze, but simply instructed. It's nothing to be concerned about. Dispatch 3 drones to assess the situation. It's likely a student accidentally brushed against the barrier. There's no need for undue worry. Understood, my lord. The formation master promptly departed to make the necessary arrangements at the drone control room. My lord, is it truly unnecessary to send someone to investigate? The consequences of a student mistakenly leaving the barrier could be dire. Ren Mingxian voiced his concerns, perplexed. From his understanding, the competition in Jiang province featured 2 prodigies at the junior martial master level. What if these individuals found the safety zone devoid of challenge and sought to explore other areas? Moreover, one could not dismiss the possibility that someone might genuinely wander outside the barrier, which could result in a loss of life. Do not fret excessively. Did we not already caution them against leaving the barrier? The martial emperor replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. However, as he stated, should someone venture outside the safety zone in pursuit of personal gain and meet their demise, it would not concern the rest of them. Yet, it appeared that apart from Su Bai, none of the others harbored such intentions. Within the safety zone, there were already 3rd-tier beasts that were beyond their capabilities to handle, let alone engaging in combat with 4th or even 5th-tier beasts outside its confines. That would be nothing short of a death wish. Su Bai's ability to exit the safety zone stemmed from his self-assuredness. For others, leaving the safety zone would be akin to the reckless youth the martial emperor had mentioned. If they perished, it would be entirely their own doing. Upon hearing this, Ren Mingxian refrained from countering and resumed his watch over the surveillance. Soon, 3 drones arrived at the site of the barrier disturbance. After a brief investigation, they found nothing amiss and returned to their broadcasting duties. In a certain part of the forest, a 2nd-tier beast collapsed with a thud. Excellent. My points have already exceeded 200. I am currently in 1st place, Ji Tianyu murmured to himself, gazing at the leaderboard. However, upon noticing that the 2nd-place contender was nearing 200 points, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. I possess SS-level talent. I must not allow an S-level talent to surpass me. It was clear he could not afford to slacken his efforts, particularly with Sii Chen in the running. Subsequently, Ji Tianyu touched the carcass of the 2nd-tier beast before storing it in his spatial ring and swiftly departed in search of his next quarry. Sii Chen, I will undoubtedly claim the 1st position and surpass you soon enough, Sii Chen declared, standing atop a 2nd-tier beast as he gazed at the leaderboard. After several skirmishes, he felt a slight loosening of his advanced martial artist realm, but sensed he was still a step away from a breakthrough. The 2nd-tier beasts no longer sufficed to challenge his strength. It was imperative to seek out a 3rd-tier beast to engage in battle, as that was the only way to elevate himself to the next level. After securing the 2nd-tier beast's remains, Sii Chen embarked on the quest for a 3rd-tier beast. Ha! I ask you, who else remains? Who else? At this moment, in a certain part of the secret realm, Fu Guo laughed heartily while surveying 2 2nd-tier intermediate beasts and 1 2nd-tier advanced beast at his side. After forming a contract with a wind wolf, he encountered another wind wolf of the same tier, effortlessly forming a 2nd contract. While searching for a 3rd beast, Fu Guo was targeted by an advanced 2nd-tier wind wolf. Chapter 51. Contracting the advanced 2nd-tier wind wolf, the crowd in awe. The advanced 2nd-tier wind wolf, sensing that the human before it was weaker than itself, stepped out from the shadows. It perceived the presence of 2 of its kin nearby. With the support of its companions, devouring this human would be a considerably easier task. A woo. The advanced 2nd-tier wind wolf howled, seemingly communicating with the other 2 wind wolves. Possessing the beast mastery talent, Fu Guo could barely grasp the essence of the wind wolf's message. It was proposing that the 2 intermediate 2nd-tier wind wolves cooperate to subdue the human, promising them rewards in return. Upon realizing the implications, Fu Guo chuckled softly. Well, would you look at that? It seems even beasts have learned to negotiate these days. You think you're the one getting the reward? I see you as the biggest prize. As the wind wolf communicated with its companions, Fu Guo issued commands for all 3 to attack together, confident they could overpower a single advanced 2nd-tier beast. He had discovered during his initial contract with the 1st beast that he could directly contract beasts of the same tier. However, to contract the advanced 2nd-tier wind wolf, he needed to render it incapable of resisting. Otherwise, any rebellious thoughts would lead to failure. Just as the advanced wind wolf was persuading its companions, Fu Guo and the 2 other wind wolves launched their assault. However, the wind wolf reacted swiftly, dodging to the side as Fu Guo approached. After all, its name bore the word wind, and its speed was indeed remarkable. When the wind wolf realized its kin was aiding the human in attacking it, it became enraged. After evading the attack, it charged at Fu Guei in fury. Whoa! The speed of the wind wolf astonished Fu Guei, leaving him no time to ponder as he hastily drew his mid-grade yellow-tier great sword to defend himself. The wind wolf's claw came crashing down, striking precisely at the blade Fu Guei had just unsheathed. A woo! A pained howl erupted from the wind wolf. It hurts too much. The mid-grade yellow-tier weapon was no trifling matter. It effortlessly breached the defenses of a second-tier beast. A deep, bloody gash appeared on the wind wolf's paw, oozing crimson fluid. In shock, the wind wolf swiftly retreated, its eyes filled with terror. What was this human? Why did he appear weaker yet was able to inflict harm upon it? The wind wolf, now incapacitated by injury, found itself unable to flee, particularly with two of its kind blocking its path behind. Heh! You dare to throw yourself onto the blade, seeking to provoke, are you? Fu Guei chuckled as he surveyed the wounded wind wolf, which appeared to him as a lamb ready for slaughter, awaiting his contract. Little wind wolf, fear not, do not resist, simply allow me to form our bond, he said, inching closer to the injured creature. However, the closer the human approached, the greater the fear swelling within the wind wolf. The expression on this human's face was disturbingly lewd. What did he intend to do to a proud wolf like itself? The wind wolf instinctively shifted back. Yet the stinging pain in its paw reminded it that it could not distance itself from this human any longer. With trepidation, the wind wolf shut its eyes, unwilling to confront the events that were about to unfold. Ah, the contract is successful. How is your wound? Let me take a look, Fu Guei exclaimed, having successfully completed the binding. Now, as allies, it was imperative that the wind wolf did not linger with its injury in this secret realm. The creature sensed that this human meant it no harm and cautiously opened its eyes. To its astonishment, it realized it could comprehend the human's words, and a strange connection seemed to form between them, rendering it incapable of causing him harm. The wind wolf, skeptical yet curious, raised its paw, struggling to believe that this human wished to heal it. Fu Guei inspected the paw's injury. Indeed, weapons of such caliber were extraordinary, merely through passive defense. They had inflicted such a grievous wound upon this beast. He produced a healing pill and fed it to the wind wolf, then bandaged the injury. These supplies had been prepared at the treasure pavilion, anticipating potential injuries in the secret realm that could lead to disqualification. Soon, under the effects of the pill, the wind wolf felt warmth spreading through its injured paw, with pain diminishing significantly. Fu Guei, having released the creature, observed as it gingerly placed its paw on the ground. It doesn't hurt anymore. The wind wolf hesitated, then pressed its paw down firmly. Indeed, the pain had vanished. With a soft howl, it expressed gratitude towards the human before it, seemingly forgetting that its injury had been caused by him. Fu Guei understood the wind wolf's sentiment and affectionately patted its small head. The wind wolf nuzzled against his hand. Ha ha! Fu Guei laughed joyfully. With a new ally by his side, it was time to dominate the leaderboard. He glanced at the scoreboard, which displayed a score of 0, contemplating how he had for companions and yet was outmatched by this group. After taking a moment to regroup, Fu Guei mounted the second-tier advanced wind wolf, ready to commence the harvesting of points. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the entire process unfold. They were astonished to see the wind wolf displaying such endearing behavior towards Fu Guei. What on earth? Is this the same beast I remember? How can they coexist peacefully with humans? This defies all logic, exclaimed one viewer. Wait a minute, this guy has 3 little brothers, one of whom is a second-tier advanced beast. This is absurd. It's practically cheating. Another remarked, amazed that a mid-level martial artist had contracted a second-tier advanced beast. What level of beast-taming talent must this person possess? At the very least, it must be high level. The astonishment in the live stream was mirrored in the monitoring room, where several high-ranking officials could no longer remain composed. What? This Wang Fu Guei is actually a high-level beast tamer? Well done, Oldren, you've kept this under wraps. Zhang Hanyuan exclaimed. Unbelievable. Oldren, you're not playing fair. This kid will undoubtedly secure a place in the top 10 of the leaderboard, Luo Hongfei added, while Ren Mingxian listened to their banter with a sly smile, remaining silent, knowing that even more surprises lay ahead. Even the usually taciturn martial emperor in the corner commended. Impressive, a high-level beast tamer with a commendable grasp of beast control. P.S. a promising candidate. Chapter 52, Cunning Candidates, the Fire Bear. It is important to note that this is a genius that even the 3 major academies would scramble to recruit, highlighting the significance of exceptional beast tamer talent. As the secret realm competition proceeded normally, a few candidates within it exhibited suspicious behavior. What do you think the higher-ups sent us here to do? Disguising ourselves as candidates to participate in the competition? One spoke while rummaging through an object and placing it inside. Enough with the chatter. Let us complete the task from above. There are rewards in it for us, and we might even break through to Martial King, urged another, glancing warily at a distant drone. All right, you two are just standing around with no injuries, aren't you? Let us hurry up with the next one grumbled. After finishing their work at that location, they crouched low, carefully avoiding the aerial drone as they moved to another spot. At that moment, near a portal to another world, Several figures were engaged in conversation. It has been an hour since those humans entered the secret realm. When do we go in? I'm already hungry, one complained. Fool. You only think about food. Our objective this time is to eliminate those human prodigies. Stop fixating on food, or we'll jeopardize the plan, another reprimanded. It's only been an hour since entering the secret realm. I hope those we sent in have set up the formation. Otherwise, it would be quite amusing if we can't even enter the barrier, one added. If someone were to observe these figures, they would realize they were from another race. And their strength was formidable. While the group continued their heated discussion, a martial emperor sent by the higher-ups interjected. Enough. The time is not yet right. We shall wait 12 hours before entering the secret realm. This mission must not fail. They are merely a bunch of young martial artists. According to reports, there is a martial emperor and 3 master-level experts on the human side. I will hold them off while you take care of the others in the realm. I must emphasize that this mission cannot afford any setbacks, especially regarding that prodigy, Subai. He must perish here. After saying this, the martial emperor turned to the others. His expression grave. If this mission encounters any failure, the consequences will be dire. If that gifted warrior grows, it will have significant repercussions for our race and the impending war. You certainly do not wish to witness the emergence of another sword saint, do you? As the mention of the sword saint hung in the air, the group visibly stiffened, a wave of dread washing over them. Is that Subai truly that formidable? One whispered. Meanwhile, Subai was effortlessly navigating through the dense forest, attuned to the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Suddenly, he spotted a massive dark figure resting beneath a tree. He halted, focusing intently. The fiery bear, a third-tier extraordinary beast. This creature is one of the most terrifying beings imaginable, and no one in the wilderness wishes to encounter it. The fiery bear earns its name from its tough, thick skin and formidable physique, rendering ordinary weapons utterly ineffective against its defenses. Furthermore, once it sets its sights on a target, escape becomes a near impossible feat, as it relentlessly pursues its prey with singular focus, vowing not to relent until it has devoured its quarry. With its rugged hide and colossal stature, even martial artists of equivalent rank would prefer to steer clear of the fiery bear when encountered alone in the wild, fearing the wrath of such a beast. Typically, only a hunting party of 4 or 5 would entertain the notion of confronting a fiery bear, while solitary adventurers would do well to maintain a safe distance. At this moment, the fiery bear reclines against a massive tree, seemingly resting beside a rare spiritual herb, rich in ethereal energy, on the verge of ripening. However, the bear's immense form obscures Subai's view, preventing him from discerning the nature of the herb. Upon sighting the fiery bear, rather than feeling fear, Subai experienced a surge of excitement. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous second-tier beasts, and while a few third-tier creatures had also crossed his path, they appeared feeble and fragile. The fiery bear, however, presented an ideal opportunity for him to assess his current strength. Subai retrieved the Pure Yang sword, a low-grade mystical weapon purchased from the system's marketplace, more than sufficient to deal with the fiery bear. As for the low-grade heavenly ranked Azure Spirit sword, he had yet to explore its potential. Deploying it against a mere third-tier beast would be an act of undue cruelty. Observing the slumbering fiery bear, Subai casually picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature's head. The bear jolted awake, pawing at its skull in confusion. Feeling a twinge of pain, the fiery bear rose with a mighty roar. After venting its anger, its beady eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on Subai, who stood a distance away with an amused expression. Roar! The fiery bear bellowed furiously at Subai, disregarding the precious herb nearing maturity beside it, and charged toward him with reckless abandon. Subai couldn't help but chuckle at the bear's sheer stupidity. It was indeed a straightforward creature, completely ignoring the herb in its rage to confront him. Nevertheless, Subai remained calm, brandishing his sword and preparing for the oncoming assault. The fiery bear lunged forward, its massive paw aimed directly at Subai's head. In response, Subai met the attack with his sword, delivering a heavy blow to the bear's paw. This strike was fueled solely by his own vitality, lacking any enhancement from techniques or sword intents. Yet, this seemingly ordinary strike led to both Subai and the fiery bear staggering back a few paces. Noticing a wound had been inflicted on the fiery bear, Subai smiled faintly. Remarkably, the bear had managed to withstand his strike, sustaining only a superficial injury. A visible gash appeared on the bear's paw, blood oozing from the fresh wound. This single blow had breached the fiery bear's defenses, leaving a mark that would astonish onlookers. For the creature was renowned for its tough hide and formidable resilience, prompting many to avoid it altogether. The sight of Subai, a fellow martial artist, managing to inflict a wound upon the fiery bear would surely astonish anyone who witnessed it. Enraged further by the interruption and the injury, the fiery bear roared with fury. Its primal instincts ignited. Today, either the human would perish, or the bear would meet its end. With a furious display, the fiery bear struck its chest with both paws before charging at Subai once more. Subai, however, was unperturbed. Realizing he could breach the bear's defenses with mere vitality, he decided to engage in a contest of strength. sheathing his sword to test his physical capabilities against the fiery bear. With a resounding thud, the fiery bear collapsed to the ground. Subai glanced at his pure yang sword with a sigh, acknowledging that his bare flesh could not overpower the bear's formidable defenses. Indeed, it was a challenging adversary. As he engaged in close combat with the fiery bear, they fought evenly, though at times Subai managed to gain the upper hand. However, his fists proved insufficient to penetrate the bear's defenses, which were as tough as they were legendary. Having gauged his current strength, Subai decided not to prolong the struggle. He unsheathed his sword and, with a decisive strike, severed the fiery bear's head from its body. After securing the bear's remains, Subai approached the spiritual herb that the creature had been guarding. Before he could inspect the herb, a small, swift figure darted past him, leaving the once occupied spot empty. "Where has that magnificent herb gone?" Subai exclaimed in bewilderment, having not even caught a glimpse of it before it vanished. He hurriedly scanned the area where the figure had disappeared, noticing disturbed soil indicating recent excavation. "Could it be that I have fallen prey to a cunning thief?" he mused, beginning the search for the elusive figure, suspecting it had pilfered the herb. "Damn it, if I catch you, you will regret it," Subai cursed inwardly, realizing he had been outsmarted. After a thorough search, he found no signs of the thief. The spiritual herb, guarded even by a third-tier beast, must possess considerable value. Regrettably, Subai could only lament his misfortune, vowing to learn from this experience. In the future, he resolved to secure any valuable items before venturing out, lest he find himself in a similar predicament once more. As 3 hours had passed since the commencement of the competition, the sun now blazed high in the sky. Fortunately, the towering trees provided ample shade, rendering the forest warm and pleasant. Feeling a pang of hunger, Subai sought out a nearby water source and began to dissect the fiery bear's carcass. He gathered a makeshift grill, an array of seasonings, and a fire-starting device resembling a lighter. After collecting usable resources from the bear, he buried the remnants in a deep pit, storing the unwanted items in his spatial ring. He then retrieved the bear meat, ignited the fire, and commenced the roasting process. As the meat sizzled and crackled over the flames, Subai entertained a mysterious thought. He brushed some oil over the bear meat, listening to the delightful sounds of it cooking to perfection. Once the meat appeared to reach a delectable state, Subai grabbed an assortment of seasonings, cumin, chili powder, sesame seeds, and skillfully crafted a feast for the senses, producing a sumptuous roasted bear meat dish. However, he refrained from indulging immediately, placing the first piece on a plate and continuing to roast a second portion. Having ascended to the rank of martial artist, Subai's dietary needs had skyrocketed beyond measure. One piece simply would not suffice. Although martial artists could sustain themselves through the absorption of spiritual energy, achieving a sense of fullness without actual food felt insubstantial. The allure of fragrant, crispy fried chicken wings or the enticing aroma of the roasted meat before him was far too tempting to resist. Why burden oneself with the absorption of the ethereal energies of the cosmos for a mere sense of satiation? Is it that these delectable dishes have lost their allure? Or have you simply satisfied your hunger? After grilling the second piece of meat, Subai did not pause, continuing to roast a third. Each piece of meat was approximately 1 pound, and although these 3 pieces were still somewhat insufficient, they would suffice for merely indulging his taste buds. Just as Subai completed the grilling of the third piece and turned around, he noticed an unfamiliar exotic creature had appeared on his roasting platter. This creature was small, its serpentine body coiling around a piece of grilled meat, and it seemed to boast 2 tiny horns atop its head. When it caught Subai's gaze, it appeared startled, promptly wrapping up the meat and vanishing before his very eyes. Indeed, it vanished. Subai stood in stunned silence, observing this extraordinary scene. The only evidence that he had not imagined it was the absence of the meat from the platter, which had truly disappeared right before his eyes. Regaining his senses, Subai circled the platter in shock, pondering how that exotic creature had vanished. He was certain that the creature had not been too swift for him to comprehend, but had simply vanished into thin air. Reflecting on the creature's appearance, Subai searched his memory, finding no record of this species. It seemed to be an undiscovered variety. As he contemplated this, a sudden recognition struck him. Its method of disappearance felt oddly familiar. The instant it vanished brought to mind the earlier incident when his spiritual herb had been stolen. It seemed as if everything was interconnected. "Oh, so it was you who had taken my spiritual herb. Today, I care not whether you are a new species or not. You better hope I do not catch you." Subai began devising a plan to capture the creature, though he still had no insight into how it had achieved its sudden disappearance. His peripheral vision caught sight of the remaining piece of grilled meat, igniting a plan within him. Given the creature's diminutive size, it likely had not yet reached maturity. Thus, let me introduce you to the darker side of society. A flawless strategy unfolded in Subai's mind. You can vanish in a display of brilliance. Can you? Judging by its previous performance, such a feat would require a brief moment of concentration. However, in that fleeting instant, if he could seize the opportunity and control it first, it should be unable to employ that mysterious ability. Stealth, teleportation, instantaneous movement. These were the only 3 methods Subai could fathom. Creatures possessing any one of these abilities were exceedingly rare and precious. Those of a higher realm could easily toy with humans of the same level, even possessing the capacity to vanquish foes of superior ranks. A notion of subjugation began to take root in Subai's mind. He knew that his system could replicate talents, and fortune smiled upon him with the prospect of acquiring a top-tier Beastmaster S talent. If he could capture this creature and forge a contract, it would serve as an invaluable asset. Regrettably, he had overlooked the opportunity to replicate Fu Gui's talent earlier, a misstep he now lamented. Had he known, he would have copied the talent first, elevated it to celestial quality, and certainly conquered this little creature. While it is labeled as an exotic beast, Subai was uncertain of its true nature. It exhibited signs of intelligence, being startled and aware enough to flee, yet its strength appeared rather feeble. So, what accounts for its discernment? Is it an exotic beast, a mere animal, or perhaps a divine creature? Subai's curiosity was piqued by the sight of its small, pointed horns and its serpentine form. The amalgamation of these traits suggested that this creature was far from ordinary. Could it be a dragon? Subai hesitated to conclude definitively, having only glimpsed its general silhouette, the most distinctive feature being the tiny horns atop its head. Within Subai's understanding, a creature possessing a serpentine body and horns could only be the legendary guardian of the Chinese civilization, the dragon. On the day of his awakening, he had once locked eyes with those divine beasts in the spectacle of the celestial phenomena. That sensation felt akin to a collision across the fabric of time and space. Despite merely being apparitions, Subai had felt as though these legendary beasts were vibrant, living entities. Yet all of this remained conjecture on Subai's part. To ascertain the truth, he needed to capture this extraordinary being. Only then would he uncover its reality. Glancing at the remaining piece of meat on the platter, Subai placed the freshly grilled piece atop it, then turned to retrieve another chunk of fresh bear meat to grill. While it seemed as though Subai was merely preparing meat, he was, in fact, poised and alert to any movements behind him. Should it attempt to pilfer from him again, he would be ready to retaliate. However, despite completing the grilling of this piece, he sensed no stirring behind him. Subai furrowed his brow. Could it be that the earlier fright had deterred the creature from approaching? Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare 2 more pieces of grilled meat. If it did not reappear, so be it. He wished not to encounter it again. Subai slowed his actions, quietly awaiting any sign of movement behind him. As he finished grilling one piece, his patience began to wane. When it came time for the second piece, just as he placed the meat upon the grill, he heard the faintest stirrings behind him. Had the earlier incident not occurred, he might have disregarded such subtle sounds. Listening intently, a smile crept upon Subai's lips. At last, the bait had been taken. He had thought it would not return. Concentrating his vital energy into his legs, Subai prepared to seize this little thief with utmost swiftness. Although he was aware of its approach, he feigned nonchalance, continuing to grill the meat. Having startled it once, the creature would likely be more cautious this time. Coupled with its mysterious disappearing act, he knew he had to act swiftly. Feigning ignorance to the sounds behind him, the rustling intensified, indicating that the creature had begun to lower its guard. After all, such a small being appeared as innocent as a newborn. How high could its intellect truly be? As the sounds remained consistent, Subai understood the moment had arrived. In an instant, he pivoted and unleashed a remarkable burst of energy, accurately grasping the little creature. Startled anew, the creature, still in shock, emitted a high-pitched sound, a woo. Realizing it was ensnared by this human, it attempted to employ its escape technique, only to find that it could not perform such a feat while under Subai's firm grasp. In that moment, the little creature began to panic. Realizing the imminent peril it faced, thrashing in futile attempts to flee, Subai, feeling it struggle, tightened his grip, resolutely holding it captive. At last, he could discern the true nature of the creature that had pilfered from him not once, but twice. Upon closer inspection, the diminutive creature exhibited a slight protrusion at its horn, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit's, its body akin to that of a serpent, its scales resembling those of a fish, and its ears reminiscent of a bovine. Looking further, one could discern several pairs of tiny claws adorning its body. Goodness gracious! I exclaimed. Could it be that this creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the dragons described in legends? But can such a tiny dragon truly exist in this world? Suddenly, Subai felt the little creature in his grasp cease its struggles, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, its little eyes blinking adorably. As Subai lowered his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with that woeful stare, and he admitted that, for a fleeting moment, he had been captivated by the creature's appearance. However, the thought of this little rascal not only pilfering his hard-earned spoils, but also attempting to devour the food he had painstakingly roasted ignited his ire. Such audacity could not be tolerated. Subai regarded the creature and gently flicked its head with a finger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Subai's mind. I was wrong. Owl. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Subai hurriedly scanned his surroundings for its source. Yet, after a thorough search, he found himself alone, his gaze eventually settling once more on the little creature in his hand. Could that voice have emanated from this seemingly mythical beast? Subai regarded the creature with suspicion. If that voice truly belonged to it, Then its identity as a divine beast was assured. Are you speaking to me? Subai inquired, bringing the little creature closer for a better look. As if sensing Subai's confusion, the voice resounded again within his mind. Woo, please don't eat me. Subai stared in astonishment at the little creature in his hand. This gluttonous being was indeed a divine beast? His suspicions were further confirmed. Though the creature appeared far too small for him to ascertain whether it was the legendary entity he had heard of. You are adorned in shades of azure and white, reminiscent of a character from a game in my previous life. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Azure Dragon. Subai mumbled under his breath. With the little azure dragon now captured, there was no way he would let it escape. After all, this could very well be the legendary dragon. And Subai would never relinquish it so easily. Moreover, this little creature, still lacking in full intelligence, had dared to abscond with his belongings. It appeared to be alone. And perhaps with a bit of coaxing, it might willingly follow him. Who are your parents? And why did you come alone to steal food? Subai decided to probe further, just in case this little one was merely lost, and its formidable parents were divine beasts. If they learned that their offspring had been abducted by him, it would surely spell disaster. Parents? What are those? Can they be eaten? The little creature, upon hearing this new term, instantly transformed from fear to delight. Subai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seemed he was indeed dealing with a wild divine beast. However, this made it all the easier to manipulate. You've stolen my food, and now that I've captured you, how will you compensate me? Subai's tone turned stern, akin to an interrogator. Please don't eat me. I'll tell you everything. The little azure dragon, sensing Subai's sudden anger, began to babble incoherently. What do you wish to say? Subai queried, puzzled by the little one's bizarre behavior, as it seemed to genuinely believe itself guilty. I know of a valley filled with an abundance of delicious food. The little azure dragon exclaimed, its excitement palpable as it envisioned all the delectable treats it could consume. Yet, after a moment of exuberance, it fell into despondency. But there are many powerful creatures inside, and I can't sneak in to eat. After being discovered several times, I've become too afraid to return. The little dragon spoke with a sense of grievance, lamenting its previous ability to feast in the valley, now thwarted by the arrival of those formidable beings who would surely beat it to a pulp if caught. Subai, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Here he was, lamenting the lack of exotic beasts to test his prowess, and unexpectedly, the little azure dragon had provided him with invaluable information. Moreover, it seemed that a successful confrontation could yield an abundance of rewards. He wondered what delectable treasures the little dragon was referring to. Given that it had first encountered him by snatching his spirit herbs, the fact that even the little azure dragon found such items irresistible surely indicated their extraordinary nature. Suppressing his excitement, Subai continued to inquire, though he remained wary of the little azure dragon. After all, with its peculiar disappearing act, who could know if it would vanish the moment he released his grip? Delicious food? Where's this valley? Perhaps I might be interested in visiting. Oh, you wish to go to the valley? You want to eat delicious food too? With your strength, you should be able to defeat those powerful creatures, right? They've never managed to capture me like you have. The little azure dragon pondered. However, with its limited intellect, it struggled to formulate a coherent plan. Yet, it understood that the formidable human before it seemed intent on visiting the valley in search of delicacies. If he could triumph over those powerful beings, then perhaps the little dragon could once again indulge in the plethora of tasty treats. As these thoughts swirled in its mind, the little azure dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning to lead this man to the valley so it could feast to its heart's content. Will you take me along? I can show you the way. I know where those powerful creatures are. The little azure dragon eagerly transmitted its thoughts to Subai. Upon hearing the little dragon's urgency, Subai deduced that the valley must indeed be brimming with treasures. Powerful creatures, you say? Let me meet these so-called beings. However, Subai feigned indifference, addressing the little dragon with a dismissive tone. Why would I need to bring you along? If you simply tell me the direction, I can go on my own without having to share any spoils. This tactic was known as the art of feigned neglect. Upon hearing this, the little azure dragon grew frantic. No, take me with you. I don't eat much. I can guide you, and I can teleport you there. In its eagerness, the little dragon inadvertently revealed its trump card. Subai finally understood how this creature could vanish right before his eyes. Teleport? A spatial ability? It was known that such a talent was exceedingly rare in the world, and here stood a little azure dragon possessing spatial capabilities. Subai was taken aback, yet he could not fully trust the little dragon's claims. He summoned the system to check the status of the little creature, only to receive the response. The system currently does not support this function. Please await future upgrades. Well, that left him without a means of verification. Subai knew he would have to experience the situation firsthand. Thus, he employed his persuasive skills. Do you truly wish to go? Yes. The little azure dragon nodded vigorously. I can let you accompany me, but how can you assure me you're not deceiving me? What if you simply run away? I won't. I absolutely won't lie. The little dragon shook its head fervently, assuring Subai of its honesty. However, Subai found himself in a predicament. Lacking the talent of a Beastmaster, he could not forge a contract with the little azure dragon. If it fled, he would indeed suffer a great loss. However, After some contemplation, it dawned on Subai that this creature had been ensnared by its own gluttony, leaving him with no choice but to take a gamble. Otherwise, this stalemate would lead nowhere. Subai once again placed the little azure dragon before his eyes and earnestly instructed, "You must heed my commands in our subsequent endeavors. Do not act impulsively. Given your appearance, I shall henceforth call you Little Azure Dragon." Little Azure Dragon? The creature seemed somewhat perplexed by the moniker. But after a moment's reflection, it realized that this was the name bestowed upon it by the human before it. Little Azure Dragon, hooray. From now on, I shall be called Little Azure Dragon. Initially puzzled, the little dragon swiftly cast aside its doubts, joyously embracing the name given by Subai. Observing the delight radiating from this small creature, Subai released his grip and anxiously awaited the Little Azure Dragon's next move. Contrary to his expectations, the liberated dragon did not immediately take flight. Instead, it circled around Subai in the air, flitting about in jubilant spirals. Little Azure Dragon, did you not say you could teleport directly to that valley? How does one perform the teleportation? Subai queried with curiosity, gazing at the airborne creature. Upon hearing this, the Little Azure Dragon darted to a position directly before Subai. Without further ado, it closed its small eyes, and after a brief moment, a portal resembling a doorway to another realm materialized before Subai. Wow! Subai was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly unimpressive creature possessed such capabilities. However, the Little Azure Dragon appeared somewhat weakened after conjuring the portal, its feeble voice resonating within Subai's mind. "Hurry, step inside. You will arrive at the valley. I can only sustain this for a short while." Though the Little Azure Dragon appeared drained, its eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Regaining his composure, Subai hastily gathered his barbecue equipment and prepared to enter the portal. Before doing so, he tossed a chunk of bear meat to the little dragon, which eagerly caught it and promptly devoured the entire piece with gusto. Excellent. Following this, human truly yields delectable rewards. After tidying up, Subai swiftly traversed the portal, with the Little Azure Dragon closely trailing behind. A flash of white light enveloped them, and upon reappearing, they found themselves in an entirely different locale. Subai, astonished, surveyed his surroundings and quickly confirmed that he had indeed arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The Little Azure Dragon's claims were veritable. Goodness gracious, this is truly remarkable. Subai marveled, realizing that the Little Azure Dragon could not only teleport, but also transport others alongside it. It was astounding that despite its current power level, which barely surpassed that of a second-tier beast, it could perform such a feat. One could only speculate how extraordinary its potential truly was. Feeling a twinge of envy, Subai lamented that the system could not even assess this remarkable talent, let alone replicate it. Nevertheless, he found solace in the company of the naive Little Azure Dragon. Upon arriving in this strange environment, Subai promptly scanned the vicinity, ensuring there were no threats before inquiring of the Little Azure Dragon. "Which direction is the valley you mentioned? Follow me. It's not far ahead. There are two large creatures guarding the entrance, so be cautious." The Little Azure Dragon chirped, then gracefully soared towards the valley. Subai, puzzled by how the little creature could fly without wings, followed closely behind. Within minutes, after traversing a thicket of trees, Subai beheld the valley that the Little Azure Dragon had described. While referred to as a valley, it resembled a massive mountain, with a conspicuous entrance at its base, flanked by two formidable beasts as the Little Azure Dragon had indicated. Upon closer inspection, Subai discerned that the two beasts were saber-toothed tigers, advanced third-tier beasts. My goodness, even the gatekeepers are the formidable third-tier beasts I have sought for so long. The saber-toothed tigers, true to their name, boasted razor-sharp teeth akin to blades. Should they seize the opportunity, they would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, their sharp fangs capable of inflicting gruesome wounds. However, the presence of these saber-toothed tigers posed a significant challenge. Despite Subai's sufficient offensive capability, enduring a strike from a saber-toothed tiger could prove too much for him. That's the valley up ahead. Those two beasts are quite ferocious, so be careful. The Little Azure Dragon huffed indignantly, recalling the numerous times it had attempted to sneak past only to be thwarted by the saber-toothed tigers, nearly becoming their meal. Yet, with the aid of this powerful human, the Little Azure Dragon felt confident that they would give the two beasts a run for their money. Subai nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment as he cautiously lowered his head and stealthily approached the valley. The Little Azure Dragon seemed to grasp the situation, mimicking Subai by lowering its altitude and advancing alongside him. Stealthily, the duo approached the entrance, flanked by lush foliage. Subai concealed himself within the greenery, observing the saber-toothed tigers' reactions. To his relief, the tigers appeared oblivious to their presence, remaining still as sentinels at the entrance. With utmost care, Subai drew his pure yang sword, quietly channeling his energy in preparation to swiftly eliminate one of the saber-toothed tigers. Once his technique was ready, he seized the opportune moment and struck decisively at the nearest tiger. Yuan slash. For added caution, Subai exerted 30% of his strength, and the targeted saber-toothed tiger fell, its head severed from its body in an instant. The sudden turn of events left the other saber-toothed tiger momentarily stunned, bewildered as it stood guard at the gate, questioning why its companion had suddenly lost its head. However, being a third-tier beast, the saber-toothed tiger quickly regained its composure and lunged at Subai. The little azure dragon, observing from the rear, considered that it would likely be of little use in this confrontation. Should this human falter, it reasoned, it would simply have to assist him once more, given his generous provision of food. After dispatching one saber-toothed tiger, Subai swiftly redirected his blade to intercept the charging tiger, leaving a deep gash on its flank. The saber-toothed tiger, now enraged, glared at Subai, its teeth bared in fury. Not only had this human slain its brother, but it had also dared to injure it. Today, it vowed to dismember this human, for the resentment within could not be quelled otherwise. Cautiously, the saber-toothed tiger observed Subai, wary of a potential surprise attack. Subai, unperturbed, had no qualms about the confrontation. In his experience, he had never feared anyone in a duel, regardless of whether they were third-tier or fourth-tier beasts. He would strike them down with a single sword. Subai once again activated the Yuan Yang slash, the fierce sword aura radiating through the air, causing the saber-toothed tiger nearby to tremble slightly. This human before it, despite seemingly possessing comparable strength, was capable of unleashing an attack that instilled such fear. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger's sole desire was to flee, abandoning all thoughts of brotherly vengeance and personal grievances, focused solely on the instinct for survival. However, despite its intentions, the tiger's limbs felt as if they were glued to the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. It could only watch helplessly as the human swung his sword towards it, unable to muster any desire to resist. With a single slash, another corpse lay before Subai, quickly stowing away the body of the saber-toothed tiger. Subai gestured for the little azure dragon behind him to follow, and then plunged into the valley. The little azure dragon, astonished at this human's prowess in effortlessly dispatching a saber-toothed tiger as if slicing through vegetables, hurried to catch up. Upon entering the valley, it revealed a breathtaking vista. What initially appeared to be merely a cave turned out to be far more expansive and spacious than anticipated. It was as if an entire mountain had been hollowed out, creating a wondrous sanctuary. A vast, natural lake glistened within the valley. As Subai stepped in, he immediately felt the weight of numerous hostile gazes upon him. At that moment, he truly sensed a profound danger for the first time. Upon closer inspection, several exotic beasts lounged by the lake. As they sensed the unfamiliar presence, they rose slowly, fixating their intense stares on the intruder. One beast caught his eye, a raging wild boar, a low-level fourth-tier beast. Another was a sky-blue serpent, a mid-level fourth-tier beast. And the last was an azure skylark, a high-level fourth-tier beast. Indeed, upon entering, he found himself confronted by three fourth-tier beasts, equivalent to the level of a martial king. Such an immediate escalation in intensity. Recognizing the menacing glances from these beasts, Subai understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Perhaps this encounter would compel him to unleash his full potential and truly indulge in battle. Determined to strike first, Subai's initial target was not the weakest raging wild boar. Although it was the least powerful among the beasts, it was likely the most resilient, with tough skin and flesh that even a fiery bear could not contend with. The sky-blue serpent, stretching dozens of meters, possessed a tenacious life force, making it a challenging foe to defeat. Lastly, the azure skylark, a creature of the skies, could prove troublesome if it took to the air to disrupt him, especially alongside the attacks of the other two beasts. These were martial king-level beasts, and he had no clear understanding of the disparity in strength between himself and them. Caution was paramount to avoid a catastrophic miscalculation. Moreover, the azure skylark was the strongest among them, necessitating his utmost focus and energy to confront it. As Subai brandished his sword, he began to channel his power, subtly manifesting his sword intent. While the beasts remained vigilant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before the azure skylark in an instant. The fourth-tier beast reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to ascend into the sky the moment it sensed his lethal intent. Yet, just as the azure skylark took flight, Subai's sword descended. Empowered by his sword intent, the pure yang sword sliced through effortlessly, as smooth as cutting through butter. With a single stroke, one of the azure skylark's wings was severed. It crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling profusely, with one wing neatly severed. The azure skylark lay moaning in agony, evidently bereft of the strength to continue fighting. Witnessing this audacious human initiate an attack, the sky-blue serpent and the raging wild boar could no longer restrain themselves and charged at Subai. The sky-blue serpent spat a glob of venom from a distance, which Subai narrowly evaded. The corrosive saliva splattered against the wall, sizzling ominously and eroding a significant portion of the earth. Gazing at the damaged wall behind him, Subai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the sky-blue serpent's capability for long-range assault. Thankfully, his reflexes had saved him. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Did they truly believe they could overpower him in a 2-on-1 scenario? Dodging the raging wild boar's charge, Subai retaliated with a slash at the sky-blue serpent's tail. With a sickening sound, the serpent was cleaved in two, blood gushing from the severed section as it writhed in agony. However, this only served to enrage the sky-blue serpent further as it swung its body again, attempting to ensnare Subai. The raging wild boar, unable to halt in time, collided violently with the wall, causing the entire valley to tremble. Subai evaded the serpent's strike, but the latter's speed was unmatched, and he was grazed by its body. He stumbled backwards several meters, barely regaining his footing. Coughing lightly, Subai realized that this single attack had rendered him somewhat embarrassed. It was evident that he would need to cultivate techniques to enhance his physical resilience after this battle. Damn, this serpent was indeed formidable. They often said to strike a snake at its vital points. Today, he would dismantle it piece by piece. Summoning all his sword intent, he unleashed a devastating strike, cleaving the heavens and the earth. With one swing, countless swords descended upon the sky-blue serpent, reducing it to several pieces, its eyes wide open in death. After the onslaught, Subai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, realizing he was still merely a martial master. He could not fully harness the power of his techniques, his vitality insufficient to sustain the effort. He found himself momentarily weakened. The raging wild boar, having shaken off the daze from its collision, fixed its gaze on Subai and charged anew. Among the three beasts, the raging wild boar was the weakest. One could say it was easy to deal with, yet it had survived to the end. It was also the one that had crashed into the wall. Now, however, the weakened Subai could no longer engage in battle with the wild boar and was forced to rely on his agility to evade it. With its simple-mindedness, it charged forward without a second thought. While maneuvering around the raging wild boar, Subai also searched for precious resources within the valley. According to the little azure dragon's description, this valley was rich in treasures. Each herb or other item was infused with spiritual energy, capable of rejuvenating him almost instantaneously. It was no wonder he had completely forgotten to prepare medicinal pills for restoring his vitality. He had overlooked this crucial detail. Previously encountered beasts had been dispatched with a single strike, resulting in minimal energy expenditure. A few deep breaths could perhaps restore him to full capacity. Yet, little did he know, apart from the two third-tier gatekeepers, all the creatures within this valley were fourth-tier beasts, beings of martial king caliber. The little azure dragon, having observed Subai's predicament from the shadows, quickly recalled any items that could expedite his restoration. Inspiration struck. The little azure dragon contemplated a particular location, pondering whether the object there might be beneficial to this human. Thus, the little azure dragon hastily conveyed through telepathy, "Continue straight ahead, then make a right turn. There lies a pool of spring water, which I often drank from in the past. It should be of assistance to you." The voice of the little azure dragon resonated within Subai's heart, and with no time to hesitate, he promptly followed the dragon's guidance in search of the spring water it had mentioned. Subai sprinted forward, unhesitatingly turning right at a fork in the path, and soon beheld the spring water as described by the little azure dragon. Simultaneously, a notification from the system emerged. Eternal spirit liquid, originating from the Spirit Eye Spring. A single drop can instantly restore all spiritual energy. It is a treasure that can turn the tide in battle. A flicker of joy sparked in Subai's eyes upon reading the prompt. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary elixir to exist in this valley, and to his delight, it was a vast pool. The notion that a single drop could replenish all his spiritual energy left him astounded at the abundance before him. It appeared that the delectable offerings spoken of by the little azure dragon were indeed treasures of great worth. And it seemed there were more than just one, so many delightful treats. Without further contemplation, Subai hastily cupped some of the spirit liquid in his hands and swallowed it in one gulp. As he felt his spiritual energy surge back to full capacity, he calmly observed the approaching rampaging wild boar. After such a prolonged chase, it was indeed time to send you on your way. Chapter 58, A Sword Strike to Vanquish. A bountiful harvest. The rampaging wild boar soon caught up to him, charging at Subai without a moment's hesitation upon spotting him. However, now that Subai had restored his spiritual energy, he harbored no fear of the ferocious creature. Yet, he had to be cautious, for upon sustaining an attack, the wild boar would enter a frenzied state, its spikes protruding, significantly amplifying both its defense and offense, rendering ordinary martial artists no match for it. Subai furrowed his brow, surprised that the wild boar turned out to be the most formidable foe in the end. The wild boar barreled forward, heedless of anything in its path. Subai glanced at the precious eternal spirit liquid behind him. He could not allow it to be wasted by the wild boar. Channeling all his energy into the yuan yang slash, he unleashed a fierce sword intent in an instant. Yet the rampaging wild boar remained undeterred, relentlessly charging towards him. One sword strike shall suffice. With a single downward slash, the overwhelming sword intent transformed into an ethereal blade, striking fiercely at the wild boar. The sword intent, powered by Subai's full might, surged towards the wild beast. The rampaging boar's pace remained unchanged, determined to crash through anything in its way. Upon collision with the sword intent, a violent shockwave erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the fierce creature. Subai anxiously peered into the haze. The unwritten rule of where there is dust, There are no injuries was a significant taboo in battle. He had delivered a near full force strike capable of slaying even a mid-level 4th tier Azure Serpent with a single blow. So surely this low-level 4th tier wild boar would not withstand it? As the dust gradually settled with the passage of time, Su Bai's heart raced. The rampaging wild boar had been neatly cleaved in half, its blood staining the earth. Even so, the severed body continued to twitch sporadically, raising doubts about whether it was truly deceased. Su Bai released a sigh of relief. Had the wild boar entered its frenzied state, it would have posed a significant challenge. But fortunately, he had dispatched it swiftly. Ignoring the carcass of the beast, Su Bai returned his focus to the eternal spirit liquid behind him, which was undoubtedly of far greater value than the remains of these creatures. He approached the vast pool of spirit liquid, eyeing it hungrily, fully aware that it could restore all his spiritual energy in an instant. In a battle where both sides had exhausted their spiritual energy, the sudden consumption of a drop of this liquid would restore his state to full, rendering his adversary utterly powerless. Yet, how could such a coveted treasure, one that would incite fierce competition among countless individuals, appear so unremarkable in this valley, akin to a stagnant pool of water in a corner? No one could provide Su Bai with an answer. He only needed to know that this pool of eternal spirit liquid now belonged to him. He retrieved several bottles, filling them with the liquid from the pool, and carefully stored each one in his spatial ring. After successfully filling over a dozen 1-liter bottles, the pool began to dwindle. Simultaneously, the Spirit Eye Spring, which produced the eternal spirit liquid, revealed itself beneath the surface. At the bottom of the pool, a pristine white lotus stood out distinctly, and Su Bai could see a drop of white spirit liquid slowly forming at its center. Seeing the lotus, Su Bai was elated, realizing that the eternal spirit liquid was not a one-time use item. If he could take the lotus with him, it would continuously yield spirit liquid. Spirit Eye Spring, a treasure capable of producing eternal spirit liquid, yielding 1 drop daily. Other effects are unknown. Upon reading the description, Su Bai was astonished. He had not expected such a miraculous product to only produce a single drop each day. Given the potency of this liquid, he was confident that even a price of 1 billion for a single drop would attract buyers. Moreover, with a daily yield of just 1 drop, this was undoubtedly a veritable treasure trove. Su Bai carefully excavated down to the root of the lotus, collecting the entire flower along with the surrounding soil. However, after obtaining the lotus, he found himself perplexed about where to store the Spirit Eye Spring. The spatial ring could not accommodate living entities, only inanimate objects, and clearly, this lotus could not be classified as lifeless. Master, this lotus can be stored in the system space, which can freely control the flow of time. Observing Su Bai's indecision, the system proactively offered this reminder. With this reassurance, Su Bai felt relieved of his concerns and promptly placed the lotus, along with the moist soil, into the system space. The system space resembled a self-contained world. As Su Bai's consciousness entered, he found himself in an expanse that seemed boundless. Compared to the outside world, this realm appeared remarkably desolate. However, the vastness of the space astonished Su Bai. He had always envisioned the system space as akin to inventory slots in games from his previous life, but unexpectedly, it was a miniature world. After regulating the lotus's time flow, Su Bai withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Although he had resolved the threats posed by several beasts, the valley still harbored dangers yet to be dealt with. Moreover, he recalled that there was a cloud lark by the lake, which he had incapacitated by severing its wings, but had not yet killed. After collecting the spirit liquid, Su Bai hurried back to the lakeside, and without hesitation, he delivered a swift strike to the head of the agonizing cloud lark, ensuring it would not escape its fate. What followed was a time of bountiful rewards. Afterward, Su Bai encountered no further beasts. It appeared that the 3 he had faced were the most formidable entities within the valley. Under the guidance of the little azure dragon, he discovered several more rare treasures, each of which would surely drive martial masters and above into a frenzy. Su Bai was continually astonished, never expecting that such a small valley could harbor an abundance of celestial treasures, and yet be occupied by a few diminutive 4th-tier mutant beasts. It was something that no one would believe if he were to recount it. The bounty Su Bai acquired was truly remarkable. He even stumbled upon nearly 100 spirit stones in one particular location. Spirit stones. This had been his initial objective from the very beginning, and he was utterly astonished to discover that such a thing existed within this valley. As the little azure dragon led Su Bai to the repository of spirit stones, it immediately darted forward and devoured several of them. However, its petite belly seemed like an insatiable abyss. After consuming a handful of spirit stones, it exhibited no signs of satisfaction whatsoever. Su Bai swiftly intervened, persuading the eager little creature to abandon its desire for more spirit stones after much coaxing. The more treasures Su Bai unearthed, the more alarmed he became. This valley certainly did not appear to be the handiwork of merely a few mutant beasts. Moreover, he later discovered several exceedingly rare longevity fruits within. Given the presence of those 4th-tier mutant beasts, Su Bai found it hard to believe that they could have gathered such treasures. Glancing at the adorably daft expression of the azure dragon, he pondered, could it be possible that this was a cave left behind by the dragon's parents? while Su-bai was reveling in his abundant harvest. Another faction at a different entrance to the secret realm was preparing to take action. Chapter 59. The Invasion of the Otherworldly Beings. Outside the entrance of the secret realm, a few individuals checked the time on their phones and calmly declared, "Let us go." 12 hours have passed. Those fellows should have completed their tasks by now. The hunt begins. With a fierce shout, Sei-Chen lunged at a third-tier novice mutant beast with his longsword. Upon his cry, the beast collapsed to the ground. Sei-Chen did not rush to search for his next target. Instead, he quickly retrieved his signaling device to check the leaderboard. With the 200 points awarded for defeating this third-tier beast, Sei-Chen successfully surpassed Ji Tianyu to claim the top spot on the leaderboard. For clarification, the points system does not account for beasts of higher levels than those the protagonist has defeated. Thus, the data is preserved in points, but higher-tier beasts do not contribute to the score. First place, Sei-Chen 1220. Second place, Ji Tianyu 1110. Third place, Shaoxing Yuan 1080. Fourth place, Chu Yoyu 950. Sei-Chen reveled in the formidable strength bestowed upon him by his martial master realm breakthrough. He had not anticipated that he would truly attain this level during the grand competition. After all, there were still several months until the National Martial Arts examination. This time was more than sufficient for him to solidify his status as a novice martial master and refine his skills and techniques corresponding to his unique talent. With this preparation, he might even secure an impressive result in the martial examination solely based on his S-grade talent. However, when it came to competing for the title of national champion, Sei-Chen was somewhat self-aware. Given that he had awakened his talent early, even he, with his S-grade talent, had only managed to reach the novice martial master level. Those with SSS grade talents would surely be formidable opponents. Thus, Sei-Chen was realistic in his expectations. He would not vie for the top spots against those prodigies, but would consider it a success if he could secure a place in the top 10. Satisfied to see himself in first place, he mused that perhaps even SSS grade talents could be caught up to. But who exactly was Shaoxing Yuan? Sei-Chen distinctly remembered that this name had not appeared on the leaderboard previously. How had this individual suddenly emerged? Sei-Chen felt a twinge of wariness. He knew Ji Tianyu well enough to ascertain that he could surpass him for the top position. But who was this unexpected Shaoxing Yuan? Gu Chun had even been pushed out of the top 3. He was a scion of the Gu family, adorned in divine gear. And who was this fourth place Chu Yoyu? The name itself bore the sound of a girl's name. When had such a formidable female warrior emerged without his knowledge? Watching the unfamiliar faces that had suddenly appeared, Sei-Chen felt that events were slipping beyond his control. He needed to amass points quickly. As time passed, the number of people remaining in the secret realm dwindled to less than 100. Most had been monitored throughout the entire process. And Chu Yoyu's stunning performance had naturally astonished many. In the live broadcast room, who is this extraordinarily beautiful woman? Why have I heard nothing about her? Goddess. She shall henceforth be my goddess. I must confess my feelings to her. A novice martial master? How is this possible? How can someone be at the novice martial master level before entering the secret realm? This must be a fabrication. Wow, she struck so fiercely. How could she bear to harm such an adorable little bunny? Yet even the way the goddess strikes is so graceful. In Jiang Province, Tianhai City. Why was this place mentioned again? That Wang Fugui who rampaged with 3 little minions also seemed to be from this area, right? The audience in the live broadcast room was both astonished and delighted by the sudden appearance of this stunning beauty with formidable strength. They were delighted to finally have a captivating goddess to admire, rather than watching a bunch of burly men clash against one another. However, some keen-eyed viewers noticed the Jiang Province emblem on her chest and speculated whether the goddess had any connection to that beast tamer. Oldrin, care to explain yourself? At that moment, in the monitoring room, Zhang Hongyuan and Luo Hongfei both turned their inquiries toward Ren Mingxian, questioning how this old fellow had managed to conceal such information. They had already reviewed Chu Yoyu's data. SSS grade talent, novice martial master. Who can tell me what in the world the intelligence department has been doing? How could they fail to report on such a significant matter? They were acutely aware that this was a genius with SSS grade talent and a martial master level of prowess. The fact that they had received no information about such a talent was an utter dereliction of duty on the part of the intelligence department. Facing their inquiries, Ren Mingxian smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? That person is not Wang Fugui, yet you insisted on not believing me. What more can I do? Moreover, old Luo, just enjoy the fact that 2 of the top 3 on the leaderboard are from your Tao province, while Jiang province has none at all." Alas, Ren Mingxian feigned weakness in front of the enemy. Though he was unsure why that ace had yet to make a move, he presumed it was waiting for the right moment. In the drone's perspective, he had not detected any sign of that individual, which was indeed peculiar. However, prodigies had their own thoughts, ones that even these old-timers could not comprehend. He decided to let it be. After all, there was still ample time before the competition concluded, and there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, the few sneaky candidates had completed arranging all their items and found a concealed corner to hide in, awaiting the arrival of their master. Among them, a few had even skillfully evaded several automatic drone surveillance checks to avoid exposure. even discarding their signaling devices early on. After all, once their master arrived, they would leave together, and remaining behind would only lead to their identities being revealed. Have you completed the tasks assigned to you? A voice suddenly echoed in the minds of those waiting. Yes, my lord. What do you require us to do now? Or should we remain here waiting for your arrival? One of them replied mentally. This was a unique communication method among the otherworldly beings. As long as the distance was not too great, they could convey messages within their consciousness. Remain where you are. Once we reach the edge of the barrier, we will coordinate our efforts. Just follow my commands. Understood. My lord. We shall await your instructions without moving. Silence enveloped the trio, yet their hearts brimmed with unrestrained joy. After an interminable wait, their esteemed leader had finally arrived. Concealed within this precarious moment, they were acutely aware of the lurking danger of discovery. Their ability to infiltrate the secret realm was bestowed upon them by a unique artifact, allowing them to masquerade as humans. However, as time progressed, the effect of this enchantment would gradually wane, and should their leader not arrive in time, the formidable warriors of the human race would inevitably close in on them. Within the confines of the formation, the scent of the alien race could be easily detected by human senses. In an instant, a martial emperor, accompanied by 3 grand masters of the alien race, had arrived at the perimeter of the secret realm's protective barrier. The martial emperor, closing his eyes to attune to the surroundings, confirmed, indeed. My subordinates have positioned themselves as instructed. We may commence now. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the barrier, Subai returned to the safety zone, accompanied by the little azure dragon, laden with spoils. Chapter 60. The formation is shattered, signal interrupted. Upon returning to the safety zone, Subai refrained from immediately hunting the alien beasts. Instead, he retrieved a distress signal device and glanced at the leaderboard. The names of the top contenders were familiar to him, yet he was intrigued by the identity of one Xiao Xingyuan, who had surged into the top 3, displacing several others. However, Subai's curiosity was fleeting. With countless participants in the grand tournament, it was evident that among them lay not only the overtly talented, but also those concealing their prowess, poised to astonish during the competition. Perhaps Xiao Xingyuan was one such individual. Yet, Subai pondered why the alien beasts he had slain were not reflected on the scoreboard. He gazed at his steadfast 30 points, bewildered. Logically, a low-tier level 3 beast should yield 200 points. The level 3 high-tier beasts he had dispatched outside the safety zone, along with the 5 beasts from the valley, had seemingly not contributed to his score. Had they counted, he mused, he would have undoubtedly claimed the top position by now. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He resolved to seek out more low-tier level 3 beasts, and the first place would likely soon be within his grasp. With this thought in mind, Subai began to traverse the safety zone, in search of traces of level 3 beasts. Encountering a low-tier level 3 beast, he struck it down without hesitation, swiftly collecting its remains before darting towards his next target. His method was efficient and decisive, his speed astonishing. Several times, drones captured the moment he dispatched a level 3 beast, only to find the carcass had vanished in the next heartbeat. What on earth was that? Did anyone else see that? It vanished in the blink of an eye, exclaimed one viewer, astonished. A level 3 beast, obliterated in an instant? Who is this formidable presence? This is unfathomable. The speed of that individual outstripped even our drones. Why is there no clear image? Just a fleeting shadow. Who could it be? I've never seen anyone like this before. The audience in the live stream buzzed with speculation about the identity of this mysterious figure, while the control room erupted with fervor. Particularly, the ever-praised Luo Hongfei stood in shock, exclaiming, "Old Run, you sly old fox. I had no idea your province produced such prodigious talents this year. Have you been playing possum all this time? What childish games are you indulging in at your age?" Zhang Hongyuan shared a similar sentiment, casting a sidelong glance at Ren Mingxian, his expression rife with mischief. He had assumed that, despite the possibility of being outmatched by Luo, the latter's genius, on the verge of breaking through to martial master, would secure him victory. Yet Zhang had never anticipated that the seemingly underwhelming Jiang province harbored not 1 but 3 prodigies. Indeed, prodigies. These 3 could not merely be labeled as talented. They were extraordinary. With the keen perception of the 3 grand masters, they had discerned the figure's appearance within the surveillance footage. Moreover, the leaderboard scores updated in real time, making it impossible for them to be unaware of the identity of the person before them. Subai from Tianhai City, Jiang Province, possessing celestial-grade talent. Upon witnessing the celestial-grade talent, the group was momentarily taken aback, their eyes igniting with fervor. Could it be that after nearly a millennium, such a talent had re-emerged? However, confusion soon followed. Why would a genius of this caliber deign to participate in such a modest tournament? Given the rarity of such talent, he should have long been recruited by prestigious universities. Moreover, did he not fear the lurking dangers of the alien race, known for their insidious tactics? The human race, currently at a disadvantage on the battlefield of the other world, had no voice in the matter. This line of thought left them feeling uneasy, as if something ominous were about to unfold. In a corner, the martial emperor, seemingly reticent, was in fact profoundly shaken. Among those present, None understood the implications of this talent better than he. The magnitude of his astonishment eclipsed all prior surprises, including the esteemed Beastmaster talent and the breakthrough of another to Martial Master. What kind of mysterious place was Tianhai City, Jiang Province? Meanwhile, the alien faction, for a number, were coordinating with several undercover agents in the safety zone, preparing to rendezvous at the barrier's edge. As the leading martial emperor, he was intensely focused on the arrangement of the formation. Indeed, aside from his rank as a martial emperor, he bore a unique identity, that of a formation master. At this moment, the materials previously placed by his subordinates began to quiver under his guidance. The disparate components seemed to respond to his influence, gradually coalescing into a formation. Now, shatter the formation. The martial emperor bellowed, as the three Grand Masters unleashed their full might to obliterate the so-called safety zone formation. In the instant the formation crumbled, the formation master positioned outside the secret realm felt an inexplicable connection, spitting blood before collapsing unconscious. In the control room, the onlookers, witnessing the abrupt signal loss, sensed something amiss and hastily rose to head towards the entrance of the secret realm. The millions of viewers in the live stream, confronted with a sudden blackout, were filled with confusion. What just happened? Why has the screen gone black? What is going on? One viewer lamented. My goddess, where has she gone? What is this nonsense? Streamer? Restore the feed at once. How could this happen just as the action was heating up? That brat Fu Gui was overpowering the other. What a spectacle. But he has been hiding all along. Such a waste of talent. Another chimed in with frustration. Organizer, fix this immediately. We can't see anything. My buddy is still out there. I need him to secure a good rank so I can brag about it. In the live stream, the outcry grew louder. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the screen flickered back to life, not with footage from the secret realm, but with an announcement. Announcement. Due to technical difficulties resulting in the loss of drone signals, the live broadcast is currently suspended while we await technical repairs. We appreciate your understanding and apologize for the inconvenience. Upon reading this announcement, the audience erupted in further ire. How could such a grand event suffer from technical issues? And just as it was getting thrilling? However, this announcement merely provided a temporary explanation for the situation, as several speakers rushed into the secret realm, leaving one to ponder what truly transpired within. Chapter 61. The arrival of the otherworldly beings and the gathering of the candidates. Within the secret realm, the otherworldly martial sovereign gazed at the formation taking shape, his moment of joy fleeting as he quickly commanded, Zhu Debiao, among the three of you, only you are suitable to enter the formation. The remaining two will hold off the human experts with me. Remember, if you fail to complete your task or make any blunders this time, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome fate upon your return. Now hurry inside. Before Zhu Debiao could respond, Hemingway, the Blood Clan martial sovereign, kicked him into the formation without uttering another word. Given his mastery and his long-standing diet of humans, this mission was perfectly suited for him. He was exceedingly familiar with the scent of humanity. However, he could not help but wonder if Zhu Debiao's foolishness would cause any trouble. He hoped nothing unfortunate would occur. Once inside the formation, Zhu Debiao felt no anger. After all, a sumptuous feast awaited him, which was hardly cause for resentment. Surely sending that dim-witted pig in 1T lead to disaster, he thought. If only I could have gone in instead, I would guarantee the swift demise of everyone inside. That foolish pig will only think of eating, which could lead to misfortune. The other two expressed their concerns, knowing the pig's temperament all too well. No need for worry. He has managed to reach this level for a reason. And he certainly knows how to hunt humans. Let him proceed. Prepare to face our foes. I can already sense the presence of human experts approaching. Hemingway glanced towards a certain direction, where the hurried figures of the human martial sovereign and Elder Rin could be seen. From afar, they observed the once safe zone now shrouded in ominous black mist, heralding an extraordinary occurrence. The martial sovereign, possessing keen insight, recognized at once that a formidable defensive formation lay before them, one that could only be entered with the permission of an array master. Otherwise, they would have to break through the formation by force or wait for the energy sustaining it to be consumed, leading to its eventual dissolution. Seeing this formation filled the martial sovereign with unease. What is happening? How did the safety zone's defensive array transform into this ominous barrier? Could it be that otherworldly beings have infiltrated it? This is dire. This sudden transformation also caught the attention of the candidates within the formation. The thick black veil obscured the original light of the secret realm, plunging the covered areas into utter darkness. Some candidates mistakenly believed this was part of the examination and hastily retrieved flashlight-like devices from their spatial rings to illuminate their surroundings. In the depths of darkness, their lights appeared strikingly bright, and Zhu Debiao moved directly towards the source of illumination. As an otherworldly being, Zhu Debiao's vision remained unaffected by the darkness, allowing him to navigate with agility akin to daylight. Upon reaching a source of light, he spotted a human holding a lighting device, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yet, Zhu Debiao paid no heed to this, his appetite piqued by the presence of yet another delectable human. It's been ages since I've savored such a delightful meal, he thought, lunging forward and swallowing the unsuspecting S-class talent before they could react. Afterward, Zhu Debiao patted his unchanged belly, smacking his lips. This morsel hardly suffices to fill the gaps between my teeth. On the other side, Su Bai seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the pitch-black sky. What is unfolding here? Meanwhile, several mentors within the formation curiously observed the suddenly darkened sky. Puzzled at the unforeseen turn of events, they promptly retrieved specialized communication devices to contact those outside the realm, only to discover that their devices inexplicably failed to receive signals, rendering them unable to communicate with the outside world. It dawned on them that the situation was spiraling beyond their control. What on earth is happening? They wondered, deciding to venture forth and regroup with other mentors to deliberate on the unfolding crisis. Most candidates, however, believed this was merely another trial and concealed themselves, awaiting developments. Yet many remained stationary, refraining from exposing their positions like the foolish candidates brandishing lights. In this desolate wilderness, still within the secret realm, illuminating the darkness recklessly could attract dangerous beasts. Do they think they are at home, carelessly turning on lights without consequence? If they attract several otherworldly creatures, they would be swiftly eliminated without understanding how. As expected, those candidates wielding lights were soon discovered by Zhu Debiao, who devoured them one by one with a crunch. Throughout this process, many candidates hiding in the shadows observed in terror the frightening aura emanating from Zhu Debiao. How is this possible? Isn't this a grand tournament? Why has a master from the otherworld entered? Where are the martial sovereign experts? What about the great guardians? How could they allow this otherworldly being to infiltrate the secret realm? Once Zhu Debiao moved on, the remaining candidates hastily vacated the area, swiftly traversing the forest in search of human warriors. They realized the urgency of disseminating the news, gathering together to devise a plan. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by the terrifying otherworldly being, leading to their complete annihilation. In no time, this alarming news spread among the warriors, and soon dozens of candidates congregated within a massive tree hollow. Among them were Fu Gui, Chu Yuyu, Gu Chan, as well as several mentors they had already encountered. Most of the leaderboard members had gathered, save for Xiao Xingyuan and the recently emerged Su Bai. The majority of the survivors convened to discuss countermeasures. What is happening? Why has a master entered the tournament? Isn't there a barrier? How could they breach it? I say we charge out together. There may still be a chance. Otherwise, we are merely waiting for death here. As a high-level warrior, my future is bright. Calm down. Surely they will devise a rescue plan. The sudden darkness in the sky is likely the work of the otherworldly beings, and our communication devices are rendered useless. Everyone, remain composed. Such a significant upheaval will surely attract the attention of those outside. We need only wait for rescue. No need to take reckless risks. Voices clamored as various ideas were exchanged, leading to a division among them, with factions forming that hinted at an impending schism. At this moment, Chu Yoyu and her companions anxiously scanned the surroundings for Su Bai's figure. After a thorough search, they failed to locate him, and Chu Yoyu felt a pang of anxiety. Could something have happened to Su Bai? Chapter 62, The Lizardmen and Interrogation. Chu Yoyu and her companions discreetly distanced themselves from the crowd, retreating to a corner. It was astonishing that even at this critical juncture, dissent still arose among the group. They were truly fearful of meeting their demise too late. Meanwhile, those who ranked among the top on the leaderboard silently withdrew to a corner, avoiding conflict with the others. These fools, they thought. When the otherworldly master finds them, the first to perish will be this quarrelsome lot. Those who wished to rush out together were too apathetic to offer counsel. They chose to respect the fates of others and relinquish their inclination to assist. What do I care? Let's hasten to the moment we are seized by the alien race. In a secluded corner, Chu Yuyu, Fu Gui, and Gu Chan engaged in deliberation about whether to vacate this place. With so many eyes and ears present, it was only a matter of time before their location would be compromised. At that point, escape would be an impossibility. Si Chen and Ji Tianyu scrutinized the trio in the corner. Although the tree hollow was shrouded in darkness, both sensed an innate understanding that these individuals were far from ordinary. Some people, merely by their demeanor, reveal much about their true identities. As scions of prominent families, Si Chen and Ji Tianyu were particularly adept at discerning the essence of others. Contemplating this, they hesitated, pondering whether to extend a greeting. Clearly, in the current predicament, the chances of survival were enhanced in numbers. Acting alone would only lead to demise. Masters above the level of Grandmaster were foes far beyond the capabilities of those present. It was crucial to note that even the most formidable among the mentors were merely martial kings. In comparison to a Grandmaster, a martial king was negligible, and even a collective assault by all present would merely serve to deliver them as offerings. While discussions ensued, Zhu Debiao, in pursuit of humans, belatedly sensed something amiss. Why did it seem that the presence of humans was dwindling? How long had it taken to notice merely a handful? Yet, Zhu Debiao harbored no suspicions about other circumstances. After all, the communication devices within the formation had been thoroughly destroyed, rendering these humans unable to connect. How could they possibly be hiding together? Accompanying Zhu de Biao were several undercover agents, whose time in concealment had now elapsed, reverting to their true forms as they assisted in the search for human traces. Su Bai arrived at a particular location, where the air was thick with the scent of blood, suggesting that a beast had recently perished. At that moment, he seemed to have kicked something. Despite the profound darkness of the formation, he crouched down to examine the object closely. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a human arm. Why was there a severed limb here? What had transpired? Hastily, Su Bai scanned his surroundings, ensuring there were no beasts nearby before meticulously observing the area. He quickly detected a peculiar odor mingling with the blood, a remnant of frenzied energy. This was not a trace left by humans, and there were no signs of battle. It was highly probable that the owner of the severed limb had been instantaneously killed, without even the opportunity to react. Those who remained were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. A third-tier beast could not possibly account for the events unfolding before him. The truth was singular. A significant upheaval had transpired within the safe zone. Su Bai's thoughts turned to the Su family, only to shake his head immediately. If the Su family possessed such power, he would not have survived to this moment. However, aside from the Su family, the only entities capable of orchestrating such a scenario were the alien races. Su Bai was jolted by his own conjecture. After all, there were martial kings outside the secret realm. Would the alien races dare to brazenly hunt human geniuses? With this thought, he swiftly concealed himself as he heard voices approaching from a distance. Brother, why are those esteemed individuals keeping us inside? With Judah here, there's no way for us to intervene in this secret realm. Indeed, these humans are quite cunning. Taking so long to locate only 2 or 3, it's hardly sufficient. I wonder where they've all hidden. Enough talk. We must find the remaining humans quickly. The human experts are already on their way, and I'm afraid the formation won't hold much longer. Especially that one named Su Bai. He must be eliminated here. The group moved closer to Su Bai's location as they spoke. Listening to their conversation, Su Bai found the earlier remarks odd, only to realize that they were targeting him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if he had offended anyone within the secret realm. Moreover, judging by their dialogue, they did not appear to be human. The only remaining truth was that these individuals were aliens. They were indeed coming for him. Had the safe zone truly been infiltrated by aliens? No wonder the sky had suddenly darkened. The aliens had set up another formation atop the barrier. Su Bai remained hidden in the shadows, awaiting their approach, noting that their auras were merely at the martial master level, within his capacity to handle. The visibility was exceedingly poor, yet he discerned several figures advancing towards him. As the trio neared his hiding spot, Su Bai acted without affording them time to react. With a swift stroke of his sword, he eliminated 2 aliens instantly, leaving one alive for interrogation. The surviving alien stood frozen in terror, unable to move. Had he encountered a human mentor? I ask, you answer. Understand? Su Bai pressed the sword against the remaining alien's head, applying slight pressure as he coldly inquired. Understood, understood. The alien bobbed his head frantically like a rat, fearing the next moment would be his last. Su Bai scrutinized the alien before him. It bore a lizard's head, a humanoid body, and a long tail trailing behind. His face was awash with fear, seemingly intimidated by Su Bai's fierce demeanor. Yet, this lizard creature was not entirely foolish. While cooperating with Su Bai, it secretly attempted to contact Judah. I ask you, how many of you are there? What is your highest rank, and what is the situation outside? Su Bai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he pressed for answers. This surviving alien happened to be the leader of the group, having narrowly escaped the previous ordeal. We have 4 in total. The lizard man hoped to buy time, thinking that if he could contact his superior, this human would surely meet a gruesome end. Su Bai, unimpressed by the alien's attempts to stall, slowly moved his sword towards the creature's skull. Just as it grazed the surface of its skin, he paused to continue his inquiry. I ask, you answer. Stick to the point, or your head may end up elsewhere. There are 4 of us. The highest rank is Grandmaster. Outside, your martial kings are engaged in battle with the Blood Clan's martial king, buying time for the Grandmaster and us 3 to enter and hunt humans. Recognizing the threat to his life, the lizard man spoke rapidly, divulging all he knew in mere seconds. After listening, Su Bai pondered for a moment, and at that instant, the lizard man finally received a response in his mind. A smile spread across the lizard man's face. Human, your time has come. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Su Bai's sword descended without hesitation. You. The lizard man gazed at Su Bai with unfulfilled resentment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, he received a response. Where are you? Just as he prepared to answer, he had already drawn his last breath, offering hope only to snatch it away. No one could comprehend the sensation of such despair. Most importantly, he died without ever realizing that the very person he sought to annihilate was Su Bai himself. Su Bai pondered the impending crisis, recognizing that even at his peak, as a Grandmaster, he could easily eliminate a 4th-tier beast with a full-powered strike. The force of that blow could rival that of a master. However, this did not imply that Su Bai could vanquish a master. Moreover, the last enemy was unexpectedly a Grandmaster-level foe. How could such a powerful entity manifest? If reinforcements failed to arrive in time, it was likely that every candidate within this secret realm would perish. A Grandmaster, once detected, rendered everyone utterly defenseless, himself included. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Subai swiftly distanced himself from this location. It was not a place to linger. Naturally, Subai was no fool. The individual's earlier disclosure of information was merely a tactic to buy time. He found it hard to believe that they lacked a covert communication method. The fleeting expression of surprise on that person's face before he killed him was unmistakably genuine. Thus, without hesitation, Subai wielded his sword. He would have to rely on the system to confront such a formidable opponent. He wondered about the fate of Yu Yu and Fu Gue. He hoped nothing had befallen them. After receiving the alarming news, he felt utterly powerless, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. The immediate priority was to find a secure location to access the system and seek a solution. Regrettably, the 100 spirit stones he had just acquired would likely be devoured by this wretched system. Upon exiting, he would have to seek reimbursement from some influential figures. As a mere candidate, he had faced such a severe threat to his life. What was supposed to be a fourth-tier beast had morphed into a Grandmaster. Was this acceptable? Certainly not. Infuriating. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away, Zhu Dabiao stared perplexed at the signal that had appeared in his mind. It had been incessantly ringing, and after he responded, it fell silent. What did that mean? What were those three little lizards up to? Zhu Dabiao halted, awaiting a reply from the lizards, fearing he might miss crucial information. However, his wait was in vain, for all three lizards had met their demise. Would their souls respond? Within the tree hollow, the disputing factions finally reached a conclusion. Dozens of individuals were divided into three groups. One faction, led by a group of candidates, advocated for a bold assault, proposing that they rush out while the otherworldly beings were still unprepared, thereby escaping to the outside world without the fear of being attacked. Even the most audacious of the otherworldly beings would not dare to brazenly infiltrate the grand competition arena to spill blood. At that moment, they could unite and retaliate. Even a Grandmaster would struggle to withstand such collective force. Conversely, the conservative faction favored remaining hidden within the tree hollow, believing that as long as the otherworldly beings did not locate their refuge, reinforcements would inevitably arrive to rescue them, though the timing was uncertain. The bold faction contended that waiting to die was less preferable than seizing a fleeting chance for survival. The smallest faction comprised the top-ranked individuals, including Chu Yoyu, Wang Fugue, Gu Chun, and Si Chen. They completely detached themselves from the ideologies of the two larger factions, convinced that even if a Grandmaster did arrive, they possessed means to preserve their lives. However, such means should not be recklessly employed until the moment of necessity. Thus, they observed the heated exchanges between the two factions, prepared to take action once everyone else had chosen their sides. The bold faction was led by a mentor, with the majority being intermediate warriors, alongside a few scattered advanced practitioners. Their talents were all above level A. Nevertheless, no one would hinder these individuals from rushing headlong into danger. After all, having them draw attention and buy time for the others was quite advantageous. Such is the nature of this world. If one were to act out of pity and attempt to persuade others, they might ultimately meet their demise. Yet, those who wished to play the savior would find ample support. This was a world where death came without a second thought, and the battlefield witnessed countless sacrifices daily. It was not the so-called equal society bound by legal constraints. Here, strength dictated everything in this martial realm. What use is it to cower like a turtle, waiting for the long-delayed reinforcements? When they finally arrive, it will only be to collect your corpses. I suggest you all continue to hide. The bold faction promptly prepared to depart, unable to contain their disdain. In their view, if everyone dashed in different directions, surely some would survive. However, remaining in this hollow would inevitably lead to their discovery by the Grandmaster, resulting in a complete annihilation. They might as well fight for their lives. Frankly, their argument held merit. In the face of adversity, one should not rely solely on the prospect of rescue, but must bravely confront the challenges ahead. Yet, they overlooked a critical aspect. The disparity in strength between the warriors and a Grandmaster was a staggering 4 major realms. Could anyone truly grasp this concept? A mass exodus would merely appear as a futile struggle to an onlooker. Like a swarm of ants, they would likely be obliterated before they even made it out. The bold faction, alongside their mentor, numbered barely a dozen. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and resolved to make a run for it, believing that if they could escape and relay information about their predicament, salvation might yet be possible. No more attempts to persuade us. Our paths diverge. The gap in strength between us and the otherworldly beings is insurmountable, rendering resistance pointless. We shall leave our fates to chance, they declared. Before the conservative faction could respond further, a voice suddenly pierced the air, instantly tightening the tension among all present. Their expressions turning to terror as they fixated on the entrance of the hollow. So the little mice have been hiding here all along. I wondered why it took so long to find a few. This truly simplifies matters. Zhu Dabiao, having waited several minutes without news, resumed his search for human traces. Unexpectedly, as he passed a massive tree trunk, he caught a whiff of a strong human scent. The aroma of delectable food. So many delightful scents. It turned out they were all hiding here. The crowd gasped in shock. The Grandmaster of the otherworldly beings had arrived. Chapter 64. What you perceive as beauty is merely someone else bearing the burden for you. This was dire. The once divided group found their resolve shattered. With the Grandmaster now blocking the entrance, a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Students, wait for the opportune moment to flee. We will hold them off. Scatter and run. Several mentors, regaining their composure, shouted urgently. Each child present might very well be the hope for future battlefields. As for the mentors, their highest potential may only ever reach the level of a master. However, these children were different. Their talents surpassed those of the mentors, once they matured. Their contributions to Huaxia and all humankind would undoubtedly far exceed their own. In such a life and death moment, facing the otherworldly beings, the people of Huaxia always managed to unite as one. This unity was the reason they had been able to confront the otherworldly beings for millennia. Knowing they had reached a dead end, the mentors nonetheless stepped forward without hesitation, willing to exchange their lives for the opportunity for these young seedlings of Huaxia to grow. Was it worth it? Absolutely. A few mentors stood resolutely before all the students, yet their slightly trembling legs betrayed the fear that resided within their hearts. Are they afraid? Indeed. Do they regret it? Not in the slightest. At this moment, even those few individuals lurking in the shadows could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The reason why Huaxia has stood firm for a millennium is precisely due to the existence of such individuals who bear the weight of the front lines. Many of the candidates present also began to realize the gravity of the situation. Their fearful hearts urged them to flee this place as quickly as possible. The farther the better. However, some were deeply moved by the scene and stood unwaveringly beside the mentors, united in their resolve to confront the seemingly insurmountable foe ahead. Even so, a significant number still succumbed to their fears and fled. Before long, save for those standing resolutely against the foreign adversaries, most had scattered in all directions. Zhu de Biao did not intervene, quietly observing the unfolding drama, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment, "You humans truly are a curious race, bound by loyalty, yet fleeing in disarray. I wish to savor this splendid scene a little longer." In Zhu de Biao's eyes, those who fled were ultimately no different from those standing before him. Their fates would converge upon the same grim end. It was merely a matter of wasting a little more time. Yet, what a grand spectacle they were missing. With your kind so brazenly slaughtering our talented humans, do you not fear retribution from us? One of the mentors could not help but question the Grandmaster before him. With himself and his companions, there were nearly 100 humans present. Did these foreign beings truly not fear the wrath of humanity? It is noteworthy that, in recent years, while Huaxia has faced challenges on the battlefield against other realms, it has not been entirely overwhelmed. Why then do these foreign races display such audacity in directly attacking all the prodigies within a competition? While history has seen similar events, almost all were targeted at individuals rather than a wholesale massacre of contestants. In response to the inquiry, Zhu de Biao could not be bothered to engage. He merely observed that those who should have fled had mostly done so before leisurely making his way toward the remaining group. Were it not for the importance of this mission, he would have preferred to indulge in some play. Let me see, where is Subai? Zhu de Biao recalled the image in his mind and compared it with all present. The primary target of this endeavor was indeed the human named Subai. His celestial talent must not be allowed to flourish. Having filtered through the fleeing crowd, Zhu de Biao found none that matched his mental image. If he was not mistaken, among the remaining individuals, there must be someone he was seeking. After scanning the area, Zhu de Biao frowned in dissatisfaction. It was truly troublesome that human was not among them, and it appeared he would have to search for him himself. Little mouse, where might you be hiding? Upon failing to locate Subai, Zhu de Biao lost interest in continuing his game with the crowd and prepared to consume them one by one in his quest for his target. Among them were several secondary targets: Chu Yuyu, Wang Fuguei, Si Chen. Zhu de Biao's mind flashed with their images, recognizing the little mice in the corner. This could be considered a silver lining. Without further ado, Zhu de Biao lunged toward the crowd, seizing one of the individuals before him and stuffing him into his mouth. The other mentors, aware that their attacks would have little effect, nonetheless brandished their weapons and charged at the foreign being. Zhu de Biao, taken aback by their audacity to resist, had initially intended to let them survive a few more seconds. Since they did not cherish their lives, they would meet their end together. With his other hand, Zhu de Biao reached for the mentors, ready to consume them all. Clang! The weapon struck Zhu de Biao, but as expected, even the might of several martial kings was insufficient to breach his defenses. A dead pig fears not boiling water, especially when this foreign creature loomed 2 realms above them. The impact against Zhu de Biao felt more like a mere tickle. Seizing the rushing mentors, Zhu de Biao looked down upon them with disdain, lifting them effortlessly to his mouth. Suddenly, a swiftly flying arrow shot towards the back of Zhu de Biao's head, accompanied by the faint sound of air being sliced. Zhu de Biao was aware of the commotion behind him, but made no move to respond. They were merely weak humans. Did they truly believe such a feeble attack could harm him? What a jest! Ignoring the assault from behind, just as Zhu de Biao was about to swallow the mentors, the arrow struck with tremendous force, piercing through his defenses and embedding itself in the back of his head. Buzz! The arrow quivered violently, a testament to its formidable power. The pain forced Zhu Debiao to loosen his grip, causing the humans he had intended to consume to tumble to the ground. Regaining his senses, they quickly distanced themselves from the foreign creature. The remaining onlookers turned curiously toward the direction of the arrow. Upon spotting a figure in the tree, they realized they did not recognize this individual. During their earlier discussions within the tree hollow, this person had certainly not been present. Chu Youyu and the others anxiously gazed toward the source of the attack, pondering who could possibly inflict such harm upon a grandmaster other than Su Bai. However, as they followed the direction of their gaze, they beheld a young man atop a distant tree, clad in ordinary attire. With a few strands of hair dancing in the wind, his stern features conveyed an air of seriousness. He wielded an extraordinary bow, and his readiness to aim suggested that the previous arrow had indeed been released from his hands. After a brief moment of shock, the group realized, who is this person? Chapter 65. Xiaoxing Yuan on the brink of death, Su Bai makes his entrance. The newcomer clearly was not Su Bai. Yet, aside from Su Bai, who else could possibly injure a grandmaster? What caliber of weapon was he wielding to possess such extraordinary power? At that moment, atop the distant tree, Xiaoxing Yuan cautiously nocked an arrow, keeping a vigilant eye on the scene below. The arrow he had just shot was indeed his own. Given the urgency of the situation, he had aimed directly at the foreign being. Initially believing it would only serve to buy a moment's reprieve, he was astonished to find the foreigner dismissing his attack altogether, not even attempting to evade. It was worth noting that the longbow in his possession was a high-grade earthly weapon, acquired unexpectedly from a cave within the secret realm. It was a weapon that was tantalizingly close to reaching the heavenly tier, a rarity even among grandmasters, and yet he had come into possession of such a formidable tool. This bow had been forged with his own essence and blood. To his astonishment, bolstered by the bow's enhancement, his shot had managed to inflict damage upon a grandmaster. Who is it? Who has ambushed me? Zhu Debiao grimaced, forcing himself to pull the arrow from his head, crushing it in his grip until it disintegrated into a mist. Zhu Debiao could hardly believe his carelessness had allowed an insignificant creature to wound him. In that moment, fury surged within him. He was determined to unearth the identity of this assailant and rend them to pieces to assuage his wrath. Zhu Debiao turned his gaze towards the direction of the impending attack, disregarding even the formidable forces before him. At this moment, his singular desire was to eliminate this adversary. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he realized that the one who dared to assault him was nothing more than an insignificant ant, easily crushable beneath his heel, which only fueled his ire further. In an instant, the might of a grand master erupted forth. Before long, Zhu Debiao stood before Xiaoxing Yuan. Seeing this, Xiaoxing Yuan hastily released the arrow he had prepared. This time, however, Zhu Debiao was ready. With a swift motion, he deflected the arrow and reached out with his other hand to grasp him. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, and Xiaoxing Yuan found himself ensnared in Zhu Debiao's grip. Bold insect, how dare you inflict harm upon me? You possess audacity beyond measure. Zhu Debiao spat venomously at the captive Xiaoxing Yuan, the spittle landing squarely upon him, inducing a wave of nausea. Is this how I meet my end today? Father, mother, I have failed to live up to your expectations, yet I harbor no regrets. If only I had been afforded the chance to grow. You, foreign scum, shall all become the specters beneath my hand. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan's heart brimmed with defiance, yet he felt utterly powerless. Orphaned at a young age, he had persevered to reach his current realm, awakening an SSS grade talent during his enlightenment. He had anticipated making a striking debut in this grand competition, paving a new path for himself. Alas, the outcome had led him to this dismal fate. Perhaps it was his destiny. After 18 years, a great hero shall rise. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. At this juncture, Xiaoxing Yuan's eyes shone with unwavering resolve, facing the specter of death without a trace of fear. Should it come to pass, he would simply begin anew. Enraged, Zhu Debiao snatched the weapon from Xiaoxing Yuan's grasp, astonished that an ant could wound him. This weapon must be extraordinary. If he were to wield it, his power would surely multiply. Zhu Debiao's physique towered over that of an ordinary human, standing an imposing 3 to 4 meters tall. Anyone before him would need to look up to fully behold his form. His hands were vast enough to envelop an entire human being. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan was firmly clutched in his grasp, utterly immobilized. With his other hand, Zhu Debiao examined the weapon that had inflicted a wound upon him. Intrigued by its remarkable qualities, by channeling a modicum of spiritual energy into the longbow, an arrow materialized with ease. As soon as the arrow appeared, Zhu Debiao felt a profound sense of threat emanating from it. Should it be aimed at him, it could inflict grave injuries. The caliber of this longbow was indeed staggering. He was taken aback by the unexpected boon. It was not in vain that he had forsaken a multitude to hunt down this ant. Ha ha ha, he chuckled. An ant wielding such a sophisticated weapon is a travesty. Only those of my caliber deserve to possess such arms. An insect can never contend with a giant. Boy, since you've presented me with this grand gift, I shall spare you further torment. Remember, in your next life, Do not overreach. Heroes are not forged in your manner. With that, Zhu Debiao tightened his grip, intending to end Xiao Xingyuan's life. Meanwhile, those who had hidden within the hollow of a tree, drawn away by Zhu Debiao's distraction, scattered in a desperate bid for survival, unwilling to let the sacrifice of their lives be in vain. Chu Yoyu Fuguei and Ci Chen seized the opportunity to distance themselves from the scene. No matter how formidable their hidden cards, facing an overwhelming Grandmaster rendered them ineffective. Unless one possessed a trump card capable of instantaneously dispatching a Grandmaster, it was wisest to retreat, lest they fall victim to their own hubris. At this perilous moment, as Xiao Xingyuan began to suffocate under Zhu Debiao's grip, the true protagonist made their entrance. A sword, launched from a distance of 1,000 meters, cleaved through the air. Sensing the lethal threat of the sword's light, Zhu Debiao, having learned from a previous encounter, hastily flung Xiao Xingyuan away. Thud, thud, thud. Several trees were felled before Xiao Xingyuan came to rest against the sixth one, breathless and barely clinging to life. Yet, he held steadfast to his final thoughts, determined to discern who had come to his rescue. At that moment, 1,000 meters away in the sky, Su Bai had evidently ascended to the realm of the Grand Master, hovering in the air with a cold gaze fixed upon Zhu Debiao. His proud and upright figure, wielding a rather unremarkable long sword, exuded an air of undeniable charisma. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Debiao seemed to glimpse the legendary figure whispered of among the foreign tribes. That sword, capable of splitting the heavens asunder, had once pierced through the ranks of both alien races and beasts. Alone, wielding merely his sword, he had compelled myriad races to halt in their advance. That figure was the Sword Saint, the singular human sage of the past millennium. Were it not for the Sword Saint from 1,000 years ago, the current blue star in humanity would have long been devoured by the myriad races, reduced to mere fragments of territory. Previously, when questioned about the terrifying nature of celestial-grade talents, Zhu Debiao had scoffed at the mention of the Sword Saint. But now, he grasped the true horror of such a talent. The visage of the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted in the portraits of Su Bai. Yet his current prowess was incomparably greater than any intelligence had suggested. How could a mere novice martial artist exude an aura rivaling that of a Grand Master? Perhaps even surpassing it? This was utterly inconceivable. That formidable strike, could it truly be the sword unleashed by that youth from afar? Chapter 66. The Primordial Yang Flame Slash. This is utterly impossible. He was merely a novice martial artist, was he not? Zhu Debiao racked his brain, failing to fathom how the target he had sought had transformed from a novice martial artist to a peerless Grand Master. Meanwhile, suspended in the air, Su Bai reveled in his moment of glory, though internally he felt a pang of regret. Despite the impressive facade he presented, this transformation had cost him nearly 50 spiritual stones for a mere hour of Grandmaster experience. 50 spiritual stones for just 1 hour. Had a Grandmaster not appeared so abruptly, he would not have needed to squander such wealth. Those 50 spiritual stones could have elevated his strength, perhaps even propelling him to a high-level martial king, or even a breakthrough to Grandmaster status. An 18-year-old Grandmaster is a feat unheard of in the annals of history, let alone one realized. Even Su Bai's current high-level martial artist status was a record-breaking achievement. An 18-year-old high-level martial artist would overshadow all peers in any year. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the first prize in this grand competition, aside from other rewards, offered a paltry 10 spiritual stones, barely enough to recoup his losses. This was unacceptable. Compensation was a necessity. Su Bai's heart bled at this thought. While the value of spiritual stones may seem abstract to many, a simple conversion reveals their true worth. 1 spiritual stone equates to approximately 1 billion. Thus, 50 spiritual stones amounted to a staggering 500 billion. To put that in perspective, his parents had toiled for a lifetime to amass a mere 1 trillion in assets. Yet here he stood, at the tender age of 18, possessing wealth of 1 trillion, only to have half of it stripped away by the current crisis. What a monumental loss of potential. Fortunately, Su Bai still had half of his spiritual stones remaining in his spatial ring. Otherwise, his fragile psyche might have crumbled under such immense pressure. Damn it. At this moment, Su Bai redirected the fury within him towards the grotesque creature before him. Was it a pig or a human? Was every other race so repulsive? 50 spirit stones, squandered on this wretched beast. It deserved a death sentence, repeatedly executed. The little azure dragon beside him tilted its head curiously, observing the drastic transformation of Su Bai. What had come over this human? Why did he suddenly seem so enigmatic? The oppressive aura emanating from Su Bai had no effect on the azure dragon, as if the formidable master beside it were merely an ordinary person. Or perhaps their realms were more comparable than it appeared. Yet, it was evident that both assumptions were erroneous. The truth remained known to very few. A fierce sword energy surged towards Zhu Debiao, who, caught off guard, hastily raised his hands to shield himself from the attack. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as the massive form of Zhu Debiao was sent hurtling backward. A colossal arm flew through the air, traveling dozens of meters. The hand he had used to deflect the sword energy was cleanly severed. The other hand suffered a similar fate, as the violent sword energy surged into his arm, inflicting pain even more agonizing than the severance itself. Rage, boundless rage. Zhu Debiao could hardly fathom that within such a diminutive secret realm, a grandmaster lay hidden. This grandmaster had awakened mere days ago as a mere advanced martial artist, having just reached the elementary martial artist level at the onset of the competition. Who could have anticipated that this novice, endowed with celestial-grade talent, was truly a grandmaster? In just a few days, he had ascended to such heights, leaving Zhu Debiao engulfed in despair. With such extraordinary talent, a few days of growth equated to decades of his own training. Within half a year, the situation on the battlefield would inevitably shift, leading to a full-scale human counteroffensive. Zhu Debiao recognized that he was cornered. Yet, in his desperation to relay this information, he discovered he could not contact anyone beyond the array. The very formation designed to prevent human communication had now ensnared him. At this moment, Zhu Debiao's peripheral vision caught sight of the longbow he had seized from another youth, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could utilize this weapon to launch a surprise counterattack while Su Bai was unguarded, perhaps he could still turn the tide. Su Bai frowned slightly. He had only managed to sever one of the creature's arms. Despite being nearly equal in realm, his heavenly-grade weapon and sword techniques, albeit not executed with full force, had only resulted in such a minimal outcome. It appeared that this creature, reminiscent of a pig, had indeed inherited its predecessor's traits, boasting tough skin and thick flesh. As the creature rose once more, Su Bai hesitated no longer and endeavored to merge his sword technique with his unique talent. Yuanyang Flame Slash. The fusion of sword energy and flames amplified the technique's potency. This spontaneous idea had unexpectedly borne fruit on the first attempt. Su Bai delayed in executing the strike, instead contemplating the nuances of the earlier integration of sword energy and talent, honing his skill for future application in battle. The sword energy, now infused with raging flames, coalesced in the air as fear surged within. With a single stroke, he unleashed it. In this strike, Su Bai infused his sword intent, crafting a blow that would resonate through the heavens. It was a declaration of his existence to the world. At that moment, Zhu Debiao, filled with resentment, summoned the last remnants of his spirit energy and strength, frantically loosing one final arrow into the sky towards Su Bai. This arrow, enhanced by the weapon's tier, posed a genuine threat to Su Bai's life. However, as their energies collided, Zhu Debiao's arrow was consumed by flames long before it could approach the sword energy, leaving not a trace behind. Overwhelmed by fear and bitterness, Zhu Debiao was reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of sword energy and flame, leaving no remnants in the world. Ah, it's so hot. I'm going to die. Su Bai mused to himself about the ease with which he had slain a grandmaster when that soft, adorable voice echoed in his mind once more. Turning his head, he saw that the explosive flames had ignited the tail of the nearby little azure dragon. This extraordinary flame was no ordinary fire. The little dragon flitted anxiously in the air, unable to extinguish the blaze. Finding humor in the scene, Su Bai watched as the azure dragon, lacking the limbs to douse the flames, anxiously observed its tail ablaze. The scorching fire clung stubbornly, refusing to be shaken off, until, at last, the little creature could bear it no longer and sent a mental plea to the human before it. Seeing the dragon's distressed expression, Su Bai hurriedly extinguished the fire, bringing the little one much relief. The place where Zhu Debiao had perished now bore only a longbow left on the ground, entirely unscathed by Su Bai's sword energy. This piqued Su Bai's curiosity. What sort of weapon could withstand his sword intent without a single mark? Its quality must rival that of the Bai Ling's sword in his possession. Chapter 67. The Heart of a Stronger, Xiao Xingyuan's Wild Speculations. Not far away, beneath a great tree, Xiao Xingyuan, struggling to remain conscious, closed his eyes only after the dust had settled. The image of Su Bai, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, was deeply etched in his heart. He would forever remember this moment, an unforgettable imprint on his life. As Su Bai picked up the longbow, he casually toyed with it, finding it surprisingly comfortable in his hands. According to the system's information, this was a high-quality Earth-tier longbow. Who would have imagined such a weapon existed within this secret realm? Su Bai glanced curiously at the now unconscious Xiao Xingyuan. His simple attire indicated that this weapon was certainly not his original possession. It was highly likely that he had acquired this longbow after entering the secret realm. To think that this seemingly ordinary lad had such fortune. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued another prompt. Detected SSS grade talent. Detected special talent, Heart of a Stronger. Would you like to spend spirit stones to replicate it? The sudden notification left Su Bai momentarily stunned. This young man possessed SSS grade talent, and this special talent, Heart of a Stronger? What on earth was that? Seemingly sensing Su Bai's confusion, the description of the Heart of a Stronger appeared before him once more. Heart of a Stronger, an exceedingly rare special talent, encountered once in a century. With this talent, you will not face any setbacks on your martial journey. All troubles and pressures will transform into motivation for your growth. Immune to mental attacks, you will possess an unwavering spirit. Upon reading this description, Su Bai was taken aback again. What kind of extraordinary talent was this? In the millennia of martial history, he could not recall any record of the heart of a stronger. Yet, it appeared to be a hidden ability, transforming pressure into power, immune to mental assaults. What a phenomenal talent. Subai quickly resolved to replicate it in his mind. Replicating the heart of a stronger talent will deduct 10 spirit stones. Insufficient balance. Would you like to recharge? Subai's mouth twitched at the audacity of the system to demand 10 spirit stones for such a talent. However, considering the benefits of a hidden ability that offered immunity to mental attacks, he reluctantly decided to recharge. 10 spirit stones deducted. Talent replication successful. As the system notification confirmed the successful duplication, Subai stirred slightly, yet he did not perceive any significant change, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. The current circumstances seemed to leave no room for contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyuan, in a state of unconsciousness, had blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and the situation appeared rather dire. Subai hesitated for a moment, but recalling the young man's remarkable talent, he retrieved a second-tier recovery pill from his spatial ring. He then administered a drop of the legendary elixir into Xiao Xingyuan's mouth. The moment the elixir entered, Xiao Xingyuan, still in a stupor, felt as though his parched body had been enveloped by an expansive ocean, instantly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. The effects of the recovery pill gradually manifested, as several fractured ribs within his body began to mend. The remnants and coagulated blood within him were expelled in a violent surge. After the effects of both the pill and the elixir took hold, the unconscious Xiao Xingyuan struggled to open his eyes. With a revitalized body brimming with vitality, he found himself capable of limited movement. The little azure dragon, observing the closed-eyed human, curiously approached and nudged him. However, upon witnessing Xiao Xingyuan's brow twitch slightly, the little dragon promptly scurried behind Subai in fright. In that moment, Xiao Xingyuan exerted effort to open his eyes and gazed toward the indistinct figure before him. The silhouette gradually aligned with the image in his mind, ultimately revealing Subai's striking countenance. "Thank you." Xiao Xingyuan's voice emerged, feeble yet sincere. After regaining consciousness, he attempted to shift his body. Surprisingly, the excruciating pain he had anticipated did not materialize. Rather, it was merely a lingering weakness that hindered his strength. "Rest assured, I administered a recovery pill and some additional remedies. Your condition is stable now. Take a moment to recuperate," Subai reassured, observing Xiao Xingyuan's determined struggle. Even in the face of his injuries, the young man felt compelled to express his gratitude to his savior, even wishing to assess his current physical state. It was no wonder he possessed a warrior's spirit, confronted by a grandmaster despite being merely a junior martial artist. It was a feat that Subai himself would not have dared to undertake. Yet, Xiao Xingyuan had done so, accomplishing what others would shy away from. It was evident that he had successfully captured the attention of the alien grandmaster, thereby securing an opportunity for all the examinees to escape. Had Subai not intervened in time, this young man with SSS-level talent might have met his demise. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time, averting the loss of a human prodigy. Xiao Xingyuan, upon hearing this, momentarily froze in surprise. The individual who had saved his life had done so again? The recovery pill and other remedies. As he regained his composure, he was astonished to discover the abundant energy coursing through his body, accompanied by a warm sensation. The changes he felt were beyond what a mere recovery pill could achieve. Even the most elite recovery pills he was aware of would not yield such immediate results, let alone his injuries being nearly healed. A wave of gratitude surged within Xiao Xingyuan. This stranger, whom he had never met, had utilized some extraordinarily precious medicine to save him. He must have claimed it was merely a recovery pill to spare him any psychological burden, allowing him to focus on healing. How could there be such a benevolent soul in this world, saving him not once but twice, and offering precious resources to someone they had never encountered? How could a mere junior martial artist like himself ever repay such kindness? At that moment, gratitude was all that filled Xiao Xingyuan's heart for Subai. An individual of such stature showed concern for someone as insignificant as himself. What incredible luck had he stumbled upon to cross paths with him? Determined, Xiao Xingyuan resolved that once his injuries had healed, he would heed Subai's every command, whether he directed him east or west. For the rest of his life, he would be devoted to him. Subai, observing the myriad expressions flitting across Xiao Xingyuan's face, found himself perplexed. What thoughts were swirling in the young man's mind, causing such fluctuations in his demeanor? Yet, when Xiao Xingyuan snapped back to attention and regarded him, Subai sensed an unusual look in his eyes. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Subai simply said, "All right, you should rest for a while. I expect help will arrive shortly. By the way, what is your name?" "I don't have one," Xiao Xingyuan replied, leaving Subai momentarily speechless. This young man appeared quite earnest, yet his response was perplexing. "I asked for your name. How can you say you have none?" Subai reiterated, exasperation evident in his tone. "Oh, esteemed one, I am Xiao Xingyuan," he said, embarrassment washing over him as he realized the inquiry pertained to his name. Mistakenly believing he had erred in some way. "There's no need to call me esteemed one. Just refer to me as Subai," he replied nonchalantly. "All right, brother Bai." Enough of that. Do you remember what transpired earlier? Subai inquired, his tone growing serious. Xiao Xingyuan, having progressed to this point, was perceptive enough to grasp the implications of Subai's words. My head feels hazy, what happened? He asked, genuine confusion evident in his expression. Indeed, earlier, I utilized some rare treasures to save you, buying time until a mysterious figure appeared and dispatched the alien Grandmaster with 2 strikes. Following that, you fell unconscious for a while. Do you understand now? Subai regarded Xiao Xingyuan with an expression of approval, pleased with the young man's comprehension. Xiao Xingyuan nodded, affirming his understanding. Just as he was gazing at Subai in admiration, a small head poked out from Subai's shoulder, startling him. Brother Bai, be careful, he exclaimed, attempting to rise and shoo away the sudden intrusion. Subai, also taken aback, turned to look where Xiao Xingyuan was pointing. The little creature retreated its head upon being startled. Don't worry, that's just my pet, a little azure dragon. He is somewhat shy, Subai explained, gently lifting the small dragon into his hands for an introduction. At this moment, the little azure dragon found itself facing a new human, feeling a twinge of trepidation. The humans it had previously encountered were a band of nefarious beings, who, upon sighting it, charged forward as though they had discovered a precious treasure. Only this individual, Subai, not only provided delectable treats, but also allowed it to return to the valley for a hearty feast. Initially, after completing its latest endeavor, the little azure dragon intended to flee. However, this human boldly proclaimed that by accompanying him, it could continue to enjoy the delightful, roasted delicacies it had savored before. This food was a revelation to the little dragon. The mouth-watering grilled meat had captivated its senses from the very first glance. Subsequently, after pilfering some treats on 2 occasions and being caught by Subai, it followed him again for another sumptuous meal. An instinctive feeling told the little azure dragon that adhering to this human would lead to an abundance of culinary delights. Thus, it unwittingly allowed itself to be lured further by Subai. Hello there, greeted Xiao Xingyuan, somewhat shyly upon encountering such a pet. Indifferent to whether this extraordinary beast could comprehend him, he surmised it to be an exceedingly rare creature. Despite its seemingly feeble aura and diminutive size, it possessed the ability to soar through the air. Subai truly was remarkable, capable of possessing such a rare beast. Greetings. A soft, endearing voice resonated in Xiao Xingyuan's heart. He turned in astonishment towards the little azure dragon in Subai's grasp, bewildered by the origin of that voice. Surveying the area, he confirmed that apart from himself and Subai, there was no third party present, and he gazed at the little azure dragon in disbelief. Can it speak? Xiao Xingyuan inquired, his tone laden with uncertainty. A talking beast was a rarity. Only those of master level and above possessed the fundamental ability to communicate. Could it be that this creature before him was a 6th-stage master level beast? The thought filled Xiao Xingyuan with astonishment. Subai himself was a grandmaster, and now he had a master level beast as a companion. Such strength was unparalleled. It is not speaking, it is merely communicating with you in thought. There is no need for astonishment. Rescue has arrived. Rest well and prepare to depart, Subai replied, casting his gaze skyward. The once dismal sky, shrouded in darkness due to the formation, was now pierced by a great hole, allowing light to stream in at the instant of the formation's collapse. This moment restored radiance to the previously bleak safe zone. The candidates, who had been frantically fleeing, halted in their tracks, gazing up at the beam of light that symbolized hope. With a sudden release of tension, they collapsed weakly to the ground. Rescue had indeed arrived. Outside the formation, after a prolonged battle, the combatants finally determined a victor. As a bloodline warrior, Hemingway was ill-suited for combat under the harsh light of day. Even though he had reached the rank of Martial Emperor, the lingering effects of his cursed bloodline still affected him. Only by breaking through to the supreme Martial Emperor realm could he fully suppress the limitations imposed by his heritage. In such circumstances, the number of alien beings was scarce. Battles among those of master level and above were fleeting. Skilled combatants struck with lethal precision. In less than an hour, the conflict concluded with the alien forces suffering a crushing defeat, scattering in retreat. Meanwhile, Zhu Debiao, trapped within the formation, would meet a grim fate. Not by Subai's hand, but due to the flight of his comrades, leaving him without a burial place. From the outset, he had merely been a pawn to complete a task. Moreover, given Zhu's gluttonous nature, it was likely that everyone within the formation had been slaughtered in under an hour, leaving not a single survivor. This was precisely why Hemingway had permitted Zhu Debiao to enter the formation. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the alien forces fled, aware that a group of students remained trapped inside, who knew how many more alien beings lurked within the formation. This ambush had clearly been premeditated. Had they delayed their entry into the formation, it was conceivable that not a single student would have survived. Hurry in and save them. Before the leading Martial Emperor could finish his sentence, the 3 Grandmasters surged into the formation like a flurry of rabbits. It was known that within lay their most cherished treasures, the strongest talents. Chapter 69. The Arrival of Rescue, the Mysterious Figure? At this moment, the 3 were consumed with anxiety, with Ren Mingxian feeling particularly frantic. This year, Jiang Province had finally produced several extraordinary prodigies for him to boast about, only for them to be on the brink of death here. Upon entering the formation, Ren Mingxian sensed the presence of alien beings and hurried toward the spot where Zhu de Biao had perished. Upon reaching his destination, Ren Mingxian quickly surveyed the surroundings, determined to eliminate the alien threat that had perpetrated the massacre of human talents. However, as he surveyed the area, he detected a strong alien aura yet failed to pinpoint its source. Despite the absence of visible alien traces, he did spot the little prodigy he had been longing to see. Su Bai is still alive, he marveled. With celestial-grade talent, it was highly likely that the aliens had orchestrated this operation to preemptively stifle the growth of such exceptional abilities. They had even dispatched alien beings of Martial Emperor rank to execute their plan, accompanied by 2 Grandmasters. Such a formidable lineup had nearly allowed the aliens to succeed. Classmate, are you alright? Are you hurt? Noticing the absence of alien presences nearby, Ren Mingxian rushed forward with concern. As he approached, he noticed another figure lying beside Su Bai. He recognized this little fellow. Just minutes before the signal was interrupted, this individual, Xiao Xingyuan, had burst onto the scene like a dark horse, swiftly ascending into the top 10 of the scoreboard. When they reviewed his profile, they discovered he was a hidden SSS-level genius from Tao Province. This revelation brought great joy to Luo Hongfei, who realized that Tao Province also harbored several remarkable talents. Meanwhile, Zhang Honyuan from Danyang Province fell silent, initially believing that with an S-level talent, they would at least avoid finishing last. Yet, the sudden emergence of a Jiang Province contender, coupled with the stealthy rise of Tao Province, left him feeling disheartened. How am I supposed to compete now? Tell me, how can I play this game? Ultimately, Zhang Honyuan chose silence, resigning himself to the loss of his 100 spirit stones. The information the group had received was merely the data from the awakening registration. Talents like Su Bai's, due to their extraordinary nature, were forcibly kept confidential. However, this secrecy could not last long, nor was there a need for it. This was what allowed their talents to appear in the latest records. The most current information stemmed from the registration at the trial grounds, received not long ago. And before they could analyze it, the grand competition had already commenced. Such methods of intelligence gathering often led to the emergence of 1 or 2 hidden super geniuses in every annual competition. After years of obscurity, they aimed to astonish the world today. After all, the sudden appearance of a dark horse could be quite exhilarating, couldn't it? Noticing Xiao Xingyuan's somewhat weakened state, Ren Mingxian grew curious about what had transpired. Observing that Su Bai stood unscathed nearby, he shifted his concern to Xiao Xingyuan. Classmate, are you okay? What happened just now? Your clothes are in tatters. At that moment, Ren Mingxian noticed the ragged state of Xiao Xingyuan's garments, his concern palpable. In this situation, given Xiao Xingyuan's rank as a beginner martial master, it was improbable that he could sustain injuries from the third-stage alien beasts within the safe zone. Thus, his current state was likely a consequence of the invading alien forces. It's all right. I merely require a moment of respite. Xiao Xingyuan recounted the events he had just endured. He depicted the incident involving Su Bai's dual strikes against the alien Grandmaster as a scenario in which he, gravely injured, was saved by Su Bai, who employed some extraordinary life-preserving artifacts, subsequently dragging him to the arrival of a mysterious figure. This enigmatic individual, after dispatching the alien Grandmaster, departed without uttering a single word. Ren Mingxian, listening intently, felt an increasing sense of astonishment. It was difficult to fathom that such remarkable feats had been accomplished by a seemingly frail child. The courage required to act under such circumstances was monumental. He doubted he could have done the same. Moreover, Su Bai had extended his hand to help in that dire moment, despite their only having met once. Who was this mysterious master Xiao Xingyuan spoke of, capable of effortlessly slaying an alien Grandmaster with merely 2 strikes? If he possessed such power, he would not have been thwarted outside the formation for so long, unable to conclude the battle swiftly. However, further inquiries yielded little, as Xiao Xingyuan's recollections seemed limited to Su Bai's rescue and the appearance of the mysterious figure, the rest lost in a haze of unconsciousness. Having just awakened, he now witnessed the dawn breaking anew. Meanwhile, Su Bai, seeing someone approach to clean up, discreetly slipped away, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Given the current state of the competition, it was unlikely it could continue. A premature conclusion was inevitable, while an early end posed no issue. The concern lay with the little azure dragon still trapped within the secret realm. If he were to extract this creature, would the Grandmasters and Martial Emperors detect any irregularities? Regardless, his immediate priority was to locate Fuguwei, replicate his talents, and then contract the little azure dragon. After all, obtaining a portable teleportation device in exchange for a mere morsel of alien beast flesh was an undeniably lucrative deal. Furthermore, this creature was akin to a treasure-hunting beast. The delectable delicacies it referenced were treasures sought after by many, with even spirit stones being consumed as food. If this creature lacked any treasure-hunting ability, Su Bai's spiritual herb would not have been snatched, nor would the third-tier beast flesh have been pilfered. In summation, having this creature by his side certainly outweighed any potential drawbacks. After departing, Subai concealed his presence, utilizing the remaining minutes of his Grandmaster experience card to track down Fugue and his companions. Soon, he spotted a very secluded thicket and, with a light chuckle, made his way toward them. At the moment the formation shattered, Subai had activated his concealment technique, masking his true level, rendering himself as a mid-level martial artist in the eyes of outsiders. Thus, when Ren Mingxian looked upon Subai, he harbored no suspicion. A mid-level martial artist surviving an encounter with the alien forces was likely due to that mysterious individual's intervention. Otherwise, as the target of this alien assault, Subai's survival while Ren Mingxian remained outside the formation was already a foregone conclusion in his mind. The unexpected variable was that mysterious figure. With such power, why had he not intervened sooner to assist and shatter the formation? As Ren Mingxian regained his composure from his astonishment and sought to find Subai for further clarification, he discovered that Subai had vanished. However, this was of little concern. Inquiry could wait until they were outside. With the alien Grandmaster deceased, he could traverse the safety zone unimpeded with his mid-level martial artist prowess. Next, he would assess the casualty count and the identity of the infiltrator. Establishing another formation in such a short time frame undoubtedly indicated the presence of an internal traitor or spy among the aliens. Ren Mingxian fervently hoped for the latter. The human race could never tolerate the existence of traitors. This alien incursion was the most audacious in nearly a century, attacking all participants of the grand competition. The last incident of a similar nature occurred during the previous event. Had these aliens truly forgotten the lessons of the past, believing the human race to be so easily subdued? Chapter 70, Celestial-grade Beastmaster Talent, Celestial-grade Alchemist Talent. Detected Supreme Special Talent Beastmaster. Would you like to spend a copy? Copy, Subai silently acknowledged. At this moment, as he stood a mere few dozen meters from Fugue, the system chimed with a prompt. The coveted Beastmaster talent was finally within his grasp. Previously, he had deposited 10 billion into the system from his 30 billion in sales of pills, which now proved fortuitous. As he copied the talent, Subai concealed his level once more as a mid-level martial artist. Copy successful. 10 million deducted from system balance. Upon witnessing the success of the copy, Subai did not hesitate to spend another 100 million to elevate the Supreme Beastmaster talent to Celestial grade. The instant the upgrade completed, Subai sensed a unique connection forming with the little azure dragon beside him. He no longer needed the dragon to communicate with him. He could now convey his thoughts directly to it, not through speech, but rather through a direct mental exchange, evading all eavesdropping methods. Feeling the profound changes brought about by the Celestial-grade Beastmaster talent, he was indeed justified in his belief that it surpassed all other tiers. Manifesting its effects so evidently, Subai turned his attention to the system panel where he had previously copied the Alchemist talent. After spending 100 million to acquire it, he had momentarily forgotten to upgrade it since he had no immediate need. Now, seeing the significant enhancement of the Celestial-grade talents, he figured it would be prudent to invest another 100 million. He still had 900 million in the system balance, so raising one more talent was of no consequence. After spending another 100 million to elevate the Alchemist talent to Celestial grade, he did not notice any immediate, striking effects. However, upon completion, he felt a newfound affinity with the flora surrounding him. He could now effortlessly identify rare and obscure plants, recalling their names and properties with a mere glance. While such capabilities could also be achieved through the system, this was different. He could now discern the nature and uses of these rare treasures without the need for the system, greatly enhancing his efficiency. In this current situation, Subai was certainly unable to test the true capabilities of his Celestial-grade Alchemist talent, but the Beastmaster talent would soon prove useful. Within the thicket, aside from Fugue, Shuyoyu, and Guchun, 2 additional individuals had joined them, forming a temporary 5-person team. They were amongst the most talented individuals in this secret realm competition, each bearing some means of self-preservation. Walking together, their combined resources significantly increased their odds of survival. However, one lapse in vigilance could lead to their complete annihilation, and the group proceeded with utmost caution. Even as the sky brightened once more, they quickly sought refuge to observe their surroundings. Yet, instead of the aliens they had anticipated, they were met by the very person they had been worrying about, Subai. Brother Bai, where have you been? Didn't anyone inform you of the alien invasion in the secret realm? Hurry and find a place to hide, Fugue exclaimed, pulling Subai into the thicket without hesitation, signaling for silence. What are you doing? Your recklessness could endanger us all, Ci Chen whispered urgently, questioning Subai's impulsive actions in such uncertain circumstances. Having realized the unreliability of his companions, Ci Chen regretted his decision to depart with them. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that the presence of an additional person might bring a glimmer of hope. If this young brother wished to accompany them, it would not be an inconvenience. Ji Tianyu, standing nearby, sought to ease the atmosphere. The moment he laid eyes on Subai, the aura of a martial artist emanating from him captured Ji Tianyu's attention. Among the 5 known competitors, Ci Chen, whom he was acquainted with, was already a novice martial artist, while the girl beside him also possessed the same rank. Furthermore, Gu Chun from Jiang province, with whom Ji Tianyu had engaged multiple times, though only of S-class talent, was not inferior to Ci Chen, who boasted an SS-class talent. The most peculiar among the five was undoubtedly the chubby fellow. Despite being merely a mid-level martial artist, he had managed to squeeze into the top 10 of the leaderboard. Ji Tianyu had witnessed his extraordinary abilities when they encountered several exotic beasts, and it was almost his wealth that summoned a wind wolf from the beast-taming space, nearly provoking Ji Tianyu into action. Fortunately, Fu Guo clarified that it was a beast summoned through his beast-tamer contract. Otherwise, Ji Tianyu and his companions would have surrounded and beaten him. Throughout their journey, they were accompanied by 3 wind wolves, ensuring their safety, as no other races dared to approach. Who could this newly emerged martial artist on the leaderboard be? Clearly, one of considerable renown, as martial artists of such stature were seldom anonymous. In previous years, only a handful had reached the martial artist realm before the martial arts examination. Yet this year, astonishingly, there were 1, 2, 3 martial artists emerging from just one competition. Such a phenomenon would have been unthinkable in previous years. The group concealed themselves in the underbrush, unnoticed by Su Bai, who suddenly felt a flicker of caution upon seeing the unfamiliar faces. Who are they? Su Bai inquired, perplexed. These two are Ci Chen and Ji Tianyu from the leaderboard, came the reply. I see, Su Bai pondered. Gentlemen, the invading extraterrestrial beings have been vanquished by our human warriors. The danger has now passed. As his words resonated, a deep voice reverberated throughout the secret realm. Audible to all. Dear students, due to unforeseen circumstances, this competition has concluded prematurely. The invading extraterrestrial experts have been slain. All remaining students are to press the distress button in their possession, and someone will escort you out of the secret realm. As the formation shattered, all communication signals were restored. The disconnected drones regained their signals, and the control room buzzed with activity once more. The drone footage resumed, swiftly deployed to locate survivors. Meanwhile, the live stream was not synchronized with the drone footage. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the visuals were lost, leading to a flurry of discussions within the streaming room. What on earth are you doing? It's been an hour, and the visuals are still down. Are your technicians even competent? It's been an hour. Surely nothing has transpired in the secret realm, right? Cutting the feed must be an attempt to conceal something from us. What truly happened inside the realm? Why has the footage not been restored after such a long time? Is there anyone who can provide an explanation? The abrupt interruption of the competition's live coverage had already bred discontent among many, and the prolonged absence of restoration only exacerbated their frustration. Most viewers had placed bets on the outcomes of this competition. Now, to be told they could not watch the live action left them wondering about potential manipulations behind the scenes. In Chapter 71, The Little Blue Dragon's Choice, Ci Chen felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing that the extraterrestrial threat had been eliminated. Reinforcements had finally arrived. With the competition ending prematurely, he saw no reason to remain with the others, for, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly secure the first place based on the previous point standings. The individuals before him were merely his defeated opponents. Resolving this in his mind, Ci Chen uttered a brief farewell before departing without looking back. Since the crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave. Without further ado, Ci Chen activated his distress signal and exited the secret realm with the arriving instructor. Although Ji Tianyu wished to forge connections with his companions, the current circumstances offered no opportunity for such. After all, they were all among the top ranks, and there would surely be a chance to meet again. I shall not intrude any longer. Do continue your conversation. From the onset, Ji Tianyu exhibited a demeanor of congeniality, seemingly unaffected by any unfolding events. Once he departed, the unfamiliarity dissipated, allowing the remaining trio to resume their dialogue. However, each was preoccupied with concerns over Su Bai's whereabouts and why they had not encountered him earlier. Moreover, his name had yet to appear on the leaderboard, which was perplexing given that, at his level, it was inconceivable that he would fail to score any points. Su Bai offered a vague excuse to deflect the topic. Oh! Fu Guo suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation, casting a curious glance behind Su Bai. The little blue dragon, much like before, gazed inquisitively at the unfamiliar humans. Were it not for Su Bai's presence, the little dragon would have likely activated its teleportation ability to escape. Brother Bai, what is that creature? Fu Guo inquired, pointing with intrigue at the little blue dragon hiding behind Su Bai. The diminutive creature fluttered in midair, its adorable appearance immediately captivating the attention of the others. You're the creature. Your entire family is a bunch of creatures, the little blue dragon retorted, puffing up in indignation at Fu Guo's comment. The sudden voice startled Fu Guo, who stumbled back in disbelief, as if encountering something terrifying. Well, what? It can talk. Meanwhile, Chu Yoyu and Gu Chan, oblivious to the situation, stared at Fu Guo as if he were a fool. What are you babbling about? It's been you talking to yourself all along. Their incredulity was understandable, as the little blue dragon communicated directly with one's heart, rendering others incapable of hearing its words. Hey, can't you two hear what this little guy is saying? He just called my entire family creatures. Fu Guei exclaimed, bewildered, seeking an explanation from the others. Convinced he had indeed heard the little creature speak. Enough, this is a little creature I encountered in the secret realm. It might very well become a companion in the future. It can indeed speak, but only communicates with you in your mind, which is why you two cannot hear it. Subai clarified, aiming to alleviate Fu Guei's confusion. After a brief explanation, the others began to grasp the nature of the little blue dragon. Subai had no intention of concealing anything from his childhood friends, and as for Guqian, his awareness was inconsequential. So, this little one could potentially be the legendary divine beast, a dragon? Chu Yuyu mused, her curiosity piqued as she admired the little blue dragon's adorable demeanor, unable to resist the urge to reach out and pet it. Although the little blue dragon felt a twinge of fear at the sight of these humans, it did not resist due to its trust in Subai, allowing the human to gently stroke it. Once it realized this human posed no threat, all remaining caution dissipated. After all, it was merely a little blue dragon with the intelligence of a young child, and with a slight coaxing, it happily followed Subai. Guqian remained as observant as ever, resting his left hand on his chin in contemplation. The appearance of the little azure dragon struck him as remarkably reminiscent of the legendary guardian beast of Huaxia, the dragon. However, this diminutive creature was far too small to embody the grand stature typically associated with dragons. Yet, despite its evident lack of cultivation, it possessed the ability to communicate with one's inner thoughts. Such a miraculous skill was unprecedented among other extraordinary beasts in Gu Qin's extensive experience, transcending the realm of mere exotic creatures. As for the little azure dragon's teleportation ability, it had been deliberately concealed by Subai. Upon discovering this, Gu Qin was astounded, and the thought of others learning of it would surely elicit even greater astonishment. Moreover, should this information leak, the little dragon's unique talent would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Given its teleportation and spatial abilities, gifts that even a martial emperor would covet. Since this ability was seldom needed, it could serve as a valuable trump card. Was this creature truly a dragon? Fu Guei, having regained his composure, marveled at the little azure dragon, comparing it to the divine beast seen in the earlier phenomenon. Appearing as a miniature dragon, Subai chose not to respond further. It was time for him to make a decision. Little azure dragon, do you truly wish to accompany me, leaving this secret realm, or rather, departing from this place? He inquired earnestly, gazing into the eyes of the small dragon. Until now, he had relied on persuasion to keep the little dragon by his side. However, the moment to exit the secret realm had arrived, and with his beast-taming abilities, he was now capable of forging a contract with the little dragon at any time. Yet, this was not Subai's desire. Should the little dragon grow and reflect on this experience, it would undoubtedly harbor feelings of dissatisfaction. He had no intention of planting a time bomb beside him. It was better to be forthright. If the little dragon wished to follow him, they would forge a contract. If not, it would signify a lack of fate between them, and there was no need to force it. With his celestial-grade talent and various unique abilities, coupled with his ultimate trump card system, he would inevitably encounter legendary beasts in due time. Pets are companions, and it is best to let things unfold naturally, without compulsion. The little azure dragon hesitated, seemingly deep in thought about Subai's question. Leaving? This place had been its home for quite some time, long enough that it could not recall the exact duration. During its stay, the little dragon had faced numerous experiences, even encountering humans who had attacked it. Yet, none had treated it as kindly as Subai, who provided it with delicious food and even defended it against those bothersome creatures in the valley. Staying here seemed rather dull. While following this human promised regular meals and kindness, without any reproach for having taken his belongings. The little dragon's intellect was akin to that of a child. Subai's small gestures of goodwill felt like an oasis in a desert. Such a human seemed not only acceptable to accompany, but perhaps even preferable. After some contemplation, the little azure dragon ceased its hesitation and nodded its small head. I can follow you, but you must promise to provide me with tasty food every day. The little dragon's childlike voice resonated in Subai's heart. Upon hearing this, Subai smiled faintly. This outcome was indeed the best. Rest assured, there will be plenty of delicious food in the future. Whatever happens next, do not resist. I will lead you out of this secret realm, Subai declared, beginning to utilize his beast-taming talent to establish a contract with the little azure dragon. In that moment, the little dragon sensed a peculiar force emerging in its mind. Yet Subai's words instilled a sense of curiosity rather than resistance. With the little dragon's cooperation, Subai's celestial-grade beast-taming talent took effect, and within mere seconds, a contract was forged between them. Once the contract was completed, Subai felt an inexplicable connection to the little azure dragon, enabling silent communication akin to their previous interactions. Simultaneously, he perceived a realm of beast-taming space. With a mere thought, the little dragon could enter this space. However, as Subai's consciousness delved into the beast-taming space, he was met with a dark and oppressive environment, reminiscent of being trapped in a prison. Observing the surroundings, Subai furrowed his brow. Yet, it was not long before his expression relaxed. The celestial-grade talent could not possibly be so lackluster. He discovered that with a mere thought, he could manifest anything he desired within the beast-taming space, be it decorations or a cerulean sky. Everything could materialize according to his imagination. Furthermore, upon entering the beast-taming space, he suddenly recalled a note stating that the environment within would accelerate the growth of contracted beings, though the exact enhancement remained unknown. After spending a brief moment enhancing the beast-taming space, he was satisfied with the scenery, which closely resembled the outside world, and subsequently exited the realm. Upon returning to reality, Subai found the little azure dragon curiously exploring the newfound contract within its being, sensing a semblance of familiarity with the human before it. Subai affectionately ruffled the little dragon's head and joyfully proclaimed, "Little azure dragon, we are now family. You may call me Subai from now on. We are about to leave. You can play inside for a while." Wait. Before the little azure dragon could inquire about where to play, it suddenly found itself transported to an entirely new space. The moment it entered the beast-taming space, the little dragon experienced a thrilling sensation of accelerated growth. Soon, it became immersed in this delightful feeling, alleviating any anxiety about parting from Subai. As the little dragon vanished from sight, the remaining two individuals, aside from Fuguei, were left in bewilderment. "Brother Subai, where did the little azure dragon go?" Chu Yoyu, still lingering on the soft touch of the little dragon, was perplexed by its sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Fuguei had already grasped the truth of the situation. As someone who had contracted 3 wind wolves, he was well acquainted with the methods of a beast tamer. Thus, it dawned on him that Subai possessed the talent of a beast tamer as well. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Not only did Subai possess celestial-grade talent, but he also shared the unique beast-taming ability, just like Fuguei. Truly, Subai was remarkable. Not only did he wield celestial-grade talent, but he also possessed a special talent, making him exceedingly formidable. "Brother Bai, do you really have the beast-taming talent?" Fuguei could not restrain his curiosity. His earlier speculations compelled him to seek confirmation from Subai himself. Indeed, Subai replied without hesitation. For the existence of the little azure dragon would eventually come to light, and there was no need to conceal his beast-taming talent. "Wow, Brother Bai, you are truly favored by the goddess of fortune," Fuguei exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving confirmation. Anyone who learned that one individual possessed both celestial-grade talent and a rare beast-taming ability would be filled with envy. Chu Yoyu and Guchun, upon hearing this, turned their curious gazes towards Subai. Is it not excessively ruthless to deny anyone a path to survival? Not only has he awakened the fabled celestial talent, but it turns out he also possesses an exceedingly rare special ability. If any other individual were to acquire any one of these talents, they would likely awaken in the dead of night, overwhelmed with joy. Yet, Subai possesses both simultaneously. Such fortune is enough for many to believe that the goddess of luck has taken a liking to him. Subai merely smiled, offering no further explanation. At this juncture, remaining within the secret realm served little purpose. It was time to depart. Within the trial ground, waves of candidates were ushered out by their mentors. Each face displayed a myriad of expressions: fear, trepidation, and unease. The students who had previously sought refuge in tree hollows had largely escaped serious harm, suffering only mild fright at most. A few unfortunate souls encountered swarms of aberrant beasts during their flight, meeting their demise at the jaws of these creatures. However, such instances were rare. Most students now sat in the trial area, still shaken, their eyes vacant, limbs weak, as if their very souls had been snatched away. The apothecaries and physicians merely advised them to take a moment to recuperate, their initial diagnosis indicating a result of excessive fright. This group of fledgling warriors, confronted by the formidable presence of the alien grandmasters, managed to flee only due to an instinctual reaction. Otherwise, they would have been paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, an almost universal relaxation swept through their hearts, leaving them in a state of stupor. "My lord, the casualty report has been compiled. After half an hour of tallying, all casualties had been accounted for. The deceased candidates were retrieved according to the locations of their distress beacons. If no remains were found, only the beacons could be returned." "Proceed," came the command. The Martial Emperor and Ren Mingxian, along with 3 others, returned to the monitoring room after all surviving candidates had exited the secret realm. At this moment, a mentor held a casualty list, prepared to report. "My lord, aside from the normal fatalities, there were a total of 13 casualties after the signal was lost, including 6 from Donyang Province, 4 from Tao Province, and 3 from Jiang Province. Before the signal was severed, there were 7 normal deaths, with over 20 individuals suffering injuries ranging from minor to severe." Following this, the mentor fell silent, awaiting the commands of the dignitary before him. A resounding bang echoed as a fist struck the table. All eyes turned to Zhang Honyuan, whose countenance was darkened, his right hand clenched tightly. Chapter 73. Resuming the broadcast to reveal the truth. The most significant losses in this grand competition were borne by Donyang Province, which now recorded the highest death toll. How could Zhang Honyuan not be furious? Originally, A loss of 100 spirit stones seemed trivial, with hopes of recouping them in the following year. Yet now, not only had 100 spirit stones been squandered, but his province also suffered the greatest number of fatalities. This information would undoubtedly become public, and how many would revel in the misfortunes of Danyang province? Moreover, the students who perished were the future pillars of Danyang. 7 had been lost in one fell swoop. Among them were several S-class talent warriors he had held in high regard. The alien intruders deserved to perish. Enough, old Zhang. This is not the time for rage. The martial emperor gently consoled. He understood Zhang Honyuan was seething with suppressed anger, yet the pressing concern now was how to proceed. A dilemma indeed. The root of this calamity lay with the alien entities. Although their actions ultimately failed, the deaths remained an undeniable reality. This matter must be addressed with the aliens. Otherwise, how could our illustrious Huaxia tolerate their rampant misdeeds upon our sacred soil? Retribution for bloodshed is an undeniable principle, and this incident cannot simply be brushed aside. What shall we do next? This list of deceased must be made known to the public. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the incident. Furthermore, for the deceased, including those who died unexpectedly, their families shall receive a compensation of 10 million as a condolence, and all future offspring shall enjoy preferential treatment. Ren Mingxian and Luo Hongfei nodded in agreement. This course of action was indeed prudent. Although many had signed a death waiver before entering the secret realm, such waivers had been standard practice over the years. No issues had arisen until this inaugural secret realm competition encountered such a significant crisis. If mishandled, the pressure of public opinion could become quite formidable. Should the aliens exploit a weakness to invade and slay candidates, accountability would undoubtedly be sought from above. And several individuals could not escape unscathed, at least facing reprimands. Seeing the agreement among the group, the martial emperor nodded and addressed the mentor. In that case, let us resume the broadcast and fully disclose this unexpected incident and the casualty details. Understood. The mentor replied before preparing to leave and reinstate the broadcast. Wait. Ensure that the normal fatalities are attributed to the aliens. That way, we will have more leverage, he added. The mentor paused momentarily but quickly regained composure and nodded in acquiescence. Very well, my lord. I will amend the script and restore the broadcast. The mentor now truly departed. Needing to revise the report. Since the upper echelons had requested a change, he would comply, as it was directed at the aliens. Swiftly, after revising the report, the mentor returned to the broadcast room with the updated casualty report. After conveying the directives from above, he approached the microphone, and the broadcast screen reverted to the studio setting. Is the broadcast resumed? Why is it just one person? I want to see the competition. Who is interested in your face? The host quickly stepped aside. I know you're handsome. Cut to the secret realm already. I've invested my entire year's savings in Danyang province. What is happening? Why does it feel so serious? Has something occurred? The host clutched a script, sensing the gravity of the situation, and began recording. The previously quiet live chat exploded with comments as viewers expressed curiosity about what had transpired. Logically, if the technical issues had been resolved, the broadcast should have resumed without delay. Why was such a prominent host here? Ahem. The mentor cleared his throat, glancing at the barrage of comments, and began explaining the cause of the broadcast interruption. The broadcast was temporarily halted due to a loss of signal within the secret realm. Jiang Province, Tao Province, Danyang Province, and the Martial Emperor immediately proceeded to investigate the secret realm, ultimately confirming that the cause was the alien entities. Before the mentor could elaborate further, the entire live chat erupted in chaos. What? Forgive my shock, but the competition was invaded by aliens? Were there casualties? What is the situation now? What? Aliens invaded the secret realm? What were they thinking? How could such an important competition allow for an alien incursion? Aliens? There are even alien infiltrators in Jiang Province. They truly are omnipresent. Despite the chaos in the live chat, the mentor remained composed and continued recounting the subsequent events. This will serve as an even greater catalyst. Reports indicate that 4 aliens were involved, comprising 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmasters. Ultimately, under the intervention of several guardian figures, the aliens were forced to retreat, resulting in the death of 1 grandmaster. As the mentor paused momentarily, the weight of what he was about to convey loomed large, for it would swiftly reverberate across the entire network, inciting a fervent backlash from the masses, igniting a monumental campaign against the outsiders throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia. With the assistance of the vigilant citizens, a total of 35 hidden enclaves of the alien faction were unearthed during this operation, resulting in casualties exceeding 1,000, including the demise of 4 or 5 formidable martial sovereigns. Moreover, seizing upon the momentum of this incident, Huaxia demanded accountability from the alien race, ultimately extracting the blood-soaked martial sovereign and 2 other grandmasters as retribution, with their execution broadcasted live across the entire internet, thereby quelling the uproar. Undoubtedly, as the mentor's words echoed, the live chat erupted into a frenzy of comments. What? There were martial sovereigns among the aliens? How can this be? Martial sovereigns and grandmasters. Why has the alien faction become so audacious? This is unfathomable. The loss of the live signal for over an hour indicates the severity of the situation. How dire must the casualties be? They deserve their fate for daring to invade Huaxia. It is a pity that not one of those martial sovereigns perished alongside them. Truly, they all ought to face justice. With the good news now known, it was time to unveil the bad tidings. After a brief pause, the minter continued. Due to extraordinary circumstances, the grand competition has concluded prematurely, with rankings determined by the final moment before the signal was severed. The tally of casualties from the alien incursion has reached 20, with nearly 20 more sustaining injuries ranging from minor to severe. The actions of the alien race constitute a grave provocation against humanity, and we express our vehement condemnation of their behavior. Once the official statement concluded, the minter unhesitatingly shut off the camera, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 74. The Scoreboard, Top 100 Rankings. The explosive revelation left the audience momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily incapacitated, resulting in a noticeable lull in the comments. However, it was not long before the viewers, having absorbed the shocking news, regained their composure. As they stared at the now darkened live stream, they transformed into keyboard warriors, frantically flooding the chat with messages. What on earth? Could you repeat that? How many casualties? 20 deaths. What were you all doing? 20 deaths? Are you jesting? The total casualties are greater than in previous years combined. The alien race has gone too far, slaughtering our talented individuals. This cannot go unpunished. I recorded the entire stream. I've already posted it on the Bobo forum for anyone who wishes to review it. The competition ended prematurely, and the scoreboard should be calculated as before. How dare you make such unilateral decisions? As the discussion heated up, the recorded live videos swiftly gained traction across the internet, dominating the trending topics. Within moments, videos on the Bobo forum were shared wildly, and nearly everyone online became aware of the situation. Returning to the trial grounds, many had taken a moment to collect themselves, appearing somewhat more composed. A few individuals in the monitoring room stood and made their way to the trial arena. With the competition having concluded ahead of schedule, it was time to announce the rankings. Meanwhile, the lively live stream resumed, this time showcasing the trial grounds. As the live feed re-established, many viewers momentarily quieted, though some continued to bombard the chat with questions. In the footage, the participants in the trial had regained their composure and stood upright once more. Those who had exited the secret realm earlier were now intently focused on a single screen. The bold letters at the top of the screen captured everyone's attention. Scoreboard. The large characters proclaiming scoreboard drew the gaze of all present. The rankings had always been a topic of great interest, and now, the announcement of the scoreboard served to redirect their attention. Clearly, this tactic proved effective, as all eyes turned toward the rankings, eagerly awaiting the reveal of the top contender. Ci Chen, Ji Tianyu, and the fully recovered Xiao Xingyuan stood at the forefront of the screen, assured of their places within the top 10. Meanwhile, Su Bai and others positioned themselves on the opposite side, anxiously awaiting the results. The remaining contenders with hopes of breaking into the top 100 watched the scoreboard with bated breath, yearning for their names to appear among the elite. The previously established rules regarding the scoreboard had unexpectedly been altered, casting uncertainty over the previously settled outcomes. The criteria for scoring shifted from the moment the signal was severed to the resumption of the connection. Kills against the alien beasts were still recorded locally during the signal interruption, and once connectivity was restored, the data would upload to the cloud, synchronizing with the scoreboard. This abrupt modification to the rankings created a ripple of tension among the participants in the trial arena. Those at the bottom of the leaderboard feared plummeting from the top 100, while those close to the threshold hoped for a chance to ascend. After all, a significant portion of the casualties had been among the top contenders, and with their deaths rendering their scores null, a reshuffling of the rankings appeared imminent. Before the rankings were announced, the Martial Sovereign and 3 Grandmaster Guardians had arrived at the trial grounds. The 4 hovered in midair, awaiting the scoreboard results, mindful that they would need to descend for the award ceremony. Given the suddenness of the incident, even they had not had the opportunity to check the latest standings, and they too found themselves curious about who would emerge as the victor this year. Everyone was aware that the previous top contender was Ci Chen. However, with the alteration of the scoring rules, the points accrued during the alien incursion could potentially change the order of the top ranks. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, the screen began to shift. 9,050 names scrolled by, beginning from the 100th position and ascending one by one. In an instant, those who had previously felt despondent or anxious at the trial grounds found themselves clenching their fists in excitement upon seeing their names appear. To their astonishment, they had secured a spot in the top 100, a ranking that could significantly impact their city's standing. A position in the top 100 would ensure that their city received a preferential allocation of resources in the following year, granting access to superior educational opportunities to cultivate promising martial artists. As these individuals matured, some would remain to protect their city, indirectly enhancing its safety. Furthermore, they would be rewarded with a substantial influx of cultivation resources, alleviating concerns about resource shortages for at least the next 5 years. Conversely, Those who had previously occupied positions on the scoreboard but now found their names absent wore expressions of regret, lamenting why they had not slain a few more alien beasts. They had intended to conserve their strength for a final push on the last day. Who could have foreseen such an unexpected turn of events? Otherwise, they would have fought with abandon. Kill, kill, kill. As the scoreboard refreshed, the chat exploded once more. I can't wait. Is the scoreboard finally about to be revealed? Who will claim the title of champion in this year's grand competition? Though I didn't place any bets, my curiosity is piqued. Chapter 91, that is my brother, Zhu Ningfei. My brother has truly made it big, haha. I have staked my entire fortune, wagering 10 million on Tao province to win. Just in case. I spent over a month analyzing strategies. There's no doubt that the champion will be from Tao province, absolutely. 10 million. My brother, you are indeed a bold man. With this unexpected turn of events, who knows what twists may arise? Let us meet on the rooftop. Quickly announced the champion. I am eager to know which province's contestant has secured the top spot. This year seems to have an abundance of dark horses. Jiang province boasts Beastmasters and a martial arts goddess, while Tao province has the hidden genius, Shaoxing Yuan. Pray tell, what does Danyang province have to offer? A netizen from Danyang province retorted, though I may not be human, you are indeed a dog. You cur. As time passed, the names of the top 50, 100 contestants began to flicker across the screen, eliciting joy from some and despair from others, creating two distinct factions. Yet, these were merely appetizers. The crowd yearned for the unveiling of the top 10, culminating in the ultimate champion. At this moment, Shaoxing Yuan fixated on the big screen, eagerly anticipating where Su Bai's name would rank. Given his prowess, he should at least claim the top spot, right? Su Bai's ascendance to first place is a testament to his unparalleled strength. For Shaoxing Yuan, none present could possibly compare to Su Bai. They were simply from two disparate realms. Chapter 75. An astonishing ranking while you were still grappling with the challenges of becoming a martial master at 18. Su Bai had already surged far ahead. After showcasing the names of the first 50, the screen paused momentarily before continuing with the names of the next 11 contestants. Among them, a few who had previously felt despondent suddenly erupted with excitement. To their astonishment, not only had they not fallen off the list, but they had also advanced into the top 50. This roller coaster of emotions was a thrill like no other. Soon, names continued to scroll by, and many felt the weight of anxiety lift as they breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, all eyes were once again glued to the screen. The list of the top 10 was imminent. Boom. A name appeared on the screen, causing a stir among the contestants and the four hovering in the air. Chu Yoyu, Fu Guei, and Shaoxing Yuan wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly be in 10th place? If he is 10th, then none of us even deserve a rank. This sentiment echoed in the minds of several. As their gazes shifted, the screen boldly displayed Su Bai's name. Su Bai, however, had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly surprised. After all, he had just returned to the safe zone and had not had the opportunity to slay many beasts before the competition concluded prematurely, even had he desired to hunt more. Circumstances did not permit. Moreover, the points from the several fourth-tier beasts he had defeated had not been accounted for. A basic third-tier beast yields 200 points. His fourth-tier beast should have garnered several thousand points, at the very least. Despite this, Su Bai chose not to hasten to rectify this oversight. He was intrigued to discover who the original first place would have been in his absence. Su Bai, with a score of 590. Each name in the top 10 was accompanied by its respective point total. After a brief pause for Su Bai's name, the 9th contestant's name appeared. However, at that moment, Chu Yoyu and others were too astonished to continue watching, their eyes filled with bewilderment as they turned towards Su Bai, silently questioning how this was possible. Given his strength, this simply could not be right. Shaoxing Yuan stared incredulously at the name on the screen, lost in thought until the next name appeared, still unable to comprehend the situation. Why was Brother Bai ranked 10th with only 590 points? It was common knowledge that he was a grandmaster, capable of effortlessly dispatching a horde of third-tier beasts. How could he possibly have only 590 points and be in 10th place? He himself had worked hard to hunt beasts and had amassed nearly 1,000 points. This simply did not add up. No, this must be a mistake in the system. There was no way Brother Bai could be ranked 10th. Shaoxing Yuan had not yet realized that he had unwittingly become Su Bai's most devoted follower. Even upon seeing Su Bai in 10th place, he would rather believe it was a system error or that Brother Bai was merely trying to keep a low profile than accept that he truly was 10th. There had to be a twist. Shaoxing Yuan stared at the screen, eyes unblinking, as if he believed the leaderboard would shift any moment now. Su Bai, sensing the gaze of his companions, smiled lightly and nonchalantly said, "It's fine, just keep watching. You might be in for a surprise." Upon hearing Su Bai's words, they reluctantly shifted their focus back to the screen, where the name for 9th place was revealed, Kai Kuan, with 650 points. An unfamiliar name. They paid it little mind as the next name appeared. Qiao Ji, with 780 points. Unfamiliar as well. Moving on. 6th place, Wang Fu Guei, with 880 points. Very good, Fu Guei exclaimed, waving his hand in delight. He never expected that as a mid-level martial artist, he would break into the top 10, let alone secure 6th place. 5th place, Gu Chun, with 960 points. Gu Chun nodded in satisfaction. As an S-rank talent and advanced martial artist, making it into the top 10 met his expectations. But to find himself in the top 5 was beyond what he had anticipated. 4th place, Ji Tianyu, with 1080 points. Ji Tianyu was taken aback to find himself in 4th place. By his estimates, he should at least have been in the top 3. Who could have edged him out? The disparity in rewards between the top 3 and 4th place was monumental. While he himself may not have cared for the reward, his family certainly placed great importance on this ranking. 3rd place, Xiao Xingyuan, with 1,200 points. Xiao Xingyuan exhibited no reaction upon seeing his name. His sole desire was to understand how Su Bai's score had come to be. How could Brother Bai, a grandmaster of his caliber, be ranked 10th? Following the top 3, the camera would zoom in on each contestant, allowing the audience to become acquainted with them. As the top 3 approached, excitement surged through the crowd. The moment of revelation for the ultimate champion was near. Who would emerge victorious? My brothers, the tension is palpable. Who will claim 1st place? Even Ji Tianyu, the esteemed young master, has only managed to secure 4th place. Could there truly be a dark horse among us? My goodness, this competition is exhilarating. Not only has the competition concluded prematurely due to the alien threat, but we also witnessed the rise of unexpected contenders, while only a handful of favorites maintain their positions. Only 2 remain now. Surely it must be Si Chin or the goddess. Which province will emerge victorious? I can't say for certain, but I am certain it will not be Danyang province. Mark my words. Netizens from Danyang province retaliated. You have mocked and derided us. Remember this grudge. All awaited the revelation of the champion. Would it be Si Chin or the goddess? Si Chin, feeling the weight of anticipation, gazed at the screen. He had heard that the stunning Chu Yuyu was a genuine junior martial artist, far beyond what he, a mere breakthrough martial artist, could hope to rival. Indeed, he had been the top scorer, but with the new mechanisms in play, that girl could very well surpass him. 2nd place, Si Chin, with a score of 1900. At the moment the 2nd place was announced, the barrage exploded with excitement. Even Si Chin himself stared dumbfounded at the large screen. His heart prepared, yet still unable to believe the reality of the situation. Chapter 76, Raising Doubts. He was truly surpassed. Wow, Yujie, look quickly. Si Chin is actually in 2nd place. Fu Guei exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the glaring name of Si Chin displayed prominently. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu lifted her gaze towards the screen, confirming that indeed, Si Chin held the 2nd position. This also meant that she would emerge as the victor of this grand competition. Yet, why did she feel no joy within her heart? Chu Yuyu glanced at Su Bai beside her, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. How could someone of Su Bai's formidable strength possibly be ranked only 10th? Surely this scoring system must be flawed. As the results were revealed, silence enveloped the live stream. The vast space was bereft of comments. With all eyes wide open in astonishment at the outcome, it is well known that Jiang province had the least favorable reputation among the 3 provinces. Previously, in analyses, the only person from Jiang province who could be somewhat considered formidable was Gu Chun. However, to everyone's surprise, several dark horses from Jiang province surged into the top 10, with the current 1st place holder also being from Jiang province. Even the likes of Xiao Xingyuan, who was once deemed the greatest hidden genius in past competitions, conceded defeat to Jiang province, which had been underestimated by the majority, ultimately securing the 1st position. This result even left the 4 individuals in the sky somewhat astonished. The final champion was this young lady. Although her martial artist level was impressive, she had only just entered the secret realm, initially taking in the scenery before commencing the hunt for exotic beasts. It was anticipated that once Si Chin broke through to become a martial artist, she would firmly hold the top spot, but unexpectedly, someone snatched it away. The most surprised among the 4 was Ren Mingxian. The name of the person in 10th place was utterly unexpected, although Su Bai had just begun to exert himself before the signal was cut off, rapidly accumulating points. Ren Mingxian still held high hopes for him. After all, how could someone with celestial level talent be an ordinary individual? Yet, how to explain this 10th place result? Ren Mingxian found himself perplexed, pondering what had transpired. After a brief silence, the live stream continued with only a sparse number of comments. Most people fell into silence. Jiang province obtaining 1st place was something few anticipated, with some who had bet on Danyang province and Tao province nearing despair. Especially the individual who had previously boasted fervently about wagering their entire fortune, they were likely already contemplating how to end it all. 1st place, Chu Yuyu from Tianhai City, Jiang province, with a score of 1920. As the 1st place was announced, the last glimmer of hope among the audience shattered. Damn it! How could Jiang province take 1st place? I bet on Danyang and Tao provinces, but not Jiang province, and they just gained an additional 20 points. What the hell? I put $1 million on Danyang province, and now you're telling me they didn't even make it to the top 3? What a waste. Brothers, this might be my last message. I'm already on the rooftop, having bet 10 million on Tao province. Hey, Wait for me up there. I also bet on Tao Province. Putting my life savings on the line. Now I've lost everything. Gambling dogs deserve a terrible fate. Ha ha, I bet it all on Jiang Province. I'm from Tianhai City. And when I suggested you all bet on Jiang Province, no one believed me. Ha ha, this night was destined to be extraordinary. Ce Chen gazed begrudgingly at the scores on the screen. The difference between them was a mere 20 points. Just a single second-tier exotic beast's worth of difference. How could Ce Chen accept such a monumental disparity? If the gap had been several hundred points, she could have consoled herself that she was already at a disadvantage. But now, only 20 points separated her from first place. How could she bear this? Wait. Just as the announcement was about to declare the winner, Ce Chen, unwilling to yield, spoke up. At this moment, all eyes turned towards him, including the sole camera focused on the trial ground, which captured Ce Chen's figure. As he felt the collective gaze upon him, Ce Chen, with piercing eyes, articulated his thoughts. I propose that the mentors and guardians conduct a thorough review of the scoring system and reevaluate the score data. After speaking, Ce Chen scanned the surrounding figures, some of whom appeared dejected. Then his gaze hardened, and he asserted, after all, the scoring system experienced a signal disruption. If there are discrepancies in the scores, it would be irresponsible to everyone present. With that, Ce Chen bowed respectfully to the four figures in the sky. The audience, who had already been standing on the rooftop, felt a renewed glimmer of hope upon hearing his words. Indeed, this grand competition encountered an incident. What if the scoreboard had miscalculated? Moreover, given the signal disruption, who could say if some data had been overlooked? This notion spread among the crowd, and the barrage began to flood the screen. Recount. Recount. Meanwhile, those who had already fallen short in the trial felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. Even if that hope was faint, at least it was hope, wasn't it? Subsequently, some individuals who recognized each other began to discuss in hushed tones, seemingly agreeing with Ce Chen's reasoning. The four figures in the sky frowned upon hearing this. How could there still be doubts regarding the validity of the scoring system? However, witnessing the rising skepticism from the trial ground, they began to contemplate the matter. Simultaneously, Su Bai furrowed his brow slightly. Ce Chen's remarks clearly indicated her dissatisfaction, suggesting that she believed she ought to be the one in first place. What? Are you not satisfied that our Yoyu is the champion? Just then, while the four were still pondering, Su Bai's voice floated from the crowd. Guardians, I feel that some of my score data has been overlooked. I hope the esteemed ones can re-examine the data. Thank you. Su Bai's words were earnest. There was no need to conceal such matters. After all, it was merely a few fourth-tier exotic beasts that he had slain. Wasn't that just basic skills? Moreover, since someone else was eager to get close to his wife, shouldn't he strike back? Ce Chen had left a rather ordinary impression on Su Bai during their first meeting, even veering slightly towards dislike. Given that, it was evident that he had indeed been miscalculated in the scoring. As for her, that was uncertain. Su Bai's utterance drew all eyes toward him. The name displayed on his chest indicated he was the 10th place holder on the leaderboard. For someone in the top 10 to directly assert that their score was erroneous, the credibility of his claim soared. Chapter 77. Rechecking data, shocking the audience. Upon hearing this, the audience that had been standing on the rooftop halted their steps, once more looking at their screens with renewed hope. Ce Chen, too, turned her gaze towards Su Bai, and upon recognizing his appearance, she smiled. So it's this guy? I thought it was someone else. In the face of the invasion by alien races, he was so nonchalantly wandering in the secret realm. She had assumed he was yet another hidden genius. Seeing it was Su Bai, Ce Chen felt relieved, while she remained somewhat tense regarding the others. The gaze of the examinees in the trial arena shifted towards Su Bai, revealing the aura of a junior martial artist. It was then that the crowd abruptly realized that there was indeed a martial artist beside the goddess of the first rank. Upon seeing these individuals, several candidates exclaimed, "Aren't these the members of the ace team registered earlier?" Before entering the secret realm, two of them were already martial artists, and this young man was one of them. I was initially curious about who the 10th ranked individual was. It turns out to be this formidable figure. With his martial artist prowess, how could he possibly be ranked 10th? There must be an error in the system. This explanation was conveniently broadcasted in the live stream. In an instant, the comment section was flooded with the phrase "recount the scores," with those who had placed bets losing their composure. As this statement resonated, the four individuals suspended in midair began contemplating whether a recount was necessary, questioning if the system had indeed erred. Ren Mingxian immediately recognized Su Bai. Having already suspected a potential error in the system, he was now convinced. This data must be recounted. In my opinion, we should recheck the data. It wouldn't take much time, and otherwise, the doubts in the minds of the crowd will persist. Now that everyone is questioning whether their scores are accurate, why not just recount? Ren Mingxian presented his argument with sound reasoning, which led the three who were still hesitant to come to a decision. Old man Luo from Tao Province was indifferent. After all, it was merely a recount, and if there had indeed been a data error, perhaps he could reclaim the top position. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Luo Hongfei nodded in agreement. However, the ultimate decision lay in the hands of the martial emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a voice audible to all present. Since everyone harbors doubts regarding this leaderboard, we shall recount the data and rankings, broadcasting the entire process live. We pride ourselves on fairness, justice, and transparency. As the Martial Emperor's words echoed, the large screen in the trial arena switched to a different display. A device resembling a computer was prominently featured. The live stream of the trial arena now focused on this screen, with everyone eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. The screen flickered to life. A technician approached the computer and casually operated it for a few moments before accessing the data backend for this competition. After synchronizing with the cloud data, the leaderboard refreshed, revealing no changes. This operation was broadcasted in real time on both the large screen and the live stream. Gradually, the doubts expressed in the comments section began to dissipate, although some stubborn viewers still wished to examine the specific data. Following the instructions relayed through the technician's earpiece, he began clicking through the detailed scoring data. Starting from the top 100. Zhu Ningfei, rank 91, score 132. Detailed scoring data as follows. 1. Slaying a first-tier junior aberration awards 1 point. 2. Slaying a first-tier senior aberration awards 5 points. 3. Each line of scoring data gleamed before the eyes of the audience, detailing even the time and the realm of the aberration slain. This effectively eliminated any possibility of data error. As the data progressed through the top 50, no one raised any objections to the figures displayed on the screen. The records were so meticulous that they even specified the exact times and types of aberrations defeated. All were silent, patiently awaiting the scoring data for the top 10. Soon, the data for the 5,011 contestants passed without any dissent. The information was astonishingly detailed, far clearer than the contestants could recall. When the data reached the 11th place, it continued without issue. The trial arena fell into an eerie silence as everyone fixated on the large screen. The comment section in the live stream also dwindled, with everyone anticipating the 10th position. The data Subai had claimed was erroneous. If that were indeed the case, hope would be rekindled. After a moment, the technician pointed to the data for the 10th rank. The interface was refreshing, and everyone's hearts raced with anticipation. Chin scrutinized the large screen, fearing he would miss a crucial detail. If Subai's data proved accurate, then his own position as second would likely be solidified, extinguishing any glimmer of hope. Under the collective gaze, Subai's data materialized. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even those who had been whispering moments ago were rendered speechless, momentarily lost in disbelief. The live stream appeared frozen, with no new comments appearing for an extended period. The first line of data displayed on the large screen read, Subai, rank 10th, score 590. 1. Slaying a second-tier intermediate aberration awards 30 points. 2. Slaying a third-tier senior aberration awards 0 points. 3. Slaying a fourth-tier intermediate aberration awards 0 points. 4. Slaying a fourth-tier senior aberration awards 0 points. 5. Slaying a fourth tier. Aside from the first entry, the subsequent 4 lines revealed astonishing data to the audience. The third-tier senior aberration awarded 0 points, as did the fourth-tier aberrations. How could this be? How could he have slain so many high-tier aberrations when the safe zone only allowed for third-tier junior aberrations at most? This was the prevailing thought among the crowd. Those within the trial arena who were aware of the conditions in the secret realm appeared ghostly pale, staring in disbelief at the scoring data on the large screen, let alone the fourth-tier aberrations. Just the second entry regarding the third-tier senior aberration was beyond the capability of anyone present. Now, they were being told that while slaying a second-tier aberration was a struggle, someone had effortlessly dispatched several fourth-tier aberrations, including one that was a fourth-tier senior. What a concept that was. In human terms, it equated to a senior martial king, and several of the instructors present had only attained the martial king realm themselves. How could this be possible? The technician responsible for examining the data stood stunned before the monitor, his expression one of astonishment as he stared at the display. For a fleeting moment, he too believed there was a malfunction in the system. Chapter 78. The scoring leaderboard refreshes. Subai claims first. The technician froze in front of the desk, but quickly regained his composure and began verifying the authenticity of the data. After typing out a series of code, he poured his utmost effort into the task, ultimately concluding that the data was entirely sound. The Martial Emperor and Ren Mingxian exchanged incredulous glances as they regarded Subai's results on the screen. The highest aberration in the safe zone was merely a third-tier junior. Such an error was utterly impossible, especially 4 of them. If such aberrations truly existed, the drone footage would have captured them long ago, and there would have been no chance for Subai to encounter and slay them. Reflecting on the monitoring from the start of the competition, where Subai had not appeared on any footage, and recalling the peculiar disturbances in the barrier, the 3 of them suddenly surmised that the anomalies in the barrier were indeed genuine. Subai had likely ventured beyond the safe zone on his own. The astonishment in their eyes turned towards Ren Mingxian as they realized that the hidden genius he had mentioned was none other than Subai. At merely 18 years of age, a junior martial artist capable of vanquishing a senior martial king? Several individuals sensed a remarkable shift in Subai's prowess. As he ascended from a novice martial artist to an intermediate martial artist, Su Bai, too, was astonished by the transformation within his own body. To his surprise, following the conclusion of the Grandmaster experience card, he had effortlessly advanced to the rank of Martial King. Gazing at the outrageous data indicating the presence of a 4th-tier high-level beast, Su Bai elevated his rank to intermediate martial artist. This revelation left the others astounded. An 18-year-old intermediate martial artist, and with the martial examination still some time away, what a prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Amidst a silence filled with shock, the technical staff reviewed the points system and confirmed that this was not a system anomaly. The data was genuine. All metrics appeared normal, and the points were accurately recorded. As this was stated, Su Bai's points data was substantiated. In an instant, the anticipated astonishment failed to materialize, replaced instead by an eerie silence. In the trial arena, everyone silently observed the data on the screen, where the bold characters denoting the 4th-tier beast stood out prominently. It turned out that the point tally had indeed erred, but this was solely because he had slain higher-level beasts, rendering the points unquantifiable. Who on earth is this divine being? For a moment, the technical staff found themselves at a loss as to how to calculate the points, especially since no points had been established for beasts above the 3rd-tier novice level, which granted 200 points. However, soon the voice in their earpiece brought clarity, as new specifications were added to the point system. 3rd-tier beasts were categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, with point values of 200, 300, and 500 respectively. 4th-tier beasts were assigned values of 800, 1000, and 1500. The instant these figures were inputted, the leaderboard refreshed, and Su Bai's name rose from the 10th position to the pinnacle, his score soaring to 4,390. 3800, 590, 4390. A glance at the second place revealed it was still Chu Yuyu, with 1,920 points. Following the data enhancement, Su Bai's score leaped far ahead, outpacing Chu Yuyu by a substantial margin equivalent to that of Ci Chen. At that moment, the barrage of comments exploded, and those on the rooftop shattered their phones in excitement, ready to embrace freedom. The swift rise and fall of fortunes within mere minutes had left these spectators disheartened. How could a martial artist single-handedly slay a 4th-tier beast? What could Ci Chen possibly compare? Even 10 3rd-tier novice beasts would not suffice for a chase. Upon seeing the data regarding the 4th-tier beasts, Ci Chen's spirits plummeted. How could this be possible? We are both 18. How can you be so extraordinary? Ci Chen had initially believed Su Bai's claim of a computational error was merely a system glitch, only to discover that the system was incapable of calculating his feats. This meant that the system's point tally was entirely accurate, and his own score was perfectly normal. Yet here stood Su Bai, now the new first place, while he himself had fallen to 3rd. The suddenness of these developments was difficult for Ci Chen to digest. 2nd place would have been acceptable, but 3rd was simply unnecessary. Xiao Xingyuan, witnessing the refreshed leaderboard, nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. Given by GE's Grandmaster status, how could he possibly rank merely 10th? Only the 1st place was worthy of by GE's stature. Upon seeing the leaderboard update, Chu Yuyu, who had originally held the 1st position, now 2nd, bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, she felt joy for Su Bai's ascent. Indeed, our little Bai is truly formidable. If I wish to protect him, I must strive even harder in my training, lest I hinder his progress. Chu Yuyu silently vowed to diligently train in the future to safeguard Su Bai. Fu Guowei and Gu Chun wore expressions of knowing acceptance. They were not particularly surprised by the outcome. If Bai Gu were not in 1st place, that would have truly astonished them. Everything unfolded as anticipated. After a prolonged silence, the previously sparse barrage of comments in the live stream came back to life, flooding the screen anew. 6666666. My feelings can only be expressed with sixes. Incredible. You are amazing. A martial artist defeating foes a whole realm above, something even the top geniuses of recent years could not achieve. Wow, there's still plenty of time before the martial examination. You can already defeat martial kings now. What will happen when the examination arrives? Damn, I thought there would be a twist. What a twist indeed. I just lost 1 million. What kind of place is Jiang Province, Tianhai City, that so many prodigies have emerged all at once? Wow. Brothers, quickly check the trending topics. Many are making headlines for jumping off buildings, including that one brother who had 1 million on the line. Are you alright? Interesting. That previous fluctuation in the barrier must have been caused by this kid, right? Quite bold to step out of the safety zone and take down several 4th-tier beasts. This lad is impressive. The martial king remarked with a faint smile, showing keen interest in the event. Luo Hongfei and Zhang Honyuan fell into a contemplative silence. This grand competition, without a shadow of a doubt, saw Jiang Province claim the 1st position with an overwhelming advantage. Upon observing the presence of the 4th-tier beasts, the four quickly connected the dots regarding the previous barrier disturbance, rendering it comprehensible. It might be plausible for a 3rd-tier advanced beast to have slipped through the safety zone, but to have several 4th-tier beasts is utterly absurd. No matter how careless they were, they could not have overlooked multiple 4th-tier beasts. That would be nothing short of reckless endangerment. Among them, only Ren Mingxian was able to smile in triumph. as 2 of the top 3 were from Jiang Province. Chapter 79. You are so extraordinary. Why not ascend to the heavens? By the way, who was the student that bravely stepped forward to save a group of people? The martial king inquired, turning back. Sir, that would be Xiao Xingyuan from our Tao province. He is currently ranked 4th on the points leaderboard, replied Zhang Hanyuan promptly. Following the update of the leaderboard, all positions shifted backward by 1, causing Xiao Xingyuan, originally in 3rd place, to drop to 4th. Ah, splendid. Such a sense of responsibility among our human talents deserves commendation. Let me think. In recognition of his courageous actions, I shall grant him a special reward of 710 points and the privilege to choose any item from the treasure vault. The martial king casually decided upon Xiao Xingyuan's reward, 710 points, and a selection opportunity. It was evident to astute observers that this point allocation was explicitly aimed at countering someone's 1,900 points. There was no choice, after all. Certain individuals had questioned the system without possessing any strength. Since the point data was accurate, a minor penalty was in order. Following the announcement of Xiao Xingyuan's reward, a wave of murmurs swept through the trial arena and livestream, as everyone recognized this was directed at a specific individual. Nonetheless, Xiao Xingyuan's actions undeniably warranted such a reward, as he had saved the lives of dozens. The leaderboard underwent another update. Ci Chen, who had previously held 2nd place, was now pushed out of the top 3, relegated to 4th. Some looked toward Ci Chen, whose expression shifted numerous times in a matter of moments before gradually settling into a calm demeanor. The anticipated fury and resentment never materialized. Ci Chen ultimately remained composed, leaving the trial arena quietly after receiving his reward. Xiao Xingyuan, still in a state of bewilderment, found himself among the top 3. As many candidates he had rescued from the tree hole applauded him. In that situation, had it been them, they would never have sacrificed themselves for a group. A person endowed with exceptional talent and admirable character often garners the affection of many. Soon, the grand competition concluded with the presentation of awards by a martial emperor and 3 grandmasters, leading the candidates in the trial grounds to gradually disperse. As for Su Bai and his companions, they were retained for a discussion deemed necessary by the authorities. As the crowd thinned and the livestream concluded post-award ceremony, the events of this competition began to circulate wildly on various forums, with trending topics emerging incessantly. Esteemed Guardian, may I inquire why we have been summoned? Su Bai ventured, observing the prolonged silence of the gathered officials. Alongside him, Chu Youyu and the others cast curious glances, eager to understand the reason for their retention. After the awards were concluded, Ci Chen and Ji Tianyu departed promptly. For them, without a top 3 finish, there was no reason to linger. Consequently, among those remaining, aside from Su Bai and his group, Zhu Ningfei and Kai Kuan exchanged a few casual remarks before taking their leave. In truth, even had they not been retained, Su Bai would have approached the officials as he sought to address the losses he incurred in the secret realm and perhaps secure some compensation for his emotional distress. After all, it is entirely reasonable to request recompense for the losses sustained during a martial competition that featured grandmasters. Ren Mingxian, upon hearing Su Bai's inquiry, refrained from unnecessary chatter, recognizing that most of those present were prodigies from Jiang Province, future assets for the region. The primary purpose of retaining you is to inquire about your talents and specific levels of power, he elucidated. With the martial examination approaching, we naturally wish for our province to achieve commendable results. As you are among the top 10 of this competition, you possess the greatest potential to excel in the national martial examination. We have decided to bestow upon you additional rewards to facilitate your future cultivation. Indeed, the talents displayed by you all are the most remarkable I have witnessed in decades, each one capable of standing alone in strength. With your inclusion this year, I am confident we shall achieve outstanding results in the martial examination, echoed Luo Hongfei, affirming the sentiment. Among them was a concealed SSS grade genius, Xiao Xingyuan, who, despite being a perennial frontrunner, only managed to secure 3rd place this year, suggesting that the top 2 contenders were equally formidable. Zhang Honyuan, on the other hand, could do little but listen silently. As the sole representative from Danyang province, Ji Tianyu belonged to the Ji family, and as a grandmaster, he felt his status might not command much respect. After a brief discussion, the 4 soon ascertained each individual's level of talent and power. Upon learning that Fuguei was a top-tier Beastmaster, even Zhang Honyuan was momentarily taken aback, having expected nothing more than a high-level Beastmaster. The realization that Fuguei was, in fact, a top-tier Beastmaster was astonishing, considering a pillar of humanity had risen through similar talent. If nurtured properly, could Fuguei not become the next martial emperor? The rest of the talents were as expected, but when it was Su Bai's turn, even Ren Mingxian, who had anticipated the outcome, fell into silence. You are so extraordinary. Why not ascend to the heavens? He mused. Celestial grade talent, top-tier Beastmaster talent, top-tier fire affinity talent. Each of these alone would qualify one as a top genius. Yet they are all present in a single individual? This revelation left even the seasoned martial emperor questioning the vast disparities that exist between individuals. Those who had previously witnessed Su-bai's talents were no longer surprised. The astonishment had been exhausted over a few short days. Now, should Su-bai claim to possess all top-tier talents, they would not bat an eye, having grown numb to such extraordinary claims. Su-bai, wishing to avoid explaining his celestial-grade special talent, felt it sufficient to merely mention his exceptional cultivation abilities. After all, possessing one celestial-grade talent was remarkable enough, let alone a special one. The fact that he had not revealed his alchemist skills was intentional, as 3 astonishing talents were already more than enough to leave them astounded. Once the astonishment subsided, the 3 presented each of Su-bai's group with a spatial ring, containing the promised rewards, funded from their own resources. Inside were various medicinal pills designed to enhance and stabilize their powers, along with 10 spirit stones for each. This meant that Su-bai would recover 20 spirit stones, though it was still far from adequate. After bidding the others to depart, Ren Mingxian led Su-bai to a secluded corner, enveloping them in spiritual energy to ensure their conversation remained private. Su-bai, during the battle between the alien Grandmaster and that mysterious figure, did you catch a glimpse of the latter's appearance? He inquired directly, his curiosity piqued about the identity of the enigmatic savior. Despite puzzling over the mysterious figure's motivations for intervening, Ren Mingxian could not help but wonder why they did not simply reveal themselves or assist more overtly. Did they wish to remain anonymous for some reason? This led him to ponder how the mysterious figure had managed to enter the secret realm, as they clearly were not an ally of the aliens, but rather one of their own. Yet, aside from their group, who else among the participants was a Grandmaster? Or perhaps a Grandmaster had been concealed among the masses, or dispatched to protect someone. Realizing that his extraction for this conversation was due to the intrigue surrounding the mysterious figure, Su-bai reflected on the matter. Esteemed Guardian, in the face of dire circumstances, I was solely focused on preserving my life, and had little time to observe others. I only recall that the mysterious figure was clad in a black cloak and swiftly dispatched the alien Grandmaster within mere seconds, wielding what appeared to be a sword. Su-bai's demeanor suggested he was genuinely contemplating the events, though in truth, he was fabricating his account, since he himself was that mysterious figure. His convincing performance prompted a sigh from Ren Mingxian, who had hoped to glean some insights. After all, it was thanks to that mysterious individual that the alien Grandmaster had been eliminated. Otherwise, at least half of the students on the leaderboard would have perished. Since Su-bai had no additional information to provide, Ren Mingxian prepared to offer further instructions, but Su-bai interjected, Esteemed Guardian, in our defense against the alien Grandmaster, I was compelled to utilize some precious life-saving items. What began as a routine competition turned into an unexpected encounter with the Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Ren Mingxian initially wondered what Su-bai was implying, only to realize he was keenly aware of the implications behind his words. The audacity of this young man to even contemplate such a proposition. Though Ren Mingxian harbored such thoughts, a newfound respect glimmered in his gaze towards Su-bai. With a light chuckle, he responded, Do not address me as guardian any longer. I cannot bear such a title from you, young one. My name is Ren Mingxian. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Ren or Brother Xian henceforth. Brother Xian, Su-bai called out without hesitation. The figure before him, Ren Mingxian, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and as a protector of an entire province, he was at the very least a Grandmaster. Addressing him as Brother Xian would not cost him anything. Upon hearing Su-bai's address, Ren Mingxian's smile brightened even further. With a celestial-grade talent and a candidate for the title of Martial Emperor, as long as he did not fall midway, he would undoubtedly become a leader who would guide humanity forward. The modest investment he made now would yield unimaginable returns in the future. Since you've said as much, feel free to articulate your desires. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall procure whatever you need, though it shall be limited to one occasion. Ren Mingxian suggested that Su-bai choose his compensation, likely anticipating that it would require some sacrifice on his part. No, such matters cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. This incident was not solely my fault. I must find those 2 old geezers to extort a bit. I desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. After a moment's hesitation, Su-bai stated resolutely, At present, acquiring items from the system shop necessitated spirit stones, and every single item available was capable of attracting countless powerful contenders. For instance, the Grandmaster 1-hour experience card, with sufficient spirit stones. He might even exchange for a Martial Emperor experience card. Nevertheless, external aids remain external. Only the strength one fully commands is the true measure of power. Fortunately, many rare items, such as supreme chi gathering pills, could accelerate his cultivation. With such external assistance, why should he toil through slow cultivation? With a sufficient supply of spirit stones, what could not be acquired through investment? Ren Mingxian paused, taken aback by the sheer quantity of spirit stones Su-bai demanded. While spirit stones could indeed rapidly enhance one's power, such a method could severely compromise one's foundation. Should his foundation become unstable, no matter how high his innate talent, he might find himself unable to surpass his current realm. Never mind. With this lad's cleverness, he would not undertake such folly. He likely requires the spirit stones for some purpose. Presently, Ren Mingxian possessed several hundred spirit stones. After winning 100, he resolved to give another 100, which should suffice. Subai gazed eagerly at Ren Mingxian. Spirit stones were never too plentiful, and even 40 or 50 would not seem scant. As long as you do not let me suffer a loss, I shall truly lament. Will 200 suffice? Ren Mingxian inquired, observing Subai's expression closely. Unfortunately, although joy blossomed in Subai's heart, he maintained an outward calm. All right, thank you, Brother Xian. Subai initially hoped for 100 spirit stones as compensation and felt immensely grateful for such a boon, considering that even Grand Masters required spirit stones for their own cultivation or other needs. The revelation of 200 spirit stones was beyond his expectations. Ren Mingxian sighed in relief. 200 spirit stones constituted a substantial reward, and should this lad wish to push his luck further, it would only lead to disdain. Knowing when to cease, he remained humble and composed. Indeed, you are a true talent from Jiang Province. Here, take these 200 spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, 200 spirit stones appeared before him. Without hesitation, Subai swiftly stored them within his spatial ring. For a grandmaster, 200 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune. Given such generosity, he felt compelled to assist Ren Mingxian should he face difficulties in the future. After handing over the spirit stones, Ren Mingxian lifted the barrier of spiritual energy, and Subai prepared to depart. By the way, regarding the upcoming treasure selection opportunity, please provide me with a list of your desired items, and you may select one from it. With the competition now officially concluded, Subai met with his companions awaiting outside the trial grounds. When questioned by them, he offered vague responses, ensuring no further inquiries were made. Where shall we head next? Chapter 81. The Beast Tide Approaches. After concluding their discussions post-competition, they found little of interest and decided to return directly to Jiang Province. As Xiaoxing Yuan had no parents, he felt no ties to Tao Province and, after some contemplation, chose to accompany Subai and the others back to Jiang Province. On the spirit vessel, Fu Guo turned to Subai, glancing at the newcomer, Xiaoxing Yuan. Brother Bai, what is the story here? Who is this person, and why is he following us? While speaking, Fu Guo scrutinized Xiaoxing Yuan. He had heard during the talent reveal that Xiaoxing Yuan possessed an SSS grade talent. That was second only to Brother Bai's talent. Even surpassing Sister Yu's SS grade talent. Yet, why was this fellow returning with them? Was he a traitor from Tao Province? Fu Guo regarded Xiaoxing Yuan with a puzzled expression, questioning his motives. Subai simply shook his head. Who knows why this fellow decided to follow me after we left the trial grounds? Is he not from Tao Province? Gu Chen regarded Xiaoxing Yuan with a wary demeanor. This lad seems to share a similar purpose as my own. Brother Bai, may I accompany you? Xiaoxing Yuan nervously inquired. After all, I am without parents, and it matters not where I reside. Perhaps we can help each other in the future. This marked the first time Xiaoxing Yuan, having grown up in a world of scorn and bullying, felt the warmth of humanity. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Mere ordinary recovery pills would not have achieved such miraculous results. Upon awakening, he discovered his vitality overflowing. His initial rank of martial disciple solidified, and only a few days of cultivation stood between him and the breakthrough to martial master. Had he not received some precious herbs or rare pills, Xiaoxing Yuan would never have believed it. Nervously, he awaited Subai's response, fearing rejection. Otherwise, in such a vast world, he would have nowhere to call home. You are free to join us, but I do not provide meals or accommodations. You must manage those yourself. Subai was indifferent. After all, Tianhai City was expansive, and the addition of Xiaoxing Yuan would hardly affect anything. Moreover, encountering an SSS grade genius was a first for him, aside from his own celestial grade talent. Should he not fall midway, his future accomplishments would assuredly lead him to become a martial sovereign. Coupled with his status as an orphan, this lad's prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Now, back to the matter at hand. Having acquired 200 spirit stones, along with the first place prize and additional rewards, I currently possess a total of 220 spirit stones. Adding those found in the valley, I now have over 300 spirit stones altogether. This presents a viable opportunity to contemplate enhancing my cultivation. The Grand Master he encountered today made it abundantly clear that the urgency to elevate his strength was paramount. Today, one may ascend to the rank of Grand Master. Tomorrow may herald the emergence of a martial emperor. The day after will witness the rise of a martial sovereign. And soon thereafter, one could find themselves among 10 martial sovereigns. Although I have currently transcended to the rank of martial king, my prowess as a Grand Master and martial emperor is merely adequate at best. Seizing this opportunity, Subai settled into a meditative position, circulating the enlightenment technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the air in order to solidify his realm. The transition from martial master to martial king represents a significant metamorphosis, where the vitality within the body transmutes into spiritual energy. The potency of spiritual energy far surpasses that of mere vitality, with its tangibility being one of the distinguishing factors between the two. The conversion to pure spiritual energy will significantly enhance one's control over weapons, formations, and more in the future. This breakthrough was facilitated by the use of a Grandmaster experience card, which allowed for the premature transformation of vitality into spiritual energy, followed by a battle with a 4th-tier exotic beast to accumulate experience. Thus, the ascension to Martial King was a natural progression. Currently, the focus lies on familiarizing oneself with the mastery of spiritual energy, as the disparity between spiritual energy and vitality is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Upon observing Su-bai commence his cultivation, the others felt a sense of idleness and soon joined in, sitting cross-legged to practice as well. The journey is often tedious, and so is the process of cultivation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted the practitioners from their meditation, prompting them to rise and survey their surroundings. Looking up at the sky, they were struck with astonishment. The Grandmaster in charge of maneuvering the spiritual vessel hurried to the group. Urgency etched upon his face as he exclaimed, "A beast tide has erupted in Tianhai City. It is said that a spatial rift has suddenly appeared outside the city. In mere moments, the beast tide has formed, and among them are even martial emperor-level exotic beasts. It seems Tianhai City cannot be preserved. Before the assault begins, what shall we do? Shall I escort you away?" His last statement was imbued with a sense of helplessness. The notion of a beast tide is one that sends chills down the spine of every inhabitant of Huaxia. Throughout millennia, cities that have survived such calamities can be counted on one's fingers. Even if they were to miraculously endure until reinforcements arrive, the city would be rendered to ruins. And the time required for reconstruction is unfathomable. "No, absolutely not. My parents are still at home," Chu Yu instantly retorted upon hearing this. Her parents remaining in Tianhai City made it inconceivable for her to flee. "Indeed, my parents are also within the city. We cannot abandon them. We must not escape." Fu Gui, rarely seen without a smile, wore a grave expression as he spoke. Who would have thought that returning from a grand competition would lead to such dire circumstances? A beast tide has not been witnessed in a decade, and yet it strikes precisely as Tianhai City finds itself in this situation, coinciding with our return. Having just been assaulted by foreign entities, encountering a beast tide now seemed far too coincidental. Su-bai swiftly engaged his mind in contemplation, determining that retreat was simply not an option. As Yu and Fu Gui had articulated, the three of them had family within Tianhai City, making it impossible to abandon them and flee alone. However, with the beast tide already gaining momentum, halting it was not feasible. What should be done? Had they detected the beast tide's formation earlier, there might have been a chance. Each city possesses a unique artifact imbued with the spatial power of a martial emperor. This consumable item can forcibly dismantle a spatial rift before it stabilizes, thereby preventing the formation of a beast tide. Once a 7th-tier exotic beast emerges, it essentially seals the fate of the city. This indicates that the spatial rift has stabilized, and unless a martial sovereign intervenes to seal it, it will continue to spawn exotic beasts until the rift is either sealed or destroyed.